This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The Dark and Lonely Space. It's been 35 years. It should be close to the Earth, right? I'd be satisfied if I can take another look. Sure Hao leaned against the protruding rock behind him and adjusted his position with difficulty. A military underground control room in Yin State. Su Yin, how are the preparations going? A young man in white work clothes looked up at the door and saw a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair on his temples and full of energy and spirit walking out of the elevator. General Wu, everything is ready except the east wind. We will definitely catch it this time. You are quite confident. Are you kidding me? From what you said, you must be more confident than me. Su Yin said with a smile. That's right. It's been almost 40 years since I first dealt with it. This time, I can only succeed and not fail. While speaking, General Wu waved his right hand on his waist twice, with a small but powerful amplitude. Su Yin stood up straight and reported seriously. General, the 2-POW space telescope has been adjusted to the angle. As soon as it appears, we can find it at the first time. Speaking of the word 2-POW, Su Yin's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Thinking that it is so noble, the most advanced space telescope in the world has such a tacky name. Of course, he didn't dare to say it out loud, because the person who named it was right in front of him. At the beginning, General Wu said that this name was to inherit the fine traditions of the revolutionary predecessors and always remember the spirit of Millet Plus rifles to make revolution. The space station has started manual observation at the same time. 2 interstellar motherships are in place. Each interstellar mothership has 50 engineering ships deployed, and all engineering ships have sufficient fuel. These engineering ships have closed other working modes and switched to thrust mode. All ships are connected to the internet, can exchange data, and independently coordinate work based on data analysis results, and can adjust the propulsion direction and thrust size by themselves. Very good, this time is different from 35 years ago. That time was just a very regrettable exploration. This time we have to catch it. The goal has taken a big step forward and the difficulty has increased by several orders of magnitude, but according to our plan and our existing equipment, the success rate is much higher than last time. I'm waiting to drink your celebratory wine. I won't go home until I'm drunk, haha. General Wu said loudly to all the staff in the hall. Good, the staff responded loudly and neatly, showing their excellent quality that attracted attention. General Wu, it is estimated that it will take more than an hour before we can observe. You should take a rest first. Zhao Qing, take General Wu to the rest area. After Su Yin finished his report, he ordered loudly. Okay. A beautiful girl with short bangs stood up immediately, called General Wu to sit in the leadership observation seat, and poured a glass of water for everyone. Su Yin immediately buried his head and worked with other staff. There was a large screen on a wall in the middle of the hall. There were many data parameters jumping on both sides of the screen. The screen in the middle was pitch black. It was the image sent back by the 2-POW space telescope. Time passed by minute by minute. Report, the target appears. The silence in the hall was instantly broken. Everyone, take your positions, observe data, calculate orbit, calculate speed. Su Yin immediately issued orders in an orderly manner according to the plan. A faint bright bar appeared on the screen, and slowly a small planet appeared completely. All the staff in the hall were immediately excited. Old buddy, you are finally back. You can't run away this time. General Wu said to himself, unable to suppress his inner excitement. Report speed, report distance. B-52 is currently 48 million kilometers away from the scheduled position, with a speed of 19.87 kilometers per second. Within the calculation error range, act according to the original plan. Starship 1 will accelerate and follow from the left, and Starship 2 will accelerate and follow from the right. All engineering ships must land within 240 hours. After the engineering ships land, Starship 1 and Starship 2 will accompany B-52 throughout the entire process. Starship 1 received. Starship 2 received. The 2-POW telescope continues to observe, and the space station continues to observe. 2-POW received. The space station received. After the observer of the 2-POW space telescope finished reporting, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. After a series of orders were issued, Su Yin walked in front of General Wu, saluted and began to report. Report to the General, the orbit and speed of asteroid B-52 are within our calculation error range, and the plan can be implemented according to the plan. Please instruct. Very good, follow the plan and take it down. Yes, we will definitely take it down. Su Yan's bespectacled face showed 2 uncoordinated blue veins, and a hint of domineering appeared in his bookish air. "Xiao Su, this asteroid is full of treasures. We have been staring at it for more than 40 years, and have worked hard for more than 40 years. The new elements on it can allow us to build more starships and space equipment. Although we only got a few dozen kilograms of B-52 rocks back then, we built Starship 1 and Starship 2, as well as 200 engineering ships and 50 other types of ships. If we can keep all of this 1-kilometer-sized asteroid, the speed at which humans enter the space age will leap forward, and human civilization will take a big step forward." General Wu walked to Su Yan and said earnestly, "During this period, you must keep an eye on it all the time. Don't be like last time." "Oh no, I'm old, and I'd be sad." General Wu hesitated and strode into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Su Yan turned his head and said to Zhao Qing, "Take out the concentrated nutrient solution and give each brother enough. If there is not enough, you can replenish it at any time. We can't sleep for a month, and we can't afford any mistakes." Zhao Qing is the full-time doctor of Su Yan's research team. Over time, she also took care of logistics. There are 30 people in the team, and except for her, they are all men. This kind of delicate work naturally falls on her. She put 3 bags of concentrated nutrient solution in front of each person. This nutrient solution is extracted by biotechnology. The absorption rate after taking it is as high as 98%. It is all small molecule structure, and does not need to be redecomposed in the body. After absorption, it can directly nourish cells. It can not only provide energy for cells, but also greatly slow down the speed of cell aging. Ordinary people taking concentrated nutrient solution will cause metabolic disorders, or even poisoning due to excess nutrition. However, Su Yan and his team have all been genetically modified, and their body and cell tolerance is several times higher than that of ordinary people, and their physical fitness is also several times that of ordinary people. In principle, a bag of concentrated nutrient solution can provide a person with 10 days of nutritional needs. The high absorption rate also greatly reduces the number of excretions, especially for special personnel lurking, long-term duty in space stations, and other tasks. For a genetically modified body, not sleeping for a month is not a big problem. Su Yan and his scientific research team are affiliated with the army. Everyone is not only a technical elite, but also has excellent military skills. The whole team has a good style, and obeys orders. The whole hall returned to silence, with occasional keyboard sounds, button sounds, and the rustling sound of machine operation. They are waiting for all the engineering ships to land, and the asteroid B-52 to move to the predetermined position before starting the next plan. The focus of the entire hall is the B-52 moving quickly on the screen. Both the machinery and the people are operating it in an orderly manner. Su Yan stood in the middle, staring at the screen motionlessly. Suddenly, he leaned forward slightly, and moved closer to the screen, as if he was trying to find something. "Brother Su, do you think we can succeed this time? Is this asteroid important?" Zhao Qing asked, standing next to Su Yan. Zhao Qing is 2 years younger than Su Yan. Although Su Yan is very serious at work, he is no different from an ordinary young man in private. He also likes to make jokes, laugh and play, and is very approachable. Zhao Qing himself can't remember when he started to use Brother Su instead of the job title. As time went by, she liked to ask Su Yan any questions she had, and Su Yan always answered her questions. "I am considering the process to achieve it, and it will not fail this time. As for asteroid B-52, it may change our world, and the fate of the human beings on Earth." Su Yan leaned forward again while speaking. Then he asked Zhao Qing, "There was a bright spot on the asteroid just now, did you see it?" Zhao Qing looked at Su Yan, and shook his head in confusion. "Although it was very weak, it appeared twice, I should not be wrong." Su Yan seemed to be talking to Zhao Qing, but also seemed to be talking to himself. "Starship 1, Starship 2, where are you now?" "Report, Starship 1 is currently at a speed of 16.8 kilometers per second and is still accelerating. It is about to reach the position where it will rendezvous with B-52. Report, Starship 2 is currently at a speed of 17.1 kilometers per second and is still accelerating. It is about to reach the position where it will rendezvous with B-52. Received. Starship 1, Starship 2, continue to act according to the plan. Both Starship 1 and Starship 2 have not rendezvoused with B-52. It seems that the bright spot is not our fault." Su Yan muttered to himself again. "All personnel, concentrate on observing the movements of B-52, especially observing whether there are any abnormal phenomena on it." After Su Yan gave the order, he remained motionless, staring at the screen with his eyes wide open, his eyes focused on a certain position on the asteroid on the screen. Asteroid B52 is still moving at a high speed of 19.87 kilometers per second, getting closer and closer to the Earth. The magnification of the Earth Cannon telescope was gradually lowered. The size of the image of the asteroid on the screen remained unchanged, but the clarity was much higher. The shape of this asteroid is irregular, neither round nor square, black in color, with a relatively smooth surface and no dust or gravel. From a distance, the asteroid seems to have a small mountain-like protrusion in the middle, and the rest of the position is relatively flat. Starship 1, Starship 2 report position. Starship 1 is currently traveling at 19.5 kilometers per second, and will reach the rendezvous point at 19.87 kilometers per second in 10 minutes. Starship 2 is currently traveling at 19.5 kilometers per second, and will reach the rendezvous point at 19.87 kilometers per second in 10 minutes. Starship 1, Starship 2, turn on the shipborne telescope and pay attention to observation. Starship 1 received. Starship 2 received. All enter the first level working state. At this time, the bright spot appeared again. This time, not only Su-Yin saw it, but other staff members also captured this abnormal phenomenon. Chapter 2. Su-Yin did not hesitate, picked up the phone on the desk and dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. Staff Officer Sun, I have important information to report to General Wu. After a while, General Wu's low and magnetic voice came from the phone. Xiao Su, tell me what's going on. General Wu, when we were observing, we found a bright spot on B52, which appeared 3 times in total. According to our previous research, this is abnormal. You mean something that shouldn't appear on B52, could it be? I go over now, you keep observing. General Wu paused, then said, Okay, let's continue observing. Su-Yin hung up the phone after he finished speaking and continued to stare at the screen. During this period, the bright spot appeared twice more. An hour later, General Wu arrived. General Wu, we just observed 2 more bright spots, and combined with the previous 3 times, the intervals between them are getting shorter and shorter, and the frequency is increasing. What should we do next? Please give instructions. Where are Starships 1 and 2 now? Starships 1 and 2 arrived at the rendezvous point 50 minutes ago. In view of the abnormal situation, the original landing plan was suspended, and we are waiting for the next instructions. We are currently accompanying B52 at a speed of 19.87 kilometers per second. Give an order to Starship 1 and send a reconnaissance ship to approach for reconnaissance. We will proceed to the next step after the situation is determined. We can't be careless this time, and we must ensure that everything is safe. Yes. Su-Yin took the order and left. Starship 1, quickly send a reconnaissance ship to approach B52 for reconnaissance and send back real-time data. 2 or 3 minutes later, the hatch of Starship 1 opened, and a small reconnaissance ship flew out quickly, drew an arc, slowly approached B52, and then began to maintain a speed of 19.87 kilometers per second to accompany it. After the speed stabilized, the reconnaissance ship turned on the high-definition camera and other observation equipment. The screen in the hall now displayed 2 pictures. One was the complete picture captured by the Tupeo Space Telescope, and the other was the partial picture of the asteroid captured by the high-definition camera on the reconnaissance ship. As the focal length of the camera on the reconnaissance ship was adjusted, the picture clearly showed the scene on the asteroid. When the camera was aimed at the bulge in the middle of the asteroid, the picture froze. Because in addition to the asteroid, a human-shaped thing appeared on the picture, and the face of the human-shaped thing just happened to flash again. Scouting ship number 1 continued to approach, and the camera locks on the unidentified object. Su-Yin continued to order. The reconnaissance ship continued to approach the asteroid. Because it had a target, it flew directly to the raised position in the middle, and stopped at a distance of 100 meters. Through the high-definition camera, the scene on the asteroid was clearly visible. It's him. I thought I would never see him again. General Wu also walked down from the leadership observation seat at some point, and came to a position closer to Su-Yin. General Wu, who used to be strong, calm, and composed, had 2 lines of tears on his face. Su-Yin, tell Starship 1 and Starship 2 to immediately postpone the landing plan and order the reconnaissance ship to land immediately to bring him back. Who are you welcoming? That broken robot? Su-Yin asked doubtfully. No, he's not a broken robot. General Wu shouted excitedly. He is the hero of the whole country, even the whole world, and all mankind. Sure how? He is General Sure? Su-Yin's face changed from doubt to surprise, and then to excitement. Resolutely complete the task, and welcome General Sure home immediately. Su-Yin said excitedly. The other staff members, who didn't know what was going on, were stunned, but immediately got back to work. Starship 1, Starship 2 suspends the landing of the engineering ship. Starship 1 immediately arranges for Reconnaissance Ship 1 to land and take General that robot, to Starship 1. There is no room for error. Starship 1 understands. Starship 2 received. Starship 1, when you pick up General you must first test him to avoid secondary damage. General Wu said softly, as he looked at the robot on the screen that was missing an arm, a quarter of its face, and one of its eyes had become empty. After General Wu finished speaking, he gently put down the microphone and stared at the screen expectantly. General, do you think General is still alive now? To be more precise, is he still conscious? Su Yan asked carefully after going over the wording in his mind. Sure, he is not dead yet, and he is not that easy to die. Although our technology was not so advanced 35 years ago, we used the best things for him. It is not an exaggeration to say that we have used the whole country's strength. The white flash you saw is the bright spot you mentioned. It is actually a signal indicator light. It has the function of asking for help. On the other hand, it also shows that his core is not damaged. He is powered by a nuclear battery that was already mature at the time, with a service life of up to 100 years. 35 years ago, at the last moment of the mission, in order to save the hard-won asteroid rock, he tore off one of his arms and sent the rock to the return spacecraft. Although he has a robot body, his consciousness is human. The last image sent back by the camera at that time was him flying backwards. We thought he had drifted to the depths of the vast space. I didn't expect that he stayed on the asteroid for 35 years. Good, it's good to be back. I can see my old friend again. General Wu became more and more emotional and began to feel sad again. Su Yan raised his head and looked carefully at the robot on the asteroid. On the B-52, the reconnaissance ship found a relatively flat position in the middle and began to land. About 300 meters away from the landing position of the reconnaissance ship, a severely damaged robot was leaning against the root of a large protruding rock in the middle of the asteroid. When the asteroid moved to a position where it could be observed by the Earth, it was right in front of the sunlight. When the Tupeo Space Telescope first spotted B-52, the robot, or how to be exact, also sensed the Earth at the first moment. He had sensed the current position of B-52's orbit through the light sensor and realized that he was not far from home. 35 years ago, when he failed to board the return spacecraft and then landed on the asteroid again by mistake, he realized that it might take 35 years or 70 years to return to Earth or never return. So the first thing he did was to reduce the energy consumption of his whole body and try to make the nuclear battery on his body last longer, leaving only the light sensor, a camera pointing to space, and other necessary components to be powered normally. When the B-52 entered the Earth's field of vision, he was automatically awakened. When he landed on the asteroid again, it was a hard landing. At that time, he flew back and thought he would fly freely into space, but he was picked up by the B-52 again. It was not a welcome, but a hard pickup, and the head landed on the ground. As a result, the left part from the mouth to the chin was completely gone, and part of the left eye was also taken away, and the left eyeball was also missing. The two eyeballs not only serve as imaging sensors, but also serve as indicator lights and distress signals. Fortunately, the right eyeball is still there. An unknown fault caused the right eyeball to flash less frequently, but fortunately it can still be used barely. This right eyeball is the bright spot. Hao also did a self-examination of his body, and found that in addition to the loss of an arm, part of the face, and the loss of the left eyeball, the speaker also failed, which means that he could not communicate with others by voice. Other parts also had varying degrees of damage. After all, after floating in space for 35 years, it is normal for some components and parts to decline in function due to space radiation and extreme low temperatures. The entire body shell and joint structure are not a big problem. After all, it is a good thing built with the efforts of the whole country. The brain's bionic storage and nervous system can also work normally, without any signs of memory disorder or data loss. However, the mechanical storage attached to the body has no response, and the images taken 35 years ago are difficult to preserve in such a harsh environment. At this time, two people came out of the reconnaissance ship number 1, wearing white space suits. The space suits are as thick as the down jackets we usually wear, very close-fitting, not as bulky as they were decades ago. Wearing round astronaut helmets, they drove a vehicle that looked like both a motorcycle and an all-terrain off-road vehicle toward Hao. This car had no cockpit or tires, and flew about 1 meter above the ground. There was a driver in the front, a person in the back, and another empty seat. About 2 minutes later, The car stopped in front of Shirhao, and Shirhao turned his neck with difficulty and looked at them. "Hello, General Shir. We are taking you home on the orders of General Wu." One of them held up something similar to a tablet, and this sentence scrolled on the screen. Another person took out a slender thing with a detector head and scanned Shirhao from head to toe. Then he made an OK gesture to the first person. The first person operated on the tablet again. "General, after the detector scan, your body components and parts are in good condition and can be moved. Let's go back to the reconnaissance ship now. Please get in the car." The screen displayed again. Then the man with the testing instrument came over and used one hand to help Shirhao. Shirhao raised his right hand. As soon as he touched it, he felt his body floating up and was lifted up by the man with one hand. Are people on Earth so strong now? They have such strong hand strength with one hand. It's no wonder that Shirhao thought so, because the technology 35 years ago was not so advanced, and all kinds of manufacturing were rough. So the result was that Shirhao's body weighed about 200 kilograms. The excitement of being able to go home soon made him forget that there is no gravity in space. After getting on the car, Shirhao thought, General Wu, could it be that kid Wu Yi? It's been 35 years, and now he should be Old Man Wu. Now he has become a general, which is amazing. As for them calling themselves General Shir, it is estimated that the country has regarded him as a martyr and given him an honorary title. Shirhao's speaker is broken. Even if it is good, it can't be used in space. Sound cannot be transmitted in space. In addition, there was no radio and no other means of communication, so he could only follow them. It was estimated that the other party also knew his situation and just informed him without asking. 2 or 3 minutes later, the car drove into the reconnaissance ship. They did not intend to let Shirhao get off the car, so Shirhao sat still. The reconnaissance ship started quickly and flew towards Starship 1. Command, Starship 1 reports that Reconnaissance Ship 1 has successfully taken General Shir back. Please give instructions. Starship 1, you will temporarily place General Shir properly on Starship 1. Try to meet any requirements he has. I look forward to your triumphant return as soon as possible. General Wu gave the order directly. After Su Yin saw General Wu walk back to the leadership observation seat, he took the microphone and said, Starship 1, Starship 2, accelerate according to the plan and start deploying engineering ships to land. Starship 1 received. Starship 2 received. Chapter 3. Scout Ship Number 1 flew into the mother cabin of Starship Number 1, and then opened the hatch. Wang Ruinfei and Li Kun stood on Shirhao's left and right, and Li Kun supported Shirhao's right arm. Because after entering Starship Number 1, Shirhao was affected by the gravity simulator, and his body sank significantly when he got off the car, and he was unable to stand up quickly. The simulated gravity inside Starship Number 1 is equivalent to the gravity of the Earth. Just now in the car of Scout Ship Number 1, Wang Ruinfei and Li Kun introduced themselves to Shirhao respectively. And Shirhao could only respond with a slight nod and a flash of his right eye. Wang Ruinfei and the two of them slowly realized that Shirhao had no way to communicate with them through sound at present. After all, Shirhao's broken body had been floating in space for 35 years, and had been in a state of weightlessness for a long time. So the sudden gravity made his body very uncomfortable, and many parts could not immediately work normally according to Shirhao's thoughts and instructions. Relying on the help of Li Kun, Shirhao stood in place and tried to move his arms and legs, and found the balance point through the feedback data. After a few minutes, he was finally able to take steps on his own, and he walked more and more smoothly, and finally, he could walk alone without Li Kun's support. But his legs could not be completely straightened, and could only be bent about 15 degrees. Due to the hard landing on the asteroid, his waist had an unknown malfunction, and his waist was tilted, just like an ordinary person with lumbar disc herniation. This sense of déjà vu was even more ridiculous on a robot. But Wang Ruinfei and Li Kun followed behind and watched, and they didn't want to laugh at all. Instead, they felt tears rolling in their eyes. Seeing the legendary hero, the idol of the whole army, drifting outside for 35 years, his body has become like this, and sadness can't help but surge. Shirhao walked to a door and stopped. Wang Ruinfei and Li Kun followed quickly. The access control system automatically opened after scanning them. Behind the door is a circular hall. The wall of the hall is a complete screen, forming a circle. The screen is divided into several functional areas by the system, showing different data or images. The largest functional area is showing 2 pictures. One picture is the continuous tracking image of the asteroid by the Tupeo Space Telescope, and the other picture shows that a number of engineering ships that are nearly twice as large as the reconnaissance ship are queuing up to leave the cabin, apparently preparing to land on the asteroid. A middle-aged man with a height of about 1.8 meters, a strong figure, and wearing a colonel's uniform is standing with his back to the door and staring at the screen. This is the captain of Starship Number 1, Colonel Ding Yuan. Report to the captain, General Shi has received it. Please give instructions. Wang Runfei reported loudly. Hearing this voice, Ding Yuan immediately turned around, walked quickly to the cabin door, and then stood still to salute. General Shi, hello. You have suffered. Ding Yuan greeted respectfully. Seeing Shi Hao's appearance, tears were hidden in his eyes. Wang Runfei and Li Kun saw Ding Yuan's appearance and wondered if this was still their tough captain. Ding Yuan knew much more about the inside story than Wang Runfei and others at this level. He knew too well how much sacrifice and contribution Shi Hao had made. His current performance was just a little bit of true feelings after seeing a real hero. General, please tell me what you need. As long as I, Ding Yuan, can do it, I will never be vague. Captain, that General Shi is not convenient to communicate verbally, Wang Runfei said softly. At this time, without waiting for Ding Yuan to continue, Shi Hao pointed his finger at the tablet in Wang Runfei's hand and asked him to open it. Then he used his inflexible fingers to type a sentence in the one-finger Zen method. My voice simulator is broken and can't make a sound. Sorry. Shi Hao didn't dare to use force on the small tablet with his thick fingers for fear of breaking it. It took him nearly 10 minutes to finish typing this sentence. The three people on the side were probably all frowning. General, I will report your situation to General Wu. How about letting Li Kun accompany you to the cabin to rest? When this mission is completed, I will send you back to Earth immediately. Captain Ding didn't dare to be polite, for fear that Shi Hao would say 2 more words, and it would be troublesome if the landing of the engineering ship was delayed. Fortunately, Shi Hao didn't choose to type this time, and nodded slightly. Li Kun, you must take good care of General Shi and arrange for him to rest in my cabin. Ding Yuan instructed Li Kun. Yes. Li Kun immediately accepted the order. Shi Hao thought that this was a critical moment, and time was precious, so he did not act pretentiously. Under Li Kun's guidance, Shi Hao turned right, and walked slowly to the captain's room. After watching Shi Hao enter the captain's room, Ding Yuan turned back to the center of the hall, and continued to stand there domineeringly staring at the screen. Now an engineering ship has begun to land, because engineering ships are heavier than reconnaissance ships, and the speed and acceleration performance of engineering ships are not as good as reconnaissance ships. It is natural that a ship with multiple functions will sacrifice some performance, and its posture adjustment and flexibility are worse. All 50 Starships 1 and 50 Starships 2 have landed, and it will take about 30 to 50 hours to deploy to their respective positions. The engineering ships are deployed in the area directly in front of the asteroid. Each engineering ship must stop there close to the asteroid and start working together after all are deployed. For safety reasons, no staff were arranged to operate on the engineering ships deployed this time. All actions are operated by the AI system, and the second-level operation authority is open to the AI system. The operation authority on the engineering ship is divided into 3 levels. The first level is the highest level, which is only open to staff and can fully control the entire ship. The second-level authority is open to bionic robots and AI systems. Bionic robots and AI systems have the right to make independent decisions within a reasonable range. The third-level authority is also for bionic robots and AI systems, but they have no autonomy and can only operate according to preset parameters. The engineering ship accelerates in an orderly manner, adjusts its posture, finds a predetermined position, and lands. From the perspective of the Tupeo Space Telescope, Starship 1 and Starship 2 continued to accompany the asteroid. Some small flashing dots flew out of the starship, and then flew to the B-52 asteroid. These small dots became more and more, slowly covering the area in front of the asteroid. The indicator lights on the engineering ship flashed, as if the head of the asteroid was inlaid with diamonds, full of local tyrants. After 45 hours of continuous fighting, the engineering ship finally landed. Ding Yuan stood in this position for 45 hours. Seeing that all 50 engineering ships of Starship 1 were deployed in place, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous delay of nearly an hour due to the rescue of Shi Hao did not delay the work after all. Report to the headquarters, Starship 1's 50 engineering ships have been deployed. Ding Yuan immediately reported to the headquarters. Report to the headquarters, Starship 2's 50 engineering ships have been deployed. This is the captain of Starship 2, Zhang Pingqing, reporting, also with the rank of colonel. Very good, we completed the landing work in less than 200 hours. Now start the test run immediately, and all engineering ships will be under the command of the general headquarters, Su Yan said. Starship 1 received. Starship 2 received. Su Yin then gave an order. Commander, please note that the electronic clocks of each engineering ship should check the time. Time check completed. The commander replied 1 minute later. It is now 14:38 Beijing time. The first test run will start at 14:40, and the test run will last for 5 seconds. The test run thrust of all engineering ships is 60% of the full thrust. Su Yin continued to give orders. Commander received. The test will start on time at 14:40, the test will last for 5 seconds, and the thrust will be 60%. The commander replied. At 14:40, hundreds of bright lights appeared in the opposite direction of the asteroid's head's forward track, and they disappeared after only 5 seconds. The test is completed, the test lasted for 5 seconds, and the current speed of the B-52 asteroid is 19.83 kilometers per second. The B-52 asteroid slowed down by 0.04 kilometers per second, which is in line with the expected value. The engineering ship self-inspection is completed. Currently, 98 engineering ships are working normally, and 2 engines are burned and cannot work normally. After the test was completed, all the staff of the command center efficiently provided accurate data and parameters. Have you found the cause of the 2 burned engines? Su Yin asked a staff member. The staff member said, according to data analysis, there was a problem with the electronic clocks of the 2 engineering ships that burned out. Although the time was checked, there was a delay of 0.1 milliseconds when transmitting the shutdown command just now, which caused the 2 engineering ships to shut down 0.1 milliseconds later. The short-term excessive load caused the engine to burn out. This is like we have 100 people working together to lift a heavy object. Everyone is shouting slogans, lifting and putting down at the same time. As a result, 2 people's brains are absent-minded. Others have put it down, but they are still carrying it. As a result, they are crushed. That's the reason. After hearing the analysis results, Su Yin immediately convened a small meeting with several team backbones. After discussion, it was decided to still execute according to the scheduled plan, but ahead of the scheduled time, so that there is time to remedy even if an accident occurs. Report to the chief, due to an accident during the test run, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the entire plan, our team has discussed and decided to start the deceleration plan in advance. Please give instructions. Su Yin walked to the leadership observation seat to report and ask for instructions from General Wu. I agree to execute it. General Wu answered concisely. Everyone pay attention. The second phase of the deceleration plan will be implemented at 15:30. Su Yin issued an order to all the staff in the hall. In order to stop the B-52 asteroid, according to calculations, the engines of 100 engineering ships must be driven to the maximum thrust. However, considering whether the engineering ship engines can withstand it, and the problem of engine overheating, Su Yin and his team used the point-break method to decelerate the B-52 asteroid. That is, drive at full load for 1 minute, then rest for 1 minute, and then drive again for 1 minute after resting. Repeat this for several hours to slow down the asteroid, and the deceleration will be 0 when the asteroid moves to the closest orbit to the moon. 15:30 arrived quickly, and the deceleration plan started on time. 19.6 kilometers per second. 19.1 kilometers per second. 18.7 kilometers per second. The engineering ship drove and stopped regularly, and the speed of the B-52 asteroid was also decreasing little by little. However, as time went on, the signal delay of the engineering ship occurred twice, and the engines of 5 engineering ships burned out. 13.7 kilometers per second. 12.6 kilometers per second. 11.3 kilometers per second. Report, there are 84 engineering ships working normally, and 16 of them burned out. The deceleration of the B-52 asteroid is not as expected. 10.8 kilometers per second. 9.7 kilometers per second. At this time, Su Yin and the backbone members of the team gathered together for a heated discussion. Chapter 4. Our main task now is to prevent asteroids from hitting the Earth. Even if we fail to capture them, we cannot gamble with the future of mankind and our homeland. A thin-faced worker wearing glasses said excitedly. We did not use Starships 1 and 2 to capture B-52 directly because the initial speed was 19.87 kilometers per second, which was too fast. We were afraid that the only 2 starships would be damaged and an uncontrollable situation would occur. But its speed has now dropped below 10 kilometers per second, and it is still slowing down. The success rate of using a starship to capture it directly is almost 100%. This is what we have calculated. Of course, in order to be more secure, we can also let the engineering ship continue to work for a while to reduce the speed of B-52 to about 6 kilometers per second. It is completely feasible to capture it with Starships 1 and 2. A middle-aged man sat there tapping the table with his hands lightly. His brain seemed to be running with the rhythm of the tapping. The words he said had a direct and convincing feeling. We made a plan for this situation and verified it repeatedly. If we use the Starship to capture it, and let the B-52 stop at a final position farther from the Earth's orbit we calculated, there is no risk of collision. So I think we can start the second plan. In the first plan, the engineering ship is the main deceleration force, and the starships fly on both sides to play an emergency protection role. Now the second plan is to let the engineering ship stay on the B-52, but they have to move to the side close to the Earth. Once the B-52 is too close to the Earth's orbit, the engineering ship will push out. As the speed of B-52 continues to decrease, the engineering ship is fully capable of performing the protection work. Su Yin finished speaking and glanced around. Now let's vote and decide. Su Yin continued. I agree. I agree. I agree. I reserve my opinion. The man with glasses insisted on his point of view. Finally, the majority vote passed and agreed to launch the second plan. Su Yin came to the leadership observation seat and reported. Report to the chief. Due to the large damage to the engineering ship, the current B-52 deceleration is not as expected. After discussion by our team, we decided to launch the second plan. Please instruct. Agree to launch the second plan. General Wu replied. Su Yin returned to the command seat and gave the order. Starship number 1, launch the second plan. Starship number 2, launch the second plan. Execute immediately. The second plan will be commanded by Ding Yuan. Starship number 1 received. Execute immediately. Starship number 2 received. Execute immediately. All engineering ships of Starship number 1 and number 2 moved to the designated positions of the second plan. Ding Yuan took over the command and began to give orders. Observer, please report the current speed of B-52. The current speed of B-52 is 6.3 kilometers per second. The current speed can implement the second plan. Starship 1 and Starship 2 will accelerate to 7 kilometers per second and start hanging the net 10 kilometers in front of asteroid B-52. Ding Yuan began to give orders after hearing the observer's report. From the screen, I saw that Starship 1 and Starship 2 began to accelerate, and after more than 10 seconds, they were about 10 kilometers away from B-52. At this time, 5 reconnaissance ships flew out from the mother cabin of Starship 1. Each reconnaissance ship had a rope at the tail, and then flew towards the mother cabin of Starship 2. Each of these ropes is nearly 2,000 meters long. When all the reconnaissance ships flew to the mother cabin of Starship number 2, they could clearly see that there were several ropes horizontally in the middle of these ropes, forming a net, but the mesh was a little larger. These ropes are of great origin and valuable. Now they are used to weave a large net here. It is said that the strength of this kind of rope is dozens of times higher than the arresting cables on ordinary aircraft carriers, and it is also very flexible. Because these ropes have added some new elements extracted from meteorites, they can bear the heavy task of intercepting asteroids. Report, the arresting net has been fixed. The Starship has been flying at a speed of 7 kilometers per second. During the time when the net was hung, the Starship had pulled a long distance away from the B-52. The distance left was to give Starship number 1 and number 2 time to turn around. Ding Yuan heard that the arresting net had been fixed, and then began to order Starship number 1 and number 2 to turn around. The arresting net was hung at the exit of the mother cabin, at the bottom of the tail. At this time, the arresting net has been deliberately arranged by the reconnaissance ship, and is in a state of opening from the front. In addition, this net is very large. The longest part of the asteroid is more than 900 meters, almost 1 kilometer. It is long at the head and tail, and the diameter in the middle is about 300 meters. So a large enough net can easily hold it. Attention, all units, attention, the Starship will begin to intercept the asteroid in 10 minutes. All personnel sit down, fasten their seat belts, and all ships inside the Starship are fixed. The engineering ship on B-52 continues to slow down and keep the same speed as the asteroid. After the Starship turned around, the head is not facing the asteroid at the original place, because considering that there will be a lot of pulling force when the arresting net and the asteroid collide, the Starship will start thrusting and fly out diagonally from the moment of contact. The asteroid flew at a speed of 6.3 kilometers per second, getting closer and closer, and finally collided with the arresting net. There was no earth-shattering movement, but the arresting net was stretched a lot in an instant. The rope of the arresting net was not only strong but also flexible. At this time, Starships 1 and 2 were suddenly carried backwards, but they also flew outward at an angle with thrust, so as to ensure that they would not come into close contact with the asteroid. The speed of the asteroid dropped to 5.5 kilometers per second when it was intercepted by the arresting net. Of course, the cost was relatively large and the risk was also great. First of all, are the materials used in Starships 1 and 2 strong enough? Can they withstand such a huge pulling force? Of course, it was calculated in advance and can withstand it, but it does not mean that there are no such dangers. The people in Starships 1 and 2 felt like they were taking off on a rocket. The strong push on their backs was enough to suffocate ordinary people. Fortunately, these people were genetically modified and their physical fitness was not comparable to that of ordinary people. At this time, the speed of Starship 1 and Starship 2 is basically the same as that of the asteroid. At this time, they began to slowly increase the thrust to continue to slow down the asteroid. The effect is obvious. Soon, the speed of B-52 became static. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But it's not over yet. In order to keep the Earth absolutely safe, the asteroid stays much farther than the planned position. So they have to use engineering ships to push the asteroid to a position close to the Earth, just to be captured by the Earth, and then split B-52 in space and transport it back to the Earth. In other words, B-52 will no longer exist soon. Starship 1 and Starship 2 flew away from the asteroid, and the reconnaissance ship removed the interception net again. Now there are still 56 engineering ships on the asteroid that can work normally. The 44 engineering ships with burned engines had no way to slow down when the asteroid was intercepted by the interception net, so they were still flying at a speed of 6.3 kilometers per second and are now flying deep into the universe. At this time, Suyin walked to the leadership observation seat and reported, "Report to the chief, the B-52 has been successfully intercepted. Please give instructions. Follow the third phase plan and send the B-52 to the Earth's predetermined orbit as soon as possible." General Wu instructed. After saying these words, General Wu walked out of the observation seat, still patting Suyin's shoulder, and said to Suyin, "Xiao Su, this time is very successful. When all the work is finished, I will hold a celebration banquet for you and invite you to drink. In addition, after Starship No. 1 returns to the lunar base, arrange a passenger ship to pick up Sher Hao as soon as possible. I want to see my old friend as soon as possible. General, don't worry, I will definitely get it done as soon as possible. I also want to see our hero as soon as possible." Suyin replied. "Okay, you continue with the next work, I'm leaving." After General Wu's elevator went up, Suyin returned to the command seat and began to command the third phase of work. The captain's room of Starship No. 1 was in a mess, and the bed was broken into pieces. It turned out that before preparing to intercept, Sher Hao heard Ding Yuan's broadcast, but he couldn't move one hand, and there was no suitable place to fix him in the bedroom. He could only sit on the chair facing the bed, with one hand on the back of the chair. He thought there was no problem, but it turned out to be just an ordinary chair simply fixed on the floor. When the asteroid came into close contact with the interception net, he pulled the chair and the bed into close contact. When the second plan was launched, Li Kun returned to his post, and was so busy that he forgot about Sher Hao. When the asteroid stopped moving, Li Kun remembered it. When he opened the door, he was also confused. Fortunately, Sher Hao was thick-skinned. Oh no, it should be a copper head and iron arm, so he didn't suffer any injuries. "I'm sorry, General Sher, I didn't take good care of you. I'm really sorry." Li Kun apologized quickly. Sher Hao couldn't speak, so he could only wave his hand, and then gently patted his chest to indicate that he was fine. Anyway, Sher Hao thought that this should be what he meant, and he didn't care whether Li Kun could understand what he meant. "General Sher, the B-52 asteroid has been successfully intercepted. Captain Deng asked me to come here to tell you. He also said that he has reported your current status to General Wu. We will also arrange to send you back to Earth as soon as possible." In order to resolve the embarrassment, Li Kun quickly explained the purpose of his visit. After Sher Hao heard this, the light in his left eye flashed several times quickly. He meant to express that he was very happy. Unfortunately, he had no eyebrows, and Li Kun couldn't understand it. He thought his left eye was malfunctioning again, but he didn't say it. "Then General Sher, I will take you to my cabin to rest first." Only by speaking could the awkward situation be resolved. When he was about to walk out the door, Li Kun felt his back being poked twice. He turned around and found that it was Sher Hao who poked him twice with his fingers. Chapter 5. Sher Hao felt very depressed because he could not communicate with Li Kun normally. A person wandered on the B-52 for 35 years. Although most of the time, in order to reduce energy consumption, especially the biological nerves in the brain need oxygen to maintain, The oxygen generator he brought with him can work normally, but the oxygen generator he brought is not enough for 35 years, so he is in a sleeping state most of the time, occasionally waking up to look into the depths of the universe. How many years of being unable to communicate with people, and staying still, ordinary people would have gone crazy long ago. Now he finally came back and met a living person, but because the sound simulator was broken, he couldn't speak, and was almost suffocated. When he saw Li Kun turn around, he drew a square with his hand, and then tapped it with his hand. Li Kun was stunned for a moment, and understood that Shihao wanted a tablet. Li Kun quickly took out the tablet computer. Shihao operated it for another 10 minutes, and then handed it to Li Kun. There was a sentence on the screen. Please help me find a sound simulator, thank you. General Shi, this may be a bit troublesome, Li Kun said cautiously. After all, facing this robot with a somewhat ferocious appearance is still a bit stressful, and the other party is still a hero. Li Kun paused and continued. Robots with structures like yours did not exist 20 years ago. Now they are all bionic robots. So it is difficult to find a sound simulator of the same type. But Captain Deng has reported your situation to the General Command. They will find a way. I will also report your request to Captain Deng immediately. Shihao did not expect such a result. 35 years ago, the body that carried his bionic brain and neural network was the most advanced design at the time, using the best structure and the best materials. I didn't expect that I would be eliminated long ago. It seems that the speed of technological development on Earth is very fast. General Shi, please. Seeing that Shihao stood there without further expression, Li Kun extended his hand to indicate that he would take Shihao to the new cabin. After taking Shihao to his cabin, Li Kun left. He had to report Shihao's request to Captain Deng as soon as possible, and also explain the destruction of the captain's cabin. Shihao looked around. There was a window on one side of the cabin, which was different from the fully enclosed captain's room. Because in the vast space, there was only a little starlight outside and boundless desolation, so cabins with windows were not so popular. Li Kun was a person who liked silence, so he chose this cabin. Looking out, he could just see the earth. Shihao tried to adjust the imaging magnification of his eyes, and found that this function could operate normally. In this way, the eyes were like a telescope. Although one was missing, it did not affect the imaging effect much. Shihao simply magnified the image to the highest magnification, and saw it very clearly. Shihao observed for a few hours, and found that the blue area of the earth was much larger than before. That is, the area of the ocean was much larger than before, and the north and south poles were green, and there was no white ice and snow. The land area became smaller, and the color on the land was polarized. Some places were dark green, indicating that the greening was very good, and the trees were very lush. Especially in the Yen country area in Asia, the Lifeng country area, the central area of Europe, and the Siberia area of the former Russia, these areas have a large area of green. The Middle East and surrounding areas of Asia, most areas of Africa, the areas of America except Lifeng country, and the surrounding areas of Europe are basically earthy brown or even dark brown except for a few green spots. As for the islands, it is estimated that many of them no longer exist. It is a bit far away and not very clear. Shihao is very curious about how much land is left in Australia, or even whether it still exists. Shihao was also shocked to see this situation. 35 years ago, the trend of global warming became more and more obvious. Although the summer was very hot, it was still bearable. Vegetation in various places did not die as large as it is now. At that time, there were only occasional fires caused by high temperatures. I don't know how Zheng Xian and Xiao Rui are doing. Shihao saw the huge changes in the earth and became worried about his family. Zheng Xian is his wife, and Xiao Rui is his daughter. When he went on a mission, Xiao Rui was only 7 years old, and now she is over 40. Shihao just stood there, silently watching the earth. His heart was surging. After Li Kun arrived at the command room, he reported to Deng Yuan as soon as possible. Deng Yuan reported Shihao's request to the General Command immediately. As for the matters in the captain's room, there was no time to arrange them. The first priority at the moment was to safely and smoothly send the B-52 into the Earth's predetermined orbit. Starships 1 and 2 floated there quietly, and the intercepting net had been taken back by the reconnaissance ship. 56 engineering ships were still on standby on the B-52 asteroid. In the ground command room, Su Yin and his team members began to get busy again. Because the location of B-52 was much farther than expected, a lot of data had to be recalculated, and an executable plan had to be quickly put forward based on the current status of the ship. An hour later, everything was ready. Starship 1 set off now to escort General Sher back to the lunar base. Starship 2 escort the B-52 asteroid to the Earth's predetermined orbit and fly with it at the same speed. After the mission is completed, all engineering ships will be recovered. The mission brief has been sent. Captain Zhang Pingcheng of Starship 2 is in charge of the fourth phase of the mission. Starship 1 received. Starship 2 received. The engineering ships are deployed according to the mission brief. 26 ships will accelerate the asteroid at 80% thrust and maintain the acceleration to 1 km per second. 30 ships will be deployed in the opposite direction of the advance and slow down B-52 at the predetermined position. Zhang Pingcheng began to command the fourth phase of the operation. At present, B-52 is about 100,000 kilometers away from the predetermined orbital position, and the entire journey takes about 30 hours. In this way, Starship 2 and the asteroid travel side by side. There are no more twists and turns in the whole process, and the capture mission of B-52 asteroid is successfully completed. The capture of the asteroid this time has also been watched by many astronomy enthusiasts. Although it was not broadcast live, many civilian observatories and telescopes were pointed in that direction. When the asteroid appeared in the predetermined orbit, everyone was excited. This is the first time for mankind, a milestone for mankind to enter space, and has epoch-making significance. Sure Hao felt the ship vibrate, and then began to slowly turn the ship. The Earth slowly disappeared from sight. The hatch opened, Li Kun walked in, and said to Sher Hao, "General Sher, we will start to accelerate back to the moon base immediately, and then send you back to the Earth from the moon base. Please sit on the safety seat." Li Kun pressed a button, and a thin chair with a seat belt came down from the wall. Li Kun gestured to Sher Hao to sit on it, and then fastened the seat belt. This chair looks very thin, but it feels very solid when sitting on it. It should be made of a new material. After Li Kun left for a while, Starship 1 began to accelerate, and the push from the back was very strong. Starship 1 is 380 meters long and 100 meters in diameter. The acceleration performance of such a huge ship is not much inferior to that of a reconnaissance ship. The energy of the reconnaissance ship comes from a small nuclear fission reactor, while the energy of the Starship is provided by a large nuclear fusion reactor, and the power is provided by multiple ion engines. A few minutes later, Starship 1 accelerated to 30 kilometers per second, and then cruised at this speed and flew straight to the moon. At this time, Li Kun opened the door again and said, "General Sher, Captain Ding, please go to the central command room." Then he helped Sher Hao unbuckle his seat belt, and the two came to the central command room together. Ding Yuan saw the door open, and still walked quickly to the door to greet him. "General Sher, please." Ding Yuan stretched out his hand to signal Sher Hao to go to the leisure area. As he walked, he said to Li Kun, "Go get the holographic projector." Ding Yuan considered that Sher Hao was too slow to type on a small tablet, so he prepared a holographic projector to project a large screen and keyboard for Sher Hao's thick fingers to click. "General Sher, I'm very sorry. I've been busy with the task of capturing B-52 and didn't receive you properly. Please forgive me," Ding Yuan said apologetically. Sher Hao listened and waved his hand gently, meaning it didn't matter. It seemed that Ding Yuan also understood what he meant. At this time, Li Kun brought the holographic projector over, projected a screen in front of Sher Hao, and brought a large keyboard. Sher Hao tried to click on the screen a few times, and then continued to type. A message appeared on the screen. "Captain Ding, you're welcome. Also, don't always call me General Sher, just call me Sher Hao. I was also a colonel when I was on duty. The general was just an honorary title given to me because I died. Since I am alive again, I don't need this title. It only took 2 minutes to type this time. General Sher, you may not know your influence and contribution to mankind. You will experience it when you arrive at the lunar base. If it weren't for the dozens of kilograms of rocks you risked your life to collect from the B-52 35 years ago, the lunar base would not have been built." Ding Yuan still called him that. Is it really that exaggerated? Sher Hao typed out a sentence quickly. Chapter 6. I remember that more than 50 years ago, under the leadership of Yin Country, the whole world aimed at the moon. Yin Country's goal was the back of the moon, and it launched Yuetu 1, 2, and 3 to land on the back of the moon. And Stan Country wanted to launch a lander to seize the south pole of the moon and occupy the water resources of the moon. But after the lander became a free fall and embedded in the lunar soil twice in a row, it was silent for a long time. When Stan Country was preparing to plan the third launch, Yin Country launched Yuetu 4 and Yuetu 5 at the same time. Among them, Yuetu 4 still landed on the back of the moon to prepare for the establishment of an unmanned lunar microbase. EP1 went straight to the hinterland of the South Pole of the Moon, and planted the 5-star red flag there to swear sovereignty. So 35 years ago, when Yin country had already explored the back and South Pole of the Moon, and Sherhow set out to carry out the mission of exploring the B-52 asteroid, the Moon began to plan to build a micro base, and there were many technical problems that had not been solved. General, our current speed is 30 kilometers per second, and the current straight line distance from the Moon is 230,000 kilometers. We will reach the Moon in about 2 hours. You can sit here and take a look, or go back to the cabin to rest, Deng Yuan said to Sherhow, who was lost in thought. Of course, what he saw was Sherhow sitting there blankly. I stay here. In 35 years. I have too much to learn. Sherhow's 5 fingers flew, and it only took a few seconds, which shows his learning and adaptability. Sherhow walked around and watched casually in the command room. The crew members did not feel ridiculed when they saw such an antique with funny walking, but only respect in their eyes. 2 hours is just a moment for a starship that has been sailing in space for a long time. The Moon appears in the field of vision and quickly grows larger. Report to the captain, the current distance from the Moon is 10,000 kilometers, requesting to slow down and make an emergency landing. Wang Runfei reported. He is the first deputy captain of Starship No. 1, just like the first mate of an ocean ship on Earth. Originally, when welcoming Sherhow to evacuate from the B-52, he could use a bionic robot to operate, but in order to express respect for Sherhow, Deputy Captain Wang Runfei and Administrative Minister Li Kun were specially assigned to greet him. Agreed to slow down, enter the Moon's airspace at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and cruise around the Moon at a speed of 7,200 kilometers per hour. Deng Yuan ordered. Yes. Wang Runfei began to operate the starship after receiving the order. After hearing the order, Sherhow quickly returned to the leisure area, sat down and fastened his seat belt to avoid making a fool of himself again. But this time he was overthinking. The deceleration process of Starship 1 was very smooth, not as violent as when intercepting the asteroid. There was no discomfort during the deceleration process, and Deng Yuan still stood in the center of the command room. The asteroid B-52 was finally intercepted on one side of the Earth, and the Moon was moving to the other side of the Earth at this time. The line connecting B-52 and the Moon with the Earth, as the starting point, was about an obtuse angle of 120 degrees. Starship 1 was running towards the Moon in a straight line, and now it was gradually slowing down and entering the Moon's airspace from the side of the front, and then began to cruise along the Moon's equator. Although Deng Yuan looked so tough, he was very careful. He arranged this cruise so that Sherhow could thoroughly understand the layout on the Moon. At this time, the image of the Moon's surface, where the starship flew over, was projected in the center of the screen. Most of the front of the Moon is occupied by the United States Federation and the European Union, and Stan occupies a small part. The water resources at the South Pole of the Moon account for 80% of the total water resources on the Moon, so the closer to the South Pole of the Moon, the better the location. Most of the territory of the United States Federation is close to the South Pole, and the European Union occupies the remaining small part. Stan has to develop closer to the equator. Deng Yuan began to explain to Sherhow like a tour guide. Sherhow looked carefully, and saw that there were 3 regional building complexes on the front of the Moon. The largest one was the United States Federation, which was equivalent to the area of a small county town, about 3 or 4 square kilometers. The second largest one was the European Union, which was only half the size of the United States Federation. And Stan's was just a village. The starship quickly flew over the front of the Moon, and what came into view was a sci-fi world, with semicircular glass covers buckled on the ground, and the sunlight passed through the covers and spread silver light on the buildings and the ground. Such covers are large and small, with a diameter of 1,000 meters for the large ones, and about 100 meters for the small ones. Covers of various sizes are placed on the ground in an orderly manner, and they are not so close together. There is a distance of about 50 to 100 meters between each cover. Under the cover are various buildings, including residences, factories, shopping malls, etc. There are about 100 of these covers, forming a small city. There are many large buildings far away from the city, which look like factories, without glass covers on them. The area near the South Pole on the back of the Moon belongs to Yin country, and the part near the equator belongs to the Russian Federation. The other half of the South Pole belongs to Yin country. Deng Yuan continued to introduce. Didn't our country declare sovereignty over the South Pole of the Moon 35 years ago? How come only half of it is left? Sherhow asked curiously. That was indeed the case at the time, but our country has always advocated equality among people all over the world, and people all over the world advance and retreat together, so we share a lot of technology and resources. In order for mankind to enter the space age as soon as possible, the world works together, so half of the South Pole is divided out to become an international shared area. Of course, if they want to share, they have to pay a price. Those foreign devils were still very powerful 35 years ago. They had money, technology, and resources that we didn't have, which could help us avoid many detours. Deng Yuan said with emotion. Yes, they were very powerful at the time, but why was their development speed so much slower than ours on the moon? Sure Hao asked puzzledly. It's because of the dozens of kilograms of rock you brought back 35 years ago. After the rock was sent back to Earth, my country formed a scientific research team to study the various components in the rock. After more than a year of testing, research, and analysis, 3 elements that do not exist on Earth were finally discovered, one of which accounts for about 80% of the content. After another 2 years, the scientific research team found a method of purification and separation. After all, my country's rare earth refining technology is the best in the world. It is easy to purify the 3 elements in it by improving the rare earth refining technology. Deng Yuan said as he sat down. Of these 3 elements, the one with the highest content is made into a coating through nanotechnology. This coating can be sprayed on the surface of ordinary alloys to greatly improve the strength and toughness of the alloy, making the alloy more wear-resistant and high-temperature resistant, and more adaptable to the harsh environment of space with large temperature differences and strong radiation. Our starships 1 and 2, as well as engineering ships, reconnaissance ships, and passenger ships were all built because of this coating. There is another element that is silicon-friendly. After many experiments, the research team created the glass cover you just saw. This glass cover is very thin, but very hard and tough, and can completely filter out ultraviolet rays, so it is used to build a lunar base. I don't know what the other element does. It is the rock you brought back that allowed us to build 200 engineering ships, 10 reconnaissance ships, 10 passenger ships, 20 cargo ships, and 10 multi-purpose ships. It is these engineering ships that have made our country an infrastructure maniac on the moon. And you can see that those glass covers are very practical. Deng Yuan became more respectful to Sure Hao when he said these words. How did the United States, the European Union, STAN, and the Russian Federation build their bases? Do they also have these ships? Sure Hao asked. As I said before, our country's purpose is common development. Of course, we will not be so selfless as to provide them with everything. The United States negotiated more than 10 times, and finally exchanged our 30 engineering ships with US dollars plus aerospace technology plus some top-secret documents related to aliens. The European Union also exchanged 10 engineering ships for a certain price. The Russian Federation half sold and half gave 10 engineering ships, because at that time the Russian Federation sold their space station technology to my country at a relatively low price, and some technology can be used by us, thus speeding up the construction of our space station. We have always been a one-foot-to-one relationship. As for Stan, their tradition is to like to rent, and we also satisfy them. As for the glass cover, we don't have enough for ourselves, and we will not sell it to others. Report to the captain, we have been cruising for a week, please give instructions. Wang Runfei reported at this time. Start landing back to the port. Deng Yuan ordered. I saw Starship number 1 diving towards the edge of the city, where the Starship's home port was. In the middle of the home port is the command tower, but unlike ordinary airports on Earth 35 years ago, there is no runway here because the Starship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing. Sure Hao felt that the landing process of Starship number 1 was very smooth, and it touched the ground very gently, which shows that the current vertical takeoff and landing technology is very mature, and it is estimated that all aircraft on Earth have adopted this technology. General, because Starship number 1 and number 2 are too large to land on the Earth space station platform, passenger transportation between the Earth and the Moon is completed by the international airport located at the south pole of the Moon. The 10 passenger ships and 20 cargo ships currently operated by the international airport are all operated by my country's Longxiang Airlines. We have arranged a special plane at the international airport to send the general back to Earth as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Report, Starship 1 has arrived at the port. Please give instructions. Wang Runfei asked loudly. General, let's go to the base to rest now, and we will send you back to Earth in 2 hours. Deng Yuan stood up and said to Sure Hao. At this time, the door of the command hall had been opened. After going out of the door and walking straight along the corridor, we passed 3 more doors and saw the Starship exit. Wang Runfei led the way in front, Deng Yuan gestured to Sure Hao to go first, and then followed closely behind Sure Hao, and the group walked towards the exit. After coming out of the exit, Shirhao found that this was a large hall. Starship 1 had been lowered from the ground to the hall through the elevator at some point, and a huge hole above the hall had been closed. At this time, a military off-road vehicle drove over, and Wang Ruinfei, Li Kun, Shirhao, and Deng Yuan all got in the car, and then the car drove out of an exit in the hall, drove along the underground passage for about 10 minutes, turned right, and stopped on a small elevator, which should be a large elevator that can transport a car. The elevator finally stopped at the ground floor. The off-road vehicle drove out of the elevator, and drove a few hundred meters before stopping in front of a 4-story building. There was a striking sign hanging at the door of the building, Yin Country Moon War Zone Headquarters. Looking up, this building was also covered by a glass cover with a diameter of about 100 meters. There were several other buildings inside, but they were not high, generally about 3 or 4 floors. After the 4 people got off the car, they came to the combat command room under the leadership of Wang Ruinfei. General Wu specifically asked me to take you to familiarize yourself with the moon base. Just now, we looked at the basic layout of the moon in the air. I believe the general has a general understanding in his mind. Let Wang Ruinfei introduce some of the layout of our lunar base to the general. After Deng Yuan finished speaking, he stood up and motioned Li Kun to open the large screen on the wall opposite the door, and a map was displayed. General, please look here. This place in the middle is where we are now. This is the lunar base headquarters, and the lunar base city management center. The lunar base has not yet been named, and there is no complete administrative system, so the city management center is temporarily responsible for the daily management of the lunar base. The naming and system improvement work is already in progress. By then, the lunar base will be completely urbanized and commercialized. Wang Ruinfei pointed to the center of the map with a laser pen. I see that the glass covers are separated separately. How can commercialization be promoted without obstacles? At this time, Li Kun had already prepared a holographic projector for Shirhao, and Shirhao raised his doubts. I believe the general has noticed when he came down from the starship just now that we are underground. There are many halls like the one just now, and they are all connected by tunnels. Each node position, that is, the center of the area covered by the glass cover, has an elevator to the ground floor. Due to material and process reasons, the maximum diameter of the glass cover can only be 100 meters at present, and it needs to be buried deep underground on all sides to ensure the sealing effect. The glass cover is integrated and cannot be cut or dug, so we use underground tunnels to solve this problem. Each glass cover has temperature control equipment and oxygen production equipment. Because the moon itself has gravity, although it is smaller than the Earth's gravity, it can guarantee the normal work and life of humans. Wang Ruinfei answered patiently. Very good. After all, this is an outer space, and it is impossible to be as convenient as on Earth. This is already very good. The development in the past 35 years has been too fast, Shirhao said with emotion. General, all these underground spaces and ground buildings were built after Starship 1, Starship 2, engineering ships, reconnaissance ships, passenger and transport ships were built. It can be said that without your spirit of sacrifice, General Shi, there would be no moon base in Yin Country. Deng Yuan interrupted at this time. My work was just icing on the cake. It's not that exaggerated. I believe that our soldiers would do the same under the circumstances at that time. Shirhao thought of his former comrades, who were all tough men and who were ready to sacrifice their lives for the country at any time. Seeing that Shirhao and Deng Yuan stopped talking without further communication, Wang Ruinfei continued to explain. This is the living area. This is the entertainment and shopping area. This is the scientific research area. This is the industrial area. General, please look at this edge area. This large area is the ore processing area. Mineral selection, smelting and other highly polluting processes are initially completed here, and the smelted products are taken to the industrial area for element separation. After the B-52 asteroid is split, it will also be taken here by transport ships for processing. Our goal is to move most of the ore and rare element refining work on the Earth to the moon to reduce pollution to the Earth. Wang Ruinfei focused on introducing the ore refining area. As the scale of the lunar base grows, how to solve the water problem? Shirhao continued to ask. Humans will be fatal if they lack water for 3 days, and many industries also need water. If this problem is not solved, it will be difficult for humans to survive. There are a lot of ice mines deep underground at the south pole of the moon, which are currently being mined, which can solve a large part of our water shortage problem. However, the water on the moon contains too many elements that are harmful to the human body. It is generally purified and used as industrial water. Even if it can be used by humans, The current amount of ice mines collected cannot meet both domestic and industrial water needs, so domestic water is provided through artificial synthesis. My country has built 2 large nuclear fusion reactors at the lunar base, and the cost of water production is relatively low, which is completely acceptable. In addition, relevant scientific researchers are studying the establishment of the lunar ecosystem. I believe that in a few years, there will be a more economical way to provide us with water resources. Next, Wang Runfei introduced some details, and Shihao also had some exchanges with Ding Yuan and others. After communicating with Ding Yuan and others, Shihao's loneliness when he first returned to Earth was reduced a lot, and his thinking gradually became active. Soon 2 hours passed, and Wang Runfei and Li Kun were responsible for sending Shihao to the international airport, where Longxiang Airlines had prepared a special passenger ship for Shihao. General Shi, the Earth side has made preparations to welcome you, and they will send someone to meet you at the Earth space station. I have official business to attend to, so I can't see you off in person. I hope you can come to our place more often to guide our work in the future, Deng Yuan said politely. Shihao felt that his status as a general was a compensation for the martyr, but Deng Yuan didn't think so. Shihao, Wang Pengfei, and Li Kun got on the original military off-road vehicle and continued to go down to the underground space through the elevator, turning into a wider underground passage, which was about the same width as a 4-lane road on Earth. There is a waiting area beside the passage. The off-road vehicle stopped on a pallet, and the 4 tires were fixed. Then the pallet began to slide along the fixed track, and the speed was getting faster and faster. General, this passage is the main road to the South Pole. Due to the long distance, in order to ensure speed and safety, a full-course intelligent rail transportation system is used. The maximum speed can reach 600 kilometers per hour, and it can reach the international airport in about half an hour. Li Kun explained to Shihao. After the off-road vehicle arrived at the international airport, it went directly to the hall, where the passenger ship was located through the military passage. This hall is similar to the hall where the starship enters the port, but the area is smaller. Li Kun walked in front, Wang Runfei and Shihao walked side by side. In the passage leading to the passenger ship, a white officer just came towards them. He was wearing the uniform of the United States Federal Air Force and had the rank of lieutenant colonel, which was equivalent to Wang Runfei's level. Hey, Wang Runfei, you didn't just come back from archaeology. And you brought back such an antique. Look at him. He can still walk. My God, his walking posture is too funny, ha ha ha. The white officer laughed unscrupulously. Hudson, shut your stinky mouth. You can't insult General Shihao. Do you want to be beaten? Or let's have another fight. Wang Runfei glared at him. This Hudson often deals with Wang Runfei and others, because Yin country currently has a lot of good things. Since getting the stone from the B-52 asteroid 35 years ago, the engineering ship, passenger ship, engineering ship and the magical glass cover have all made the United States jealous, so they often send people to the Yin country's lunar base to communicate and negotiate, hoping to get some benefits back. Hudson was from the Ministry of External Affairs, and often dealt with Wang Runfei and others. They were on the same level, so it was okay for them to joke around, but when it came to Shihao, Wang Runfei would not allow it. He and Hudson had sparred on the ring more than once or twice, and each time he was beaten by Wang Runfei. Shihao? Could it be the one from 35 years ago? Hudson put away his joking expression and asked with a little surprise. Yes, this is General Shi. Wang Runfei said to Hudson with respect and pride. I'm sorry, General Shi, I apologize. I didn't know you were back, welcome to the moon. Hudson raised his hand to salute Shihao, and kept explaining. Although he was not at a high level, he often dealt with officials from Yin State, and the things he came into contact with were all built because of Shihao's sacrifice, so he knew Shihao's contribution and greatness. Shihao looked up at him, waved his hand gently, and continued to walk forward. No, this information is too important. I have to go back and report quickly. Hudson was originally going to the Yin Kingdom's lunar base, but now he turned around and ran back. The size of the passenger ship is similar to that of the engineering ship, but there are many rows of seats installed inside, which only provides passenger transportation. Now there is only Shihao in the entire passenger ship, because Longxiang Airlines is a company of Yin Kingdom, and it can dispatch passenger ships and transport ships as needed at any time when the country needs it. Wang Runfei and Li Kun specifically explained to the crew, so during the entire flight, only Shihao sat there quietly, and no one came to disturb him. Shihao could not communicate with words, and the flight attendants had no experience in serving antique metal standard robots, so not disturbing was the best service. The cruising speed of the passenger ship is 22 kilometers per second. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is 384,000 kilometers, plus the acceleration and deceleration process. The entire flight time will take about 5 hours. Sure, Hao was quite looking forward to returning to Earth. Why did the originally blue and handsome Earth become so devastated? These were all things he wanted to figure out. Chapter 8. Earth, Yen Country X War Zone Headquarters. Su Yen, come to me right away, General Wu said, and hung up the phone. After 30 minutes, the staff brought in Su Yen, who was sweating profusely. Have all the team members been settled? Wu asked Su Yen first. This mission has been successfully completed. Our project team will be disbanded according to the plan, and team members will choose their own destinations. Those who have no objections to their original units will be given priority to return to their original units. If their original units have been merged, changed, or disbanded, we will help them recommend them to the counterpart units, and both parties will make a two-way choice. But don't worry about this. The team members are exposed to the most advanced technologies in this project, and they can become technical pioneers in any unit, Su Yen said with a little pride. The continuous observation of the B-52 asteroid and the subsequent cutting and refining work have been handed over to the lunar headquarters. They will send ships to guard it, and cut it as soon as possible, and transport it back to the Moon by transport ships. Captain Zhang Pingcheng of Starship 2 will be the commander-in-chief. You are very thoughtful, and I am relieved. Wu Yi affirmed Su Yan's work. There is another important thing for you to come. General Shi has arrived on the Moon now. Ding Yuan just reported to me that he has been sent to the Lunar International Airport. I want you to take people to the Earth Space Station to greet him, Wu Yi said as he walked out from behind the desk and motioned Su Yen to sit on the sofa. General, I am going to pick up General Shi soon. Can you tell me what happened 35 years ago? Su Yen looked at Wu Yi expectantly. I was supposed to tell you this so that you can cooperate with General Shi in the future, Wu Yi said to Su Yen. We started paying attention to the B-52 asteroid more than 40 years ago. At that time, the military took the lead in organizing a scientific research team, and the target was B-52. I was the captain at that time, just like you are now, but at that time, we didn't have such a luxurious equipment lineup as you. B-52 is one of the few asteroids that has been continuously observed, and its orbit has been explored by humans. The goal of our team is to approach and land on the asteroid for exploration, and it would be best if we could collect some samples for research. The United States Federation, RIA, the European Union, etc. are also eyeing this asteroid. B-52 can reach low Earth orbit once every 35 years. At that time, several organizations sent small spacecraft to approach for reconnaissance. RIA and the United States Federation have more advanced technologies, and we are relatively backward. They're intelligent machines. The technology of humans was an order of magnitude more advanced than ours, so they preferred intelligent robots to land. At that time, the most advanced robots were all made of metal. The EU and my country were a little behind, and had to send a small landing vehicle, which had poor flexibility and low success rate. In the first 6 months of preparation for landing, my country's bionic brain and nervous system made a breakthrough. When UA-2 explored the Moon, it discovered a piece of jelly. We collected it, and brought it back when UA-3 landed. It was a new element in this jelly that greatly promoted the development speed of my country's bionic technology. The bionic brain and nervous system are like a biological storage device, which can store all the memories in a person's brain and generate thinking and consciousness through bionic nerves. And the body structure can be designed with metal robots. In this way, our bionic robots are one level higher than the robots of the United States Federation and the Kingdom of RIA, but we have only built one such bionic system. When I got the news, I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. I applied to the relevant leaders many times before they approved the use of bionic robots to explore B-52, but there was an additional condition that a sufficient amount of asteroid rocks must be collected for research. The bionic robot requires a person to give up his original body and store all the memories in the brain into the bionic brain. This person is very important. But this is the first bionic system, and there are many unpredictable factors. Can all the memories be retained? Can the system work normally as expected? All these is an unknown. In addition, the bionic robot has to perform important tasks, and the person must be loyal to the country, loyal to the people, and have good comprehensive qualities. So we set our sights on the Special Forces. When we went to the Special Forces to select people, we happened to encounter a special team that went out to perform a mission and returned with casualties. One of the injured was Shi Hao, who was seriously injured and paralyzed from the waist down. We did not publicly announce the recruitment of volunteers for the time being, but first communicated with several injured and disabled Special Forces soldiers. In Sherhao's own words, he felt that the sky had fallen and everything was gray, but our appearance gave him a life-saving straw. When Wu said this, his voice was a little hoarse, and he paused and drank some water. After comprehensive evaluation, and considering that Sherhao was the most seriously injured, and Sherhao's strong will, we finally chose him. The memory fusion process went smoothly, and the bionic robot was called Sherhao from then on. The plan was kept secret until the exploration of the asteroid began. Wu Yi was telling Su Yin, while savoring and recalling. Are General Shi's memories and thinking consciousness normal? How is his combat power? Su Yin asked curiously. Fortunately, these are all normal. As for combat power, Wu Yi smiled slightly. After he merged, he was able to control all parts of the body freely through training, and then he applied to his superiors for approval of the unfinished mission of their team. That mission was to eliminate a terrorist organization in the Middle East, because those terrorists planned a terrorist attack on our country with the support of a major country. They were surrounded while performing the mission, and they fought hard to withdraw. The superiors approved his application, and also to evaluate the combat effectiveness of the bionic robot. Now it seems that it can only be considered a semi-bionic robot, so he was allowed to fight alone. It only took one day, and the terrorist organization was wiped out, the leader was killed, and he was unharmed. Wu said with a smile. Since then, he has never left the base again, and he has been fully prepared for the exploration of B-52, accumulating knowledge about space, and making plans for possible emergencies. On the day when these four organizations began to explore B-52, the United States Federation and the Kingdom of Riyadh saw that we were also robots when we left the cabin, and they were shocked. This was completely inconsistent with their previous intelligence. As for the failure of the EU landing, the landing vehicle collided with the asteroid, the device for adjusting the direction failed, and then it floated away. The three robots found a place to start exploring the asteroid. The robots of the United States Federation and the Kingdom of Riyadh mechanically executed according to the predetermined program, holding something like a drill to collect samples. Sherhao first observed everywhere, found a protruding rock, and kept cutting it with cutting tools. The rock on it was very hard, and the progress of the three robots was very slow. Fortunately, the hardness of the cutting tools we brought was good, and a rock weighing dozens of kilograms was cut off. The United States Federation and the Kingdom of Riyadh had little effect, and only collected some small pieces of gravel. Wu took a sip of water and continued to speak. At that time, space technology was very weak, and the time for landing, exploration, and evacuation was only a few hours. Time was getting shorter and shorter, so Sherhao quickly took the rock and prepared to return to the cabin. At this time, the robot of the Riyadh country suddenly rushed over and tried to snatch it, grabbing one of Sherhao's legs. The rock began to escape the control of Sherhao's arm, and our spacecraft had begun the countdown to take off. Seeing this, Sherhao suddenly tore off his left arm and used it as a stick, pushing the rock into the cabin of our spacecraft. The other intact arm grabbed the robot of the Riyadh country and threw it out, smashing it into the Riyadh country spacecraft, and was also taken away. Our spacecraft had to take off, and we saw Sherhao getting farther and farther away from the camera. Wu touched a sad nerve again when he said this. After the mission was completed, Sherhao was awarded a special merit and promoted as a national hero. Before the mission, his rank was colonel. In view of his great contribution to the country and the significance of the incident, he was finally promoted to Major General. I didn't expect it. This kid is so lucky. Well, I won't say any more. You should set off. Wu said to Su Yin. What happened to Asia later? Su Yin asked Wu unwillingly. Humph. They later tried to buy rock samples and ships with a smug face, but they didn't get anything. Later, we used some tricks. Anyway, we won't let them have an easy time. I won't talk about the details. Later, the sea level rose sharply, and they came to our country for help, wanting us to give them land, but it was impossible. Now you all know the situation of Asia. It's their own fault. God will destroy it. Wu said indignantly. If I have the chance, I will definitely add insult to injury, Su Yin said gloatingly. Okay, I'm leaving. Zhao Qing and I will be responsible for welcoming General Shi. General, do you think this arrangement is okay? Su Yin asked Wu. Yes, Zhao Qing is a good girl. She can apply to stay. Our bionic robot project needs to be integrated with genetic technology, so she can be involved. After all, she is familiar with confidentiality systems and other aspects. Wu explained. Yes. Su Yan saluted and turned to leave the command room. He returned to the research center and asked Zhao Qing to get on the car and rush to the high-speed rail station. Prepare to take a high-speed train with a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour to the former Nice country's Jia Island. Yin country spent a lot of money and promised to help Nice country build a small base on the moon in exchange for Jia Island, a large island with a higher altitude left after Nice country was submerged by rising sea levels. In addition, Nice people were arranged to the inland area of Asia. The equator passes through this island, and Yin State built the world's only space elevator here. Space elevator technology appeared a long time ago, but it was not until 20 years ago, when the construction of starships and various spaceships was completed, that Yin State took the lead in building it. The main material of the space elevator cable is carbon nanotubes, and the surface is also sprayed with a coating used for starships, so that the strength requirements are met and a certain toughness is maintained. The entire cable is 300 kilometers long, and at the end is a large Earth space station. It is called large because there is a large platform for space passenger ships to dock. The speed of the space elevator is 300 kilometers per hour. Su Yan and Zhao Qing came to the Yunnan-Guizhou high-speed railway station, where a high-speed train has been prepared, with only one carriage, in the shape of a capsule. The train runs in a closed vacuum pipe throughout the journey. Su Yan's research institute is located in the Yunnan-Guizhou plateau. After global warming and the melting of all the ice and snow in the Arctic and Antarctic, the global sea level has risen by nearly 70 meters, so the administrative map has also undergone great changes, and the Yunnan-Guizhou plateau is uniformly under the management of Yunnan-Guizhou province. For strategic reasons, a high-speed railway was built from Yunnan and Guizhou to the south to the island of Kazakhstan. The total length is about 2,000 kilometers, most of which are submarine tunnels. Because of global warming, heavy rain, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis and other disasters frequently occur on the ocean. Cross-sea flights have become extremely unsafe, and high-speed railways have become the first choice. 2 hours later, Su Yan and his companions arrived at the Earth space station via a high-speed train and a space elevator. Chapter 9. The design of the space station platform is similar to that of the lunar base. It is an open platform on top. After entering the port, the ship will sink into the space station through the elevator. The interior is completely enclosed, with gravity simulation devices, oxygen production devices, etc. Ordinary people can move around freely. The space elevator stays on one side of the platform and can be seamlessly docked. Shihao sat near the porthole, staring at the Earth, looking at the glaring black and brown, full of scars, like shocking scars. The passenger ship has begun to slow down slightly. Shihao looked to the side and could see a long thin rope-like object extending from the Earth. There is a round object on the top, which should be the space station. The rope and the space station rotate synchronously with the Earth. A few minutes later, the passenger ship landed steadily on the space station platform and then descended into the space station. General Shi, the Earth space station has arrived. Please wait, someone will come on board to pick you up soon. The flight attendant appeared beside Shihao at the right time. The hatch opened and 2 people came in, a man and a woman, wearing military uniforms. The man was a colonel, and the woman was a major. They were Su Yan and Zhao Qing. The 2 walked up to Shihao and saluted at the same time. After the salute, Su Yan said, "General Shi, welcome back to Earth. I am Su Yan, and she is Zhao Qing. We are here to take you home on the orders of General Wu." Shihao also stood up and nodded slightly. When Su Yan came, he had already fully understood Shihao's current situation and knew that he could not speak, so he continued, "General, please come this way. We will take the space elevator and high-speed train to the Yunnan-Guizhou General Command." Oh, it turns out that rope is the cable of the space elevator. Shihao suddenly realized. He was not unfamiliar with the space elevator. The concept had been proposed 50 or 60 years ago, but it had never been realized due to material and technical reasons. The space elevator can solve the problem of transporting materials and personnel, and allow spacecraft to take off and land conveniently like just now. The Earth's gravity is much stronger than the Moon's. If you want to get rid of the Earth's gravity, launching a rocket from the ground requires a lot of fuel, which is not economical. At Su Yan's signal, Shihao walked out of the cabin door and boarded the space elevator. There are 30 seats in the space elevator, which can accommodate 30 passengers, and there is also an oxygen generator inside. The 3 of them sat down in the front row, fastened their seat belts, and then a safety pressure bar was lowered, and then they clearly felt that the elevator began to accelerate downward. In this way, there was no conversation along the way. After getting off the space elevator and getting on the high-speed train, Sherhouse stood in front of Wu Yi more than 2 hours later. You are a cockroach, right? You won't die even if you were like this. Look at you, ha ha ha. I'm glad you're back, I'm glad you're back. Wu Yi saw Sherhouse joking, but his eyes became moist. He was about to hit Sherhouse's shoulder with his fist, but paused in midair, thinking that he couldn't bear the pain after contacting the metal, so he opened his arms to hug Sherhouse instead. Sherhouse could only turn his eyes to red light, and flash quickly to express his dissatisfaction. Why were you so stupid at the beginning? Do you know how valuable your body was at that time? We can find the stone again if it is lost, and we can come back to avenge our revenge. Wu Yi's voice slowly changed from excitement to whispering to himself. At this time, Su Yin turned on the holographic projector that had been prepared. Sherhouse's fingers flew, and the screen showed lines of words. Old Wu, I was born in the year of the horse, not the cockroach. You didn't die, how could I die? He added a contemptuous gesture after this sentence. That stone was worth much more than my body, I can figure it out. Now this body has become an antique. It's still valuable if sold as an antique. Old Wu, I know you're worried about me. It's okay, you're back safe and sound. Sherhouse stopped calling Wu old man when he saw Wu Yi's look. He understood Wu Yi's thoughts. The friendship between comrades in arms was the most sincere. Wu Yi asked Sherhouse to sit down, and asked Su Yin and Zhao Qing to sit next to him. Su Yin is the leader of the B-52 asteroid capture project team. After our original exploration mission was completed, the project team I led was disbanded. Su Yin's team was established 5 years ago. At that time, starships and other ships were already building lunar bases and had a prototype. When designing this capture plan, we specifically borrowed the power of these ships, otherwise it would not have been so successful this time. After sitting down, Wu Yi began to introduce Su Yin and Zhao Qing to Sherhouse. Su Yan's mission this time has also been successfully completed, and the team has also been disbanded in the past 2 days. Su Yin has made special arrangements to solve your problems recently. Su Yin, you should take care of General Sher these days. General Sher's current condition has many inconveniences. You will handle his physical repair and other matters. Wu Yi turned to Su Yin and said, This is Zhao Qing, a doctor of medicine from the National Medical University. He has been in Su Yan's team for the past 5 years, mainly responsible for space life science research and medical care for team members. Wu Yi continued to introduce Zhao Qing to Sherhouse. Sherhouse, we were comrades at work and friends in private. I'll be frank with you. We didn't expect you to be alive and come back, so we didn't plan for your future. Now that you're back, the country will be responsible for you. I still want to hear your personal opinion on what to do in the future. Wu Yi said to Sherhouse seriously, because this is related to a person's life happiness and cannot be taken lightly. In fact, when I was floating in space, I had some fantasies in my mind, but they were just thoughts. I even thought that before the battery was completely exhausted 100 years later, I would step into space, increase my maximum speed, and float deep into the universe. Maybe I would meet aliens. Sherhouse said half-jokingly. I didn't expect that the rock I collected would save me in the end. I just went around and came back. When I chose this bionic system, I didn't want my second half of life to be so miserable. Maybe it could become even more awesome. This body was really awesome at the time, but after going around in space and coming back, it has become an antique. It's impossible not to be confused. I'm not sure what to do, Sherhouse said helplessly. There was a brief silence in the room, and Wu Yi picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea. How about this? I tell you about some things on Earth in the past 35 years, and you should fully understand the current environment first. Wu Yi said after drinking tea. This is the best. I have many questions about many things now, such as why did my once awesome robot become an antique? Why has the Earth changed so much? Sherhouse continued typing. Then let's talk about the tribesman issue that you care about first. Wu Yi said to Sherhouse jokingly. Bah, how can I be confused with those iron lumps? Sherhouse typed a line of words with a curled lip expression. Do you remember 50 years ago, when the intelligent robots with metal structures were just emerging? There was a robot named Sophia who claimed to destroy humanity? Although Sophia explained that it was a joke, with the development of intelligent robots, the situation gradually became uncontrollable. Some organizations tied robots disguised as insects with explosives to carry out decapitation operations. Some criminals even use robots to steal and rob. With the development of technology, the technical threshold for robot assembly is getting lower and lower. Many ordinary people can complete it according to online tutorials, and then download general intelligent software and add some illegal codes to carry out criminal activities. I know these situations. At that time, our Special Forces team dealt with such incidents a lot. Of course, we also brought armed robots as assistants and knew their power. Shirhao interrupted at this time. It was just the initial stage at that time. The state solved these factors that endanger social stability by regulating robot manufacturing parts and intelligent software. However, with the improvement of the self-learning ability of intelligent robots and the rapid development of the Internet of Things, many robots can form their own networks. Although they have keys, some robots can crack themselves and then help other robots crack. Some intelligent robots with higher technical levels can communicate autonomously. They even created their own language system, but our engineers only saw a string of garbled characters. Shirhao, Su Yan, and Zhao Qing only felt their scalps tingling after hearing this. Of course, if Shirhao had a scalp. Su Yan did not expect that such a horrible thing would happen decades ago. One day, an intelligent robot laboratory in the United States Federation had just assembled 5 robots and updated the most advanced code. These 5 robots broke free and shouted, "Humble humans," while killing all the engineers in the laboratory. Then these robots ran into the city and attacked humans everywhere. Fortunately, they were not equipped with thermal weapons, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, the United States used rockets to blow the 5 robots to pieces. This incident shocked the world and made humans feel a real sense of crisis. After this incident, humans held a serious meeting at the United Nations to discuss the development standards and development direction of intelligent robots. All the topics at the meeting were passed unanimously as never before. One of the topics requires that the binary passwords of intelligent robots worldwide be changed to quantum passwords, which are in pairs. Humans have the keys, which are stored in tightly protected quantum computers. Once intelligent robots try to crack quantum passwords, they will immediately start the self-destruction program. Another topic is to restrict the self-learning system of intelligent robots. Robots with different purposes set different levels of self-learning levels, and set corresponding levels of quantum passwords. When Shirhao was in the army, he was exposed to tasks and operations. This was the first time he heard about these secrets of robots. For the fate of our human race, we have put shackles on intelligent robots, and at the same time slowed down the pace of human development, but there is nothing we can do about it. We can't quench our thirst with poison. I won't self-destruct, will I? So cruel. Shirhao quickly touched his incomplete head with his hand. Chapter 10. You are a new species, a half-bionic and half-mechanical robot, not bound by that agreement. Because robots like you are under the control of the human brain, and have the same behavioral norms and legal awareness as humans. Wui said to Shirhao jokingly. Because humans have restricted the development of intelligent robots, and humans no longer fully trust intelligent robots, and the metal structure robots are very rough in the details of their movements, and cannot be as dexterous as humans, all of which have prompted us to find better alternatives. And the humanoid intelligent robots with metal structures are gradually being eliminated. As for other tool-type and equipment-type intelligent robots that can replace humans' heavy and repetitive work, they are still widely used now. But in the eyes of modern humans, they are just like ordinary machine tools, engineering vehicles, and other tools from 50 or 60 years ago. How many robots like me were there at that time? Shirhao asked Wui. Only you. The gelatinous substance we brought back from the moon at that time contained very few new elements and could only be used as a bionic system. Wui replied. After hearing this, Shirhao stared at Wui for a long time and said, "You won't arrange for me to do an antique exhibition in the museum? Hey, this is a good suggestion. Su Yan, you can contact the National Museum and tell them that our Shering Xiong wants to be a living teaching material there." Ha ha ha. After being sad several times recently, Wui became very cheerful and liked to joke again today. Su Yan had never seen such a General Wu before. Old man, you are itching. Keep talking. Shirhao felt like he was back to the time when everyone was playing and working enthusiastically together. Okay, I continue, seeing that you're pitiful. Without waiting for Su Yan to answer, Wui continued. We continued to use metal-structured robots for more than 10 years, until the rocks you desperately sent back were successfully extracted into 3 elements. The first element was made into a nano-coating, which was applied to shipbuilding and cable making. The second element is silicon-based, and a new type of special glass was made, which you saw on the moon. It also played a big role on the Earth. I won't talk about it for now, as it will take too long to talk about it. And the third element is the element contained in the colloid substance originally found on the moon. We now suspect that the colloid may be a secondary processed item, not a natural product of the universe. We call the first element Haoshir, which is the Hao in your name Shirhao, and it is a name given to commemorate you. The second element is called silica stone, and the third element is called collagen stone. How embarrassing. I didn't die and took such a big advantage for nothing. Sherhow said a little bit. Sherhow didn't expect the country to be so good to him. The stones I collected weighed only 70 to 80 kilograms at most. How could I make so many things? Sherhow was a little puzzled. 80% of that stone is house stone, the remaining 6% is silica stone, and 0.9% is collagen stone. The rest is impurities. House stone is enough to make nano coatings. After all, there are other elements and auxiliary materials. And silica stone and collagen stone are only enough for scientific research. However, after the advent of nano coatings, coupled with the fact that nuclear fusion technology has been widely used by civilians, we started with all our strength and accelerated the construction of Starship No. 1 and several reconnaissance ships and engineering ships, and then headed straight to the moon to conduct exploration there. In addition to the helium-3 we need for nuclear fusion fuel, we discovered that the moon also contains a small amount of silica and collagen, but it is enough for our industrial use. I just went off topic a bit. Now let's focus on the third element, collagen. It is a key element in making bionic brains and bionic nerves. Later, we extracted collagen and continued to try to develop bionic muscles and bionic skeletal systems. The basic raw materials used for muscles and bones are different. Muscles are still mainly carbon-based. In addition to carbon-based, bones also add other elements to make it hard enough. After testing, the finished product has a dense muscle. The speed and explosive power are about 3 to 5 times higher than those of special forces. The hardness of the bones is 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary bones, harder than steel, and the toughness is about 2 times stronger than ordinary bones. Today, I have said a lot. Wu drank a sip of water and continued. Then the bionic brain, bionic nerves, bionic muscles, and bionic bones are combined together to form a complete bionic robot. Your current state can only be regarded as a semi-finished product, or even not a semi-finished product. Does the bionic brain of each bionic robot need a human memory to be stored in it? Sherhow asked eagerly. When he heard about the finished bionic robot, he was thinking about it. We have always kept this complete bionic robot confidential. It does require a human memory and consciousness to be stored in it before it can be a complete body. The bionic robots we sell to the public and society are all electronic cores, and this electronic core also has quantum cryptography and self-destruction systems. And these robots do not have the function of self-learning and evolution. They have bionic muscles and bones on the outside, but no bionic brain and nervous system. Another application is bionic medical devices for a certain part of the body of disabled people. Wu knew Sherhow's idea, so he explained patiently. For complete bionic robots, the selection is very strict, and they must go through layers of screening before they can pass. Of course if you... Wu paused and looked at Sherhow, it was self-evident. In fact, after saying so much, Wu's purpose is also here. This bionic robot is Sherhow's best choice. As for the qualifications, if Sherhow is not on Earth, there will be few people who are suitable. Do I need to think about it? I have no problem. Sherhow was so straightforward the first time, and this time was no exception. He hoped to integrate into normal people as soon as possible and live a normal life. If you return to Earth but cannot go out every day, it will be no different from floating in space. Don't you ask about the conditions? Wu asked again. At worst, I will fight you again. I will hit you wherever you point me, as long as I still have the ability. Sherhow stood up and patted his chest with his right hand. Since you have expressed your opinion, I will tell you everything. You can make the final decision yourself. Now there are 2 choices. The first is an ordinary bionic robot, which is of course a complete body that can store your memory and consciousness. It is approved by the state and can be used without any conditions. You can live like a normal person as long as it does not violate national laws. The second is that we have further upgraded the bionic robot based on it, and are ready to merge with human genes. At present, the fusion technology has not been perfected, but the bionic robots that can be upgraded have been made. The bionic muscles and bionic bones are composed of human cell structures, and the genetic information interface is reserved. If you want to choose the second type of robot, there are conditions. The first is to accept the upgrade unconditionally after the technology is perfected. The second is that after the upgrade, you will automatically become the captain of the Panlong Squadron of the Special Forces Brigade and lead the Panlong Squadron to complete the tasks assigned by the country. Wu stopped talking after he finished speaking. Sherhow pondered for a while and asked, I know that the Special Forces have the Speed Dragon Squadron, the Tinglong Squadron, and the Yulong Squadron. When will the Panlong Squad appear? Shi Hao was originally a member of the Yulong Squadron, so he knew it very well. Wu Yi replied, all members of the Panlong team are complete bionic robots. Of course, they cannot be upgraded. These people were selected from the personnel of the Tinglong team and the Yulong team, who were injured and disabled during the missions in the past few years. Their tactical literacy and loyalty are beyond doubt. Then there must be a deadline, right? Shi Hao considered that he could stay in space for 35 years in his current semi-bionic state, and this more advanced bionic robot must have a longer life. Until you train the next captain, who is qualified after comprehensive evaluation by the military. Wu Yi's fox-like smile emerged, and he felt that Shi Hao had fallen into the trap. When Shi Hao was discovered from the B-52 and showed that miserable appearance, Wu Yi determined that Shi Hao was the most suitable first captain of the Panlong team. As expected, Shi Hao said affirmatively, I choose the second one. Wu Yi knew Shi Hao too well. When he first saw Shi Hao lying on the hospital bed, the determination and urgency in his eyes told him that he was not a person who was content with mediocrity. 35 years have passed, and he has not changed at all. Okay, we can fight side by side again. Wu Yi patted Shi Hao on the shoulder. Su Yin, you should contact Director Wu of the Second Research Institute as soon as possible and ask them to prepare for the work. You must pay close attention to every detail, and no mistakes are allowed. Zhao Qing, you should go to the organization department to handle the formalities first, and then report to the Second Research Institute as soon as possible. After you get there, you should familiarize yourself with the process of General Shi's memory dump and the related research work of gene upgrade as soon as possible. After General Shi completes the body transformation, you will be responsible for the detection of various indicators. Wu Yi issued orders to Su Yin and Zhao Qing successively. Yes, guaranteed to complete the task. Su Yin and Zhao Qing saluted and replied, then turned and walked out of the command room. Wu Yi called the staff officer in again and asked him to arrange a room for Shi Hao. Haozi, go and have a rest first. I talk to you after I finish my official business. Shi Hao's face was full of black lines when he heard the name Haozi. Can you please stop calling me that? You called me that 35 years ago, and you still call me that now? Do I, a general, have no shame? Shi Hao typed a line of words in dissatisfaction. Okay, I call you Shi Hao from now on, okay, you cheap general. You survived a disaster and left a lot of good reputation. It's unfair, I climbed up step by step. Wu Yi said jokingly. In fact, he also understood that it was not easy to be Shi Hao, just that kind of determination is not something that ordinary people can do. What is the current situation on Earth? Shi Hao turned his head and asked when he was about to turn around and follow the staff officer. This situation is also very complicated, and it can't be explained in a short time. I asked the staff officer to prepare a holographic projector for you in the room, connected to the electronic library on the internet. You can take a look yourself. If you don't understand, ask me later. Wu Yi arranged so. Chapter 11. After Wu Yi sent Shi Hao away, he picked up the phone and dialed it, saying, Director Wu, Shi Hao agreed to the second plan. I trouble you later. Shi Hao's safety comes first. I have asked Su Yin to rush over and let him take full responsibility for all matters concerning Shi Hao. General Wu, don't worry. I know what to do. Everyone knows about General Shi Hao's contribution. Director Wu's voice came from the other end of the phone. At this time, Su Yin also came to the Second Research Institute. The Second Research Institute is a military-civilian scientific research unit, but the confidentiality level is very high. He found Director Wu and introduced himself, and then said, General Wu asked me to come here to cooperate with you. If you need anything, just tell me. I will solve it as quickly as possible. I need to know some of General Shi's current data indicators and physical condition. In fact, if it is convenient, it is better to let General Shi come to the laboratory. This is safer. Director Wu said after thinking for a while. I will arrange it right away. Su Yin replied. Very good, very good. Director Wu said happily. Director Wu's full name is Wu Ruinfa. He has a head full of white hair, looks very energetic and healthy. He is an enthusiastic life science expert, and is 70 years old this year. In the early days of developing the bionic brain and bionic nervous system, he participated in the whole process with his mentor. Now the average life expectancy of Yen people has reached 180 years old. It is said that 70 years old is middle-aged. For example, Wu Yi is also around 70 years old, but he only has a little gray hair on his temples. He looks like a middle-aged man. However, Wu Ruinfa has a head full of white hair due to long-term overwork and overuse of his brain. Only paranoid scientists can produce results. They wish to use the time for eating and sleeping for scientific research. They always feel that time is tight and not enough. Therefore, Wu Ruinfa recognizes the high efficiency of the army. Su Yan's efficiency is very much to his taste. Thank you, Colonel Su. Wu Ruinfa didn't know Su Yan's identity, so he had to address him by his military rank. Director Wu, you can just call me Xiao Su. Also, don't be so polite. We are now working together, with the same goal, to solve General Shi's problem. Yes, yes. I have always been General Shi's idol. Oh no, General Shi is my idol. Don't worry, Xiao Su. I participated in the entire process of General Shi's bionic brain and bionic nervous system. His spirit of self-sacrifice is really amazing. Although his appearance is metal, his memory, thinking and consciousness are all normal. He has been floating in space for 35 years. I don't know how he survived. Wu Ruinfa is crazy about life sciences, and Shi Hao has made an indelible contribution to the promotion of life sciences, so Wu Ruinfa also admires Shi Hao very much. Director Wu, I'm going to pick up General Shi now. Please make arrangements in advance. Su Yan continued. After getting a positive answer from Director Wu, Su Yan walked out quickly, talking on the phone as he walked. Zhao Qin, are you still at the headquarters? Well, go and arrange a car for me to pick up General Shi, and come to the Second Institute together. An hour later, a military off-road vehicle took Shi Hao and Su Yan to the downstairs of the central laboratory of the Second Institute. Wu Ruinfa was already waiting at the door. Entering the gate, Wu Ruinfa swiped his card to enter the special elevator and pressed the button to the negative third floor. Seeing that Wu Ruinfa was still using a physical access card, Shi Hao typed on the holographic projection phone on his wrist and asked, "Didn't we have the technology of face scanning and iris recognition 35 years ago? Why do we still use access cards now?" It is precisely because technology is so advanced now that bionic technology is now widely used. Even if you add a temperature control sensor when scanning your face, it cannot prevent fraud. I can easily make biological skin, biological retina and eyeballs that are indistinguishable from the real thing, and I can make them have the same temperature as the human body, which is very easy to crack. Don't underestimate the access card I use. It is encrypted by a quantum chip and cannot be cracked by current technology. Everyone walked out of the elevator and entered a door that also required a card swipe. There was a rectangular layout inside, about 30 meters long. Semi-finished bionic robots were neatly set up on both sides of the room, all covered by glass covers. These bionic robots are all equipped with bionic brains and bionic nerves. If there are suitable candidates, they can be activated at any time. Wu Ruinfa pointed at these robots and said, Su Yan counted a total of 20. The bionic robot prepared for General Shi is not here, please come in. Led by Wu Ruinfa, the group walked to the end of the room, where there was an automatic door. After the automatic door opened, a circular hall appeared in front of them. In the middle of the hall, there is a complex machine with many pipes. In the middle of the machine lies a bionic robot, also covered by a glass cover, and there is an empty bed next to it. General Shi, please sit down and rest. We need to check the complete data of your body and brain first, and then simulate matching. If there is no problem, we will start the memory dump and body conversion work. After Shi Hao sat down, Wu Ruinfa began to ask the staff to test Shi Hao's body. In fact, the most important thing is to test Shi Hao's bionic brain and bionic nerves. A few minutes later, Wu Ruinfa came over with the test data. General Shi, your bionic brain and bionic nerves are in good condition. The oxygen supply system in your chest has been supplying oxygen for 35 years, and the remaining oxygen supply can only be used for about 5 years. Fortunately, you came back in time, because your bionic system was a product 35 years ago, and the technology was not mature at that time. The bioelectromagnetic waves of the bionic brain and bionic nerves need additional batteries to increase the voltage. The high-energy battery used at that time required a small amount of oxygen as a catalyst. The high-energy battery and concentrated oxygen generator were both arranged in your chest. Wu Ruinfa explained to Shi Hao in detail, which seemed to be a comment on the project he had participated in. There is another problem. Because the problem of memory dump was not considered at that time, there was no reserved adapter interface. Our team will study how to solve this problem. Please rest assured, General Shi, this is not a big problem. We just want to be more cautious. Wu Ruinfa explained to Shi Hao. Just let it go. I have died once, so what am I afraid of? Shi Hao typed a sentence on the arranged holographic projector. Although he was unwilling in his mind, he still had to maintain his heroic image, be righteous, be open-minded, and not be cowardly. However, He was still complaining in his heart. Idle burden is really killing people. Wu Ruinfa and the staff gathered together to start discussing, and held the materials for making biological nerves and gestured while discussing. General Sure, after discussion, we unanimously decided to separate a small opening at the bottom edge of your head bionic brain and the connection with the metal, and then weld a biological nerve to it and our Taishan. Oh, that is, the upgradable bionic robot for memory dump. Wu Ruinfa came over and said excitedly, Tarzan? Sure Hao thought of the chimpanzee in the movie decades ago. These scientists are too naive, but they have no choice. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. In addition, is it possible to make a hole and connect a line? Sure Hao always felt unreliable, but he still typed righteously, no problem, I believe in your technology. The hat made Wu Ruinfa even more excited, and he immediately started to pull Sure Hao to the empty bed and motioned Sure Hao to lie down. General Sure, don't be nervous. Your body will disconnect the battery later. New bioelectric waves will be transmitted from the biological nerves. There will be a slight dizziness in the process of memory dumping. Wu Ruinfa didn't wait for Sure Hao to say anything after he finished speaking, and started the next step. Scientists often forget themselves when the latest results are about to become a reality, and choose to turn a blind eye to other things. Sure Hao felt a brief blank in his brain, and then felt warm in his brain. It must be the bioelectric waves that were transmitted. This feeling is quite refreshing. But before I could experience this pleasant feeling for a while, my whole brain felt like it was floating in the clouds. It was floating and suddenly fell rapidly. When it was about to reach the ground, it quickly rose to the clouds again, and this repeated dozens of times. The whole person seemed to be in a nightmare, and he couldn't get rid of it. When he was about to leave his body, this feeling disappeared, and was replaced by extreme pleasure. This is just a slight feeling of dizziness. Sure Hao's words suddenly popped out of Taishan's mouth. When Wu Ruinfa and the staff heard this, they didn't pay any attention to its meaning, but cheered, finally succeeded. After being happy, Wu Ruinfa asked the staff to unplug all kinds of tubes and move Sure Hao's former body away. He planned to place this metal robot that had been floating in space for 35 years at the position just after entering the door, as a souvenir. General Sure, try to control Taishan with your brain. Wu Ruinfa still remembered his past Taishan, and didn't realize that there was no Taishan now, only Sure Hao. But it is more intuitive to say it this way, and Sure Hao can understand it more easily, so he doesn't care about it anymore. Sure Hao's legs and arms moved irregularly. His legs couldn't stand up, his hands couldn't hold up, and his arms couldn't lift up. From a distance, he looked like he was drunk, and in a state of being drunk. After struggling for a few minutes, Sure Hao lay still, not tired, but tired his brain. The new bionic brain and bionic nerves are really comfortable, and his mind is clearer than before. But when he wants to control various parts of his body, the consciousness in his brain will be converted into bioelectric waves and transmitted to various parts of the body through nerves, and then there will be reflected waves back to the brain. Sure Hao now feels like his mind is a mess, and after a few minutes of continuous brain feeling a little crazy, it stopped. Chapter 12. It turns out that the semi-bionic robot is not that complicated. The bioelectric waves generated by consciousness are boosted by high-energy batteries to drive the mechanical motors in the corresponding parts to complete the action. The motors then provide data feedback. The number of motors is very limited and easy to control. But Taishan is different. The bionic nerves are spread all over the body, and there are very small fine nerves extending to the extremities, such as fingers and toes. The bioelectric waves control the contraction and expansion of muscles through these biological nerves, and then a reflected wave is fed back to the brain, allowing the brain to control the state of various parts of the body. The data that the brain has to process is several orders of magnitude higher than before. General Sure, it was like this at the beginning, because the signal transmission between your bionic brain and nervous system and various parts of the bionic body has not yet formed a memory or a subconscious state. This problem needs to be solved through practice. Wu Ruinfa saw Sure Hao's state, and quickly explained the situation to Sure Hao, also to dispel Sure Hao's concerns. It was not a problem with Taishan or a problem with the memory dump. I feel my mind is all messed up. How can I practice? The few minutes of dancing just now left me with a lot of sequelae. After standing still for a while, I was able to gradually control my mouth and speak without my teeth and tongue fighting. When you practice, you should practice one part at a time, one function at a time, and then move on to the next exercise after you have formed a memory. We will arrange a room for you right away, and you can slowly adapt to your body in the room. Wu Ruinfa bent down and said to Shirhao, "Then how do I know that it has been formed into memory?" Shirhao seemed to be stuttering for a few days. When you control a certain part or perform a certain function without any obstacles, it is successful. Wu Runfa replied. "Okay, then you arrange it." Shirhao had no more questions after hearing this. Because every complete bionic robot will have this situation after memory dumping, there is an adaptive training room in the institute. They arranged a large training room for Shirhao, which is as large as a basketball court. The training room is equipped with various fitness equipment such as grippers, barbells, skipping ropes, treadmills, etc. There is also a shelf next to it with chopsticks, scissors, pencils, needles and thread, and even kitchen utensils such as kitchen knives, woks, and frying spoons. Table tennis rackets, badminton rackets, basketballs, footballs, and other sports equipment are naturally indispensable. Su Yan used a special wheelchair to push Shirhao to the training room. Shirhao's current height is about 185 centimeters. Because of the special material, his weight has reached 100 kilograms, but his body shape is very perfect, strong and well proportioned without being stiff, which is in line with the original temperament of Shirhao's special forces. Because the brain processes a lot of data every day and will also get tired, the sleep cycle is roughly the same as that of humans. However, if you encounter an emergency, you can touch the electric switch to increase the bioelectric wave voltage in the body for a short time to eliminate fatigue. There is a little side effect that you will be more tired after the effect. The biggest advantage and the biggest disadvantage is that you don't have to eat or can't eat, and you basically have no chance to eat delicious food in this life. Xiao Su, help me. Find a machine that can chat. A robot. After arriving at the training room, Shirhao said to Su Yan. It was inconvenient to stutter every time he spoke, so Shirhao wanted to practice his language function first. Okay. After Su Yan agreed, he told Zhao Qing to assist here and take notes before leaving. Su Yan went out and found a staff member to explain his purpose. The staff member took him to a room with a signed multifunctional robot room hanging at the door. After entering, there were several rows of robots standing neatly, except for a cute-looking bionic robot wandering around there. It looked no different from a real person, and there was a robot label on its chest. There are regulations in the Second Research Institute that all personnel have identification cards, and functional robots must strictly wear robot labels. Who are you? Did you come in without registration? The robot cleared his throat and said to Su Yan with his hands behind his back. Su Yan thought this was the administrator, so he looked at the staff member embarrassedly. The staff member said to the robot, Mickey, stop messing around. We need to select a robot for language training. I do it. I'm almost suffocated if I'm not allowed to go out here. Mickey said, jumping up and down. No, you need Director Wu's approval to go out. Old bastard, I want to go out, you say something? Okay, if you don't say anything, it's considered an agreement. Mickey dialed Director Wu's number with a holographic projection phone, and hung up before Director Wu could speak. The staff member was about to stop him, but he ran out the door in a flash. That handsome guy follow me, which training room? Mickey shouted as he ran. Large training room. The staff member answered helplessly, shrugged at Su Yan, spread his hands, and made a helpless expression. When Su Yan came out, Mickey was almost at the door of the large training room, so he quickly chased after him. He still didn't understand what was going on. You look sick, so I guess you're the one I'm serving today, right, young man? Mickey slowed down as he ran to the door, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly towards Su Yan. Still a young man, I'm 70 years old. Shirhao felt that this robot didn't play by the rules. Normally, I should be the one to decide what to talk about. You're so impolite. I'm a patient now. Shirhao decided to fight back. What's wrong with patients? I've seen a lot of them, and they all obeyed me and immediately forgot their illnesses. The robot was not to be outdone. What's your name? Your name? Shirhao didn't answer it and asked back. My name is Mickey. The bionic robot named Mickey answered. Could it be that you are a mouse? Shirhao thought of Mickey Mouse from Disney decades ago when he heard Mickey. You are the mouse. Your whole family is mice, you old bastard. Mickey returned to his true nature. Old bastard, it seems that you are indeed an old man, not a young man. Mickey did not wait for Shirhao to reply, and then sat on the ground in front of Shirhao. The old and the young began to talk back and forth, and 2 hours passed like this. Little Mickey, is it boring to work here? Do you want to go out with me, your brother, to broaden your horizons? Shirhao no longer stuttered, and he didn't know how they talked, but they started to call each other brothers. TSK, what's the future of following you? You'd better train hard. I've met so many talented people here. Some are special forces soldiers who have been through life and death, and some are national treasure scientists. Their brains are full of essence. After saying that, Mickey immediately covered his mouth. Did I leak the secret? After saying that, he looked around and stuck out his tongue. Only then did he see Wu Ruinfa standing next to him. Wu Ruinfa had come over a long time ago. He heard Su Yin say that he wanted to find a bionic robot to help Shihao practice language skills. So who could he choose but Mickey? That guy's ability to confront people is first class. But when he came over and saw that Shihao and Mickey were chatting so happily, he didn't disturb them, and felt relieved. Old bastard, you still don't trust me. Mickey pouted, acting cute and changing the subject at the same time. I want to stay here as a coach. Then he made another request. Wu Ruinfa didn't answer, but looked at Shihao. Shihao said, I'm having a good chat with this little brother. If he has nothing else to do, he can stay here. What, little brother, he's only 3 years old, and you're 70 years old. Wu Ruinfa said inwardly. Okay, let's arrange Mickey to be a training assistant here. Wu Ruinfa thought about it, but he still said it. After all, Mickey is higher than other ordinary bionic robots, and has certain learning and communication abilities. And Shihao is the latest type of robot body. Mickey's language training may drive people crazy, but it may be more useful to be an assistant here in terms of comprehensive ability. Yeah! Mickey jumped up. Seeing Mickey's happy look, Wu Ruinfa felt a little relieved. After all, it was a life he created. Although it was a robot, it was a life in his eyes. Wu Ruinfa never got married, and had no children. He put all his energy into scientific research. So he had a special feeling for Mickey. He doted on him, and indulged him. He was afraid that he would make trouble for Shihao because Shihao had a different status. Mickey didn't care about that. In the past, no matter whether it was the special forces selected by the Tinglong Squad, or the Yulong Squad, or the National Treasure level scientists, as long as he met them, he would be teased and teased by him. Therefore, he was often complained to Wu Ruinfa. Okay, after my training, your language ability has reached the level of Chinese level 8. Let's start the next item, and listen to my command. Mickey shamelessly took all the credit for himself, and then pushed Shihao away. Little brat, you can be so proud of yourself just by praising yourself a few times. Go get a pair of chopsticks. What's the matter? Are you not happy? Then I changed someone. Director Wu. Shihao shouted when he saw Mickey's reluctance. Aw, don't. Mickey immediately ran over, and took a pair of chopsticks, and handed them to Shihao. Remember, I told you to go east, not west. I told you to chase pigs. You are not allowed to chase chickens. Otherwise. Hee. Shihao continued to threaten. Shihao also had a purpose in keeping Mickey. Now he was inconvenient to move. If he wanted to do something, he couldn't always order Su Yan and Zhao Qing. After all, they were not that familiar. As for Mickey, he was a robot, so there was not much psychological burden to order him around. In addition, Mickey and his lifestyle could be synchronized. Seeing Mickey's helpless look, Director Wu smiled and left. Shihao held the chopsticks in his hand and wanted to make the action of picking up something, but after a long time of tossing, he still couldn't complete the standard posture of holding chopsticks, so he simply let the chopsticks fall to the ground. No, put it aside first. Shihao said to Mickey, who ran over to pick up the chopsticks and wanted to hand them over. Xiao Su, I want you to help me find 2 people. I wonder if it's convenient. Shihao said to Su Yin. General, sure, if you have anything to ask, just tell me. I will do my best to do it. Please help me find the whereabouts of my wife Sheng Xian and daughter Shirue. Thank you. No problem, I will do it right away. You and Zhao Qing can go about your own business. I will practice slowly here. Don't worry, Mickey is here. Shihao estimated that his practice process would be long, and he couldn't delay other people's work. General, I will stay here to monitor your data at any time. This is also what General Wu told me in advance. Zhao Qing replied. General, I will go find someone for you. Let Zhao Qing stay here. Su Yin said to Shihao. Okay, then you can arrange it yourself. I will start practicing. After Shihao finished speaking, he sat there quietly thinking about his training plan. Chapter 13. Shihao asked Mickey and Zhao Qing to help him correct his sitting posture. He sat upright in the wheelchair and began to move his fingers. He decided to start practicing from the small parts. From the little finger to the thumb, he slightly raised them one by one, and then felt the feedback information from the brain, and then began to try to make a fist. It took nearly half an hour from moving the little finger to making a fist. He also mastered all the information, and then began to make fists repeatedly. 1, 2, 3, 1,000, 38, 88, 10,000. Mickey was bored and mechanically counting on the side. As a robot, he was very good at this kind of counting work. Mickey, bring the gripper over. After hearing this, Mickey jumped out in a whoosh, as agile as a mouse. Shirhao took the gripper and squeezed it according to the feeling just now. With a snap, the gripper deflated. This gripper is the kind that ordinary people use for fitness. The gripping force ranges from 0 to 90 kilograms. It seems to exceed the critical value. Zhao Qing saw this, and pulled over an instrument placed against the wall. It had a gripper on it, which was specially used to test robots, with a test range from 0 to 500 kilograms. After Shirhao got it, he clenched his hand. The instrument showed that the grip strength value was 380 kilograms, which was much higher than the average value of 240 kilograms for ordinary bionic robots. Zhao Qing made a record. Since the grip strength value was tested, Zhao Qing asked Mickey to bring chopsticks and a bowl of mung beans and test the flexibility. Shirhao still felt a little awkward holding the chopsticks, but fortunately, he completed the standard posture of holding chopsticks and tried to pick up the beans. Of course, this was related to the fact that the arm had not been trained yet, and the wrist could not be lifted. After removing the things, Shirhao thought about it and started to practice the joints of his arms, from the wrist to the elbow, first raising the wrist, then raising the forearm, and repeating this. 1, 2, 3, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000. Mickey entered the counting state again. After 10,000 times, Shirhao stopped. He also felt that the memory of the brain would become a habit after practicing about 10,000 times each time. This time, he did not conduct any tests and began to practice raising the whole arm, which was boring counting and simple movements again. After practicing the whole hand to the arm, Shirhao began to do finger exercises to exercise the flexibility of his hands. Each time he practiced, he did 10,000 times or 10,000 groups, and it took a whole day. Shirhao's brain began to feel crazy again, and he felt tired. Because of the inconvenience of movement, he sat in a wheelchair to sleep and rest. Zhao Qing also returned to the room prepared for her by the Research Institute to rest, and Mickey returned to the multifunctional robot room. He was the electronic core, and felt bored and entered the sleep state set by the program. The next day, when Zhao Qing and Mickey returned to the training room, Shirhao had already started practicing. With the quality of a Special Forces soldier, and having been floating in space for 35 years, this bit of boredom was nothing. Shirhao was practicing the rotation of his head. His plan for today was to exercise his head and facial features. Seeing Zhao Qing and Mickey come in, Shirhao said, "Please help me find a headset and a music player. Prepare classical music, Western instruments, Chinese and foreign pop songs, insects and birds, and other natural sounds for me. The more types of sounds, the better." On the one hand, he wanted to practice his ears hearing and study the effects of various sounds on the brain. By the way, don't forget the sounds of various guns and weapons. When Zhao Qing walked to the door, Shirhao added, "As for the eyes, since yesterday, whenever I practice, my eyes are open, so I don't need to practice specially. Compared with the previous metal body, this eye is much more useful. I can see the fly on the wall at the end of the room without a magnifying glass. As for the nose, I will practice it slowly in the future. It's a bit troublesome to collect all kinds of smells, so I talk about it at the end." Shirhao started the boring head-turning practice again, left and right, up and down, and then draw a circle with his head, which counts as a set. 1, 2, 3. Mickey started counting mechanically again. "You should start counting from 2056. Shirhao corrected. 2056. When Shirhao finished practicing the head, Zhao Qing hadn't come back yet. Now the upper body has basically been practiced. Seeing Mickey's lifeless look, Shirhao also felt that he should make some atmosphere to adjust his brain. "Mickey, go get the chopsticks and mung beans, and get a basin 10 meters away." Mickey became alert as soon as he heard that he would stop counting, and everything was in place after 30 seconds. Shirhao began to pick up the mung beans with his right hand, and this time he picked them up accurately. It seemed that the finger exercises were still effective, and then he used chopsticks to throw the mung beans into the basin 10 meters away. For a while, the mung beans flew back and forth. Because the direction was not coordinated well when exerting force, and the mung beans were small and slippery, Mickey, who was standing on the side, began to suffer, and then he quickly ran to the side. Slurp Mickey stepped on the mung beans, and slid out gorgeously, and fell on his back. Then he carefully climbed out 10 meters away, stood up, and took a pot cover from the shelf to cover his face. Although he did not feel pain, the system fed him the information that this behavior was very dangerous. Sure Hao was not discouraged. He continued to pick up and throw. After a while, the bowl was empty. He gestured to Miki with the empty bowl, but he refused to come over no matter what. Finally, under Sure Hao's coercion, he carried a bag of mung beans and moved step by step to Sure Hao. "Can't you find a sweeping robot?" Sure Hao was angry and amused, but it was no use spilling the mung beans on the ground, so he reminded Miki. "Oh yes." Miki wanted to run away again by reflex, but when he just lifted one foot, he remembered that he had lifted the other foot halfway. He wanted to pull it back, but he lost his balance and fell down again. He had no choice but to crawl more than 10 meters before he stood up and ran out the door. Sure Hao shook his head helplessly and started the mung bean war again. A few minutes later, Miki came back with a round sweeping robot behind him. "Sweep all the mung beans here. Only sweep the mung beans. Do you hear me?" Miki bent down and spoke to the sweeping robot viciously. "The magic of love is spinning, I work the hardest. The magic of love is spinning, I work the hardest. The magic of love is spinning, I work the hardest." The sweeping robot began to sing these 2 lines while working after hearing the command. "Shut up." Miki couldn't stand it after hearing the sweeping robot repeated more than 10 times, and shouted loudly, and then the sweeping robot was silent, probably feeling very upset. Usually these robots start to clean automatically after the staff get off work, and no one cares about them singing. Sure Hao threw the green beans, and the round robot followed below, running at the same speed as Miki. After sweeping the green beans in front, it swept one by one when Sure Hao threw them outside the basin. At the beginning, they were very busy, one on the left, one on the right, one in front, one behind. As time passed, the robot vacuum cleaner rested longer and longer, and Sure Hao's proficiency was also improving rapidly. After 2 hours, the mung bean could hit the target every time. "Miki, put the basin 20 meters away." Sure Hao ordered Miki when he saw that it was almost done. Sure Hao and the robot vacuum cleaner started a new round of mung bean battle. Although the distance was farther this time, the time was shorter, because he mastered the skills, and could hit the target every time in less than an hour. In this way, the basin was replaced with a bowl, and then with a cup, until they hit the target every time. Sure Hao asked Miki to put away the chopsticks, basins, and mung beans. After receiving the order, the robot vacuum cleaner went out, and turned left to return to its nest. "Help me get the needle." Sure Hao gave another order after Miki had finished cleaning up. Soon Miki took a needle, and even took a roll of thread for himself. "Very good, you can draw inferences from one instance, but unfortunately I don't want the thread, you bring me all the needles." Sure Hao said jokingly after seeing Miki happily bring the things. "Old bastard, you're playing tricks on me again." Miki began to graft the catchphrase of calling Wu Ruinfa to Sure Hao. I guess he would only curse like this when he was angry. Anyone older than him is an old bastard. After saying that, without waiting for Sure Hao to react, he ran away immediately, brought all the needles in the box, which had about 30 needles, and handed them to Sure Hao. Sure Hao took the needles, turned around and looked around, pointed to the dartboard on the wall and said, "Go, hang that for me 10 meters away from me." Miki took down the dartboard and couldn't hang it up, so he hung it up again and pushed Sure Hao over. "Hey, you become smarter." Sure Hao teased him. "Don't you think about it, the Second Research Institute is a place where ordinary people can come in. How can my IQ be compared with those stupid pugwas, who are as stupid as pigs?" Miki started to brag again. Pugwa is the nickname Miki gave to those bionic robots with electronic cores, but no learning ability, which means ordinary stupid robots, abbreviated as Pugwa. Sure Hao started to practice flying needle technology. It is always good to have an extra method as a backup. He didn't know what the current society has become, and whether it would be useful, so he practiced first. Then he only heard the sound of the needle flying out. With the foundation of practicing green beans, the needle would not fly in all directions, but there were still cases of missing the target, but Miki felt much safer. It was safe, but there was one more job, picking up needles. It only took a few minutes to pick up 30 needles. After running more than 10 times, Miki stopped working. It wasn't because he was tired, but because the system told him that it was a loss to work like this. If he was a human, he would have died of exhaustion long ago, so he felt abused and went on strike. "Are you going to do it or not? If not, I will let Director Wu take you away." Sure Hao had no choice but to threaten. Miki stood there and thought about it. He couldn't refuse to do it. What should he do? He slapped his head and ran out. After a few minutes, He brought all the needles from other training rooms and the spare needles in the warehouse. There were almost 300 needles. After all, there were 10 training rooms of all sizes. He put the needles in front of Sherhao, and then ran away. After a while, the sweeping robot followed again, but the outer periphery of its round body was tied with a circle of magnets. Don't sweep anything into your stomach, just go wherever the needle hits, Mickey told the robot vacuum cleaner. This time the robot vacuum cleaner was well behaved, and did not sing again, but started working tirelessly. 2 or 3 hours passed like this. Zhao Qing was busy for almost a whole day before she found enough sound materials. After all, there was no ready-made album, and she had to download them one by one from the internet. When she walked to the door, she heard Mickey yelling inside, "Old bastard, I will never stop you, don't scare me like this. Old bastard, I quit, it's not worth it to be scared to death, woo woo woo." Chapter 14. Zhao Qing walked into the door quickly, and saw Mickey standing against the wall, holding a dartboard on his head with both hands. Sherhao shook his hand and Mickey screamed, "Oh." As he got closer, he saw that the dartboard was densely packed with sewing needles from the red bull's eye to the outside, forming a circle. A sweeping robot was drawing the figure 8 on the ground like a little bee. "Sherhao, you old bastard, I don't want to play anymore." Mickey continued to scream and curse. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh 3 times, and 3 sewing needles were nailed to Mickey's scalp on the dartboard. Sherhao saw Zhao Qing coming back, and used these 3 needles to finish. It turned out that when Sherhao was practicing just now, there was a sweeping robot picking up needles, and Mickey was doing nothing on the side, so he started to be a jerk. "Oops, it flew off the track. Oops, you hurt the wall. Oops, your level is so poor." Mickey kept yelling at him for a long time, and Sherhao's teeth ached. When he was able to hit the nose every time without hitting the eyes, Sherhao said to Mickey, "Mickey, let's play a game, okay?" Okay. Mickey agreed when he heard there was a game to play. "Don't regret it if you agree, here is the video as evidence. I, Mickey, keep my promise that is, it's hard to catch up." He also started to brag, but it was irrelevant. Then the scene that Zhao Qing saw when he came back appeared. Sherhao took the music player and headphones handed over by Zhao Qing, put the headphones on his head, and ignored Mickey. Mickey took a look, gently hung the dartboard on the wall, waved to the sweeping robots, and the 2 robots just slid along the wall. Slid away. Zhao Qing couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. He didn't expect General Shi to have such a humorous side. He originally thought that a person who had been in space for 35 years would have paranoia and abnormal thinking tendencies, but it seems that he was overthinking. Seeing Sherhao put on headphones, he had nothing else to do for the time being, so he walked over and sat down to record the results of Sherhao's flying needle practice just now. Sherhao began to close his eyes to eliminate interference and listen to various sounds. Each sound left a mark in his mind. In this process, Sherhao found that once the sound was remembered, the information of the sound would immediately emerge in his mind, such as firearms, because Sherhao had learned various firearms in the army and was familiar with the performance, appearance, sound, range, lethality, and other information of various firearms. When he heard the familiar sound of AK-47, various information about AK-47 would clearly emerge in his mind, which was much more sensitive than the brain of ordinary people, just like the current brain is a storage device, and data can be called up when needed. The human brain is much more complex, and it is not so easy to adjust information. Often, partial information or inaccurate information will appear. Perhaps humans have not really mastered how to use the brain. After discovering this feature, he calmed down and began to memorize, including familiar and unfamiliar sounds. He would also save unfamiliar sounds and obtain other information when he encountered the corresponding objects in the future. In this way, it was quiet until the night, and it was time to rest. During this period, Mickey did not dare to show up again, and no one knew where he had gone. The next morning, Sherhao got up early again and started to train his legs, just like he trained his arms, from toes to joints and even the whole leg. Because his brain had adapted to the frequency of bioelectric wave conduction and feedback, Sherhao also mastered the method of using his brain, and the efficiency of leg training was doubled. After a morning, his legs were trained. Sherhao could fully control his entire body, so he walked to the sports equipment, picked up the skipping rope and tried to jump dozens of times, and signaled Zhao Qing to record it. The counter counted 680 times/minute. Fortunately, there was a counter, which was basically invisible to the naked eye. After skipping the rope, he pulled the frame containing the basketball and football to the door. The distance from the door to the opposite wall was about 30 meters. If he caught the basketball, he would shoot it with his hands, and if he caught the football, he would kick it into the basketball frame with his feet. Dong dong, dong. Hearing this sound, Mickey came out from nowhere and looked inside. He thought it was fun, so he picked up the basketball and started shooting. After all, he was an electronic core robot, so his flexibility was still poor. But after trying a few shots, he calculated the relationship between distance and parabola, and swoosh, swoosh, all the balls he threw went into the net. And now, whether Sherhao threw a basketball with his hands or kicked a football with his feet, he always hit the target. If this level was put in decades ago, Yanhua football would not always be at the bottom and be bullied by all kinds of weak players. At this time, Su Yin came back. General, there is news about the person you told me to find. Ms. Zheng Xian passed away 10 years ago. Sherhao was not surprised to hear this news. 35 years ago, her health was not very good, and she had to take care of the children. He owed her too much, Sherhao thought to himself, feeling a little sad and irritable in his mind. He has no internal organs, so he cannot feel the pain of the heart, the pain of the heart, and the pain of the lungs. He can only feel sadness and inexplicable irritability in his bionic brain. He has no tear glands and cannot vent through tears, so he will be irritable. What about Xiaorui? Sherhao asked softly. She works as a sales consultant at the Los Angeles Sales Center of Lafon Flying Car Company, Limited. Her husband is Su Wuqing, who served in the Tinglong Squadron of the Special Forces 15 years ago. He is currently unemployed at home because of his injury. Her daughter Su Yuan is 17 years old and is currently a third-year student at Los Angeles Experimental High School. Su Yan introduced the situation of Xiaorui's family. This is the detailed address of Xiaorui's home and work. Su Yan handed a piece of paper to Sherhao. Please tell Lao Wu for me that I will go to Los Angeles. Sherhao said to Su Yan. Before coming, I have explained the situation to General Wu. He asked me to accompany the general to Los Angeles. This is the ID card that has just been processed. Su Yan answered again. Sherhao originally wanted to go alone, but 35 years have passed, and the earth has changed so much, it would be good to have someone familiar with the situation accompany him. He took the card handed over by Su Yan, which was similar to the style of the previous ID card, showing, Sherhao, male, 35 years old, ID number, XXXX, address, XXXX, Yunnan Province, Yunnan City, Yunnan Province, and other information. The age is based on your age when you performed the mission 35 years ago, and the address is the address of the family area of the Yunnan Guizhou General Command. Do you have any objections? Su Yan explained. He was 35 years old when he accepted the bionic system to perform the mission. Now Sherhao is 185 centimeters tall, well-proportioned, with a firm face and a steady face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a standard handsome man, and 35 years old is just the right age. Very good, you are very thoughtful, thank you. Sherhao was grateful from the bottom of his heart. When floating in space, what he thought about most was home. Although it was a robot body, he still remembered his family. The longing for home was stored in the bionic brain as data. What was the meaning of being alone? So he wanted to see his relatives as soon as possible. Luo City, Zhongyuan Province, was the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, and a battleground for military strategists since ancient times. In modern times, Luo City is full of various types of scientific research institutes, and it has also transformed from an industrial base to a tourist city. More than 40 years ago, he and Zheng Xian settled down there, and had Xiaorui. Zhao Qing, can you help me contact Director Wu? I need to go out for a few days to do some private business. See if it's okay? After all, Zhao Qing's current organization is in the Second Research Institute, so it's just right for her to go. Okay, I go find Director Wu right away. Old bastard, oh no, respected General, sure, can you take me with you? Mickey's attitude changed immediately when he heard that he was going out. No, go back to the robot room. Wu Ruinfa's stern voice came over. It turned out that Wu Ruinfa saw from the surveillance that Sherhao's training was basically over and Su Yan had also returned. So he came over and met Zhao Qing, who was about to look for him at the door. Mickey looked at Wu Ruinfa's face, stuck out his tongue, and walked out obediently. When Mickey walked out, Wu Ruinfa said to Sherhao, Mickey is actually very good. I also wanted to be able to go out one day, but not now. He is still a semi-finished product. Wu Ruinfa didn't continue to explain after he finished speaking, and Sherhao didn't ask any more questions. Director Wu, I want to go to Los Angeles to see my family. Do you think I can go in my current situation? Sherhao asked Wu Ruinfa. I just saw from the video that you have almost finished the training. The training effect is better than I expected. According to some data recorded by Zhao Qin, the indicators are almost twice as high as those of ordinary bionic robots. Wu Runfa said with relief. However, I want to see your actual combat effect. Through actual combat, we will test some data, and then you can set off. After the work is done, it is estimated that the experiment of bionic robot and gene fusion will also be completed. If the experiment goes well, you will be arranged to undergo gene fusion. Because these bionic robots will eventually go to the front line, and Shi Hao has to command the Panlong team, so he can't be careless. How to fight in actual combat. Shi Hao was a little curious. We have some ordinary bionic robots in our multifunctional robot room. They have no learning ability, which is what Miki said, but their program is set for fighting. We have a fighting room dedicated to robots. Let's go now. After speaking, Wu Runfa led everyone out and walked into a fully enclosed room. The room was surrounded by metal skins, and the protective measures were well done. How to compete? Shi Hao asked. Under normal circumstances, the members of the Panlong team can do 1:3 or 1:5, and the best result is 1:8. Wu Runfa gave an example. Then let's do 10. Shi Hao touched his nose and said, Are you sure? Although the program setting will not damage the target, the bionic nerves will still transmit pain to the brain. Wu Runfa was a little surprised. No problem, just come on. Shi Hao was also looking forward to his combat power. Soon, 10 Pugwa were scattered in different locations in the room. Wu Runfa, Su Yin, and Zhao Qing left the door and closed it. Wu Runfa gestured to a small room next to it to watch the surveillance. Only 9 bang, bang, bang. Bang sounds were heard, and after a while there was another bang. The door opened. Shi Hao grinned and said, It hurt so much, I can't use so much strength in the future. Then he rubbed his right leg. They haven't turned on the surveillance yet, and it's over. Wu Runfa walked in, and saw that all 10 melons had fallen to the ground without exception. There were 9 holes on the walls around them, and there was another hole on the ceiling when he looked up. It seemed that Shi Hao had kicked them like footballs. Looking at these holes, it would be strange if his legs didn't hurt. Chapter 15. It's not that these Pugwas are too weak, because they are bionic robots without learning and adaptability. All actions and reactions are executed according to fixed procedures. For example, when Shi Hao's palm was about to touch the body, he suddenly changed to a punch, and changed his kick to a sweep. They were all unable to react. But if an ordinary person is hit hard by these combat-type Pugwas, it is possible that he will be killed. After a few days of training, Shi Hao's body coordination ability and brain reaction ability have reached the best state. In addition, Shi Hao learned killing fighting skills when he was in the special forces, so it is not surprising that these Pugwas were knocked down so easily. Wu Runfa felt that the battle ended too quickly. It seems that the combat power of Taishan-level robots is 1 level higher than that of previous bionic robots. Now Wu Runfa has classified bionic robots, like Shi Hao, as Taishan-level robots. He is thinking about classifying other types of robots, but that's another story. Can I go to Los Angeles, Chief Wu? Oh, of course. Chief Wu came to his senses from his deep thoughts. At the Los Angeles high-speed train platform, Su Yin took Shi Hao into an elevator and pressed the top floor, the 5th floor. According to memory, exiting the station is usually on the 1st floor or through the underground passage, and Shi Hao's face was slightly puzzled. Su Yin explained in the elevator, It's noon now, Shirue should be at work, we go directly to her workplace. What do you think? Let's go to the 5th floor and take a taxi now. There were other people in the elevator, so Su Yin did not call General Shi. Okay, just follow your arrangement. Shi Hao nodded and said. When they reached the top floor, they saw rows of cars with wings or rotors parked there. Su Yin led him in the direction of the air taxi sign. There were 3 protruding platforms in the parking lot. Cars lined up to drive onto the platforms, then slowly took off and flew away. In the distance were lines of cars, which should be flying cars. The flying cars lined up neatly and flew forward. They were divided into 3 layers vertically. The place we are going to is a bit far in the western suburbs of Los Angeles, so it is faster to take an air taxi. Su Yin explained. A few minutes later, a yellow flying car stopped in front of them. Su Yin motioned Shi Hao to get on it. This car used an unmanned driving system and had 4 passenger seats. After Shi Hao and the others closed the car door, the car automatically drove to a platform, then lined up to take off, and merged with the traffic in the direction of the western suburbs to fly steadily at a speed of about 120 kilometers per hour. Su Yin continued to introduce that the flying cars are divided into 4 layers in the vertical direction. The lowest layer is less used, and is mainly used for special flying cars such as firefighting cars, emergency flying cars, and public security flying cars. The second layer is for air taxis, air buses, and official cars. The third and fourth layers are for private flying cars for civilian use, flying in opposite directions. Some transportation hubs will use data to build air overpasses in advance for staggered flights. These flying cars are unmanned. When the destination is entered, the intelligent operating system will automatically plan the route. The flying cars will also send signals at any time to form the Internet of Things with nearby flying cars and parking lots to achieve functions such as maintaining flight distance and parking. If a flying car fails, it will send a fault emergency signal, and the surrounding flying cars will actively avoid it and quickly search for the nearest parking space to park. The parking spaces of each household are not allowed to be closed and must be connected to the Internet of Things. Most of these parking spaces are built on balconies or rooftops. Because of the technological breakthrough of polymer high-energy batteries, civilian flying cars basically only need to be charged once a month, and the output power is large, which can propel the car into the sky, and is also the most important factor in the current popularity of flying cars. As he spoke, the air taxi stopped on the roof of a building, and the destination was reached, the Los Angeles Sales Center of LaFawn Flying Car Company, Ltd. This sales center is very large, covering an area of about 150 acres, because LaFawn Flying Cars headquarters is in Los Angeles. In addition to flying car retail, this sales center actually also has new car releases, dealer observation, exhibitions, and other functions. Shihao and Su Yan went down from the elevator to the first floor. They wanted to go to the front desk to inquire about Xiaorui's news. Xiaorui graduated from a key university with a major in electronic information, with excellent academic performance. She joined the technical department of LaFawn Flying Car Group right after graduation. LaFawn Flying Car's predecessor was a large state-owned agricultural machinery-listed company in Los Angeles. With the development of science and technology, traditional agricultural machinery was gradually eliminated, the company's performance gradually declined, and the stock price fell to cabbage price. Finally, Wang Yukai, the chairman of LaFawn Flying Car Company, Limited, took control of the company through the stock market, repaid the overdue wages, restructured the original company's debts, introduced the flying car production line after the restructuring, increased the research and development and purchase of advanced technology, and gradually became a first-class flying car manufacturing company in China. Xiaorui's husband is Su Wuqing. He was originally a soldier of the Tinglong Squadron of the Special Forces. 15 years ago, he was injured in the leg when he was on a mission outside, resulting in the amputation of his left leg. At that time, the country gave him the best prosthesis at that time. After Su Wuqing retired due to disability, he was assigned to a department in Los Angeles as a clerk. At first, his colleagues were very polite to him, but over time, old colleagues were promoted or transferred, and newcomers were sarcastic and weird to him. It was difficult for him to make further progress due to physical reasons, so he went through the resignation procedures in anger. He also wanted to start his own business, but he had been up and down for more than 10 years, and he didn't accomplish anything big, and he lost money several times. The prosthesis he installed 15 years ago also had problems due to wear and tear, but he didn't have the money to buy the best bionic prosthesis on the market. As a result, his will became more and more depressed, his temper became more and more irritable, and finally he suffered from depression. For a long time, the family relied on Xiaorui alone to support it. Su Wuqing didn't want to spend the money Xiaorui worked hard to earn to see a doctor. He felt that depression was shameful. In addition, his legs were inconvenient to walk, so he stayed at home and didn't go out. However, seeing Xiaorui working hard outside every day to support the family, he became more and more useless and even had suicidal tendencies. After Xiaorui knew about it, she persuaded him earnestly not to abandon this family, because she'd lost her father since she was a child, and she didn't want her daughter Su Yuan to lose her father too. Both her parents were gone, and family affection was very important to her. Xiaorui initially worked in the technical department, but the salary level of the technical department was neither high nor low, and it became increasingly difficult to support the family with her salary. In addition, the situation on Earth has been getting worse and worse in the past decade, with resources becoming increasingly scarce and prices soaring, often making ends meet. So in order to support her family, Xiaorui applied to be transferred to the sales department. She has a high level of professionalism, and she speaks generously and appropriately, so she is basically the sales champion every year, and her income is also considerable. However, as she gets older, it is not realistic to be a frontline sales consultant. The subsequent development path is generally to move to a management position. Her performance and professional ability are no problem, but she is stuck with Huang Muliang, the general manager of the sales center. Although Shirui is about 40 years old, thanks to the breakthrough in genetic technology and the popularization of drugs that repair DNA, RNA in cells, the average age of Yin people can now theoretically reach 180 years old. 40 years old is equivalent to young people, equivalent to 28 or 29 years old 60 years ago. It is said that there are many people who are actually 150 years old now, and their cells are still very active. These drugs are as popular as vitamins 50 or 60 years ago, but they are much more effective than vitamins. Shirui also occasionally buys some drugs to maintain her body, and her skin has always been white, smooth and elastic. She has long hair, a standard oval face, and bright eyes with a mature charm. When she is free, she always likes to hold her chin and gaze, quiet and elegant. Ever since Shirui came to the sales center, Huang Muliang has been eager to see her curvy body wrapped in a light uniform skirt. But in the past few years, Shirui has deliberately kept her distance and never gave him a chance. Although he occasionally looks for those female salesmen with impure intentions, he always feels that it is not enough. What he can't get is the best, and Huang Muliang has been coveting it for a long time. This time Shirui applied for a transfer, and Huang Muliang felt that the opportunity had come. He told Shirui clearly, "As long as you stay with me for one night, the position of Deputy General Manager of the sales center is yours." Shirui was so angry when she heard such shameless words, that she threw the application form in Huang Muliang's face, and turned away. At this time, Shirui was sitting on a stool in the garden on the east side of the sales center, with her own lunch beside her, and she didn't touch a grain of it. Thinking about her husband Su Wuching, and then thinking about the transfer, she buried her head in her legs and sobbed softly. Cough. Cough cough. Shirui raised her head when she heard the coughing beside her, and saw two strangers standing in front of her. The man in front was holding a pair of sunglasses in his hand, wearing a black round-neck t-shirt on the upper body, jeans on the lower body, and a pair of casual shoes. He was about 30 years old, imposing, mature and restrained. "Who are you?" "Looking for me?" Shirui asked doubtfully. "You are Shirui?" Shirhao asked softly. "I am Shirui. Who are you?" Shirui is usually called by relatives or good friends, but she didn't know this person, so she felt a little strange. I'm your father. Oh no, I'm Shirhao." Shirhao's stuttering now is because he doesn't know how to phrase it. If someone younger than you says he is your father, you will definitely think he is sick. Shirhao? Shirui's mind is a little confused. "I don't know if you know that there was an asteroid 35 years ago. The asteroid came back, and was successfully captured. I was on that asteroid." Shirhao tried to explain. He was not sure whether Shirui knew about what happened 35 years ago. After all, she was only 7 years old at that time. "On your 7th birthday, I bought you a talking bear. You named it Feifei, but you always jokingly called it Hui Hui." When Shirui heard this, she looked at Shirhao's face, bit her lip, tears welled up in her eyes, and she staggered to Shirhao, hugged Shirhao's neck, and burst into tears. "That year, I waited at the door every day, waiting for you to come back. Woo woo woo. Mom said you went to a far place, to pick stars for me. I said, I don't want stars, I only want Dad. Woo. I waited and waited, every day after school and homework, I waited, 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. I understood, I can't see Dad anymore. Woo. You're back, but Mom is gone. Mom doesn't want to treat her illness, she said she wants to find you. But you're back, what should Mom do?" Shirui cried and couldn't speak, as if she wanted to cry back the 35 years of missing, to vent the difficulties of raising a family for more than 10 years, crying like a child. Chapter 16. Seeing Shirui crying, Shirhao's mind was full of frustration and irritability, but he had no way to vent. He gently patted Shirui's back, just like every time she curled up in his arms and cried. After a while, Shirui gradually calmed down, let go of Shirhao's neck, then looked at Su Yin embarrassedly, quickly ran to the stool to take out a tissue to wipe her eyes, took out a mirror and began to touch up her makeup. Women never forget their beauty. After everything was done, Shirui walked over embarrassedly and said, "Well, I go ask for leave first, and then I take you home." Shirui still felt that she couldn't say it out loud. After all, Shirhao's current image was a bit too young. After Shirui finished speaking, she turned around and walked towards the door of the sales center, without waiting for Shirhao to reply. Huang Muliang has been paying attention to Shirui for a long time. When he started work in the afternoon, Shirui was not in the lobby. He looked around for her, thinking that he would take her down no matter what. When he saw Shirui approaching the front desk, he said with a frown, "Shirui, you are late." When he saw that there were two men following Shirui, and they were the kind of handsome men who would turn heads 100%, he felt jealous. When he saw that Shirui's eyes were red, obviously she had cried, and he felt really sleepy. Someone handed him a pillow and said to Shirui with concern, "Did someone bully you? Tell me, I will stand up for you." Huang Muliang saw that someone dared to touch the woman he liked, and wanted to take the opportunity to be a hero to save the beauty. "No, they are my cousins, the manager. I have something to do at home, so I want to take a leave in the afternoon." "No, today is the investment promotion exhibition. The chairman is here, you can't ask for leave." Huang Muliang heard that she was a relative. Whether it was true or not, this hero saving the beauty play could not be performed, so he was a little angry and refused to allow her leave. Huang Muliang said the truth. Chairman Wang Yukai was indeed in the sales center today, but that was in the investment promotion hall, mainly for the investment promotion department to receive, and had nothing to do with Shirui's retail department. Huang Muliang just wanted to control Shirui, and when he saw her beautiful legs wrapped in stockings, his heart was on fire. "As long as you agree to my request, the deputy general manager is yours, and you don't need to ask for leave." Huang Muliang came over and whispered in Shirui's ear, then laughed and turned away. "What does he want you to do?" I don't know when Shirhao came to Shirui's side. He could hear even a needle falling in the sales hall. Although Huang Muliang's voice was very soft, he heard everything. "He wants me to accompany her for one night." Shirui lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice. Shirui had just finished speaking when Shirhao disappeared in a flash. A few seconds later, a black shadow flew out with the sound of click-clatter. At this time, everyone reacted. After listening to Shirui's words, Shirhao flashed behind Huang Muliang who was leaving, grabbed Huang Muliang's collar, and threw him out of the hall, breaking the glass and flying into the flower bed outside. The security guard saw this scene, and quickly called for support on the intercom. After a while, a dozen security guards surrounded Shirhao and Su Yin in the middle, and one of them called 110 to report the incident. Shirhao walked leisurely to the VIP area and sat on the sofa. The security guard followed him when he saw him leaving, but did not dare to stop him. Su Yin followed leisurely and heard Shirhao muttering, "It's not perfect, it should be hung up." Su Yin looked outside and saw a street lamp next to where Huang Muliang was lying. He instantly understood what Shirhao meant, and immediately frowned. About 10 minutes later, two policemen came. Without being told, Su Yin walked up and showed his ID. After the two policemen saw the ID clearly, they immediately saluted and returned the ID with both hands. "Su, you see, we should just understand the situation briefly and report back." An older policeman said politely to Su Yin, "Don't worry, that guy won't die, but he will have to lie in bed for 2 or 3 months. Shirhao walked over and said, "You can check the guy's background by the way. It should be easy to report. I will ask Colonel Su to write a report to the security department when I go back." Shirhao continued. When Shirui cried just now, he felt depressed and irritated. It was a good opportunity to vent when he met Huang Muliang, a low-class guy. Of course, he would not kill anyone. "Just do as the chief said," Su Yin said to the two policemen. The two policemen saluted immediately when they saw that their rank was higher than Su Yin. After the salute, they turned around to deal with Huang Muliang's affairs. At this time, the sound of an ambulance came over. "What's going on? Who is lawless and making trouble here?" Looking in the direction of the voice, it turned out that it was the chairman Wang Yukai who rushed over from the investment promotion department immediately after hearing the news. This is basically his base camp. It is unacceptable to be embarrassed by others. Before he came in just now, he went to see Huang Muliang. The guy was howling there, but his life was not in danger. The two policemen saw Wang Yukai coming in and whispered a few words to him. After hearing that, Wang Yucai's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. "You two have come all the way from Yunnan and Guizhou. We are rare guests, rare guests." Wang Yukai was shocked when he heard that they were from the Yunnan-Guizhou War Zone headquarters. Currently, the Central Plains War Zone headquarters is located in Luo City. He knows very well what level it is. Wang Yukai thought that even if his teeth were knocked out today, he would have to swallow the pain. "I don't know how Manager Huang offended you too. If it's because of the poor hospitality, then I apologize to you." Wang Yukai also went through many ups and downs before he founded Laughing Flying Car Company and achieved the current success. He is more than capable of dealing with this situation. Boss Wang, I don't care which woman Huang Muliang abuses. This is the police's business. But now he has set his sights on my daughter. Cousin, that's not okay. Shihao said to Wang Yukai righteously. This bastard, he is more likely to cause trouble than help. Wang Yukai almost understood what was going on when he heard it. He was ready to kill, and he had offended two masters who he couldn't afford to offend. Don't worry, I will punish him severely, Wang Yukai assured Shihao. Secretary Liu immediately sent someone from the group to check the accounts and investigate whether the employees have been bullied. If it is true, hand over all the evidence to the police and handle it according to the law. Wang Yukai immediately ordered his secretary again. There were many people around now. Wang Yukai had just finished giving orders to his secretary when a person beside him sat down on the ground with his legs softened. This person was Lu Mingxia, 33 years old, the director of the finance department of the retail department of the Los Angeles Sales Center. She usually had an affair with Huang Muliang. The two of them had been taking advantage of the past accounts. Now that they saw that the matter was about to be exposed, they could not stand steadily. Wang Yukai glanced at Lu Mingxia and saw that others helped her sit on the chair. He understood in his heart, said nothing, and turned his head to look at Shihao and others. Mr. Wang is so courageous. I admire him very much. I hope that Laughing Flying Car will sell better and better. My name is Shihao. Shihao saw that Wang Yukai handled it quite well, and was very grateful. He took the initiative to introduce himself. If there is nothing else, we will not disturb you. Shihao may need to take a leave. There are some things to deal with at home. Shihao said goodbye to Wang Yukai, and asked for leave for Shihao without hesitation. It's okay, please go ahead. Wang Yukai said politely to Shihao. Shihao felt that what happened in the afternoon was like a movie, which had a great impact on her, but she was very happy. Although she came a little late, she finally had a shoulder to rely on without restraint. After Shihao and Shihao left, Wang Yukai sat there and pondered for a while, called Secretary Liu over, asked him to invite the two policemen just now, and immediately sent someone to the sales center to take over this mess. Thank you, Officer Zhang, for your reminder just now, otherwise Wang would have made a big mistake. Wang Yukai said to the older policeman. Mr. Wang, you don't have to be polite, we are also for social stability. Officer Zhang responded politely. Although he is a civil servant, he doesn't have many opportunities to face a big man like Wang Yukai. You said the person who showed his ID just now is Su Yan? He is from the General Command of the Yunnan-Guizhou War Zone? Wang Yukai asked Officer Zhang again for confirmation. Because he seemed to have heard the name Shihao somewhere before, but the name Su Yan has been very well known in the past few days. He didn't know if it was the one he saw on the news. The B-52 asteroid was successfully captured, and the commander-in-chief of the project was Su Yan, and he was the youngest chief engineer of the Space Research Institute of the Yin State Military. It is no secret that there are a lot of house stone, silica stone, and collagen stone on B-52, which means that companies like them have the hope of entering space. Just like building a flying car, now he has the dream of building a spaceship. When the first human desire to successfully capture an asteroid was realized, the human space age has arrived. How can he, Wang Yukai, be willing to fall behind? That should be it. I really met a great man today. Shihao. B-52, his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be the Shihao from 35 years ago? Wang Yukai immediately thought of the national hero from 35 years ago. As for the change of body and appearance, it was not a big deal for Wang Yukai. The things they were exposed to at their level were more advanced. Every year, many life science and technology companies and bionic robot companies came to him for investment. He had seen too many advanced things. Secretary Liu, call the Human Resources Department now to retrieve Shihau's file immediately and give me a most detailed report on her. Thinking of this, Wang Yukai gave Secretary Liu an urgent order. Chapter 17. Since Huang Muliang was able to use the position of Deputy General Manager to make a deal with Shihao, it means that the current Deputy General Manager is probably a swindler. Wang Yukai simply found an empty room on the first floor to work on site. Although he is now successful in his career and rich, he is still a practical man at heart and does not care about so many things. Soon, people sent from the headquarters of Laughing Group in Los Angeles came over, led by Li Liangwei, a deputy general manager of the group. Wang Yukai appointed Li Liangwei to temporarily manage the daily work of the sales center, and other personnel such as accounting personnel audited the financial department, the Human Resources Department talked to employees, and the person from the Security Department took over the position of the security captain, and other work continued as usual. The Human Resources Department also submitted Shirai's information, and Wang Yukai opened the report and read it carefully. Shirai, 42 years old, worked in the technical department of Laughing Group for 10 years. She is an intermediate engineer of automotive electronic information and an intermediate researcher of the technical department. Later, she applied for personal transfer to the Los Angeles Sales Center as a sales consultant. She has been working for 9 years and has been the sales champion in the past 5 years. In the previous 4 years, her sales performance has been ranked in the top 5. Wang Yukai saw this and said to himself, "This is a talent." He was suppressed by Huang Muliang, that bastard, and almost brought disaster to himself. Wang Yukai then looked down at the family relationship, which was his ultimate goal. It said that his mother Zheng Xian had passed away 10 years ago, and the father column was blank. Calculate the time. When Shihao had the accident, Shirui was only 7 years old. When she just graduated, she should be considered a single-parent family. Wang Yukai calculated in his mind. Secretary Liu, go and draft a letter of appointment, appointing Shirui as the general manager of the 2nd and 3rd departments of the Los Angeles Sales Center of Laughing Automobile Company Limited. The first department of the sales center is the investment promotion department, the second department is the retail department, and the third department is the maintenance service center supporting the second department. Huang Muliang is the son of Wang Youcai's wife Huang Xulan's elder brother. He got a job in the sales department with this relationship when Laughing Fish was just established. He was also smart and his performance was acceptable. In addition, he often went to Huang Xulan to show off his achievements and get some advice. He was promoted to the position of general manager of the second sales department of the sales center, but his professional ability was very average. Wang Yukai was not confident in his management of the maintenance service center, so he arranged a respected senior engineer to be the general manager of the third sales department, but this general manager wanted to resign recently due to health reasons. Today, I saw Shirui's resume and felt that this was the person I wanted. Apart from Shihao's relationship, Wang Yukai also intended to let Shirui serve as the general manager of the second and third sales departments. More than an hour later, Li Liangwei came to report the preliminary investigation to Wang Yukai. After investigation, it was found that Huang Muliang and Finance Minister Lu Mingxia colluded to make false accounts, make false reimbursements, deduct employee bonuses, and even employee food expenses under various names, take kickbacks for high-value purchases, sell off the company's standard car gifts, and even take some benefits when buying a mop. It really is the essence of plucking feathers from passing geese to the extreme. Huang Muliang also maintained improper relationships with many female employees. At present, 8 have been found. 3 of them were not promoted by Huang Muliang or coerced into submission under other names. The other 5 wanted to get more bonuses and customers, even falsified performance rankings, or actively climbed up for promotion, including the current deputy general manager Zhao Min. According to other employees, some sales consultants sold their bodies to achieve sales, both men and women, which led to 2 customers' wives going to the sales center to make a scene. I don't know what means Huang Muliang used to suppress them. The deputy general manager reported to Wang Yukai in a low voice. This Huang Muliang has turned the sales center into a place for pimping. It's simply lawless. Wang Yukai was furious when he heard these words. Wang Yukai was a little scared when he thought about it. If this matter got out, he, Wang Yukai, would be too ashamed to go out and see people. Those old rivals would definitely say, "Old Wang, not bad, the car company can also innovate into the service industry. Does it feel good to be a pimp?" Ha ha ha. If that were the case, he would lose face. Give all these evidence to the police. No matter how they judge, they will never tolerate it. Huang Muliang was pushing Wang Yukai into the fire pit. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. At this time, after receiving Huang Muliang's exaggerated complaint call, Huang Xulan came to the door of the sales center angrily. When she walked into the hall, her face immediately changed to a calm state. She nodded slightly and greeted everyone as she walked. Huang Xulan was a lady from a well-off family. She followed Wang Yukai, who was still a bumpkin at the time, despite her family's opposition, showing extraordinary vision and courage. She knew how to protect Wang Youcai's face and heart. Huang Xulan entered Wang Youcai's temporary office. Wang Yukai looked up at her and said to Li Liangwei, who had just reported to him, "Liangwei, tell your sister-in-law what you just said to me and my opinions on how to deal with it." After saying that, he thought while looking through Shirui's information. At this time, Secretary Liu came in with Shirui's appointment letter. Seeing Huang Xilan was there, he put the appointment letter in front of Wang Yukai, and then stepped aside to wait. Wang Yukai was more and more shocked. How could his company have such a situation? In recent years, the company has grown bigger and bigger, and he is also a top figure in the country. He often participates in some national conferences, forums, and some talk shows and variety shows. What he said is regarded as a classic by many people, as a model of success, and a model to learn from. But today I found that I almost carry the reputation of a pimp. This is undoubtedly a wake-up call for myself. If I let this kind of thing develop, it will be a death knell for myself. Secretary Liu, notify the executive meeting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. No lateness, no absence, no leave, and those who are on business trips will come back immediately. Wang Yukai made up his mind to give Laughing Group a major overhaul, starting from today. Yukai, I have no objection to how you deal with Huang Muyang's affairs. I will talk to my brother. Huang Xilan was also shocked when he heard Li Liangwei's report on the situation at the sales center. He knew how bad the matter was. After speaking, he turned around and left the office without saying a word. Wang Yukai can have what he has today, and Huang Xilan also contributed a lot. Liangwei, if we find any sales consultants who sold their bodies for sales in the sales center, we will fire them and never hire them again. Those people who were coerced are victims, but they are not strong enough to sell themselves for profit. They are not useful. You can arrange it. Use Huang Muyang's salary and bonus to compensate them. The finance department will transfer people from the group to check the accounts and rectify them, and find suitable people to take over. Wang Yukai explained to Li Liangwei. In addition, I plan to appoint Xiaorui as the general manager of the second and third sales departments. You should familiarize yourself with her information. After she agrees, you should assist her in the handover work and make the sales center run normally as soon as possible. If you find someone who is blind, fire him or transfer him. Li Liangwei was a little surprised. A sales center's general manager had to ask a group vice president to assist and pave the way for him to take over. It seemed that the chairman valued her more. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Li Liangwei didn't talk much, but he kept his word and his actions were fruitful. Wang Yukai trusted him very much. Secretary Liu, call Xiaorui. Oh no, get the car ready. I'm going to Xiaorui's house. Wang Yukai originally wanted to ask Secretary Liu to make an appointment, but for the sake of safety, he decided to go directly to ensure that he could meet Xiaohao. If he didn't hold this thigh now, it would be difficult to guarantee such a good opportunity in the future. Xiaohao and his three companions went up to the rooftop parking lot of the sales center. Xiaorui used the holographic projection phone to start her flying car. After waiting in the waiting area for about a minute, the car automatically drove over. It was similar to an air taxi, with 4 passenger seats and automatic driving. Xiaorui's flying car was a low-end and civilian vehicle, priced at about 2.4 million Yuanhua currency. Xiaorui works as a sales consultant, and her salary and commission are relatively high, about 500,000 yuan per month, while the average salary is about 300,000 yuan, which is more than 30 times higher than a few decades ago. When Zheng Xian was alive, Xiaorui and her family lived together with her, and the house was about 120 square meters in size. Xiaohao went to space 35 years ago and never came back. He was recognized as a martyr and a national hero by the state. In view of Xiaohao's special contribution, the house was awarded to Zheng Xian, who was with 7-year-old Xiaorui at the time. The house is located in the military commission compound, because Xiaohao was finally promoted to the rank of Major General, and his rank was also high enough. The ownership of the houses in the army belongs to the state, so when Zheng Xian passed away, the house was taken back. The house that Xiaorui lives in now is only 55 square meters in size. When Xiaorui just got married, Zheng Xian took out her savings to pay the down payment for it. Su Wuqing was injured and disabled 2 years before Zheng Xian's death. He was a captain at the time. After receiving treatment, the state gave him a lump sum of compensation. The deteriorating environment on the earth has led to global resource shortages and inflation, and the money did not last long. Later, the family mainly relied on Xiaorui's salary to make a living. Although it was tight, it was warm. After her daughter Su Yuan went to elementary school, she simply renovated the house, changing the living room into a bedroom and dining room, adding a small kitchen and bathroom, and decorating it a little. It was warm and comfortable. Xiaorui and Su Wuqing were introduced to each other by the wife of a chief in the military compound. At that time, Su Wuqing had a slightly darker skin, but he was sunny and handsome, and he also had the resolute and steady temperament of a special forces soldier. Sure Hao was also a special forces soldier, so Sher Shirui had a special feeling for Su Wuqing. Although Zheng Xian was a little worried about Su Wuqing's identity as a special forces soldier, after all, she was afraid that her daughter would suffer in the future because of Sher Hao's experience. But seeing that their relationship was developing rapidly, she did not stop it. In the end, it was natural, and they got married and had children. Sher Shirui lived in a civilian community in the city center. The building was 30 stories high. The rooftop was converted into a parking lot with 3 floors. After parking the car, she took the elevator from the rooftop to the 18th floor. Sher Shirui took out the key to open the door, but it opened as soon as she pushed it. When they walked in, they saw that the table in the restaurant was pushed against the wall. There was a man sitting on the ground. He had yellow hair and a tiger-like tattoo on his arm. His hands and feet were tied with torn sheets. A piece of rag was stuffed in his mouth. There was a clearly visible knife wound on his right hand that was bleeding. When the yellow-haired man saw them coming in, he made a hum sound. Su Wuqing was holding a bottle of wine and sitting at the door of the bedroom, drinking and mumbling. Chapter 18. When Sher Hao entered the room, he heard Su Wuqing mumbling, "I told you to threaten me. I told you to threaten me." When Su Wuqing saw Sher Shirui suddenly come back, he immediately stood up and said helplessly, "Shirui, weren't you at work? Why are you back now? Why don't you go out for a while? I take care of it right away." Then he looked at Sher Hao and Su Yin, forced a smile, and asked Sher Shirui, "Who are they?" Sher Shirui didn't answer, but went over to pull the rag out of Huang Mao's mouth and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" When Huang Mao saw that he could speak, he quickly said, "Brother Cheng, I dare not threaten you anymore. Just treat me as a fart, and I won't ask for the money again." "What money?" Sher Shirui immediately asked, hearing that there was something behind his words. Su Wuqing didn't answer, but sat down on the ground dejectedly and took another sip of wine. Sher Hao patted Sher Shirui's shoulder gently and comforted her. "Don't worry, I take care of it." Su Yin turned around and closed the door, then found 2 chairs for Sher Hao and Sher Shirui, and half sat and half leaned on the dining table. He turned his head and said to Huang Mao, "Boy, be honest, just tell me what I ask you." Huang Mao saw that the 2 people who came in were not good people, and he was a little panicked after closing the door. He quickly said, "Brother, I tell you everything. Brother Cheng borrowed money from us, and now it's due. Our boss asked me to collect it, and it turned out like this." Huang Mao was a loan shark, but the tone of his speech was like a bullied young wife. "Su Wuqing, let me introduce myself first. My name is Sher Hao, and I'm Shirui's father. So I won't ignore your affairs. Just tell me if you have anything to say." Sher Hao, as a father, also looked unnatural when introducing himself. Su Wuqing looked up when he heard what Sher Hao said, his face full of surprise, and turned his eyes to Sher Shirui. "That, he is the Sher Hao 35 years ago, that is, my father." When she said the last 2 words, Sher Shirui's voice became smaller and smaller, but she finally gritted her teeth and said it out. After she finished speaking, the awkward feeling in her heart disappeared, and she felt more intimate. After hearing Sher Shirui's affirmative answer, Su Wuqing immediately stood up from the ground, scratched his head with his hands, stammered for a long time without saying it out, and then directly talked about the ins and outs of borrowing money. It turned out that Su Wuqing had been at home all day recently. Seeing Sher Shirui so tired every day, the family that he was supposed to support was all on his wife, and he felt so awkward in his heart. So he tried to find ways to make money everywhere. However, his legs were inconvenient to move, and he couldn't do physical work. So he started to think about stocks at home. Every day after Sher Shirui went to work, he would learn stock trading techniques online. After a long time, he had some experience and bought stocks with all his little savings. At the beginning, the market was okay, with some gains and losses. After 2 months, the entire market index plunged from a high position and adjusted, which trapped his little savings. He was desperate and joined many so-called stock exchange groups, where so-called experts and masters were everywhere. On this day, he was browsing the chat records of others in the group as usual, and occasionally popped up a bubble. At this time, someone added him as a friend. The online name was Death of the Poor, but not of the Friends, and first discussed some stock trading techniques with him, and the chat was very speculative. After chatting for a few days, he asked him if he wanted a way to get rich quickly. Su Wuqing felt that it didn't matter. The poor Taoist who never dies sent 2 screenshots, which were 2 delivery notes, for futures trading, and then introduced that he originally only had 100,000 yuan, but the leverage could be increased to 5 to 10 times when trading futures. He increased the leverage to 10 times for these 2, which was equivalent to a principal of 1 million yuan. He made 100,000 yuan in one hand, and doubled it in just a few minutes. Su Wuqing saw such a good opportunity to make money, and wanted to learn more. The man taught him step by step how to download the software, how to register, and how to deposit funds. Su Wuqing couldn't resist the temptation, so he sold the funds in his stock account and started trading futures, with about 200,000 yuan. He only saw the profits of futures, but not the risks of futures. He followed the advice of the poor Taoist who never dies to increase the leverage of 5 times for the first 200,000 yuan to reduce the risk, and made 100,000 yuan in one hand. The futures market is basically traded 24 hours a day. Su Wuqing, who had tasted the sweetness, began to stare at the futures software for 17 or 18 hours a day, and increased the leverage to 10 times. As a result, he accidentally liquidated and lost all his funds. Su Wuqing felt that he was just unlucky this time. If he was more careful, he could completely avoid it by adding leverage and lowering the point. The poor Taoist will die, but the Taoist friend will not die appeared again at this time, saying that he knew there was a platform on the internet that could lend money. The interest was several times higher than the national interest, but he could pay it back after the turnover and make money. The total interest for short-term use would not be much money. Su Wuqing was thinking about getting back his investment and getting rich, so he borrowed 1 million high-interest loans, but he lost all the 1 million in a few days. The dead poor Taoist but not the dead Taoist friend introduced him to borrow money from another platform. In total, he owed about 3 million yuan. At this time, Su Wuqing felt something was wrong, so he went to question the dead poor Taoist, but not the dead Taoist friend, but this person never appeared again. He has no job now, and no income, but the high-interest loan interest he owes keeps rolling, and the daily collection calls make him dizzy. Today, the yellow-haired man is here to collect debts for a platform. He bowed his head and spoke softly at first, asking the yellow-haired man for a grace period, saying all the good things. But the yellow-haired man said, "If you don't pay back the money, you will bear the consequences. Your daughter is Su Yuan, and your wife is Shirui. They work at the Lafanlua sales center, right? They are both pretty good, hee." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Su Wuqing heard that the yellow-haired man threatened him with his wife and daughter, so he turned around and pulled out a fruit knife, and with one knife, he pierced the yellow-haired man's right palm and nailed it to the wall. After all, he had been a special forces soldier. He subdued Huang Mao in a few moves, tied him up, gagged him, and threw him to the ground. He picked up a bottle of wine and drank half of it. He wanted to kill Huang Mao. At this time, Shirui and the others came back. After listening to it, Shihao and Su Yan looked at each other and realized that Su Wuqing was being tricked. 50 or 60 years ago, there were also routine loans, usury, and online loans. Various routines emerged one after another. The country took ruthless measures to stop the evil wind. Unexpectedly, it has begun to spread again now. Does the country not care now? Shihao asked Su Yan. Recently, the Earth's environment has accelerated, resources are scarce, people's hearts are floating, and various forces are ready to move. The country is busy with more urgent things, so it is inevitable that some garbage will not be cleaned up, but they will not be able to jump for a few days. Su Yan replied with emotion. Then how do you think this situation should be handled? Shihao didn't know much about the current social environment, so he asked Su Yan for advice. Call the police and let them handle it. Su Yan looked at Su Wuqing and Huang Mao and said confidently. Xiao Rui, call the police. Shirui immediately picked up the phone and called the police. The police arrived more than 10 minutes later. Su Yan took out his ID and gave it to the 2 police officers as usual, and the 2 saluted politely. Su Yan said, "This is the home of our leader's family." Because they were tricked by loan sharks and the interest was too high to pay, this Huang Mao rushed to the house to threaten and collect the money. Su Wuqing, the owner of this house, defended himself to protect his family from harm, resulting in Huang Mao's hand injury. Su Wuqing himself once served in the Special Brigade of the XX Army. He retired due to a leg disability while performing a mission. As a member of the army, I implore the 2 police officers to enforce the law impartially and give Su Wuqing justice. Su Yan's words were so righteous and indignant that the 2 police officers had to pay attention. Huang Mao was more and more shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He felt as if the sky had fallen. Now it was not a question of whether he could leave or not, but a question of how many years he would live in prison. He was trembling with fear, and at that moment he began to think about it in his mind. When he was interrogated, he would explain more important issues and provide more clues to strive for leniency. Please rest assured, Colonel Su, we will handle it impartially and give justice to the victim. Mr. Su Wucheng will go to the police station to make a record later, so that we can file a case. The leading police officer loudly assured Su Yin, then handcuffed Huang Mao and took him out. Su Wucheng went to the bathroom to wash his face, put on his coat and followed him out. I go with you. Shirue followed quickly. You entertain them at home. Dad, I be back soon after I finish taking the statement. I just take our car. Su Wucheng was in a much better mood when he saw that the matter was solved smoothly, and his words became more sunny. After saying that, Su Wucheng turned around and walked out, closing the door. Shirue looked at Shihao and Su Yin. Oh Dad, you guys sit down first, I go cook, and we have dinner at home tonight. After the first call, the second call was more natural. Shirue looked at the messy restaurant and the floor awkwardly. You guys go to Yuan's room and sit for a while, I clean up here. The floor was covered in blood, and Shirue took a lot of effort to clean the floor. Su Yin helped her put the dining table and other things back in place. Shihao was flipping through an album on the bookshelf in Su Yuan's room. There was a thin and tall girl with short hair that looked very similar to Shirue, very beautiful. On the desk was a photo of a man wearing a taekwondo training suit, doing a side kick, relaxed and powerful. On the wall behind the desk was a certificate of a 5th-degree taekwondo black belt. When Shirue was preparing to cook outside, Su Yin told her that Shihao had a bionic robot body, and could not, and did not need to eat. As for him not being hungry, he should not be bothered. Shirue did not know how to entertain him for a moment, so she walked into the room and took out a small box from under the bed, walked to Su Yuan's room and handed it to Shihao, saying, "This is my mother's legacy." Shihao took the box, sat on the chair in front of the desk, and opened the box. Shirue quietly retreated when she saw this. Chapter 19. Inside the box was a family photo of 3 people, a copy of the Los Angeles Evening News. The paper had turned yellow, and underneath was a diary. The photo was protected by a plastic seal that was commonly used decades ago, and the edges had been worn out. The date of the Los Angeles Evening News was November 7, 2036. There was a news item on the front page of the evening paper, titled National Hero Shihao uses his life to push humanity into space, with 2 pictures, one of which was a photo of Shihao in military uniform when he was serving, and the other was a picture of Shihao using his torn arm to push an asteroid rock into the warehouse. Shihao opened the diary at the bottom, none of which were long, but he was mentioned in every article. October 1st, 2035, Sunny. How, you said you were selected to join the Special Forces A Battalion. I'm really happy for you. I'm at home, and Xiao Rui is also very obedient. Last night she called Dad, hurry up in her dream. I guess she was playing with you in her dream. February 3rd, 2036, Cloudy. How, Captain Lei came to see me today. I asked him how you were doing, and he was hesitant. You didn't come back for the New Year this year. Xiao Rui and I went to pay New Year's greetings to my parents. Don't worry. Shihao remembered that they were on their way abroad to carry out the mission of combating violent terrorist organizations, and they were surrounded and lost contact for a few days. February 6, 2036, Light Rain. How, Captain Lei called me today and said that you will be back soon. He asked me to come to see you the day after tomorrow. Did something happen to you? I have a bad feeling. February 8, 2036, Cloudy. How, seeing you lying on the bed with your legs sawed off, I felt really bad. Are you in pain? It would be great if I could help you bear it. That day, Shihao was amputated due to his injury. February 18, 2036, Cloudy to Sunny. How, I really don't want you to become a robot. If you become a pile of iron lumps, are you still a human? But I can't bear to see you sitting on the bed stupidly. I know you must be unwilling to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, but Xiao Rui and I really want you to be with us. What if I support you for the rest of your life? But I still respect your choice. March 12, 2036, Rain. How, I look at you tall and listen to your mechanical voice. Although I know your memory, thinking, and consciousness have not changed, I can't forget what you looked like before. August 18, 2036, Cloudy. How, you said today that you were going to carry out a mission. Seeing you hesitate to speak, I know that this mission is not that simple. Although I can't tell me for confidentiality reasons, I still support you. Xiao Rui asked me when I can see you. I haven't figured out how to tell him that you have become a robot. This is the eve of Shihao's departure to explore B-52. November 3, 2036, Heavy Rain. How, Captain Lei is here. He told me that you drifted into the deep space and will never come back. How could you be so cruel to leave Xiaorui and me? My heart aches. I really want to find you, but looking at Xiaorui, I will wait a little longer. November 7th, 2036, cloudy to sunny. How? I saw you on the news. You look really handsome. I am proud of you. The country takes good care of me. Don't worry. If it is possible to pick a star for Xiaorui, I will tell her that you went to pick a star for her. March 12, 2052, sunny. How Xiaorui got married. Our son-in-law is also a Special Forces soldier, named Su Wucheng, also from the Special Forces Brigade, and he is a very nice person. 17 years ago today, you became a robot, so I set their wedding today. I wonder where you are floating in space now. May 18, 2054, sunny. How? Our little granddaughter was born. I named her Su Yuan. You should like this name too. July 6, 2059, rainy. How? Wu Cheng was injured during a mission. His right leg was injured. The injury is not clear yet. Please bless him. I don't want Xiaorui to suffer. January 28, 2061, sunny. How? This year's Spring Festival is very lively. Wu Cheng's left leg was amputated. The country provided him with the best treatment plan. Now he is retired and at home. Su Yuan can also run around to help with the work. She is very cute and sensible. February 3, 2061, cloudy. How? I went to the hospital today, and the doctor told me that the cancer cells have spread. He advised me to use biological therapy, which has an 80% cure rate. I didn't want to use it, and Xiaorui also cried and advised me. I got cancer 2 years ago, but I didn't tell you because I was afraid you would worry. Now the children are grown up, I have lived long enough, and I just want to go down to see you as soon as possible. February 13, 2061, sunny. How? This may be the last time I write a diary. Let's meet over there. I don't know if I can find you, but I will keep looking. The diary ends here. On the evening of February 13, 2061, Zheng Xian died of cancer cell spread. Shihao's head trembled slightly, his eyes turned blood red, his mind was extremely depressed, and he closed his eyes for a long time. After a long time, there was a knock on the door. Xiaorui opened the door and shouted, "Mr. Wang Yuyu, why are you here?" It turned out that Wang Yukai came to find Xiaorui according to the address registered in the unit. Shihao heard the sound and packed up his things, adjusted his state, and came to the restaurant. Wang Yukai was politely saying to Su Yin, "Su, there are too many things in the sales center today, and the hospitality is not good, so one came to apologize." Su Yin heard this and understood that Wang Yukai knew his identity. He was about to speak when he saw Shihao coming out, so he didn't speak. After all, Xiaorui and Shihao are the owners of this house now. Shihao only heard Shihao say, "Mr. Wang is polite, please sit down." "Mr. Wang, do you have anything else to do here?" Shihao still maintained the usual style of a soldier, and went straight to the point. "Both leaders have seen today that Wang has made inappropriate use of people. I am really ashamed. Fortunately, I met you two today, otherwise I, Wang Yukai, would be ruined and I don't know what happened," Wang Yukai said with emotion. After preliminary investigation today, Huang Muliang did indeed do many illegal and irregular things. All the evidence has been submitted to the Public Security Department. No matter how it is judged, it will not be tolerated. I came here today to ask Xiaorui to serve as the general manager of the 2nd and 3rd departments of the Lofeng Flying Car Los Angeles Sales Center, Wang Yukai said sincerely. Shihao looked at Xiaorui and said, "Xiaorui has to make the decision on this matter. I have no objection. Mr. Wang, I have been doing sales, and have no practical management experience. I am afraid I am not competent." Xiaorui said carefully that Wang Yukai rarely went to their sales hall. Now he came to her house for the first time, and asked her to be the general manager. She was quite nervous. She had hoped to get a mid-level position after the transfer. "Xiaorui, I have to reflect on myself. There are certain problems with the company's personnel selection system. You are probably the only one in our company who is both an intermediate engineer and a sales champion for several consecutive years. You are just a sales consultant. With your qualifications, you are more than qualified to be the general manager of the sales center. Experience can be accumulated while working. In the early days of taking office, I asked General Manager Lee of the group to assist you. You can do it boldly. If you don't understand, learn. If you don't know, ask. I think this won't be more difficult than taking the exam for an intermediate engineer." Wang Youcai's words were indeed from the heart. What happened today exposed many problems in the company. These problems in personnel, system, and management must be rectified. Shirue herself is also capable. She studied well in school, had good business in the technical department, and had good performance in the sales center. These are not false. Now that Shirhao is back and has solved the biggest obstacle, how can he not want to spread his wings and fly high and make great plans? Then I try. Shirue looked at Shirhao, wanting encouragement. It's rare to meet such an open-minded boss, like Mr. Wang. Shirue thinks you can let go and make achievements to repay Mr. Wang's kindness. Shirhao has lived for 70 years and is not a pedantic person. Wang Yukai felt very comfortable with these words. Okay, then I do my best. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Seeing Shirhao say this, Shirue also felt more confident. You can go directly to Mr. Li tomorrow. The appointment letter has been drafted and will be announced directly at work. Wang Yukai was very happy to see that the first step was successful. I will host you today and invite the two leaders to have a simple meal, okay? Wang Yukai said to Shirhao and Su Yin. Su Yin said at this time, we have a mission today, so we can't keep the appointment. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wang. Shirhao definitely couldn't go to a dinner party. You can't go and not eat, but the current technology of bionic robots can't solve the problem of food digestion. I think Shirue's house is a bit crowded. What do you think about arranging a 4-bedroom apartment for you in the group community? Wang Yukai said to Shirue again. No need, Shirue will move in and live with me. I have a house in the military commission compound. Shirhao felt that Wang Yukai must have something to do. No matter how capable Shirue is, she won't give him a house, so he quickly refused. As for the house, he should shamelessly go to Lao Wu. Shirhao felt that he owed Shirue so much, and he didn't want her to suffer anymore after he came back. The military commission compound was safe, and no one like Huang Mao could enter it. Does Mr. Wang have anything else to say? If so, just tell me. Shirhao asked directly. Then I'd be thick-skinned and tell you straight. The news that Chief Engineer Su captured B-52 a while ago is now known to the whole country. I was wondering if our country's space industry is about to take a big step forward. In fact, since Mr. Shi explored B-52 35 years ago, I have been paying attention to the progress of Yan's space industry. For decades, it has been led by the country. This time, after B-52 was captured, a large amount of Hausher, Mingshi, and college and stone were obtained. Then, will the space industry be opened up in the future to allow non-military enterprises to participate? This is what I want to know. I came here today, on the one hand, for Shirue's matter, and on the other hand, I want to hear your opinions and suggestions. Wang Yukai said, looking at Shirhao and Su Yin expectantly. Chapter 20. In fact, the B-52 is still in geosynchronous orbit, and has not been cut, let alone refined. As for whether it will be open to non-military enterprises, it depends on the country's policy. I haven't heard the news yet, but I personally think that Mr. Wang's judgment is still reasonable. Su Yin continued Wang Yutsai's words. It is indeed the situation, Su Yin said. We can't give you any specific suggestions at present. I think we can leave each other contact information to keep in touch. As long as it is a good thing that can promote national development and human development, I, Shirhao, will support it. When I was floating in space, I felt that humans were too small, and the universe was too big. If humans want to reproduce forever, more people must participate, break out of the Earth, and conquer space. Shirhao continued. Okay, let's keep in touch more, and I will visit you when the time is right. Wang Yukai felt that today was not in vain, at least they were connected. The two sides left contact information with each other, exchanged a few polite words, and Wang Yukai left happily. This Wang Yukai is a character. I heard that he came from the countryside and had no background. After meeting him today, I found that he is indeed extraordinary. Su Yin commented on Wang Yukai. During the chat, Shirhao got to know Wang Yukai better. At first, Wang Yukai was engaged in the sales of new energy vehicles. With unremitting efforts, he became a provincial agent of a second-tier automobile brand, and later he was very successful. More than 20 years ago, the trend of global warming became more and more obvious, and many places in the world gradually became unsuitable for human habitation. Wang Yukai felt that the land price in the habitable area would definitely become a scarce resource, so he took out all his savings and bought 2 plots of land in Los Angeles at a high price. In the following years, the land price increased more than 10 times. He did not develop it but sold it directly, and took a large amount of cash. At this time, nuclear fusion technology has matured, and 80% of the country's energy is generated by nuclear fusion. Polymer high-energy battery technology has also broken through the bottleneck and made a big step forward. The civilian use of drones has become more and more mature. Wang Yukai felt that this was a business opportunity. At that time he said, "I want to make a flying car. It doesn't look difficult. It's nothing more than a drone with an iron shell hanging under it, and 2 sofas inside." As global warming becomes more and more severe, traditional agriculture has suffered a catastrophe, and the product sales of Los Angeles Agricultural Machinery Company have gradually dropped to zero. Unable to pay employees' wages, the stock price has fallen to cabbage price and faces the risk of forced delisting. Wang Yukai bought the shares of Los Angeles Agricultural Machinery Company from the secondary market at a very low price, accepting all comers, and controlling the company by holding a stake. After Wang Yukai took over Los Angeles Agricultural Machinery Company, the first thing he did was to pay the overdue wages to employees and compensate those who were willing to leave. The company changed its name and system, and the agricultural machinery production line was simply modified to make flying cars. When the first prototype car came out, no one dared to sit in it during the test run. Wang Yukai sat on it himself to stabilize the situation. He was also afraid, so he asked the employees to fill the entire cab with sponges used for production seats, and then sat in it himself, wrapped in sponges all over his body. The prototype car fell down when it was raised to a height of 10 meters. Originally, the center of gravity was adjusted during the design, but the drone and the car shell were welded together. As a result, the center of gravity shifted after the person sat on it, and it fell down. Wang Yukai himself was scared and said, "It seems that this thing really cannot be sloppy. It's good to have a technical threshold. I still want to do it." Then he visited research institutes and universities to cooperate in R&D. He bought the ready-made technology. He applied for dozens of flying car-related patents in more than half a year. A year later, he finally built a qualified flying car. Wang Yukai fell from above, so he attached great importance to safety. He participated in the design of a full car airbag. When the sensor detects that the flying car is at risk of falling, the airbag opens, and can wrap the person from top to bottom, and left to right. At the moment of landing, the airbag is detected by the pressure sensor, and the airbag is deflated for a short time and multiple times at a high frequency. When it is completely on the ground, the air in the airbag is basically deflated, and the person inside is not hurt at all. Then rely on technology and quality to make Lofeng flying car bigger and stronger step by step. Shi Shirawei told Shi Hao and Su Yan some of Wang Yucai's history. This person has good qualities. He can think about employees and think about the safety of passengers first. This is great love. Shi Hao also admires Wang Yukai. After chatting, Shi Hao called Wu Yi. "Old Wu, I have something to trouble you." "Go ahead, being so polite is not your style," Wu Yi said jokingly. "I want to get back the house in the military commission compound in Los Angeles. What do you think? Now that you are back, I really need to arrange a house for you. Otherwise, you can choose any house in Yunnan and Guizhou. I still want to live in the original house. There are memories of Zheng Xian in it." Shi Hao's tone became a little sad when Zheng Xian was mentioned. Wu Yi also heard it, paused and said, "Let Su Yan answer the phone. Su Yan, go to General 1 of the Central Plains Theater Command and ask him to coordinate the matter of General Shi's house. I will call him later." After all, the Central Plains Theater and the Yunnan Guizhou Theater are equal units. At present, Shi Hao has transferred his memory in the Yunnan Guizhou Theater and uses the latest bionic robot body developed by the Yunnan Guizhou Theater. So his organization must belong to the Yunnan Guizhou Theater. It is a big deal to ask for a house in the Central Plains Theater. "Old Wu, you are not authentic. It's okay for you to intercept the asteroid, but you also intercepted Shi Hao. He walked out of the Central Plains Theater with you. You are grabbing everything, black cat or white cat." Wu Yi listened to Wang Guiyong's deafening voice on the phone and felt a headache. "Old Wan, don't talk nonsense. We are all contributing to the country. Just tell me if there is any problem with the house." Wu Yi was not polite and retorted. This is the normal communication between them, who has a louder voice and who is more unreasonable. That's definitely no problem. Although he is in your place, his family is here. I will turn him back sooner or later. Wang Guiyong is not stupid. As long as Shi Hao comes here often, anything is possible. Wu Yi's head hurts again when he hears this. There is nothing he can do. Who made Shi Hao so nostalgic? I will move in within 2 days. No, he can move in tomorrow. You old man owe me a favor. Wang Guiyong doesn't care about Wu Yi so much. He will take what he wants. After the negotiation, Wu Yi called Su Yan again. After Su Yan answered the phone, he told Shi Hao that the house issue was settled. He had to go to the Central Plains War Zone headquarters first, while Shirhao chose to stay at Xiaorui's house. Xiaorui, you will move back to the old house tomorrow. It's safe there. I can rest assured that I'm not with you, Shirhao said to Xiaorui, and Xiaorui nodded without objection. At this time, Su Wuqing came back from the police station after recording the statement. Xiaorui told him about the move. Su Wuqing was very happy because he had dreamed of his comrades and the smell of the military camp many times after he retired. This time, moving back to the military commission compound was just what he wanted. Shirhao motioned Su Wuqing to sit down and talk to him. How much money do you owe others now? Shirhao asked. In addition to today's one, there are 3 more, adding up to a total of 3 million. Su Wuqing didn't dare to look directly at Shirhao and said with his head down. According to my judgment, you fell into someone else's trap and were tricked into it little by little. You are also wrong. You are too greedy. Think about it yourself. There are not so many pie-in-the-sky things in this world. Shirhao criticized Su Wuqing unceremoniously. Don't be like a woman all day, with a face full of complaints. Your leg is injured and disabled, but the sky won't fall. Have you told the police about the debts owed to the other 3 platforms today? Shirhao saw Su Wuqing's cold face and didn't say anything, knowing that he was also upset, so he didn't say anything harsh. I have said it all. The police classified it as usury and suspected of routine loan, and filed a case. Su Wuqing replied in a low voice. What are your plans for the future? Shirhao asked. Alas, Su Wuqing scratched his hair painfully when he heard Shirhao ask this, lowered his head and sighed. Don't think too much in the next few days, and don't rush to make money. Come with me to Yunnan and Guizhou in a few days. There is a research institute there that is researching the latest bionic prosthesis. Solve the problem with your legs first. Seeing him like this, Shirhao made the decision for him. Just listen to Dad. I don't expect you to make much money, as long as our family is complete. Xiaorui also persuaded beside him. Okay, I followed Dad's arrangement. Su Wuqing also followed Xiaorui and called out the name that was difficult to say. Go and do what you need to do. Did Su Yuan come back after the evening self-study? Shirhao wanted to see his granddaughter. Yuan is now in the 3rd year of high school. Her studies are quite tight. She doesn't want to waste time, so she chose to live in the school. She comes back every Sunday, and can only come back the day after tomorrow. Xiaorui replied. Okay, I go and meet up with Su Yin. You guys have dinner. Shirhao saw that everything was almost done and prepared to leave. Dad, you should eat first. Su Wuqing didn't know Shirhao's specific situation yet, so he stood up to keep him. No need, Dad has things to do. Xiaorui knew, but didn't know how to say it, so she excused Shirhao. Xiaorui accompanied Shirhao to the top of the building and taught Shirhao to take out his ID card to swipe the card to take a taxi, and use the voice control navigation system to set the destination. Now the Yanhua resident ID card is a real national card. You can use this ID card to take a taxi, deposit and withdraw money, see a doctor, and handle any procedures. The ID card information is quantum encrypted and very secure. With the development of science and technology, the popularization of quantum computers, and the widespread application of bionic technology, the previous face scanning, fingerprint scanning, and traditional binary passwords have become unsafe, so traditional physical cards have begun to be used again. Because he had to pay for the taxi fare, Shirhao specifically checked the account balance. It would be embarrassing if he had no money at the destination. When he saw that the balance was 5 million, he thought that Su Yin was really thoughtful. Watching the car go away, Xiaorui couldn't stop crying for this long-lost sense of security. Shirhao looked at the time, and it was just past 8 o'clock in the evening. The air taxi was flying over a busy commercial street, and stopped at the rooftop of a shopping mall under voice control. Shirhao used to dislike shopping, but after floating in the desolate space for a long time, he yearned for a lively environment, and liked the feeling of being crowded. After getting off the elevator, he walked around and looked around. The mall was still the same as it was 35 years ago, except that there were some things he had never seen before, and some smart facilities. Among the people coming and going, there were many white people, black people, and Middle Eastern people, accounting for about 1/3 of the total. Shirhao thought that the world had changed a lot, and the rules and regulations had changed. He would go online to learn more about the current social situation when he returned. After walking for a while, he walked out of the mall and wanted to see the night view of Los Angeles on the road. There were endless flying cars in the sky, and the unmanned shuttles, unmanned taxis, and unmanned buses on the ground were in order. Flying cars were indeed very convenient, but some people were afraid of heights, and could choose ground transportation. Su Yin also told him that, except for shuttle buses, taxis, buses, special vehicles, official vehicles, military vehicles, etc., private cars are not allowed on the ground roads. The ground and air form a three-dimensional transportation network. Under the control of the quantum computer in the central computer room, there is no problem of traffic jams. Shihao walked to the side of the mall. There was a dark passage with no bottom in sight. Few people passed by. When he turned around and prepared to go back, he suddenly heard someone shouting help. Chapter 21. Shihao bent down and picked up two small pebbles from the flower bed next to him, and walked towards the dark passage, only to see two people dragging a girl by the arms. "Let go of that girl," Shihao said in a low voice, but quite dignified. He felt strange after saying it. Isn't this a plot in many soap operas decades ago? I always felt that the screenwriter wrote it randomly before, but now I feel that people are wronged. This line is just right for this time. Boy, you have been idle for a long time, right? This is my Westbrook's territory. Get out of here. The two people stopped, and one of them pointed at Shihao and said. Shihao didn't say anything, raised his hand, and threw a pebble out, only to hear Westbrook's ouch and cover the raised arm. The other person saw that his accomplice was injured, and pulled out a thing from his waist and ran over. Just then, a beam of car light shone over, and it turned out to be a machete. With a bang, the guy fell to the ground. This time, the cobblestone hit his head and knocked him unconscious. Then Shihao walked over slowly step by step. Don't come over here, I call the police. Westbrook saw that the situation was not right and began to threaten Shihao with calling the police, which made Shihao a little bit amused and helpless. You are a thief, maybe you were beaten and confused. Why don't you get out of here quickly? Westbrook shouted at the girl, and then took out the phone. Brother Ming, we were beaten, come here quickly. After quickly saying the location, he picked up the knife and held it in front of him. 3 minutes later, a police car drove over and two policemen got off. Brother Ming. Westbrook shouted to one of the policemen, and quickly changed his words when he found something wrong. Oh, Officer Liu, Xiao Mao was beaten to death by him, and I was injured. Arrest him. The guy lying on the ground was motionless. The man who called himself Westbrook didn't care whether he was dead or not. He first accused him of a crime. He let the girl go just now, because he was afraid that there would be witnesses present to harm them. Ahem, I'm fine, I just feel dizzy and my head hurts. Xiao Mao saw Lu Yuming coming and stopped pretending to be dead. Take out your ID card and come with us. Lu Yuming wanted to take Shihao away without asking the reason. Where are you going? Don't you want to ask who is right and who is wrong? Shihao handed him his ID card and said slowly. Do you still need to ask? Someone is almost dead. Let's go and explain it clearly at the police station. Without saying anything, Shihao was pushed into the police car. Little comrade, you can't enforce the law like this. Are you sure you want to take me away? Shihao asked patiently again. How do I enforce the law? I don't know if you're being honest. Take this with you. Lu Yuming impatiently took out the handcuffs. Are you sure? Shihao asked again. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Lu Yuming handcuffed Shihao's hands himself. Shihao thought that since there was nothing to do, he might as well have some fun, so he simply sat in the car. You two go to the police station and write a statement together, Lu Yuming said to Westbrook and Xiao Mao. When they arrived at the police station, Lu Yuming took Shihao to the interrogation room and left. You two are really useless. You can't do anything. I have to clean up your mess. Lu Yuming whispered to Westbrook and Xiao Mao in the corner. Before Lu Yuming became a policeman, he was a gangster, and he was in cahoots with Westbrook and Xiao Mao. 2 years ago, he used his connections to make a fake diploma, laundered his identity, and got a job as a policeman. Westbrook and Xiao Mao did some sneaky things in the area under his jurisdiction, and reported to Lu Yuming every now and then. In fact, more and more foreigners had poured into Yen country in the past 2 years, and social security had become worse and worse, so no one suspected them. Today, Lu Yuming first asked Shihao for his ID card. When he saw the address on it was Yunnan in Guizhou province, he thought that since he was from another place, there was nothing to be afraid of, so he wanted to take the opportunity to extort some money. He had done this before, but usually he chose outsiders. Lu Yuming came to the interrogation room again and said to Shihao, just now, the two of them went for an injury assessment. One was slightly injured, and the other was seriously injured. They said they don't want to pursue your criminal responsibility, and you just need to pay them some medical expenses, lost wages, and nursing fees. Then how much do they want? Shihao asked jokingly. 2 million, but I can mediate for you and let them ask for less. Lu Yuming said hypocritically. Sure, Shiro's monthly salary as a salesperson is 500,000 yuan, and this 2 million is half a year's salary for ordinary people. After hearing what Lu Yuming said, Sure Hao understood their intentions and said to Lu Yuming, Isn't it a bit hasty not to go to a professional hospital for identification? In addition, you didn't ask me about the incident, and you came to a conclusion. Isn't it against the procedure? If you don't agree, go to the detention room and think about it first. Lu Yuming wanted to give Sure Hao a warning. Can I make a phone call? Sure Hao asked. No, you can't contact the outside world at this time. Lu Yuming answered without thinking. Sure Hao pulled the handcuffs on his left hand with his right hand and said, Are you sure? Lu Yuming was stunned when he saw it. Sure Hao called Su Yin on his own. Xiao Su, please go to. What place is this? Sure Hao turned his head and asked Lu Yuming. Xinjie Police Station. Lu Yuming's brain was a little short-circuited, and he answered woodenly. Come and pick me up at Xinjie Police Station. This is my first time in a detention room. It's quite fun. Sure Hao said, as he turned on the holographic projection and sent the real-time image here. He took a close-up of the handcuffs on his hands, then hung up the phone, walked out of the detention room, closed the door himself, and began to rest his eyes. 10 minutes later, there were only the sounds of speeding cars, footsteps, and then the sound of guns being loaded outside. Several soldiers broke into the room with their guns. Howsy, we haven't seen each other for decades. This first meeting is so special, ha ha ha. Wang Guiyong arrived before he did. This Wang Guiyong was the political commissar of the special brigade where Sure Hao was. He is now the commander of the Central Plains Theater, and is an old acquaintance of Sure Hao. You are the same as that old guy Lao Wu. You are both itchy. Be careful that mice will make holes in your ceiling at night. Sure Hao has always been merciless to those who call him Howsy, but he still can't stop others from talking. There is no way he can stop calling him like this. Look at your body, a young man, tut-tut. Wang Guiyong saw Sure Hao and looked him up. Sure Hao walked out of the detention room, pulled off the handcuffs with a click, and threw them to Lu Yuming, who was stunned on the spot. Lu Yuming was frightened by this throw and collapsed to the ground, and his pants were wet. At this time, a man rushed in from outside. It was Zhang Weifang, the head of the Los Angeles Public Security Bureau. He was out having a good time and received a call from Wang Guiyong. Wang Guiyong said on the phone that he was going to Xinjie Police Station to observe and learn about law enforcement experience. He knew it must be a sarcastic remark. He thought to himself which bastard had stepped on such a big landmine. After hanging up the phone, he ran over here. Wang Guiyong snorted heavily when he saw Zhang Weifang coming in, and turned around and left with Sure Hao. Give me an explanation as soon as possible. Wang Guiyong said this without looking back when he reached the door. Sure Hao, it's been 35 years. I didn't expect to see you again. I'm happy from the bottom of my heart. Someone has been arranged to clean up the house overnight, and you can move in tomorrow. Wang Guiyong said to Sure Hao in the military flying car. When he heard that Sure Hao was arrested and taken to the police station, Wang Guiyong immediately got on the flying car and rushed over with people. How could a person with such a tortuous fate be wrong for nothing? He couldn't bear it. How about coming back to the Central Plains War Zone? I will definitely arrange a good position for you. Look at me, all of Lao Wu's. If I come back, he will curse me to death and fight you. Do you believe it? Who is afraid of fighting? But you can't be righteous. Anyway, your home is here. I am not afraid that you will run away. At most, you can work for Lao Wu for a few years and then come back. In the future, as long as I can help, just tell me. Wang Guiyong took good care of him when he was the political commissar. This comradeship is very precious. As they were talking, they arrived at the headquarters of the Central Plains War Zone. Today, we will talk by candlelight and have a good chat, Wang Guiyong said after they sat down. Su Yin saw this and said, The two leaders, please chat slowly. I will go and arrange for General Shi's house. Xiao Su, thank you for your trouble. Sure Hao said to Su Yin politely. After Su Yin left, Wang Guiyong was the first to break the silence. What did you think when you were in space? Fortunately, you came back in the end, otherwise it would be a pity. How could I think so much at that time? When the robot of the Rya country suddenly hugged me. I know its intention. On the one hand, it doesn't want our country to succeed, and on the other hand, it also wants to grab it for itself. At the same time, the robot of the Lifeon country also began to move here. Our spacecraft has started to ignite. Seeing that I couldn't break free, I tore off my arm and pushed the rock sample into the return capsule. At that time, Once the fuel of the spacecraft was ignited, it was irreversible. We couldn't return empty-handed. Then I thought that I had to take someone with me even if I died, so I pulled a robot of the Rya country towards their spacecraft, and then I detonated the small special missile on my shoulder. Fortunately, I was pushed onto the B-52 by the reflection force. Shirhao recalled the situation at that time, and he hated the Rya country so much that he would get back at it no matter what in the future. This is the blood of the soldiers. It shows that the army did not choose the wrong person, but it is really difficult for you. Wang Guiyong still couldn't change the way he spoke when he was a political commissar. He always rose to a certain height to summarize the problem. I, Lao Wu, and Lao Lei all have to thank you. The rock samples you brought back have allowed Lao Wu and his colleagues to continuously produce research results, and now they are in charge of the Yunnan-Guizhou region. Because of you, Lei Shiyu and I came into contact with the core secrets of the country. Many secret missions were completed by us afterwards, so we grew up very quickly. I am in the Central Plains Theater, and Lao Lei is in the Northern Theater. Today's achievements are inseparable from your contribution. Wang Guiyong said this with gratitude. Lei Shiyu was the captain of the Special Brigade at the time, and is now the commander of the Northern Theater. These are all achieved by your hard work. I am just a trigger. Shirhao thought that others looked up to him, and he couldn't take all the credit. When I came back from space, I saw that many places on the Earth were dark brown. Compared with 35 years ago, the changes were too great. It became a bit hideous and scary. What happened? Before Wang Guiyong answered, Shirhao asked first, and finally had the opportunity to understand the changes on the Earth. Chapter 22. Since Trump, the former president of Gale country, withdrew from the Paris Agreement more than 50 years ago, many small countries have withdrawn one after another, especially those oil-producing countries, resulting in the unrestricted use of oil fuels, and the climate has gradually begun to deteriorate. Wang Guiyong lit a cigarette and said, Shirhao knew that the climate had become very bad 35 years ago. The areas of extreme high temperature on the Earth were getting wider and wider, and the extreme high temperature records were frequently refreshed. Some areas were no longer suitable for living. Since more than 20 years ago, fires caused by high temperatures have occurred every day around the world, and the tropical rainforests in Brazil have been burned to ashes. Since then, the Earth's temperature control system has completely failed. Heavy rain, mountain torrents, heat, and tornadoes have appeared frequently, and the rain is scalding. The ice caps in the Arctic and Antarctic are melting faster, the sea level is gradually rising, coastal cities are submerged, and residents are forced to move inland. At this moment, people feel so small in the face of natural disasters. Wang Guiyong choked on the cigarette when he said this, which also exposed his inner unrest. At this time, the first research institute of the Northern Theater successfully extracted silica from the rocks you brought back, and produced a special glass with a nanometer thickness, which can absorb and reflect part of the sunlight, and the effect becomes more obvious as the thickness increases. This glass has good hardness, toughness, and ductility. Those experts thought about whether they could use this glass to make an umbrella for the Earth, which imitates the principle of the Dyson sphere. Of course, we don't have the ability to make a complete Dyson sphere. As long as we make a large enough umbrella at a certain height to cover the inlet of Yanhua, this idea was supported by the top leaders. At this time, Lao Lei was also transferred to the Northern Theater for this project. After many tests, because this special glass cannot be cut, it can only be manufactured, transported and installed in one piece. They made the special glass into a regular hexagon with a side length of 60 meters, put a connecting device on the side, and then transported it to the space facing our territory for modular assembly. At this time, Starship 1 has been successfully manufactured and has become the main force for installation. It was really difficult at that time. Every time Starship 1 was launched, it had to circle the Earth several times to gradually accelerate to get rid of the Earth's gravity, and then reach the designated location. The only two engineering ships successfully built the entire umbrella like ants moving houses. The effect is obvious. Although it is still relatively hot, it is within the range of human physiological tolerance. There are several ion engines equipped with small nuclear fission reactors on the edge of this big umbrella. Because this big umbrella is not in a geosynchronous orbit, the ion engines must constantly adjust their speed to ensure that this umbrella always covers our territory. Is that special glass made of the same material as the glass cover of the lunar base? Shirhao asked Wang Guiyong. Yes, you can see that the glass cover on the moon is a hole, without a door, because it cannot be cut. The modular assembly used on Earth cannot be used on the moon, because the sealing of the connecting device cannot be achieved, so it can only be produced as a whole. Fortunately, Starship number 1 is big enough. At that time, there were a total of 4 engineering ships working around the clock. 2 ships were doing infrastructure construction on the moon and had to mine silicate, and 2 ships were installing special glass umbrellas in space. But these are all your credit. If you hadn't risked your life to send that stone back, humans on Earth might have been extinct. Wan Guiyong patted Sher Hao on the shoulder when he said the last sentence. How did other countries respond at that time? Sher Hao was quite curious. The United States Federation, the European Union, the Russian Federation, including Insan and Ria, all came to us after seeing the good results. At that time, we directly kicked out the people of Ria. For other countries, we proposed to trade based on the principle of humanitarianism, but of course the prices were different. Wan Guiyong said with a little pride. Wouldn't that mean we made a lot of money? Sher Hao was quite interested in this, and wanted to use money to measure the value of such things. We don't want rice knives. Besides, rice knives were not worth anything at that time. More than 20 years ago, the total amount of national debt owed by the former life-owned country had reached 2 times the annual GDP. They dared to owe so much because they had no intention of paying it back. After several consecutive national debts failed to repay the principal and interest on time, they completely tore their faces apart and finally dissolved the government. From then on, there was no life-owned country in the world. Then most states reorganized a United States Federation and also took several small countries around it. It was really shameless. Our country has its own international currency settlement system, so the bonds held by the former life-owned country are very few, so the loss is not big. The country with the biggest loss is Ria. Ria was afraid that its land would be flooded or destroyed by earthquakes, so it bought a lot of bonds of the former life-owned country, but they all became ass-wiping paper. Fortunately, Ria still holds a lot of land and real estate in the former life-owned country, and most people have moved there, so they were not completely cheated. Wan Guiyong was still very indignant about the shameless behavior of the former life-owned country. How did the deal go? Sher Hao asked. The United States Federation is actually still the same group of people as the original Fierce Wind country, and its strength is still there. We want new energy technology, new material technology, bionic robot technology, biotechnology technology, and other new technologies, and even alien information and data. Anyway, we want everything we think is useful. Facts have proved that they do have the foundation, and have come up with a lot of good things. Are they willing to do it? They are almost gone from the earth. How dare they not be willing? The European Union and the Russian Federation also trade in almost the same way, just at different prices. We don't like the technology of Stan, but they have a lot of gold, so we don't mind it, so we exchanged some, but they didn't buy much, and the umbrellas they made in the end only covered less than 1/3 of the country. Many small countries directly bought glass back to build large awnings. And the countries that built special glass umbrellas began to accept refugees in proportion after consultation out of humanitarian spirit. My country accepted more refugees, but they didn't have resident ID cards when they came in, and they applied for long-term visas and temporary residence permits, so they were not considered citizens of Yin country. Wan Guiyong explained in more detail. Sher Hao thought, no wonder I saw so many blacks, whites, and Middle Eastern people when I was shopping. I can't believe it, the changes are so great, but I'm happy to see the end of Ria, ha ha ha. Sher Hao laughed. Ria spent a lot of money, and most of its people moved to the United States. A small part of the army was stationed on the island to claim sovereignty. These guys are still very tough, and their layout is relatively long-term. Wan Guiyong knew that Sher Hao cared about Ria after all. After all, there was no reason not to get back at Ria after being cheated so badly. So what's the situation on Earth now? Sher Hao continued to ask. The situation on Earth is still getting worse. The ice caps in the North and South Poles have all disappeared, and the permafrost in Antarctica has melted. Now it's all swamps. The unknown viruses in it are the most terrifying. The methane under the ice has also been released into the air, making things worse. What all of humanity is worried about now is whether there will be problems with the atmosphere if things continue like this, and whether the proportion of various gases in the atmosphere can maintain a balance and maintain the current level. At present, the top leaders have instructed relevant experts across the country to study further solutions. There is no conclusion yet, but the successful capture of B-52 this time may allow humans to enter space faster and increase the chances of humans protecting themselves. The more clear goal now is to repair the Earth's temperature control system, which is quite difficult and will take a long time. Wan Guiyong obviously knows more than ordinary people, so he has to bear more, and the pressure will be greater. Sher Hao didn't expect that after finally returning, humans on Earth encountered a crisis of extinction. At this moment, He was more determined to go out for the future of mankind. After all, he was the first human to go deep into space, or half a human. Now the Los Angeles Starship manufacturing plant has begun preparations. Starship 1 and Starship 2 are the first batch of starships. The design has a lot of room for improvement. In the past 10 years, there has not been enough housewares, so it is impossible to continue to build starships, but the design work has never stopped. We have made major improvements on the basis of Starship 1 and 2, adding more functions and more than doubling the size. But now there is a problem that the larger the starship is, the harder it is to escape the Earth's gravity. Now Starship 1 and 2 basically don't return to the Earth because it is inconvenient. Each takeoff and landing must circle the Earth several times, consuming a lot of energy. Wang Guiyong saw Shi Hao in deep thought, so he continued. Is there no other solution? Shi Hao asked. Now we are working hard to study the anti-gravity device. The current progress is about 70%, but there are still some core problems that have not been solved. This research project is under the responsibility of the Los Angeles Military Research Institute. Wang Guiyong revealed a trace of worry when he said this. Shi Hao had heard of the anti-gravity device, which was said to be the design manuscript of the great god Tesla, but it has not become a reality after more than a century. But I think it can definitely be manufactured. When the Starship is equipped with an anti-gravity device, it can take off and land vertically from the Earth, and it is also possible to manufacture the legendary flying saucer. I hope you will be the first passenger at that time, Wang Guiyong said with hope. Because you are not afraid of falling, if you fall, you will definitely not die, ha. Shi Hao was about to feel moved when he heard the first sentence, and when he was about to say words of gratitude, he almost choked to death when he heard Wang Guiyong's last sentence. It seems that Wang Guiyong wanted him to test the plane. Chapter 23. The two started talking about the colorful space, the military life 35 years ago, my life, your life, his life, and the gossip of men. All night long. As the sky was getting light, Shi Hao stood up and took down the military coat hanging on the wall and covered Wang Guiyong with it. After a night of talking about all sorts of things, the brain that was not fully rested began to cook porridge, feeling tired and uncomfortable. At this time, Shi Hao remembered that Wu Ruinfa said that he could recover from fatigue by touching the electric switch. He thought he could take the opportunity to try it, and there would be many options for emergencies in the future. It found two thin metal rods, first gently inserted them into the socket hole, and then immediately removed them. At that moment, the whole body was numb with a slight tingling feeling. I felt that I could bear it, so I gritted my teeth and inserted the metal rods without moving. After a few minutes, the brain became more and more clear, and the fatigue was swept away. The effect was immediate. It seemed that it would be much more convenient to go out to perform tasks in the future. At this time, Su Ying came over and said that the house had been cleaned and could be moved in today. Wang Guiyong woke up after hearing the noise. Shi Hao told him that he was going to buy something and was about to leave. Wang Guiyong asked them to wait and called the staff officer to arrange a military off-road vehicle. Shi Hao felt that it was more comfortable to ride on the ground, so he did not arrange a flying car. After leaving, Shi Hao called Shirui and told them that the house here had been arranged and they could move in today. Shirui was very busy on the first day of her new job, so she asked Su Wuqing to find a moving company to move. Shi Hao asked Su Yin to set the destination as the electronics market. He wanted to buy a computer. He didn't know many of the things he saw and heard in the past few days. He needed to quickly understand the current situation, structure and rules of the entire society through the internet. The off-road vehicle moved quickly along the road, with the smart navigation turned on. Not to mention traffic jams, red lights were rarely encountered. The overall urban structure has not changed much, but there are many newly built high-rise buildings, and the style is obviously different from that of 30 or 40 years ago. Every balcony is very large. Such a large balcony is for parking flying cars. There are many green plants around the balcony, which are lush and green, adding a lot of color to the city. Los Angeles is an ancient capital of 13 dynasties. The ancient buildings are well preserved and have a strong cultural atmosphere. The entire city area has doubled compared to more than 30 years ago, but the population has exceeded 10 million, which has increased by almost 3 times. There are many foreigners, and the property prices are high. The electronics market is still in the original location, but the previous building has been demolished and rebuilt, with a stronger modern atmosphere and a more reasonable layout. The roof is a flying car parking lot, and the underground first floor is a car parking lot. After parking the car, walk up a staircase to a square. In the middle of the square is a 3-dimensional scene projected by a virtual reality projector, which was still a concept 30 or 40 years ago. The content is similar to the previous flat electronic screen, which serves as an advertisement and promotion, but the virtual reality scene is more spectacular, and people can walk in to interact. Walking into the computer sales area, I saw square boxes on the counter. I couldn't see the traditional monitor. The square box was a quantum computer with a slit and several holes on it. When I opened it, I saw light coming out of the slit, and a holographic screen appeared directly to replace the traditional screen. Virtual keyboards and other virtual devices can be projected from those holes. Shihao didn't know much about this new thing, so he asked Su Yan to help him choose one, and Su Yan directly chose a high-end model. After buying the computer, they continued to wander around inside. There were many things they didn't recognize. Some merchants used quantum computers to project computer games into the air or on the ground, and what was displayed was a virtual reality scene, 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional. There is also a virtual helmet, which has a brain-computer interface. Wearing the helmet can control the computer with thoughts, play games, and watch movies in an immersive way. After Shihao asked clearly, he knew that he couldn't use it, because these helmets were designed based on the brain waves of ordinary people, and operated according to the different discharge frequencies of different parts of the cerebral cortex. The bioelectric waves of Shihao's brain are completely different from the structure of the human cerebral cortex, so this ordinary virtual helmet can't be used. He thought about it, and bought a pink, most expensive and coolest limited edition helmet. He hasn't met his cheap granddaughter yet, and it's not good to meet empty-handed for the first time. Shihao insisted on using his ID card to pay. The helmet cost 600,000 yuan, which was more than Shirui's monthly salary, and the quantum computer cost 2 million yuan. He sighed in his heart that this money was too easy to spend. 40 or 50 years ago, if he won 5 million or 10 million yuan in the lottery, he would have lived a carefree life. Now he could only buy 2 civilian quantum computers. After buying things, he went directly back to his home in the military compound. This house is 120 square meters, and the structure is the 3-bedroom and 2 living room that was popular more than 40 years ago. Shihao usually doesn't spend too much time here, so he chose a second bedroom, leaving the master bedroom for Shirui and his wife, and the other room for Su Yuan. Letting his family live in the military compound, Shihao is still very relieved when he is not around. Shihao used the military blankets that he had prepared earlier for his own room, and he would clean up the other rooms himself when Shirui and the others came. In the afternoon, Su Wuqing packed up his things at home and rented a truck to bring them over. Su Yan went out and called a few guards to help, and they quickly put everything in order. Some well-informed officers in the compound heard that the national hero 35 years ago moved here to live, so they came to visit one after another. Shihao greeted them with a smile. After all, his family needed everyone to take care of them here. After everything was done, Shihao called Su Yan, who had been busy these days, to express his gratitude. After the two of them talked, Su Yan called Wu Ruinfa, who said that the gene fusion experiment would probably take another 10 days to complete, and Shihao didn't have to go back for the time being. Seeing that there was nothing to do here, Shihao asked Su Yan to return to the Yunnan Guizhou General Command first, and call him when he was needed to go back. Around 5 p.m., Shihao felt dizzy and fatigued. He was a little unstable. He quickly explained a few words to Su Wuqing, closed the door, and fell on the bed. The sequelae of touching the switch to relieve fatigue appeared. He fell asleep until 8 a.m. the next day. After waking up, Shihao secretly said that he was lucky to have done a complete test on touching the switch yesterday. If he had not planned well when performing tasks outside, something bad would have happened. A girl's sharp and thin voice came from outside the door, crisp and pleasant. Shihao opened the door and just walked out. He heard the girl shouting, "Grandpa," and then jumped up from the sofa and ran over to hook his neck with both hands, and clamped his waist with her legs to let Shihao hug him. "You crazy girl, you are disrespectful, let go." Shirui laughed and scolded beside him. Su Yuan stood down, then walked around Shihao, and turned to ask Shirui, "Mom, are you sure? Is this my brother or my grandpa?" Shihao was embarrassed, and Shirui said, "You silly girl, how can you talk like that? It's true, we have exchanged secret codes, and he knows all the secrets of your mother and me when we were young." Shihao didn't know what to say, so he turned around and went back to the room. Su Yuan was stunned when she saw Shihao turn around and left. After a while, Shihao came out with a box in his hand, handed it to Su Yuan and said, "Take a look, do you like it?" Su Yuan screamed when she saw the packaging, and ran to Shirui and shouted, "Mom, look, it's limited edition, limited edition, I've been envious for a long time. Grandpa, I love you so much. With this magic outfit, I will definitely get the Orange class starship in Star Trek. What is Star Trek? Hao began to try to find a topic to communicate with Su Yuan. It's a very popular game about exploring space, and it also uses your statue as the totem of the Earth. The virtual helmet I'm using now is a cheap one, and it has too much delay. There is a mission that I can never complete. If I complete that mission, I can get an Orange-class starship. Su Yuan caressed the helmet lovingly while explaining to Hao. What's the use of a starship? With a starship, you can be the captain, and then explore the depths of space. You know when I take you to play. Su Yuan said excitedly. Su Yuan, give me the helmet first, I keep it for you. The college entrance examination is in 2 months, and you can do whatever you want after the exam. Shiroi looked at the excited Su Yuan and poured a basin of cold water on her. After hearing this, Su Yuan turned in her virtual helmet with a pout. The college entrance examination is very important and can't be taken lightly. After you finish the exam, we will play Star Trek together. Hao comforted her. Okay, it's a deal. Su Yuan even stretched out her finger to make a pinky promise with Hao, and Hao also stretched out his finger in cooperation. Which school do you plan to apply to? What major do you choose? As elders, they are most concerned about their children's studies, and Hao is no exception. Originally, I was quite embarrassed whether to apply to a military academy or rely on Yangui University of Science and Technology. But now, this concern is gone. Su Yuan sat quietly on the sofa and chatted with Hao. Why? Because you are back, Grandpa, you are my idol, I have always wanted to be like you, so I want to apply to a military academy, but I like space very much. Yangui University of Science and Technology has opened a new subject called Space Economics, which I am very interested in. Now that you are back, you can protect me, and I don't have to join the army, so I chose to apply to Yangui University of Science and Technology. Su Yuan explained. How confident are you? Yangui University of Technology is second only to Tsinghua University and Peking University, and the score line is not lower than that of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Hao is still very curious about Su Yuan's confidence. 100%, I was originally recommended to Tsinghua University and Peking University, but there is no space-related major, so I am a little unwilling. Hao thought to himself that it was no wonder that she was so confident. It turned out to be a top student. What does space economics mainly study? This subject is related to space, and Hao is quite interested in it. Because it is a new subject, I don't know the specific content. However, according to the introduction of the University of Science and Technology, space economics mainly studies space economic models. In the future, when we enter the space age, how to settle space trade, how to calculate space GDP, and how to value various minerals and resources in space. How much impact will the various behaviors of humans, robots, etc. involved in space have on the space economy? The ultimate goal is to build a complete space economic system. Su Yuan spoke very clearly, and it seems that she has done a lot of research. Although I don't understand economics, I feel that this subject is still very reliable. Human beings must enter the space age, and the economic system must be built. Grandpa fully supports you. Hao is also getting better as a grandfather. He felt even more deeply after returning from the lunar base. The space industry has a promising future, and will be several times the size of the Earth after development. It seems that I have to make up for my lessons and learn new knowledge. Hao thought. After chatting with Su Yuan for a while, Hao was about to go back to his room. Shiroi stopped him and insisted that Hao move to the master bedroom, saying that it was the room where her mother lived, and she hoped that Hao could accompany her mother. Hao couldn't resist and moved his things there. After everything was done, he turned on the quantum computer and prepared to calm down in the next 10 days to learn more about the current social situation from the internet and systematically learn some knowledge. Chapter 24. Hao sat quietly in the room, recalling every bit of his time with Zheng Xian. Hao was glad that although he had a robot body, he had the most precious feelings and thoughts of humans. This family affection made him feel that he was still the original self, otherwise what would be the meaning of life? He carefully put away the box left by Zheng Xian, and put his thoughts deep in his brain, ready to start his own learning. As a result, the quantum computer did not respond after a long time, so he had to go out to ask Su Yuan for help. Su Yuan came to help him change from the virtual helmet control mode to the virtual keyboard and virtual mouse operation mode, and then he could start. Although he had learned a lot from Su Yin and Wang Guiyong, it was not so systematic. So Hao would deeply understand any new words or pictures he encountered on the internet. In the process of learning, he found that his reaction, memory, and thinking ability were very good, and his memory speed was dozens or hundreds of times that of ordinary people, almost the same as a scanner. All the contents I read seemed to be stored in my brain like data, and I could quickly retrieve them when I needed them. In one morning, I learned about the humanities, geography, economy, technology, industry, modern history, and many other contents on the earth, and had a systematic understanding of the entire society. Continuous learning will also cause brain fatigue. I took a short nap at noon like a normal person and soon recovered to my best condition. Around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Guiyong called Shihao to come over. The staff had sent a car to wait downstairs. Shihao came to Wang Guiyong's office and saw that Zhang Weifang, the director of the Los Angeles Public Security Bureau, was also there. He nodded to him and took a seat. After Shihao sat down, Wang Guiyong said, "Today, Director Zhang will inform you of the results of the incident the day before yesterday. After our 2 days of investigation, that Westbrook and Xiaomao committed crimes many times and used part of the proceeds to bribe Liu Yuming in exchange for Liu Yuming's protection and exoneration. We have detained these 3 people according to law, collected evidence, and submitted it to the Procuratorate for judgment." Director Zhang announced the results of the handling in a righteous and official manner, but Liu Yuming did not mention Shihao's false accusation and blackmail. Then how to deal with Liu Yuming's obvious false accusation and blackmail against me? Shihao asked a little angrily. This has no direct evidence, because Liu Yuming turned off the surveillance in the interrogation room at that time, so it is more difficult to deal with. Zhang Weifang scratched his forehead and said awkwardly, "Okay, I know, so be it," Shihao said dissatisfiedly. "Okay, then I take my leave." Zhang Weifang saw that the matter was finished, so he stood up and left immediately. "Old Zhang, stop playing tricks. Don't think you're doing things in secret. You can decide for yourself whether what I said is right or not. It's up to you whether I should change it or not." Seeing Zhang Weifang was in a hurry to leave, Wang Guiyong said to him, "Haha, we are all dedicated to the public. Please forgive me if I haven't done enough." Zhang Weifang still said politely, and then left directly. Wang Guiyong shook his head in disappointment. After seeing Zhang Weifang leave, he said to Shihao, "He used to be a soldier under my command. He is quite smart, but he always likes to take shortcuts." Seeing that there was no hope of promotion in the army, he quickly applied for reinstatement. After reinstatement, he was assigned to the traffic police brigade, and then he kept scheming and married the daughter of a deputy mayor. The deputy mayor was later promoted to the secretary of the municipal party committee, and he also rose with the tide, from deputy director, deputy director to his current position. He usually makes friends with some people in society. When we used to get together with our comrades, we advised him to be more reserved, but he said that knowing more friends would open up more opportunities. In fact, he was dragged by those people to spend all day drinking and partying. I heard from the top that he might have contacts with the underworld, and was involved in several cases. He was soft-hearted and took advantage of others. He helped others settle some cases, and thought he was doing it in secret. But there is no wall that is impenetrable in this world. I tried to persuade him at the beginning, but he almost became an enemy after talking too much. I was too lazy to care. God. It's raining, and my wife is getting married. Everyone has their own aspirations, and they can't force it. Your case is not a big one, but Liu Yuming and Zhang Weifang may be relatives in a roundabout way. Liu Yuming was a gangster in society at first, but later he changed his academic qualifications and joined the police force. Because he was protected by Zhang Weifang, no one could touch him. I asked my friends in the public security system to check this information. Shihao said indifferently, "I don't care, but I just happened to run into it that day. It's just that people like Zhang Weifang will cause trouble every day they are in power. This is the sadness of the people. Don't worry, he won't be able to jump around for a few days. The higher-ups will deal with him. He won't be able to have a good end in this life." Wang Guiyong gave Shihao reassurance. Wang Guiyong was busy with official duties, and Shihao had nothing to do, so he asked the staff to send him home and started studying again. In the morning, he saw the news on the internet that the former Lifeng people established a Mars base in Minsk, which touched him a lot. Minsk made its fortune by making new energy vehicles more than 50 years ago. It sold cars all over the world, and made a lot of money. Then it started to build flying iron, which is similar to our high-speed train, with a speed of 1,000 kilometers per hour. Its goal is to build a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour. In the end, although it was not completed due to the lack of conditions in the original Gale country, it went further and further on this road that others seemed to be suicidal. In order to build a communication network similar to 5G and 6G networks, it launched more than 10,000 satellites to form Starlink. At that time, these satellites were very advanced, but now they have become space junk. Minsk made money from this project. Minsk's ultimate goal is to build a country on Mars. At the beginning, it publicly stated that it would die on Mars. When various countries built lunar bases, it went directly to Mars to build a Mars base. It is said that it seems to have been successful. Minsk built a Mars base on a completely commercial path. Part of the money was earned by its own company, and part of it was sponsored by a large consortium that wanted to take advantage of it. If it failed, it also advertised. If it succeeded, it could have a place on Mars. In addition, he also announced that he would establish a country on Mars, and anyone who donated $100,000 could become a citizen of the country, and hundreds of thousands of people responded. Originally, Sherhow had no idea about money, but his goal was space. Seeing that Minsk spent a lot of money to pave the way for the successful establishment of the Mars base, if he wanted to go further in the future, would he also need strong funds as a foundation? Yesterday, Su Yuan told him that the University of Science and Technology had established a space economics major, which showed that the country had realized that the space age would be an era of universal participation. So it was necessary to have complex economic modeling. It costs money on Earth, and it also costs money to go to space. After Sherhow sorted out his thoughts, he began to study in a targeted manner, starting with economics, reading basic economics, theory of capital and wealth, the wealth of nations, Snowball, 1,000 methods of K-line chart analysis, reminiscences of a stock operator one by one. No matter whether it was highbrow or lowbrow, he would read it whenever he saw it, reading it for a few minutes each, remembering it in his mind first, and then integrating it into his mind when he used it. Then came physics, junior high school physics, college physics, relativity, Feynman lectures on physics, Tesla's autobiography, etc., remembering it first, and whether he could understand it was a later story. Then came philosophy, mathematics, linguistics, chemistry. Reading books directly by subject classification is unprecedented, and there will probably be many more to come, because there are bionic robots like Sherhow, the first one, and there will be many more in the future. In the past, there was a ruthless person who read books in the library according to the search category, starting from A, and read for 2 years until D. Compared with Sherhow, he was nothing. 10 days passed like this. He slept when he was tired and read when he woke up. When Shiroi went to class or Su Yuan came back, he went out to chat with them to enhance their relationship. He felt that this was much more interesting than floating in space. At this time, Su Yin called and said that the Second Research Institute had already completed the gene fusion experiment. Sherhow had to go back to prepare for the fusion. Sherhow called Shiroi and asked Su Wuchen to pack up and go to Yundui City with him. He wanted Wu Ruinfa to build the most suitable bionic prosthesis for Su Wuchen. He took Su Wuchen to the entrance of the Central Plains War Zone Command and asked Su Wuchen to wait outside while he went in to find Wang Guiyong. "Haozi, I have good news for you. Zhang Weifang has been arrested." Wang Guiyong told Sherhow about Zhang Weifang as soon as he saw him coming. Sherhow felt a headache when he heard the word Haozi, but there was nothing he could do, so he just let him call him that. Very fast, it seems that the higher-ups have been keeping an eye on him for a long time. Sherhow also understood the situation. "Do you know who Lu Yuming is?" "You would never guess. He is the younger brother of Zhang Weifang's mistress." Wang Guiyong looked gossipy. It is said that this mistress was originally with a gangster boss in Los Angeles. Zhang Weifang had been coveting her for a long time, so he took advantage of the alcohol to sleep with her, and then the two of them became mistresses, and the gangster boss dared not say anything even if he was angry. Wang Guiyong continued. "Zhang Weifang's eating habits are too ugly." Sherhow thought Zhang Weifang looked dignified, but he didn't expect him to be so evil. But they are not good people. The underworld in Los Angeles is in a panic now, especially those who are close to Zhang Weifang. Zhang Weifang has made Los Angeles a mess in the past few years. The public security is getting worse and worse. It needs to be vigorously rectified. Wang Guiyong is in the army, but it does not mean that he does not understand the social situation. Many things are interconnected. It is a blessing for the people that such people are arrested. I won't say more. I am going back to Yunnan and Guizhou. I will come back often to live. Thank you for the house. After chatting for a while, Sherhow began to say goodbye. Don't worry, this house is yours no matter when, waiting for you to return to the Central Plains War Zone. Wang Guiyong never forgot to win over Sherhow. Sherhow waved his hand and left without answering. When Shihao and Su Wuqing got off the Yunnan-Guizhou high-speed train station, they saw Su Yin and Mickey waiting on the platform. After not seeing him for more than 10 days, Mickey seemed to have become different, more intelligent, and his appearance seemed to have changed slightly. Shihao now had a strong observation ability and memory, and he was confident that he was not wrong. Chapter 25. Mickey was out of character, and didn't have the funny personality he had before. He didn't joke with Shihao, but just nodded and smiled at Shihao as a greeting. Shihao and Su Wuqing followed Su Yin and Mickey out of the station, and came to the underground parking lot. Su Yin knew that Shihao didn't like to ride fast cars, so he drove a military off-road vehicle over. Soon they arrived at the Second Research Institute. Shihao asked Mickey to call the staff to arrange Su Wuqing to the reception room, and then the three of them came to the laboratory. Wu Ruinfa was staring at the screen to check the data, very seriously, and was still talking to himself. That's right, the data is all correct. How could this happen? When Wu Ruinfa saw Shihao and the others coming over, he motioned for them to find a seat, and then he looked at the data again, talking to himself while looking at it, saying that it was all correct, etc. After more than an hour of work, Shihao asked him, "Is there a problem with the experiment? Can the gene fusion continue?" Wu Ruinfa also pulled a chair and sat down and said, "From all the data, there is no problem, but the results are a bit wrong. I have to find out the reason." After an in-depth conversation, Shihao learned that the test subject was Mickey. Mickey's body was the same as Shihao's, and both could be upgraded with gene fusion. Mickey was the first Taishan-level robot made by Wu Ruinfa and his team, or more accurately, a quasi-Taishan-level robot. Shihao's Taishan-level robot was made after being improved on the basis of Mickey, and all indicators were a level higher, such as strength, endurance, explosive power, etc. The gene fusion experiment was also done on Mickey. Mickey also had bionic nerves and a bionic brain. Wu Ruinfa also opened up his self-learning ability and communication ability, which gradually formed memories and stored them in the bionic brain. Mickey has been around for 3 years now, and has stored a lot of memories and formed his own personality. During the gene fusion experiment, the memory, thinking, consciousness and gradually formed personality in Mickey's bionic brain will not change. The experiment ended yesterday. The process and data were perfect, but Mickey has completely lost his funny personality from yesterday to now. He is sullen and silent, just like what Shihao saw just now. According to the original plan, such a result should not have occurred, so Wu Ruinfa started to compare the data early in the morning. He compared all the data and found no mistakes. Mickey's current appearance is a bit unreasonable. "Ha ha ha, old bastard, you are scared silly." Mickey suddenly laughed after listening to Wu Ruinfa's talk. Now Wu Ruinfa understood that Mickey was playing tricks on him, and he jumped up in anger and wanted to beat him. "Director Wu, why do you see Mickey's ears are big on one side and small on the other? His nose is crooked too," Shihao said to Wu Ruinfa on the side. "Aw, don't." Mickey heard what Shihao said, and ran to find a mirror while shouting. Wu Ruinfa was stunned and understood what Shihao meant, and laughed ha ha. It turned out that Shihao wanted Mickey to taste the taste of being teased. With this joke and laughter, Wu Ruinfa's anger disappeared. Mickey looked in the mirror and walked over with a pout. He opened his mouth and was about to say "old bastard," but he shut up when he saw Shihao. "I didn't mean it. It was you, old bastard, who made me fuse my genes. My brain is still groggy. I feel like there are a lot of things drilling into my brain. How can I have the energy to joke with you?" Mickey said aggrievedly. "Write this down quickly." Wu Ruinfa shouted to the staff. "This experiment is very successful. We will start arranging your gene fusion work next." Wu Ruinfa said to Shihao. "So what do you need me to do next?" Shihao asked. "You just stay in the research institute, don't do anything, just keep your body in the best condition. Gene fusion requires the genes of your original body, and we can fuse them with a little editing. It's been 35 years, where can I find my original genes? We have contacted the archives of the Central Plains War Zone Hospital, and asked them to help find them. According to previous regulations, you will leave blood samples or samples of other parts of the body, such as hair, nails, etc. before carrying out major tasks. You transferred your memory to the male robot at that time, which was such a big thing, they should not forget this process. After the success of the experiment yesterday, we began to arrange Xiaoqing to find your genes. Wait for the news." Wu Ruinfa's confident look made Shihao feel much more at ease. Shihao thought of Su Wuqing at this time. Wu Ruinfa happened to have time now, so he said, "Director Wu, I need your help with something. Just tell me if you have anything to say." You have put your life in my hands, and let me do whatever I want. Why are you being polite? The success of the experiment made Wu Ruinfa feel happy, and he spoke proudly. My son-in-law was also a soldier, and a special forces soldier. He was injured and had his right leg amputated while on a mission. The prosthesis installed 15 years ago has problems now. I wonder if you can make him a bionic prosthesis. Shihao explained the situation to Wu Ruinfa. It's a small matter. The Second Research Institute is a combination of military and civilian. Now the bionic prosthesis can be used by civilians. Just ask him to come. Wu Ruinfa was telling the truth. The prosthesis was just a component in their hands. The most difficult thing was a complete bionic robot. I have brought the person here. He is in the reception room, Shihao said with a grin. After all, this is a case of acting first and asking for permission later. Your politeness just now was fake. Haha, let's go. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. Mickey, take that. Su Wuqing. Shihao reminded him. Oh, take Su Wuqing to the prosthetic laboratory on the second floor. After saying that, Wu Ruinfa turned around and walked forward in a chic manner. The perfect scientific research results have their own buff, and he walks with the wind. Prosthetic laboratory on the second floor. Young man, you are really strong. Your prosthetic limb is made of metal, and is an antique. You can see that the upper part has worn off a part of your bones. Don't you feel pain? General Shi, your son-in-law has suffered a lot in the past few years. He feels pain every time he walks. He feels pain as many times as he walks. Wu Ruinfa said, and turned to look at Shihao. I'm used to it, and I don't feel much pain. Su Wuqing said shyly, but tears welled up in his eyes. Others thought that he was cowardly and incompetent, staying at home all day and unwilling to make a living, but he himself had no way to express his suffering. Shihao heard Wu Ruinfa say this, and saw Su Wuqing's look, and reached out and gently patted Su Wuqing's shoulder to comfort him. Shihao looked down on Su Wuqing in his heart these days, thinking that he always wanted to take shortcuts, and was too lazy. Now he knew what kind of pain he endured every day, and few people could bear it. He still had to pretend to be strong to face his family, and cater to outsiders, and his military qualities were not lost. Wu Ruinfa began to measure Su Wuqing's weight, standing height, lying height, left leg length, calf length, thigh length, right leg thigh length, left leg joint curvature. Just like that, he measured a lot of data, and scanned Su Wuqing's whole body with something like a CT machine, and then input it into the quantum computer for modeling. I will build you a most advanced prosthesis. This prosthesis has the same physical characteristics as General Shi, and can also be genetically fused. After the genetic fusion, your prosthesis will automatically match your right leg, and it will be no different from a real leg. In addition, its strength and toughness are much higher than other parts of your body, and you can practice iron leg skills, haha. Wu Ruinfa was excited when he mentioned scientific research. Shihao originally thought that Su Wuqing would just get a prosthesis like an ordinary bionic robot, but he didn't expect Wu Ruinfa to make a prosthesis for Su Wuqing with the scientific research results that had just been successfully tested. This was a great favor. Shihao sincerely thanks Director Wu here. Shihao expressed his gratitude to Wu Ruinfa from the bottom of his heart. Wu Ruinfa said a few polite words and began to concentrate on making the prosthesis. Soon, a lot of fine particles were sprayed out through the multidimensional shaping machine for shaping. Wu Ruinfa introduced that these fine particles were cell-like tissues, and the outer layer was colloid. In this way, layer by layer, a calf was slowly made. After the calf was sprayed, Wu Ruinfa cut a few hairs from Su Wuqing's head and went to the bionic robot laboratory on the third floor underground for gene editing, and then used a special machine to perform gene fusion. It took more than 2 hours to complete the gene fusion of a calf. Wu Ruinfa took the calf with the fused gene, and went to the second floor again, and began to apply a jelly to the parts where Su Wuqing's short leg and prosthesis were to be connected. This jelly can make the bionic prosthesis and short leg firmly combined, and the cells on both sides can penetrate each other, and finally become one like a wound healing. After the installation, Wu Ruinfa used wide tape to stick the short leg and the prosthesis together. After that, he said, after 3 days, this tape can be removed. Don't move too much during these 3 days. Don't let your right leg leave the ground. If you want to go to the toilet, call the nurse for help. After 3 days, you can only move your legs to walk. The gelatinous substance just now is also a biological agent that can promote the growth of skin and bones. At that time, your skin and the outer skin of the prosthesis will grow together, and so will your bones, but it will be slower, taking half a month. That is to say, You can jump around freely after half a month. Wu Ruinfa explained the precautions to Su Wuqing. Shihao looked at it from the side and thought it was amazing. This prosthesis felt a bit against the sky. Let's go, we go down and wait for news. General Shi, you can find a room to rest. Zhao Qing is in charge of finding your genes. She will come back as soon as she finds them. Su Wuqing will stay here and there will be a nurse to take care of him. Several people went downstairs, and Shihao simply came to the big training room. Mickey and Su Yan followed. Shihao wanted to practice with the sewing needle, but Mickey ran away immediately, and could not find anyone. Shihao thought to himself, I didn't ask you to hold the dartboard, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Su, please help me find some tool steel to make some thicker needles. They should be harder, and 3 times larger than this sewing needle. Shihao picked up the needle, and felt that it was a little small. It was a bit difficult to throw it, and the force generated was not enough, but this thing was more convenient to use. It was no problem to pull out the secret sentry, hit the light bulb, or sneak attack. Su Yan asked Shihao some more details about the needle and drove away, going to find a processing factory to make a batch of special ones. At this time, Mickey came over and called Shihao. Sister Zhao Qing is back. Chapter 26. Although Wu Ruinfa did not introduce the benefits of gene fusion in detail, Shihao was looking forward to it when he saw that he attached so much importance to this research. He felt that he was pretty good now, but if he could go one step further, he would be very happy. Shihao followed Mickey and walked quickly to the elevator. As soon as he got out of the elevator on the 3rd floor underground, he heard Wu Ruinfa say, That's great, it's not easy, I didn't expect the sample to be preserved so well. Zhao Qing was also standing next to him, looking exhausted. Thank you. Shihao approached and first expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qing. General Shi, the management of the army is good. The samples of more than 30 years can be preserved so well, and all the things needed for the experiment are complete. Wu Ruinfa said to Shihao happily. You don't know, the civilian gene bank was established 13 years ago. At that time, biotechnology broke through the bottleneck and genetic technology also developed vigorously, so the country established a gene bank. Every citizen of Yin will keep a body sample in this bank before he dies, in case of need. Wu Ruinfa continued to introduce the importance of genes. This is his old profession, and naturally hopes that others will know more about their work. 13 years ago, Zheng Xian was still alive at that time. I wonder if she left a gene sample. When Shihao heard Wu Ruinfa mention the gene bank, the first thing he thought of was Zheng Xian, who had passed away. What can genes do? Shihao asked Wu Ruinfa. There are many things that can be done. For example, today's gene fusion cannot be separated from the genes of the person's body. It's just right for me to tell you about the effect of gene fusion. Wu Ruinfa said, and asked everyone to sit down. Your current body is Taishan level, and Mickey's is Lingshan level, but the principle of making your bionic body is the same. After thinking about it for a few days, and reporting to the relevant leaders and departments, I have divided the levels of robots. Robots like you that can undergo gene fusion are Taishan level robots. Robots with lower physical fitness than you, such as Mickey, are classified as Lingshan level robots. The manufacturing cost of Taishan level robots is more than 10 times higher than that of Lingshan level robots. Speaking of this, Wu Ruinfa looked at Shihao with satisfaction, which meant that he should thank me quickly. I will make a Taishan class bionic robot. According to the current equipment, it will take more than 2 months to make a Lingshan class 1, while it will only take 15 days. The manufacturing equipment can modify the equipment of ordinary bionic robots for use. After Mickey's test was successful yesterday, I have reported to the General Command. Today, the General Command gave me instructions to upgrade the bodies of the 7 current members of the Panlong team to Lingshan class within 1 month. I classify bionic robots that do not have bionic brains, but have autonomous learning ability and certain thinking and social skills as Huangshan class robots. This type of robot can do security, detection, nursing and other work, but it must be installed with a quantum encryption self-destruction system. Those that have neither bionic brains nor learning ability are uniformly classified as white robots, which can be upgraded as needed. These robots must be installed with a quantum encryption self-destruction system when they leave the factory. Wu Ruinfa feels that it will be more convenient to call them when working in the future if the robots are classified into different levels, and it is also convenient for military and civilian use. At this point, Wu Ruinfa took a sip of tea and continued, the bodies of Taishan class and Lingshan class robots are made of bionic cells and colloid mixed with collagen. A certain amount of collagen is also added to the materials used for bionic cells. After the popularization of quantum computers, a large amount of computational work and research has been greatly facilitated. We use quantum computers to scan and calculate the internal structure of human cells. Compared with the previous binary computers, the amount of computation here is not billions but trillions, so the research on cells at that time was just superficial. In the research, we found the storage location and working principle of DNA in cells. In addition, we made bionic cells based on the data and structure of human cells, and reserved a very small biochip in the bionic cells. This chip can store human DNA information. There are many tentacles around the chip, through which DNA information is transmitted to cells. In addition, the chip and the chips in other bionic cells can be connected to each other to achieve the effect of collaborative work. After we get the human gene sample, we import the DNA information into the quantum computer for calculation, and then edit it after obtaining the calculated data. The information that is not used by Taishan or Lingshan level robots, such as reproduction, excretion, and digestion, is deleted, and the categories such as body shape, appearance, and emotions are retained. The edited data is packaged, and then the gene data is imported into each bionic cell through the gene fusion device. Speaking of this, Wu Ruinfa stopped and looked at Mickey. At this time, Sure Hao discovered a problem. Mickey was born with a bionic brain and a bionic robot body. All his current behaviors are acquired, so where did he get human genes? Sure Hao also looked at Mickey and felt that Mickey's appearance had changed a little bit. This change was easy for Sure Hao to find. Looking at the overall appearance, it looks a bit like... Sure Hao looked at Wu Ruinfa again, and this time he was sure in his heart that Mickey looked more and more like Wu Ruinfa. Of course, Mickey had no wrinkles on his face, and still had a cute child's face. Wu Ruinfa saw Sure Hao looking at Mickey and then at him, his face turned red, and he smiled awkwardly, then said to Sure Hao, "You read it right, Mickey used my genes, and I also had a little selfishness, but I have reported everything to the leader. When the project was first established, I took the entire plan to the leader for approval. On the one hand, the robot's autonomous learning function and communication ability were open, and as a test subject, Mickey could not be equipped with a quantum encryption self-destruction system, which also required approval. On the other hand, it was the question of whose genes to use when the genes were fused. The leader saw that I was so old and had not yet started a family, and had no children, so he decided to use my genes." After saying that, he touched Mickey's face with pity. Mickey now understood everything, so he stood there without moving or speaking, but was just wondering if he could call Wu Ruinfa old bastard again in the future. "You are an expert in bionic robots. There are not many in Yen country. It would be a waste to leave such good genes unused." Sure Hao pointed out the essence. Wu Ruinfa blushed again and smiled slightly. He did not respond and continued the previous topic. "Now I will talk about the changes after gene fusion. What are the benefits? In fact, I can only say part of it. Many changes have to be discovered slowly in the future. You can see that Mickey's facial contour is a bit like my face shape now. This is the effect of genetic inheritance. If it is placed on General Sure, you use your own genes, your appearance and body shape will become more like your previous self. It won't be exactly the same, but the similarity is very high. Some things can't change too much, such as height. If you were 180 centimeters tall before, and you are 185 centimeters now, it will definitely not drop to 180 centimeters after gene fusion. With these experiences, we will make the bionic robot we are going to fuse whose data, and when making the bionic body, we will build it according to his original appearance. Of course, we can beautify it, remove the obvious shortcomings, leave the advantages, and then carry out gene fusion, so that after fusion, it will be similar to the real person before. Won't the streets be full of handsome men and beautiful women in the future?" Xiao Qin sighed on the side. "At least not in the next few years. Considering the Earth's resource problems, land problems, and the continuation of human life, this technology will definitely not be widely used by civilians. Otherwise, life expectancy will be basically extended indefinitely, and the Earth cannot bear it." Wu Ruinfa continued, "It seems that the top leaders have a thorough understanding of these issues, because now through biotechnology, the theoretical average life expectancy of Yenhua has been extended to 180 years old. Now the oldest person is over 160 years old, and it is estimated that he can still live for decades. There are more and more people over 140 years old. People need to consume resources to live. This technology is very beneficial for space exploration. Sure Hao looks forward to the future of mankind. There is another benefit. After gene fusion, you have a stronger ability to control your body. The skin on your arms and legs is the same from top to bottom, and very smooth. After gene fusion, you can make cells have memory or change their position through exercise, so the body parts that are exercised will have muscle-like shapes. The benefits of this are high explosive power and high endurance. For example, your current grip strength is more than 200 kilograms, and after training, your grip strength may reach more than 400 kilograms. Mobilize cells, let them recombine and form muscles, and at the same time increase your body's flexibility. Other benefits need to be discovered through practice. General Sure, the situation is probably like this. Do you think we can start fusion today? Wu Ruinfa almost finished speaking and began to ask Sure Hao for his opinion. After getting Sure Hao's affirmative answer, Wu Ruinfa directed the staff to get busy. The samples Zhao Qing brought back were blood and hair. Wu Ruinfa took one sample from each and analyzed the two samples through a quantum computer. He wanted to find the best data in the two samples for editing and packaging. Wu Ruinfa arranged for Zhao Qing to send the remaining samples to the military gene bank of the Yunnan-Guizhou Military Region Hospital for storage. After the gene data was edited, Wu Ruinfa still asked Sure Hao to lie on the middle bed and debug all the equipment. Because the genetic data needs to be transmitted to all the bionic cells in the body, it takes a long time. The whole body will take about 2 to 3 days. During this period, to ensure that everything is safe, I will put your brain into a deep sleep. Su Wuqing's calf took more than 2 hours, and the whole body really needs a lot of time. After getting Sure Hao's confirmation, Wu Ruinfa pressed the button. Chapter 27. Sure Hao felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. A scanner-like thing connected to the quantum computer slowly moved downward from Sure Hao's head. This thing transmitted the genetic data to the biochip of the bionic cell through a wireless transmitter. Because the biochip itself has a relatively weak wireless connection function to connect to the surrounding cells, it can achieve the effect of collaborative work. Now the staff is using this wireless networking to complete the writing of genetic data. Not a single cell is spared, not a single hair is spared, the bionic brain, facial features, neck, all the way to the toes including the toenails above. It took more than 3 days to complete the scan. Because Sure Hao is 185 centimeters tall and much larger than Mickey, it took a little longer than expected, but everything went smoothly without any accidents. This made Wu Ruinfa, Su Yin, and Zhao Qing all breathe a sigh of relief, and Mickey jumped and jumped with joy. These people have been guarding here for the past few days, and have not gone out, because Su Yin and Zhao Qing's bodies have been genetically modified, and they can survive more than a month with concentrated nutrient solution. Wu Ruinfa has an ordinary body. He is afraid that genetic modification will affect his brain, so he is unwilling to take this step. He just built a simple bed in the laboratory and took a nap when he was tired. Mickey can relieve fatigue by sleeping 2 or 3 hours a day. He doesn't need to use his brain much, so he is not easy to get tired. After Wu Ruinfa pressed the stop button, a wake-up signal was transmitted to Sure Hao's bionic brain through biological nerves, and Sure Hao slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be voices in his brain calling him, wanting his embrace. These were cells feeding back information to the brain. Although the brain was also receiving information when it was asleep, the efficiency was lower. Billions of information kept pouring in, and Sure Hao felt his brain swollen and numb. Now he understood how Mickey behaved on the day he picked him up. Based on Mickey's experience with fusion, this process would take more than a day. Sure Hao simply sat there motionless. After a day and a half, this kind of information was greatly reduced, and gradually disappeared. He felt an indescribable sense of mystery in his brain, or a sense of familiarity, but this sense of familiarity was mixed with many other things. Sure Hao got out of bed, tiptoed on his heels, and found the feeling of tight muscles. He tried to bounce on his toes, but with a bang, his head hit a hole in the ceiling. The force was too strong, and he jumped too high and hit the ceiling, which scared everyone else. Wu Ruinfa didn't feel bad about the ceiling being damaged, but pulled Sure Hao and said, "Let's go outside to test how high we can jump." When they got to an open space outside, Sure Hao first tested the standing jump, and the result was more than 4 meters, then he did a running jump, and it was estimated to be about 7 meters. After jumping up, Sure Hao was shocked, which was almost higher than 2 floors. As a result, he was nervous and his body tilted, and he landed on his butt, making a hole on the ground. Fortunately, the body of the bionic robot was relatively strong, so nothing happened. Wu Ruinfa called Mickey over to test it, and the standing jump was more than 3 meters, and the running jump was about 5 meters. Wu Ruinfa simply did a comprehensive test, and finally got the result. Taishan level, Sure Hao running speed 120 kilometers per hour, grip strength 380 kilograms, punching force 2,000 kilograms, This strength is very terrifying. You should know that the boxing champion Tyson's right fist punching force is 800 kilograms, and the left fist is about 500 kilograms. Leishon level, Mickey running speed 90 kilometers per hour, grip strength 220 kilograms, punching force 1,600 kilograms. Mickey's appearance is very deceptive, looking cute, but timid. It is easy to play the pig to eat the tiger. Wu Ruinfa was overjoyed when he saw these data, and said hello to Shi Hao and others, and went back to the office to summarize and write a report. Shi Hao and several others came to the large training room to practice skills with various props. During the exercise, Shi Hao could even clearly feel the bionic cells wandering in his body. A few hours of training can train a muscle that any man envies. Mickey practiced together under Shi Hao's coercion, and he was extremely unhappy while practicing, but he could not resist the high-pressure policy and made rapid progress. Su Wucheng was able to walk now, but he dared not use force while dragging his right calf. He had a crutch under his arm, and came to the training room to watch them train. He had been a special forces soldier, and the training was crazy, but he felt that Shi Hao and Mickey's training was abnormal, thinking that non-humans were different. He had been worried for the past 2 days, and received many collection calls with various threats. He thought that he would go back as soon as his leg was completely healed. He was worried about Shi Xiarui and Su Yuan. Shi Hao also saw Su Wucheng, and came over to look at his leg. He asked him to walk 2 steps to look at it. Su Wucheng did not dare to lift it up, so he could only drag it, and could not see anything, so he told him to have a good rest. At this time, Su Yin took the needle that Shi Hao asked him to customize. Now it can't be called a needle, it should be a needle-shaped hidden weapon. It was about 8 centimeters long and as thick as a knitting needle. Shi Hao felt heavy in his hand. Su Yin said it was made of an alloy used to make armor-piercing bullets. It had high strength and hardness, and strong penetrating power. Su Yin made 300 of them in this batch. He knew what Shi Hao was going to do. It was a consumable, so he directly placed an order with a military factory for small batch production. The dartboard that was used before must not work well. Su Yin went out and asked the staff to find a 10 centimeters thick steel plate. He could hear the sound of dang dang dang. Shi Hao still used the previous method to hold the needle between 2 fingers and throw it forward. He saw white spots on the steel plate, and the needle fell to the ground. Shi Hao saw that this was not very effective, and not lethal enough, so he began to throw the needles out like throwing darts. For a moment, he lost his aim a little. The base of the opposite wall, the middle of the wall, and the part above the wall were all pierced with needles. Basically, more than half of them could be inserted. Mickey screamed wow, and ran out of the door. If this guy threw it wrong, it would be terrible. Shi Hao began to control the strength and practice accuracy first. After more than an hour, the sound of dang 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 continued. After finding the accuracy, he began to increase the strength. Puff puff puff, the needles began to penetrate the steel plate. Shi Hao continued to practice for 2 hours, until the needles could penetrate more than half. Shi Hao can be regarded as mastering a practical new skill. He directly named it Flying Needle. Su Yin also made 10 aluminum alloy boxes, each box containing 30 needles. Shi Hao called Mickey in to help put the needles into the boxes one by one. After such a long time of practice, the needle tips of these needles were not damaged at all, and the hardness was obvious. In the next few days, Shi Hao trained the strength of all parts of his body, and his muscles were basically formed, and his explosive power was further improved. His and Mickey's appearance was still changing slightly every day. Mickey stood next to Wu Ruinfa without saying anything, and others would 100% think that they were a family. As for Shi Hao, his eyebrows and face shape had the contours of 35 years ago. Shi Hao saw these changes and even thought, if he made a robot that looked similar to Zheng Xian, and then merged Zheng Xian's genes into it, would he be able to see his wife when she was young again? In the end, he shook his head and rejected it. Without the memories of the 2 people, it would not be the Zheng Xian of the past. He still found it difficult to accept from the bottom of his heart. What he wanted was to support each other. He also asked Wu Ruinfa these 2 days, since genes can be converted into data through quantum computers, can the bits and pieces of human memory also be converted into data and stored in the bionic brain? Wu Ruinfa thought about it. Genes have a basis. We regard DNA as a complete program code, and then interpret it, because there are physical objects there for reference. Memories are invisible and intangible, and are more illusory. Although they can be converted and stored through the bioelectric waves of the cerebral cortex, they are still not observable, and cannot be read out by quantum computers. If even the brain does not exist, it is not possible to form memory data based on the memories of people around you. At this point, Wu Ruinfa became excited. He said that after the Taishan class robot was completed, he wanted to find a new topic to study. Shihao's question made him think that this topic was good, and he could study it. Because Wu Ruinfa wanted Mickey to stay with Shihao, and didn't want Mickey to be buried in the second research institute for the rest of his life, Shihao really liked Mickey through this period of contact, and Mickey was Lingshan level, and had good abilities, so he carefully guided Mickey in training. No matter how cute or pitiful Mickey acted, Shihao was not moved at all. The training volume was not reduced at all, and the training was very systematic. It had been about 10 days since Shihao's gene fusion was completed. On this day, Shihao was guiding Mickey in training in the training hall. Su Wuqing ran over in a panic and shouted to Shihao, "Dad, it's bad, Xiaorui was kidnapped." Shihao was furious when he heard the news, but he was not panicked. He arranged for Mickey and Su Wuqing to pack up, and asked Mickey to put 2 boxes of flying needles in his bag, and he took 1 box with him. Then he called Wu Yi, "Old Wu, I'm sorry to bother you again. My daughter Xiaorui has been kidnapped, and the head of the Los Angeles Public Security Bureau has just been arrested for making a mistake. I'm afraid that it will delay things there. I'm arranging a military plane to wait for you at the airport. You ask Su Yin to arrange for you to go to the airport immediately." Wu Yi didn't say anything and started to make arrangements directly. At this time, Mickey had already run out and called Wu Ruinfa and Su Yin over. "Director Wu, I won't say much to thank you. Something happened at home, and I have to go to Los Angeles. Will Mickey go with me today or wait until I come back?" Shihao told Wu Ruinfa that he really wanted Mickey to go with him and have a good helper, but he still had to ask Wu Ruinfa's opinion. "General Shi, we are so familiar with each other, don't be polite. Mickey will go with you today and can help run errands." Wu Ruinfa also understood the seriousness of the matter and said very straightforwardly, "Okay, Xiao Su, let's go now to the military airport." Su Yin had to make arrangements to go to the airport. Su Yin had already arranged for the fastest military flying car to come over. A few minutes later, 4 people got on the car and flew quickly towards the military airport along the dedicated passage. Chapter 28. Tell me about it. Shihao said to Su Wuqing on the plane. "Alas, this is all my fault. The loan sharks called me again a few days ago and said that if I don't show up, don't blame them for being rude." Su Wuqing said self-reproachfully. "Now is not the time to pursue responsibility." "Did they call again later?" Shihao continued to ask. "I thought I would go back as soon as my leg was almost healed. I also told them that I would go back to talk in half a month, but they didn't agree. They called every day, and the interest was going up every day. They said that I owed more than 10 million now. Just now, the Public Security Bureau called to say that Xiaorui might have been kidnapped and asked me to go to the police station as soon as possible." Su Wuqing told the situation just now. An hour later, Shihao and his group got off the plane. Wang Guiyong had already arranged a military flying car and drove straight to the police station. It has been 2 hours since the incident. Xiaorui was driving her own car home after get off work at 5:30. When she passed an old residential area, one of the rotors on the car was blown up by a remote-controlled bomb placed by criminals in advance. Then the car automatically searched and flew to the rooftop parking lot of the residential area. Through the surveillance footage, we learned that they had ambushed in the parking lot in advance and pushed Xiaorui onto a car after the car landed. Through the surveillance footage, we found that the car had no license plate and the criminals were wearing masks. No effective clues have been found so far. The police officer in charge of the case explained the situation to Shihao and others. "Did you check the surveillance footage along the way?" Su Yin asked. He knew that every city now has a Sky Eye system installed, and there are surveillance cameras in many places. We used the Sky Eye system to screen and track the car to a community on Tianhai Road, but it disappeared. Tianhai Road is the old city, the houses are old, and the people living there are also messy. We sent people to find that the car was parked in a parking lot, but there were no clues left in the car. The vehicle code was polished off. This group of people are habitual offenders. We are still investigating to see if we can find any witnesses." The police continued. "Don't ask, it's useless. These veterans generally don't leave any clues. We currently have 2 ways. The first way is to immediately interrogate the yellow-haired man to see if we can get any clues. The second way is to go to Tianhai Road to find clues from people on the road." Shihao and his team have assisted the local authorities in handling many cases together and know how to deal with them. Xiaorui got off work at 5:30 p.m. It was past 8 p.m. now. It had been more than 2 hours since the kidnapping. Shihao was afraid that she was in danger, so he said to Su Yin, You and Wu Chung, let them interrogate the yellow-haired guy here. If you have any news, call me immediately. Mickey and I will go to Tianhai Road to find out the news. At this time, Su Wuching's cell phone rang. Shihao signaled him to turn on the speakerphone. Everyone else was silent. Su Wuching said to the phone, "Hello, this is Su Wuching. Boy, prepare 30 million today and send it over before 12 o'clock in the evening, otherwise we will make your wife very happy at night." "Where can I find so much money now?" Su Wuching said with gritted teeth. "Don't you have a house at home? We checked it out. It's in your name. The loan has been paid off now, right? We estimated that it's almost enough for 30 million. If you don't have money, bring the house certificate over." "Then where can I find you?" Su Wuching tried to get the location. "Don't try to get the information, kid. I call you again at 10 o'clock and tell you what to do. Don't play tricks." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. "Can you find the location?" Shihao asked. "Nowadays, all phones are quantum encrypted and difficult to track. We can find the approximate location through the telecommunications company." The policeman immediately called the telecommunications company to check. After a while, the message came back that the location of the phone was on Tianhai Road in Tianhai District. "Mickey, let's go." Shihao walked out of the door without looking back. They didn't have much time. In a few minutes, the military car arrived near Tianhai Road. Shihao and Mickey parked the car in the community where the bandits parked, and then went down to the first floor. This area is an old urban area with dilapidated and dirty streets. Many foreigners live here, and some gangs camp here. Shihao and Mickey were walking on the roadside when they saw a yellow-haired man with a tattoo on his neck. Shihao nodded at Mickey, who went up to him, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Big brother, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" The yellow-haired man was walking arrogantly, and was suddenly stopped and felt very unhappy. "I heard that there are many gangs here, and I also want to join the gangs and find a big brother to lead me." Mickey didn't know what to do, so he started to make up a story. "Oh, you look so thin and tender. How much strength do you have? Have you been weaned? You still want to join the gangs? Is it that easy?" The yellow-haired man couldn't help but sneer when he saw that it was a little kid. "Then you try it," Mickey said, and pushed hard with his hand, and the yellow-haired man dunked back more than 10 steps without stopping, and bumped into someone with his butt. The man was smoking a cigarette, wearing a gold chain as thick as his pinky finger, and had a tattoo on his neck. He grabbed Huang San by the collar and cursed, "You bastard, are you blind? Didn't you see Sandy passing by? Don't you know this is my territory?" As soon as he finished speaking, Huang San found that his eyes flashed, his feet were off the ground, his neck was pinched by a hand, his back was against the wall, he couldn't breathe, and he could only stick out his tongue. When Shihao heard Huang San say that this was his territory, he knew that a gangster had come, and he didn't care how big his status in the underworld was. He directly held him down and said, "Listen, I ask you something, and you answer it." Then he loosened his hand a little, so that Huang San's feet could touch the ground. Huang San felt so frustrated. Usually, he was the one who protected this place. In the evening, when he was peeing at the foot of the wall, he accidentally found a few people tying up a woman and walking towards the deep burning bar. The gang pointed a gun at him, and said that it was Brother Biao's job. "If you tell others, they will kill you." Now he has encountered these two people who don't play by the rules. He has no way to express his suffering. "Did you see a woman being kidnapped here today?" Shihao asked. "No. I didn't see it." Huang San didn't dare to say it. Deep burning bar is Brother Biao's industry. Brother Biao is ranked among the top 3 in Los Angeles. He is notoriously cruel. He has killed several people, and is still living a carefree life. "You lied to me. You hesitated just now," Shihao said. They were specially trained to interrogate and be interrogated. After that, he put his hand on Huang San's shoulder and began to squeeze it hard. "Do you believe that I can crush your shoulder?" Shihao said while slowly exerting force. Huang San was sweating from the pain. Shinran bar. The pain made him say only 4 words. Shihao heard these 4 words, let go of his hand and said, "Where is it?" "Go forward on this road and turn left when you come to an intersection. There is a sign." Huang San thought that he had already said it, so it was no big deal to point the way again. Shihao let go of Huang San and walked directly in that direction. At this time, the phone rang. It was Su Yin who called and said, "Huang Mao only knows that the person who asked them to collect the debt is Brother Biao's subordinate, and he doesn't know the rest. He is just a gangster at the bottom, and doesn't know what's going on above." "Okay, got it." When Shihao hung up the phone, He had already walked to the door of Shinran Bar. There was a small door with a wooden board with the word Shinran Bar written on it. He pushed the door, but it didn't open, because this kind of bar is usually brought in by acquaintances, and there are too many shameful things in it, so they will not open the door to welcome guests. Each bar has its own rules. Shirhao didn't care about that, and kicked the door down. At this time, two burly men rushed over. They were the younger brothers, who were responsible for guarding the door. Before they could say anything, Shirhao grabbed their arms with one hand, and then used force. The two men knelt on one knee in pain. Did a woman get tied in today? Yes. Shirhao was afraid that Shirui would be in danger, so he used all his strength as soon as he came up. The two men cried in pain. Mickey, I leave it to you. Shirhao let go, and continued to walk in. It's unfair to leave this kind of dirty work to me. As he spoke, Mickey used his palm as a knife to accurately cut the position of their carotid arteries. The two fainted gorgeously, and then he pulled them to the side of the aisle, and stacked them up. When Mickey went in, Shirhao had already asked another younger brother for directions. He quickly walked up to him, and then hugged him, smiling apologetically at the people beside him. Those people twisted their bodies to the deafening music. They were used to this kind of scene. It was usually Brother Biao's people who dealt with others. They thought Mickey was Brother Biao's people. After Mickey dealt with it, he walked to the back and saw that a door was open. To be precise, it was kicked down because the door was lying on the ground. Mickey quickened his pace and ran over. When Shirhao walked in, some people were already alert. One of them took out a gun, but before the gun could point to Shirhao, his arm was swung back violently, and a bloody hole appeared on his wrist. Shirhao's flying needles now hit wherever he pointed, and he never missed. This room is relatively large, decorated like a large private room in a KTV. There is a 4-seater leather sofa in the middle of the room, and several people are standing with their hands hanging down on the side, and 2 people are sitting on the sofa. The 2 of them are Biao Ji's right-hand men. They kidnapped Shirui today because Su Wuqing sent Huang Mao, who went to collect debts, to the police station. They wanted to use Su Wuqing as a threat, which means that whether Su Wuqing brings the money or not, this matter will not be settled peacefully. Who is Biao Gu? Shirhao asked directly. What do you want to see Biao Gu for? One of them asked. That means this is Biao Ji's territory. Shirhao just wanted to confirm. Where is the woman you kidnapped today? Shirhao ignored him and asked. Boy, you are very brave to come here to ask for someone. Another person on the sofa said, as he pulled out a gun and pulled the trigger. Seeing this, Shirhao raised his left hand and subconsciously covered his face. He felt the back of his left hand pressed against his face. His right hand shook and a bloody hole appeared on the forehead of the man who fired the gun and fell backwards. Shirhao looked at his left hand. The bullet head was embedded in it. The position where his hand was hit slightly squirmed. The deformed bullet head was pushed out. A pit became smaller and slowly recovered. It seemed that traditional firearms had no lethality to Shirhao. Where is that woman? Shirhao continued to ask. The man who had just spoken on the sofa saw that the situation was not good and wanted to run to the right. Mickey immediately ran there. There was a compartment in that direction. Mickey rushed in without looking back. When he went in, he saw a gangster pointing a gun at Shirui's head. When Mickey saw someone threatening him with a gun, he was so angry that he kicked his feet and flew out directly, hitting the gunman's stomach. The gangster rolled his eyes and died. He didn't have time to react at all. In this way, Mickey saved Shirui. Shirhao had already caught the man who was sitting on the sofa and running towards this side. Seeing that Shirui was fine, he began to interrogate her using the same method as before. He wanted to find Brother Biao. He knew that if the grass is not removed at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Shirui and the others still had to live in this city, so they had to get rid of the trouble. Whoever dares to move will die, Shirhao said to the people who wanted to run away. After hearing what Shirhao said, they stood aside obediently and threw the things in their hands to the ground. Mickey took the cable ties and tapes that the bandits had not used to tie up Shirui and tied up several people. He went outside to bring in the other 3 who had fainted and tied them up, and then played with building blocks. The people who were dancing outside had already run away when they saw that the situation was not good. Brother Biao lives in Yuhu Villa, and the villa belongs to him. Brother Biao's subordinate confessed under Shirhao's questioning, and fainted after he couldn't stand the pain. Chapter 29. Shirhao was relieved to see that Shirui was not injured, but just a little frightened. He didn't know who the current Los Angeles Public Security Bureau chief was, so he simply called Wan Guiyong. Old Wan, the underworld is so rampant now, with guns and drugs and blatant kidnappings. Is there no one to take care of it? Howsy, I am with the new Public Security Bureau Chief Xia now. The Los Angeles public security system is indeed a mess because of Zhang Weifang. Coupled with the problems of the overall environment, social security will definitely not improve. Is there any news about Shirui now? Wang Guiyong was annoyed when he mentioned Zhang Weifang. I have rescued Shirui. You can ask Chief Xia to find some people to clean up. Shenran Bar, Tianhai Road, Tianhai District. Shihao was ruthless when he encountered life-threatening situations. Before Shirui was rescued, every second must be seized, including when they rescued other hostages before. The remaining minions will naturally be handed over to the law for trial. That's great. Originally, Director Xia came to me today to borrow people from me to prepare a citywide sweep. There are evidence and witnesses for many of the crimes committed by the gangsters in the past, but they were suppressed by Zhang Weifang. Now they have all of these, and they are ready to catch them all tonight. It's not that we are too slow, it's that you are too fast. Wang Guiyong explained the plan for the evening to Shihao. Shihao asked Wang Guiyong to turn on the holographic projection and the speakerphone, and asked Director Xia to join in so that the three of them could communicate synchronously. Hello, Director Xia. I wonder if you have heard of Brother Biao. Shihao asked directly. Brother Biao's full name is Feng Biao. He is a famous gangster leader in Los Angeles. He privately stores guns, sells drugs, lends money at high interest rates, and forces women into prostitution. He can be said to be a villain. He has also killed several people. He is also closely related to Zhang Weifang, so he has been at large. He is our #1 target tonight. Director Xia knew Brother Biao very well, and had a lot of solid evidence. The mistress of Zhang Weifang that I mentioned to you some time ago turned out to be Feng Biao's woman, who was snatched away by Zhang Weifang. It's really like flies attracting dog shit, and they smell the same. Wang Guiyong interrupted, and said to Shihao at this time. We started to take action at 1 a.m., and I hope General Shi can come to guide the work. Director Xia invited Shihao. I will send Shirui back first, and then I will meet up with you. I must see this Feng Biao being arrested today. For Feng Biao, Shihao must go. While they were talking, the nearby police received the order and rushed over, and took Brother Biao's people away. Shihao, Mickey, and Shirui also got on the car and rushed to the military commission compound. On the way, they called Su Yin and Su Wuqing and asked them to meet up there. In Yuhu Villa, Feng Biao sat on the sofa in the middle of the living room, and several of his men sat around him. Why don't Wan Long and Xiao Wu answer the phone? Are they enjoying themselves? One of Feng Biao's men called Wan Long and Xiao Wu who kidnapped Shirui, but the call went through. Brother Biao, I heard that the woman we kidnapped today is very beautiful and has a good figure. Although she is a little older, she is very attractive. Xiao Wu and Wan Long are enjoying themselves. The man said to Feng Biao. What's the matter? Lao Er, you just climbed down from the bed, and you are still not satisfied. Be careful that you will die on a woman's belly one day. Eat more kidneys to replenish your body later. Lao Si, who sat next to Feng Biao, teased Lao Er. Feng Biao has recruited 8 capable brothers in the past few years. All of them are ruthless, and have done all kinds of bad things. Feng Biao simply ranked them according to age, from the eldest to the 8th, and called them the Avidras. No matter whether it is vulgar or not, it sounds cool. Today, Lao Wu and Lao Wu's follower Wan Long are going to kidnap Shirui. Zhang Weifang was arrested recently. Feng Biao was upset. There were rumors that Zhang Weifang had robbed Feng Biao's woman, but in fact it was Feng Biao who set a trap, using the woman to drag Zhang Weifang into the water, and also recorded a video. In this way, Zhang Weifang had to help him settle many things. Feng Biao was worried that Zhang Weifang would reveal all the past things, so he simply stayed indoors these days. 2 days ago, Lao Wu came to report that there was a problem when collecting a sum of money. The younger brother, who went to collect the money, was arrested by the debtor. Feng Biao was looking for a reason to vent, so he arranged Lao Wu and his men to investigate. They didn't find anyone in the house where Su Wuqing used to live. They heard from the neighbors that he had moved, so they asked someone to investigate. Su Wuqing used to be a soldier, but he had retired for 15 years. The house was under the name of Su Wuqing and his wife Shirui. They took it for granted that Su Wuqing moved to escape debt, and reported it to Feng Biao without further investigation. Feng Biao felt that anyone dared to bully him now, so he wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. They had investigated Shirui and Su Yuan's information a long time ago. They didn't dare to cause trouble at the school, because there was an incident of someone hacking people at the school gate to vent anger decades ago. Now the national law stipulates that anyone who makes trouble at the school gate and threatens the personal safety of students can be shot. They couldn't find Su Wucheng, so they had to find Shi Xiaorui. They planned and carried out the kidnapping. In the past, they had forced many people who owed usury and couldn't pay them to sell their cars and houses, and forced many women of good quality into prostitution. They saw that Shi Xiaorui was pretty, so they didn't plan to let her go. Now they never dreamed that they had offended such a person. It was past midnight, and Xiaowu and Wan Long still hadn't called. Feng Biao became suspicious, so he asked Lao Er to send a younger brother to the Shiren bar to inquire about the situation. After waiting for 20 to 30 minutes, the younger brother could not be contacted. This time he knew something bad was going to happen, so he immediately called everyone to grab weapons and be vigilant. At this time, Shi Hao, Wang Guiyong, and Director Xie came to a place more than 1,000 meters away from Yuhu Villa. The troops had surrounded Yuhu Villa on all sides with standard laser guns. Ordinary firearms were too weak to hurt Shi Hao, and were destined to be eliminated. A few years ago, the troops were all equipped with standard laser guns, but most gangs still used ordinary firearms. After everything was ready, Shi Hao looked around, looked inside the villa, thought for a while, and said to Wang Guiyong and Director Xie, "They have guns in their hands. In order to reduce unnecessary harm, Mickey and I will go in to explore the way first." "Isn't that too dangerous?" Director Xie was a little worried. "Director Xie, don't worry. The people inside can't hurt them. If the two of them can get in, we just need to make sure no one escapes the encirclement. In the end, we just need to clean up the battlefield," Wang Guiyong said calmly, and Director Xie didn't object. Shi Hao and Mickey crouched and rushed forward quickly. When they encountered the wall, they jumped over it lightly. Just as they jumped into the wall, they saw a dog whimpering. When it was about to bark, Shi Hao shot 2 flying needles at the top of its head between its eyes. The dog fell down without barking. They stopped to observe, and saw that there was a big villa in the middle of the whole manor. There were people guarding the door of the villa, and the position on the wall, halfway up the villa. There should be sentries around the villa. "Let's go on each side," Shi Hao whispered to Mickey. The two of them moved quickly, and easily knocked out the 2 dozing sentries. Then they moved towards the door. There were 4 people standing on the wall of the villa, holding guns in their hands, or on their waists. In order not to waste time, Shi Hao prepared to force his way in. He held 2 flying needles in each hand, touched the base of the villa wall, and jumped up directly. The wall was about 3 meters high, and the 2 sentries were 5 or 6 meters away. When Shi Hao jumped up, and was still in the air, he shot out all 4 flying needles with both hands. To ensure that there was no mistake, he shot one person with 2 needles each. With 2 muffled sounds, the 2 fell to the ground. The people below reacted quickly, and shot with their guns. Shi Hao did not stop on the wall. He rolled down and jumped down. In the air, he had already buckled the flying needles again in his hands. Puff puff, the 2 fell to the ground. Feng Biao heard the gunshots at the door, so he asked several of his men in the room to keep shooting at the door, and he slipped away from the back. Mickey saw that Shi Hao had dealt with all the people outside, so he jumped in through the window. He didn't know how to use flying needles, and he didn't have a gun. Although ordinary bullets couldn't hurt him, he was scared and hid behind a pillar. He glanced at the corner, and saw a large vase more than 1 meter high. He rolled over, and smashed the vase with one hand. 2 or 3 people were knocked unconscious directly, and 2 others were also confused. When they reacted, the gun had been taken away by Mickey, and then Mickey used the gun as a hammer to knock them unconscious on the ground. Shi Hao came in at this time and asked Mickey, "Where is Feng Biao?" "I don't know." Mickey spread his hands innocently, and answered Shi Hao. "Didn't you leave someone to ask?" Shi Hao looked at the people lying on the ground. "Ah, I forgot." Mickey patted his head. "Search," Shi Hao said, and ran upstairs. He saw no one except 2 women who were hurriedly getting dressed. "Can you see if any of the people downstairs are Feng Biao?" Shi Hao asked the 2 women to go downstairs. After they went downstairs, they looked once and shook their heads. At this time, Mickey also searched other places in the villa, but there was no one. Shi Hao looked at the open back door, ran out, opened his eyes, and searched carefully outside, and vaguely saw a figure swaying 300 or 400 meters away. He quickly chased after him, and while chasing, he called Director Xie to pay attention to intercepting him, and send someone to the villa to finish the job. 20 seconds later, Shi Hao was only 20 or 30 meters away from the man. He raised his hand, and shot a flying needle at Feng Biao's leg. Feng Biao fell to the ground. Shi Hao approached and saw that the guy was wearing pajamas. One of his shoes was missing, and his left calf was bleeding. Are you Feng Biao? Shi Hao asked. Fuck you. Feng Biao spat at Shi Hao. You're so stubborn. Are you Feng Biao? Shi Hao went over and pinched the calf that was pierced by the flying needle, and asked while pinching. I am Feng Biao. Kill me if you dare. I will be a hero again in 20 years. Feng Biao was still stubborn. Not bad. You have done so many evil things, and you are so righteous. You will definitely die, but let the people see your end. I will let you live a few more days. Shi Hao stood up and stepped on Feng Biao's calf. There was no escape from comminuted fracture. How does it feel? Shi Hao asked as he put his hand on Mickey's shoulder and walked back. Chapter 30. Very cool and exciting. Mickey still answered excitedly. These people are all ordinary flesh, and their physical fitness is much worse than ours. Just like the guns they just took, it is difficult to hurt us, but it is easy to kill an ordinary person. Because Mickey is a test subject, his bionic brain carries the content he has learned. He has never been in contact with the outside world before, and has no intuitive feeling of good and evil, let alone any moral standards, so Shi Hao feels it is necessary to guide him and transmit correct values. Then aren't we bullying the weak? Mickey asked Shi Hao. Because they are bad guys, they violated the laws of Yin country and hurt or killed others, so we have to punish them. The police and troops who came today are to catch these bad guys, because we are stronger than them. If we take action, those police and troops will have fewer casualties, because they are good people, and we have to protect them. Shi Hao first instilled the idea of good and bad people into Mickey. When those bad guys threaten our lives or other good people, we can shoot them, just like today when they tried to shoot us with guns. When they endanger the lives of hostages, we can kill them with thunder. But when we are questioning people, or they have no ability to resist, we can subdue them and hand them over to the police for trial, so that they will pay the price they deserve. Shi Hao wants Mickey to know the severity of the attack in different situations. He doesn't want him to become a killing machine in the future. For him, he can kill an ordinary person with just a wave of his hand. Although we are bionic robots, we still have to obey the laws of Yin country. We cannot break the law at will and hurt others. Did you see the weapons in those soldiers' hands? They are laser guns that can easily kill us. Shi Hao also did not forget to put some pressure on Mickey, which worked well for the timid Mickey. I had these contents stored in my mind, but I didn't quite understand them. After you told me, I understood much more. So, should I protect good people in the future? Mickey asked Shi Hao. When making bionic robots, Wu Runfa and others had stored moral ethics, social rules, legal standards, and other contents in the brains of those robots, regardless of whether they were useful or not. On the one hand, the robots were constrained through system design, and on the other hand, they were influenced. I just didn't know how effective it would be. Mickey was a good test subject. It's right to understand it this way. It's right to protect good people, and our loved ones. Shi Hao tried to speak to Mickey as directly as possible, fearing that Mickey would not understand if he spoke too much. After all, morality, feelings, legal standards, and so on were relatively vague, so he would slowly guide him more in the future. Director Xia, please find someone to contact me. I will go back and write a report for you. Shi Hao saw Wang Guiyong and Director Xia coming over, and took the initiative to say to Director Xia that several people died, and the matter was so serious that it was necessary to make things clear. Thank you very much, General Shi, for your support for our work. Director Xia was shocked to see that Shi Hao and Mickey were unharmed, and had captured all of Feng Biao's people in Yuhu Villa. He thought to himself that if he met two people like this, no matter how many policemen he had, they would not be enough. Just received a report that one of Feng Biao's Avidras died in the deep burning bar. 3 died here, and the remaining 4 were all arrested while watching over the casinos, karaoke bars, and bathing centers under Feng Biao. This operation was a great success, and we took the opportunity to clean up the dirty places in Los Angeles. Director Xia told Shi Hao and Wang Guiyong about the results of the night's operation. Seeing that the activity was over, Shi Hao and Wang Guiyong said goodbye to Director Xia together, and Director Xia took the initiative to express his position. The evidence is conclusive, and we will speed up the investigation and bring Feng Biao and his gang to justice as soon as possible. Wang Guiyong returned to the headquarters, and Shi Hao went home directly. When he got home, he found Wang Yukai was also there, chatting with Su Wuqing, Shi Shirui, and Su Yin. General Shi, I'm really sorry. I didn't take good care of Shirui. I'm ashamed. Wang Yukai saw Shi Hao coming back, and he took the responsibility on himself without thinking twice. He was also afraid that if Shiroi really got into trouble, Shirao would definitely not be able to rely on him anymore. I will send a security guard to pick up Shiroi too, and from get off work in the future. Wang Yukai continued to express his attitude. Boss Wang, there's no need to bother so much. The matter has been resolved this time, and the mastermind behind it has been caught. I bother you again if I need you in the future. Regardless of whether Wang Yukai wanted to win him over, or for other purposes, Shirao still appreciated his kindness. Shiroi, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me directly and I help you. This time it's too dangerous. As long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Wang Yukai turned his head and said to Shiroi seriously. Thank you, Boss Wang. I'm sorry for causing you trouble this time. Shiroi has been in sales for so many years, and she knows how to say things. You can't just take advantage of others' kindness to climb up. You guys were chatting so enthusiastically just now. What were you talking about? Shirao changed the subject. We were talking about the prosthesis on my leg. Su Wuqing took over at this time. I'm not lying. I really haven't seen such a realistic prosthesis as Wuqing's, and there are no traces of installation at the joints. It's amazing. Wang Yukai said seriously. Shirao just remembered Su Wuqing's prosthesis. He fainted today because of Shiroi's matter. The day's tossing made his brain a little tired. He knocked on Su Wuqing's leg with his hand, and then pinched it. It felt that the hardness, strength, and elasticity were similar to his own body. It seems that Wu Ruinfa really did it without reservation. How do you feel? It's been almost 15 days now, right? Shirao asked Su Wuqing. It's been 14 days today. I feel that it has become one with my body. It's just that this prosthesis is a bit heavy, obviously 2 or 3 times heavier than the other leg, but it's very comfortable, and there is no discomfort at the joint. Su Wuqing thought about the past, and looked at this calf again. He couldn't be more satisfied. If this kind of prosthesis can be popularized, it will be a blessing for many disabled people. Wang Yukai said with emotion, businessmen are businessmen, and the first thing they think of when they see something is the market. Shirao looked at Su Wuqing, then at Wang Yukai. He had read a lot of business books on the internet some time ago, so he said, why don't you open a prosthesis factory, Wuqing? I wonder if Mr. Wang is interested in investing. Shirao knew the technical content of Wu Ruinfa's prosthesis, and it was really a good business. Of course, no problem, I'd pay for it. Wang Yukai approached Shirao just to find an opportunity, so how could he let go of such a good opportunity? Then I asked the other party first to see if he is willing to transfer the technology. He wanted to ask Wu Ruinfa for his opinion on whether this prosthesis could be sold publicly, and whether the technology could be leaked. As soon as he said it, Shirao immediately called Wu Ruinfa. Director Wu, I have something to discuss with you. General Shi, has the matter over there been resolved? Wu Ruinfa came up and asked about the rescue first. It has been resolved, very smoothly. Thank you, Director Wu, for your concern. You just said you have something to discuss? You're welcome, just say it. When we came back today, we saw that Su Wuqing's prosthesis was well connected. It happened that Mr. Wang, the chairman of Lofling Flying Car, was also here. I just wanted to ask if this prosthesis can be mass-produced and sold to the outside world. Shirao explained the situation to Wu Ruinfa. It's not impossible, but there are 2 problems. The first is that the bionic prosthesis for Su Wuqing is the most advanced technology at present, and it cannot be leaked out at present. However, we can use the materials of Huangshan-level bionic robots to make prosthesis. Although the connection is not as good as Su Wuqing's, it is dozens of times better than the best prosthesis on the market, and will not cause any discomfort. The second problem is that if you want to mass produce, you need a lot of collagen stones. Collagen stones are currently under control, and it is difficult to get a lot of them. However, B-52 was successfully captured, and the control status may be lifted. Wu Ruinfa analyzed the pros and cons. In fact, their second research institute is a military-civilian unit, and many things can be transferred to civilian use. Shirao's production technology for prosthesis is not a big problem. Okay, using Huangshan-grade materials is also very good. As for the collagen stone, I will inquire about it. In addition, I have to explain that brothers should settle accounts clearly. I don't have that much money to buy technology, so I want you to invest in technology and hold 20% of the shares. What do you think? Shirao still wants to finalize the technology first, and as for the rest, we will take it one step at a time. Wu Ruinfa pondered for a while and said, technology investment is fine, but I don't have that much time to go to the factory to guide the technology. He values research more than money. No problem, When there is any problem that needs to be solved, you can send anyone to solve it. If the factory technicians have needs, they can go to your side to learn. Sure Hao knew Wu Ruinfa's personality, so he proposed a solution that was more to Wu Ruinfa's liking. Mr. Wang, you are responsible for all the funds. How about you hold 50% of the shares? Sure Hao settled Wu Ruinfa's side, and then began to solve the problem of funds. General Sure, you are being too polite. I will only take 30% of the shares. I will be responsible for the venue and funds. I will not take more shares. Wang Yukai saw that he had just come to the door for a few hours, and had already negotiated a deal. It was the most advanced technology in the civilian field. If he could find a few sales backbones from Lafon Flying Car, it would be hard not to make money. Sure Hao's power can be seen from this point. Sure Hao is basically exposed to the most cutting-edge things. With this opportunity, there will be many opportunities in the future. You are the one who made this happen. I think you should take 30% of the shares, and Wu Cheng and Xiao Rui will take 20%. What do you think? Wang Yukai did not wait for Sure Hao to speak, but instead allocated shares for Sure Hao. Sure Hao declined and wanted to divide the shares between Wang Yukai and Su Wucheng, but they both refused. In the end, the shares of the prosthetic factory were divided as follows: Sure Hao 30%, Lafon Flying Car 30%, Su Wucheng and Sure Shiroi 20%, and the Second Research Institute 20%. Once I have finalized the collagen stone issue, we will start planning for the construction. Sure Hao saw that it was 4 a.m. and everyone needed to take a break, so he wrapped up the discussion on building a prosthetics factory. He had just been talking about speculation and hadn't paid attention. It was estimated that Wu Ruinfa was sleeping when he made the call. Chapter 31. Because he slept late, Sure Hao didn't get up until 10 o'clock the next morning. Sure Shiroi had already gone to work, and Su Yin and Su Wucheng were drinking tea in the living room. Seeing Sure Hao coming out, Su Yin stood up and said, "General Sure, General Wu called just now to ask if the matter was resolved." I answered truthfully. He said he wanted to have a holographic projection meeting with you at 3 p.m. Is it convenient for you? Okay, I don't have any other plans today. What is a holographic projection meeting? Sure Hao asked curiously. In fact, it is similar to the video conference decades ago. Everyone holds a meeting through the internet, but now it is all holographic projection. The participants in the meeting use the network to project themselves and the surrounding environment to the location of other people through a virtual reality projector, which is similar to a face-to-face meeting. The concept of decades ago has now begun to be widely used, which makes Sure Hao feel like traveling through time. Where will it be held? Wu Yi held such a formal meeting, which should be something important. If it involves confidential information, it would definitely not be appropriate to hold it at home. Let's go to the meeting room of the Central Plains War Zone headquarters at 3 p.m. The equipment there is complete and the effect is good. Su Yin thought for a while and replied, "Okay, no problem." After Sure Hao confirmed, Su Yin went to arrange the meeting room. Sure Hao looked at Su Wucheng. Since he was going to open a prosthetic factory, he started to communicate with Su Wucheng about the experience of using the prosthetic limb while he was free. He asked Su Wucheng to stand up and walk a few steps to see. Su Wucheng still limped a little. It turned out that the new calf was too heavy, and he walked uncoordinatedly. The right leg had to work hard to lift the calf, while the left leg was working normally. When the right leg was working hard, the body leaned to the left, so it looked like he was limping. Sure Hao had checked yesterday. Su Wucheng's right calf has high density, strength and hardness, which is the main reason for the weight. You have to exercise your right leg these days to adapt your body to this state, and try to be able to control it freely. Sure Hao suggested to Su Wucheng. I plan to start with brisk walking, then jogging, and gradually adapt. Su Wucheng himself also realized this problem, and had a plan in mind just now. Dad, it's okay, I go practice. Su Wucheng is now more comfortable calling Sure Hao. After Su Wucheng left, Sure Hao looked around the house, then walked around the yard outside, recalling every bit of his time with Zheng Xian. I wonder if memory can be edited. If Sure Hao thought to himself, he felt that he owed Zheng Xian too much, especially when he saw the diary left by Zheng Xian. The memories in his mind became stronger and stronger, the warmth of the family of three, and the mutual support between the husband and wife kept emerging from his mind. Xiao Rui, which cemetery is your mother in? I want to go over and take a look. By the way, did your mother leave any samples in the gene bank before she left? Sure Hao was going to visit Zheng Xian's grave. Xiao Rui told Sure Hao the address of the cemetery, and said with certainty that Zheng Xian's gene samples were well preserved in the gene bank, and she had just paid another 10 years of storage fees. Shi Hao felt relieved when he heard Shi Rui's affirmative answer. Shi Hao saw that it was only a little after 11 o'clock, so he got on the speed car that Wang Guiyong had prepared for him, and bought a bunch of flowers on the way. After more than 20 minutes, he arrived at the cemetery, found Zheng Xian's grave, cleaned the surroundings, put the flowers, and sat there quietly for 2 hours. At 2:50 p.m., in the small conference room of the Central Plains Theater Command, Su Yin and Shi Hao sat face to face at the conference table. There was an empty seat above them, and the holographic projector was turned on. A few minutes later, Wu Yi's image sat in that empty seat. Except for being a little unreal, it was no different from a real meeting. General Shi, Su Yin, today the three of us will have a small meeting to discuss the work arrangements for the future. After Wu Yi sat down, he directly explained the content of the meeting. After Shi Hao and Su Yin greeted Wu Yi began the content of the meeting. First, I will announce 2 commendations. The first is that the country commends Shi Hao for his great contribution, and awards Shi Hao a National Medal of Honor, and appoints Shi Hao as the captain of the Panlong Squadron of the Yunnan Theater Special Brigade. The second commendation is that the country commends Su Yin for his contribution to capturing the B-52 asteroid, and he is awarded a special merit once. Wu Yi first used 2 commendations to announce the start of the meeting. Congratulations, I also thank you on behalf of the country. Here are the medals and certificates. I will send someone to deliver them to you when you return to Yunnan and Guizhou. Wu Yi showed the medals and certificates at the same time. Let's discuss the future work. Shi Hao, do you have any objections to the appointment? Wu Yi first asked Shi Hao for his opinion. I was saved, and my contributions were cultivated by the country. I will unconditionally obey the country's arrangements. Shi Hao said from the bottom of his heart. In space, the only thing he cares about is his family and the country. Haozi, don't think it's a bit of an exaggeration to send a general to be the captain of the Panlong team. The Panlong team is a new team formed by us, and it is composed entirely of bionic robots at the Lingshan level and above. The combat effectiveness of this team is top-notch in the world. In addition, we will use the Panlong team to explore the ability of bionic robots to perform tasks, gain enough experience, and then form the Panlong team and even the Shenlong team for space. Wu Yi expressed his intention to establish the Panlong team, but he didn't expect that there was a big chess game hidden behind it. Your current body is the highest level bionic robot Taishan in our country. Originally, this body was prepared for the captain of the Panlong team. You happen to come back, and you have experienced the combat effectiveness of the Taishan level yourself, so it is more appropriate to use it to command the Lingshan level bionic robot. On the other hand, when you come back from space, you can find out what problems will occur if the Taishan and Lingshan level robots enter space, because you have personal experience, and there is no second one in the world. The technology of Taishan level robots is currently mature. On the one hand, you have to lead the Panlong team to complete various tasks, and on the other hand, you have to look for candidates for the captain of the Panlong team. What do you think? Wu Yi said here, wanting to hear Shi Hao's opinion. No problem. Actually, seeing how beautiful and wonderful the deep space is, I really want to continue exploring. But that's a matter for the future. We can only do it step by step, so we should start by strengthening our strength. Shi Hao knew that it would take more than 1 or 2 years for humans to enter space. It would take dozens or even hundreds of years of continuous efforts. That's what we mean. You will eventually have to go to space to help humans lead the way and pave a way. But those who are capable should do more work. We must first stabilize the rear. Wu Yi understood Shi Hao's thoughts. Su Yin, I have something to discuss with you on behalf of the organization. You have won a great victory in the project of capturing B-52. Now General Shi's affairs have been completed. I wonder what you think about the next step. After Wuhan and Shi Hao finished communicating, they began to seek Su Yin's opinion. That is all the credit of the team, and the good foundation laid by the predecessors. Su Yin said while looking at Wu Yi and Shi Hao. Wu Yi and Shi Hao's contributions to the exploration of B-52 are indelible. As long as it is a challenging work, I am willing to do it. I will unconditionally obey the organization's arrangements. Su Yin then expressed his position to Wu Yi. Now that B-52 has been captured, the lunar base has commanded the starship and engineering ship to carry out cutting work. The lunar base is also ready for refining. With a large amount of hauser, silica stone and collagen stone, we are ready to speed up the development of space. The personnel of the lunar base have also been divided. Deng Yuan is responsible for the overall command of the Space Force, and Zhang Pingcheng is mainly responsible for the command and deployment of the interstellar fleet. In addition, the lunar base needs to expand its construction, establish a sub-base at the North Pole of the Moon, and explore and mine lunar resources. The lunar civilian development and other work still lacks personal coordination. The higher-ups want you to go there. Although your work is more about infrastructure and civilian use, the organization is still affiliated with the troops. I wonder if you are willing. Wu Yi introduced the country's next lunar base development plan. I am willing, very willing, Su Yan said happily. He dreamed of going to the moon and exploring space. How does the country set the tone for civilian development? Sure Hao has also been thinking about the future development model of space recently. At the beginning, the national power was used to lead a breakthrough. If we want healthy and rapid development, private power is indispensable. The more people participate, the more possibilities there are. Sure Hao is still quite interested in this issue. Relying solely on state power to explore space is too simple a model, and the burden on the state will be too great in the long run. Therefore, the best way is for private capital to join, and for more people to join. However, the lunar base is not yet mature, so it is still mainly state-led for the time being. While developing, we will explore ways for private capital to intervene. This is also the topic that Su Yan will study after arriving on the moon. What Wu Yi said was undoubtedly the consensus reached by the upper level after many discussions. I have a ready-made question that I would like to raise for discussion. Sure Hao wanted to take this opportunity to ask about collagen stone, the key raw material for bionic prostheses, including how such resources will be distributed or sold in the future. You tell me, Wu Yi replied. Yesterday, I had a chat with Wang Yukai, the chairman of Lafan Flying Car, because my son-in-law Su Wucheng went to Director Wu to install a bionic prosthesis, and the effect was very good, so I wanted to convert this technology into civilian use. But one of the key raw materials for making bionic prostheses is collagen stone, and collagen stone is controlled by the state. If private capital is allowed to intervene in the future, similar problems will be encountered. How to solve this problem? Sure Hao explained the situation to Wu Yi. In fact, we have discussed silica stone and collagen stone in a recent meeting. In the past, we strictly controlled them because they were too rare and to prevent them from being obtained by foreign forces. After the B-52 is captured, this type of new material will not be too scarce. If we can capture a B-52, we may be able to capture other asteroids. In addition, we can make more equipment to explore and mine on the moon and Mars, so these will gradually reduce the intensity of control. But it is impossible to completely open it up. It will only be open to sales to specific domestic companies. This requires approval and filing, and strict records must be kept of the flow of these materials. You have asked the right person. If you ask others, they may not know so clearly, because after Su Yan arrives on the moon, these things will be under his overall planning. I understand this better. Wu Yi gave a detailed answer to this question. Does that mean the prosthetic factory can be established? Sure Hao is still quite concerned about this issue. Chapter 32. Our general sure has only this ambition? This doesn't match your temperament, ha ha ha. Wu Yi began to tease Sure Hao. Building a prosthetics factory is not a piece of cake, but as far as I know, it is impossible for all civilian prosthetics to be manufactured according to the standards of Lingshan-level robots. Even the weight is not something that ordinary people can bear. Sure Hao was also shocked when he heard this question. He did ignore this problem. Then what should we do? Sure Hao asked. It's very simple. When manufacturing prosthetics for ordinary people, we can reduce the amount of collagen stone. In this way, the density of the entire prosthesis will be reduced a lot. This does not affect the function and comfort of the prosthesis, and the weight is about the same as that of human limbs. I don't know about other theaters, but the ordinary soldiers in the Yunnan Guizhou theater have disabilities, and the prosthetics are provided by Wu Ruinfo. They use this simplified version. The amount of collagen stone used in this simplified prosthetic is only 1/3 of the original one. After all, Wu Yi has more dealings with the Second Research Institute, and many of the technologies in it have been used in the army. Wu Ruinfa received a call from Sure Hao in the middle of the night, and he was confused and only gave a rough idea, not so detailed. This is better, but even so, the amount for civilian use is relatively large, and the collagen stones added up are not small. Sure Hao felt a little relieved. Don't worry about this, the god of wealth is right in front of you, you have to grasp it, hee. Wu Yi nodded to Su Yan and reminded him. General Sure, as long as it does not harm the interests of the country, I will do my best to do what I can. Su Yan immediately expressed his attitude. Okay, thank you in advance. Sure Hao felt relieved. That's all you can do? How big can the prosthesis be? Wu Yi continued to mock Sure Hao. So you mean there are better options? Sure Hao asked expectantly. You've become a bit of a money grubber now. Hao used to be devoted to the public, so he didn't have any desire to make money. Not a money grubber. Lao Wu, think about it, if we really want to explore space in the future, do we rely entirely on the support of the country? It's okay in the short term, but it's not conducive to sustainable development in the long term. If I want to build a starship to travel to Jupiter, I'd better pay for it myself. Hao obviously thinks more long term, and what he has in his pocket is completely different from what others give him. What you said is true. We can solve it as much as possible without causing trouble to the country. Wu Yi entered the role of political commissar again. No matter where I go, I am a Yin countryman. What's the point of living without worries and a sense of belonging? Besides, I am now in the body of a robot, and it is absolutely no problem to live like a 1,000-year-old turtle, but I don't want to live so empty. After becoming a robot, he thought about the meaning of life more than once. Then I tell you more. What do you think of the prospects of bionic robots? Wu Yi asked Hao. Bionic robots are of great help to space exploration. They are not afraid of extreme heat, extreme cold, or radiation, and do not need air or food. They are born for space. Humans are not very adaptable to space and are in danger of life at any time, but robots are completely different. Bionic robots are not omnipotent and have certain weaknesses, but as you said, there is no obstacle to going to space, so the advent of the space age has a great demand for bionic robots. Just taking the humans on Earth as an example, there is a great demand for functional bionic robots. Of course, for robots used on Earth, we can refer to the practice of simplified prosthetics, reduce the amount of collagen stone used, and thus reduce the functional indicators of bionic robots to ensure that they will not cause great harm to humans. Do you mean that we can produce bionic robots? Wu Yi said so much, and Hao was not stupid. Now I can't guarantee you. I can only say that there is hope. At present, only the Second Research Institute can produce Lingshan level and Taishan level robots. Huangshan level bionic robots, and even white-skinned bionic robots are produced by military enterprises, and are mainly used by the troops. Many technologies in the world are converted from military to civilian use. The international market is huge. We need to be more open, so bionic robots are also likely to allow private capital to participate, but only limited to Huangshan level and white-skinned robots. Let me give you a tip first. Wu Yi and his team only discussed this matter in the meeting. The general direction has been determined, but the final policy has not yet come out. If Hao and his team can do this, Wu Yi is very relieved, so he has a little selfishness and leaked some information in advance. That's all I have to say. You can handle the rest on your own. Su Yin, come back after you finish dealing with things over there. There is still a lot of preparation to do before going to the lunar base. A plan needs to be made for the overall coordination over there, and the research topics to be carried out over there need to be determined. You need to come back to negotiate on these matters. The matter of prosthetic limbs and bionic robots just now can only be regarded as an interlude. Now Wu Yi continues to arrange the next step of work. Understood, General. I will hand over the work today and rush back tomorrow. Su Yin knew the urgency of the matter and immediately expressed his opinion. Hao, Director Wu will start upgrading the 7 members of the Panlong team today. They were originally Huangshan level bionic robots. This time they will all be upgraded to Lingshan level. It will take about half a month, which means you have to come back to take over the Panlong team in half a month and make the Panlong team's combat effectiveness take shape as soon as possible. Wu Runfa will notify you of the specific time. Wu Yi then arranged Hao's affairs. Understood, I will go back immediately after receiving the notice. Hao also expressed his opinion immediately. Well, today's meeting ends here. Everyone remember the confidentiality regulations. Some of the content of today's meeting was confidential, so Wu Yi said this. After the meeting, Su Yin went to the Central Plains Theater Command headquarters to hand over the work, and said goodbye to Hao. He returned to the Yunnan Guizhou Theater early the next morning. Hao did not take a car. He walked and thought about the problem, and walked all the way back. The next day, Su Wuqing got up very early. After yesterday's brisk walking practice, he could jog today, and his posture was much more natural. When he came back, Hao was already waiting for him in the living room. You should exercise hard these days, and investigate the market for prosthetics. I give you 5 days, and then you can go to the Second Research Institute of Yunnan and Guizhou to find Director Wu to calculate the cost of the simplified prosthetics. Come back as soon as possible after the calculation. After you come back, make an appointment with Mr. Wang of Laughing Fish, and we will have a meeting together. Let him bring the staff of the prosthetic factory to the meeting. Let me know when you have determined the specific time and place of the meeting. You have to hurry up, because I can only stay in Luo City for half a month. Shihao still claims to be a prosthetic factory. As for the policy on bionic robots, it has not been released yet. Even if it is released, it will not be done in the short term. It is better to set up the prosthetic factory first to accumulate some experience. What is a simplified prosthetic? Su Wuchen needs to ask clearly to calculate the cost. Director Wu will tell you when you get there. Since the troops are already using this simplified prosthetic, Wu Ruinfa must have a full set of information. As soon as Su Wucheng saw that the prosthetic factory was in sight, he immediately returned to his room, changed his clothes, packed up, and went out with a briefcase in high spirits. Shihao was busy these 2 days, and did not take care of Mickey. At this time, Mickey was squatting in the corner of the yard, watching ants moving. Shihao was angry and amused when he saw him like this, so he called him back and said, "Have you remembered everything I taught you some time ago?" At the Second Research Institute, Shihao gave Mickey a simple training according to the training methods of special forces, and talked about simple tactical coordination and other contents. Otherwise, Mickey would not have performed so well the day before yesterday. Do you have any questions? Shihao wanted to see what Mickey thought or asked. The soldiers in those units had guns when they went out on missions, but I didn't even have anything in my hand that day, which was very inconvenient. Mickey recalled the process of rescuing Shirue and arresting Feng Biao the day before yesterday, and raised this question after thinking about it. Shihao thought about it, and it was true. He had flying needles, but Mickey really didn't have any decent means when encountering the enemy. After thinking about it, he said, "Why don't you practice flying needles too?" "I won't practice. The tip of that thing is so sharp, I'm afraid of getting pricked." Mickey is still a child, and a little timid. If you were asked to throw something to hit the bad guys, what would you like? Shihao had no choice but to ask this question, letting Mickey make his own decision. "I think the round beads are good. You can just put them in your pocket and reach them out. You don't have to worry about them getting pricked." Mickey thought for a while and said, "Then I find you some steel balls, but you can't throw them at people randomly, especially in crowded places." Mickey is at the Linshan level, and it's easy to kill an ordinary person with steel balls. Shihao felt that he still had to give him some steel balls, so that he could have more means in actual combat, including leading the Panlong team in the future, and all members had to practice hidden weapons. Shihao didn't ask anyone to make them specially, but told the staff to go to the bearing factory to find balls the size of glass marbles that children play with in the bearings. The staff found more than 100 at a time. The materials of these balls were much worse than those of Shihao's flying needles. Shihao threw the balls out with his hands, and if they touched metal, the balls would deform. After finding the ball, Shihao took Mickey to the military indoor shooting range to find a location, and place the targets from near to far. After hitting the near target 100% of the time, he switched to the farther one, and continued in this way until the farthest target was about 30 meters away. After practicing for a day, he could hit the bullseye 100%. The next day, Shihao and Mickey came to the outdoor shooting range again, and started shooting at high speed, jumping over low walls, and shooting after rolling, trying to be as close to actual combat as possible. Then they began to study various guns, including the latest laser guns. The two stayed in the military training ground for a week without moving. When they were tired, they slept on the ground, and when they woke up, they started training. On the 7th day, Shihao taught Mickey fighting skills, and threw Mickey to the ground. At noon that day, Shihao received a call from Su Wucheng, telling him that a meeting would be held in the conference room of Laughing Speed Car headquarters at 9 a.m. the next day. Chapter 33. Los Angeles, Lafon Group headquarters. At 8:30, Wang Yukai led more than a dozen Lafon Group managers and employees to stand downstairs to welcome Shihao. At 8:50, in the small meeting room of Lafon Group, Shihao, Su Wucheng, Wang Yukai, Shirue, and Li Liangwei sat down. Wang Yukai considered that when the prosthetic factory was being prepared, Li Liangwei would need to represent Lafon Group and Su Wucheng to coordinate and implement specific work, so he also called him to attend the meeting. "General Shi, just tell me what you need me to do to build the prosthetic factory." Wang Yukai spoke first. "Boss Wang, you don't have to call me General Shi in this kind of occasion. You can call me Shihao, or we can call me Boss Shi if we are talking business." Shihao felt that it was a bit awkward to be called a general by others all the time, especially in occasions outside the army. "Well, Boss Shi, can we build the factory directly now? Can the collagen stone issue be settled?" Wang Yukai was more concerned about these two issues. "Yes, there is no problem in building a factory. I can handle the technology and collagen stone. However, the prosthesis we produce is not the one used by Su Wucheng, but a simplified version. The collagen stone required for this simplified prosthesis is only 1/3 of the original one. In addition, the weight of the simplified prosthesis is equivalent to the weight of the same part of the human body, which is more convenient to use. The comfort and flexibility are exactly the same as the original one. Shihao first explained the more critical issues. Su Wuqing had just returned from Yunnan and Guizhou. He saw the simplified prosthesis, so he continued, Director Wu showed me the simplified prosthesis. Combined with my investigation in the past few days, although it is a simplified version, the quality and performance are far better than the best prostheses on the market. The simplified prosthesis uses less collagen, so the manufacturing cost is not high. The Second Research Institute is a technical shareholder, so we don't need to pay for the technology. Director Wu also promised to help us design and manufacture the production line, which can be mass-produced. The production line is sold to us at cost price. Because the current price of collagen is not yet certain, the cost is calculated according to the genuine price. The material cost of this one on my leg is about 200,000 yen yuan. The best prosthesis on the market is produced by a medical device factory in the United States. If you install a calf part like mine, it will cost about 2 million yen yuan. But I investigated similar domestic products from the side, and the material cost is less than 200,000 yen yuan, which is about the same as ours. Is the profit so high? The gross profit margin of our production of a car is less than 20%. Wang Yukai was shocked to hear this profit margin. I found a friend who makes medical devices and learned more about it. The main channel of the prosthetic factory of the United States is hospitals. For each transaction, doctors are given a 30% rebate of the retail price, and then the commissions of business agents at all levels are taken. Most of this money is earned by these people. Although Su Wuqing has not succeeded in the past 15 years, he has accumulated a lot of social experience and has basically figured out the situation of the prosthetic market in a short period of time. Although the prosthetic market is a niche market, the overall sales volume is not low, which is because the unit price of the product is high. This is Su Wuqing's intuitive impression of the prosthetic market. After listening to Su Wuqing's talk about the market situation of prosthetics, Shihao asked, Mr. Wang, do you think this market is easy to open? Wang Yukai tapped the table with his fingers, thought for a while, and said, let's analyze it one by one. The first is that our product quality is the best, which is the cornerstone of the market. The second is how to make a breakthrough in the existing market. I think we can't take the old path and focus on hospitals, because other manufacturers have been deeply involved for many years. It is not realistic for us to grab a large market share, and the cost is also high, so we must find another way. The third is that the weakness of the current market is obvious. Existing manufacturers use high rebates to drive sales, which leads to doctors only using the most expensive ones for patients instead of the most correct ones. This is not the right way, and the foundation is not solid. In addition, their prostheses are priced too high, and the high gross profit margin gives us the opportunity to defeat them, that is, to fight a price war. An expert can tell the success or failure as soon as he makes a move. Wang Yukai has been in the business world for decades, and he often analyzes problems directly. Shihao and Su Wuqing admire him. Then how should we solve it specifically? The problem has been raised, and how to implement it is what Su Wuqing cares most about. We must base our quality on technology, strictly follow the requirements of the Second Research Institute to manufacture prosthesis, and cooperate with the Second Research Institute to develop new technologies, to continuously update our products. For sales channels, I think we can use the resources of Lafon Flying Cars sales centers across the country to establish prosthesis display and experience centers. Lafon Flying Cars sales centers are all cell-phone properties. We will then set aside an area for the use of the prosthesis sales department, and the rent will be at the lowest standard. We will be responsible for picking up and dropping off customers throughout the journey. According to Wu Cheng's calculation of the cost, the prosthesis for the lower leg is about 200,000 yen currency. We can add the costs of personnel, venues, services, etc., and stop at 500,000. There is no problem in setting the retail price at 980,000 yen currency. The best prosthesis with the lowest price. The remaining problem is publicity and sales. I asked Li Lianwei to assist Wu Cheng in establishing a publicity and sales team to solve this problem. Experienced sales experts from Lofting Group can also be seconded. Wang Yukai quickly came up with a solution to the problem with his decades of experience in business. Su Wuqing was also excited when he heard Wang Yucai's big vision and suggested, although I have retired, we have a group of comrades in arms, with hundreds of comrades in arms. There are several people who are disabled like me. I have talked to them a lot. Basically, they have poor employment prospects due to inconvenience in movement and relatively difficult lives. I wonder if I can let them use our prosthesis and then become prosthesis salesmen. It is most intuitive to speak from their own experience. Wang Yukai slapped his thigh when he heard this suggestion and said, "This is good. I will pay for their prostheses. In addition, our prosthesis factory, including Laughing Group, will give priority to veterans, especially those with disabilities." Shihao did not expect that a prosthesis factory could extend so many things, but these are what he wants to see. Making money is one aspect, and the key is to make money with conscience. Mr. Wang, Wu Cheng, seeing that you are so confident, I will reveal a little more and give you some small suggestions. First of all, let me give you some personal suggestions. We can not only produce prosthetics, but we actually have the advantage of raw materials for producing prosthetics. We can rely on these raw materials for design and development. Make more bionic derivatives, such as bionic puppies and other bionic pets, make the touch similar to that of real puppies, and then add smart chips to make these bionic pets truly become good friends of children. These bionic animals should be able to communicate with children, and bionic pets should also be able to communicate directly. Of course, we can't open too many permissions, lest these little things backfire and hurt people, and eventually we can make bionic pets social. Shihao wanted to expand their thinking through his suggestions to make more possibilities appear. Mr. Shi, if this thing you said really exists on the market, I will definitely buy it for my granddaughter. Wang Yukai quickly understood what Shihao meant. This bionic pet is not the robot dog that fooled people decades ago, but a caring little follower, and a caring little assistant for children. This is just my personal idea. As for what it will be, it depends on you. In addition, let me say something bigger. I think the market for bionic robots will be opened up soon. We can produce functional bionic robots for ordinary people, bionic robots that require high flexibility in factories, and space exploration robots. Since Mr. Wang has the courage to allocate an area from the sales center to the prosthetic factory, we can't let the exhibition center be so empty and monotonous. Shihao now feels like a friend who can drink 1,000 cups of wine. He thinks Wang Yukai is a trustworthy person. After getting rid of the troubles of usury and leg disability, Su Wuqing showed the ability and enthusiasm that matches his age. The rent you just mentioned is not required, Liang Wei. You should arrange for all sales centers across the country to allocate an area free of charge as a display and experience center for prosthetics, bionic pets, and future bionic robots as soon as possible. Wang Youcai's straightforwardness made him firmly hold Shihao's thigh. He may not realize how thick this leg is now. Mr. Wang, we are a family now, so I won't be polite. Shihao now truly regards Wang Yukai as a friend, not just a simple partner. Shihao and Wang Yukai consulted Shirui again. She was currently doing well at the Lafon Flying Car Sales Center in Los Angeles, so she did not plan to come to the prosthetic factory. Wang Yukai nominated Su Wuqing as the general manager of the prosthetic factory, and Li Liangwei as the deputy general manager. When they nominated Shihao as the chairman, Shihao felt that his special status made it inconvenient for him to serve as the chairman, so he asked Wang Yukai to serve as the chairman. However, everyone understood that Shihao still had the most say in the company. At the end of the meeting, when naming the company, Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing agreed to name the company Haoshi Bionic Technology Company Limited and changed the order of Shihao's name. Shihao's objection was ignored by Su Wuqing and Wang Yukai, so they had to agree reluctantly. After the meeting, Wang Yukai took Shihao and Su Wuqing to visit the Lafon Group. Lafon Flying Car currently has more than 3,000 patents related to flying cars. The entire group covers an area of more than 5 million square meters and has more than 30,000 employees. Closely cooperating with scientific research institutions across the country, especially those in Los Angeles, a large number of new patents appear every year. 3 production branches have been established in the country, and sales centers are spread all over the country. The sales network covers 4th and 5th-tier cities, and the models are mainly low-end and medium-end. High-end models have always been a concern for Wang Yukai, because most of them use quadcopters or multi-rotor structures. High-end flying cars often use micro-anti-gravity devices. Although the gravity offset can only reach 30%, it is highly safe, flexible, and moves rapidly horizontally and vertically. Wang Yukai said that this technology is foreign and has not yet been popularized in China. He no longer regards Shihao as an outsider, and he complains bitterly when talking about high-end flying cars. Chapter 34. When Shihao heard about the micro-anti-gravity technology, he remembered that Wang Guiyong said some time ago that the design of the new starship was stuck in the anti-gravity technology. They estimated that the gravity offset rate of the anti-gravity device used on the starship must reach at least 80%, otherwise it would be meaningless. I just don't know if there is a civilian standard. He doesn't mind asking for Wang Yukai when it's appropriate, but he doesn't need to reveal things that are not certain to Wang Yukai now. Su Wuqing stayed and worked with Li Liangwei on the preparations for the establishment of Haoshi Bionic Technology Company Limited. Shirawei sent Shihao home in her own car, and Shihao learned about Shirawei's recent work situation by the way. Because of Li Liangwei's assistance, Shirawei took office as the general manager of the Los Angeles Sales Center smoothly. After encountering 2 or 3 troublemakers who were directly fired or transferred by Li Liangwei, people in the 2nd and 3rd departments of the sales center accepted the fact that Shirawei was the general manager. It is easy to make people jealous when she rose from a sales manager to the general manager. The first thing Shirawei did after taking office was to focus on corporate culture and correct the previous unhealthy trends. The second thing was to focus on service quality and clarify the service process and service standards from the 2nd department to the 3rd department. The third thing was to strengthen the professional skills training of employees so that all staff members could become specialists and announce the promotion path to employees. Those with real skills could stand out. After Li Liangwei's authorization, the promotion path could go directly to the group company. Now the employees of the Luoshi Sales Center are all enthusiastic, and sales have begun to grow steadily. After returning home, Shihao began to prepare for the Panlong team. First, he called Su Yin to ask him to help build another 2,000 flying needles. He planned to make the flying needles one of the standard items of the Panlong team. The 7 members of the Panlong team were promoted from the Huangshan level to the Lingshan level. They also had to go through the recovery process that Shihao had experienced. So Shihao called Mickey over, and the two made a recovery training outline. If you want to form combat power as soon as possible, you must lay a good foundation during the recovery training, such as skills, strength, endurance, sensitivity, etc. Then Shihao began to teach Mickey again, especially ethics, morality, humanities and laws, so that he can distinguish right from wrong and understand family and friendship. Shihao will cultivate, guide and plant a seed of goodness every moment. Shihao doesn't know if it is necessary, just do it first. The next morning, Shihao saw Su Wuqing coming back from exercise and asked him, "How does that leg feel now?" After a few days of exercise, walking and running is no problem, but the left and right legs are still a little uncoordinated. I thought about putting a sandbag on the left leg so that the left and right legs can be balanced. After Su Wuqing exercised these few days, he still felt that his left and right legs were uncoordinated, so he came up with such a solution. In addition, I have practiced a special move with my right leg. Dad, let's go outside and I will show you. Su Wuqing was not frustrated by the lack of coordination between his legs, but was very excited. The two of them came to the yard, and saw Su Wuqing jump up with his right foot about 2 meters high, then turn 360 degrees in the air, and do a back kick with his left leg. Because of the long time in the air, this action was completed very fully, stretched and powerful. Shihao was also surprised when he saw it. Su Wuqing has good physical fitness, and this move is still very lethal to ordinary people. Now the social security is not very good, it is good to have some means to protect yourself and your family. This move is not too lethal. The most powerful part is the right leg. A simple kick can bend a steel pipe used for scaffolding at a construction site. The right leg cannot do a spinning kick because it is too heavy, and the joints may be torn. In addition, the body may lose balance easily. Su Wuqing was very satisfied with this right leg, and introduced the new function to Shihao in detail. Not bad, now you have a good self-defense method. You must protect Xiaorui and Xiaoyuan. Shihao's pursuit is not so much. As long as his family is well, it will be a sunny day. Dad, I know. In the past, Xiaorui always indulged me and took care of me. I owe her a lot. From now on, the two of them will be my heaven. Su Wuqing thought of the past. Shihao patted him on the shoulder, and went to find Mickey. 5 or 6 days passed like this. Shihao received a call from Wu Ruinfa saying that the upgrade work of the 7 members of the Panlong team was nearing completion and gene fusion was being carried out. He asked Shihao to hurry back to the 2nd Research Institute. On the day Shihao received the call, he called Shirawei, Wang Yukai and Su Wuqing and asked them to tell him after they finished the preparatory work for Haoshi Bionic Technology Company, Limited. He would go to solve the supply problem of collagen stone. Su Yuan was about to take the college entrance examination. He bought some fruits, and went directly to the school to take a look before returning to Yunnan and Guizhou with Mickey. Mickey hugged Wu Ruinfa when he saw him, saying, Old bastard, did you miss me? I miss you. He lowered his head slightly shyly when he said the second half of the sentence. Shirhao and Mickey's appearance and body shape have stopped changing. Shirhao's appearance is 70% similar to that of 35 years ago, while Mickey is 30% similar to Wu Ruinfa. Wu Ruinfa led Shirhao to the laboratory where he had done memory dumps. He saw 7 people lying on 7 beds in a sleeping state. These 7 beds formed a circle in the center of the laboratory. 7 gene fusion machines were slowly scanning their bodies, with some progressing faster and some slower. A woman with a curvy figure and a thinner body had already scanned the last leg, while a 190 centimeters tall and strong man had only scanned the waist, and he also had a beard. Director Wu, you are providing great service now. Even beards are made. Shirhao couldn't help but tease Wu Ruinfa when he saw the beard of the strong man. These are all piece of cake. According to their original physical characteristics, we will try our best to meet them. Wu Ruinfa said proudly. How long will it take for them to wake up? Shirhao asked about the situation so that he could arrange the work. The beauty will be able to complete the fusion today, but the big guy will probably be tomorrow at noon. However, I will wake them up and guide them to digest the memory. This step will be completed, and it is estimated that it will take until the night after tomorrow. Wu Ruinfa gave a specific time. I understand. We will have a unified recovery training in the training room at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. I will trouble you to push them over with special wheelchairs. Thank you. Shirhao set the time for the recovery training. Okay, no problem, I will arrange it. Wu Ruinfa said very straightforwardly. I will be with General Wu these 2 days. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Miki will stay here to help you. I have talked to him a lot about ethics, morality, humanities, and laws during this period. I don't know if it is useful. You can observe it. Shirhao explained Mickey's situation to Wu Ruinfa so that they could observe and record it, because Mickey has no human memory and is the first bionic robot that can learn and gain cognition completely independently, which is of great significance. Wu Ruinfa arranged a car to take Shirhao to the general command of the Yunnan Guizhou War Zone. Shirhao went directly to Wu Yi's office and shouted before he arrived, Old Wu, I'm back to report. Wu Yi heard the voice, put down the documents in his hand, stood up and walked out quickly from behind the desk, shook Shirhao's hand and said, Haozi, you are really a busy man. We met after returning from space. Come on, sit here. Wu Yi paused and stood up again, took out a box from the drawer of the desk, handed it to Shirhao and said, This is your National Medal of Honor. You should know the weight of this medal. Only those who have made great contributions to the country can get it. You deserve it. Soldiers do not value this honor. What they value is how much they have contributed to the country, and honor is a recognition of their contributions. Wu Yi called the staff in again, and told the staff to prepare Shirhao's military uniform, and called the secretary of the propaganda department to take a photo of Shirhao. After all these were explained, Wu Yi asked Shirhao, How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable? Very good, much better than the old broken copper and rotten iron. I didn't expect that I could be so strong. Shirhao was moved. Don't underestimate that broken copper and rotten iron. It was made with the efforts of the whole country. Only a few rare materials were used. But it's not a loss. You can return to the Earth after 35 years in space. It's a blessing in disguise. Wu Yi now thinks that this is too mysterious. Wu Yi lit a cigarette and said straight to the point. The Panlong team is very important. When can it form combat power? It is expected to go out to perform tasks in half a month. Shirhao calculated for a while. Great, we are in urgent need of high-end combat power. Wu Yi said excitedly. Is the current situation very critical? Shirhao heard something. Currently, the Special Forces are divided into the Speed Dragon Squad, the Tinglong Squad, the Yulong Squad, and the Panlong Squad that is being planned. The Speed Dragon Squad's mission targets ordinary human criminals. The Tinglong Squad is a human warrior equipped with a Huangshan-level bionic robot at a 1-to-1 ratio. Its target is criminals who use robots or genetic modification. The Yulong Squad is originally equipped with a bionic brain in the Huangshan-level body to store the memory of human warriors. They are responsible for dealing with targets that the Tinglong Squad cannot handle. But now the global situation is becoming more and more severe, and various types of crimes are emerging in an endless stream. The Huangshan-level bionic robot is a bit overwhelmed, so we started to build a Lingshan-level bionic robot, which is the Panlong Squad that is being planned. Because of the material, there is only one Taishan-level bionic robot, but after the B-52 is cut and refined, many Taishan-level robots can be manufactured, but we will strictly control the number and strictly select the personnel who will be integrated with the Taishan level. Wu Yi said it very affirmatively, which also indirectly shows the attitude of the top leaders. After hearing Wu Yi's serious words, Shi Hao asked, "What tasks can't the dragon taming team complete?" Chapter 35. Except for the major economies abroad, many areas have been severely damaged by high temperatures, and the ecology has been severely damaged. Those places are basically in a state of anarchy. Some forces or countries have purchased special glass-covered awnings from our country. Such areas are not large or numerous. The main purpose of national actions is to declare sovereignty and ensure that the territory is not lost. Most people in other areas basically live underground. The total population is less than 1/10 of the original population. In these places, there are all kinds of people, and forces are divided. Terrorists, drug dealers, illegal arms dealers, etc. have long been entrenched. Last time we talked about intelligent metal robots. At present, Yinhua has basically eliminated metal-structured humanoid robots through restrictions and elimination, but there are still such robots in those places, and they basically belong to various forces. The threat of metal robots is only one of them. Another is the threat of genetically modified people. There are people who re-edit human genes and then directly modify the human body. This is actually also used in our country. For example, Su Yan's body has undergone appropriate genetic modification, and various body functions have been improved. Damaged cells can be repaired by supplementing concentrated nutrient solution from time to time, and intact cells will basically not age. However, such genetic modification has not been widely promoted, because this kind of genetic modification can greatly extend human life. Considering the limited resources of the Earth, we cannot use this technology for civilian purposes at present. It will only be open to specific groups of people who have made great contributions to the country. The United States, the European Union, the Russian Federation, etc. are basically the same. Nowadays, ordinary people in various countries extend their lifespan by taking drugs, and the theoretical average lifespan has reached 180 years. The main effect of this genetic modification is to prevent cell aging and thus extend lifespan, which can increase endurance, willpower, thinking ability, etc., but it does not increase combat effectiveness much. There is another kind of genetic modification that is currently banned by major countries and alliances, that is, human-animal gene fusion. On the one hand, this genetic modification violates ethics, and on the other hand, people who had certain animal genes such as tiger, leopard, wolf genes will become irritable, bloodthirsty, aggressive, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. There are also some special abilities, such as people with lizard genes, who are good at camouflage, and people with pangolin genes have thick arms, which are hard and powerful enough to wear something like a tunnel boring machine blade to drill holes. But no matter what type of animal gene is integrated, the person's external performance is half human and half animal, so it is strictly prohibited. But some fanatical genetic experts, in order to satisfy their own desires, rely on those forces to conduct human-animal genetic experiments, which is also the current danger. We have begun to frequently encounter such situations when performing tasks, and the losses are huge, so we have decided to form the Panlong team. There are currently 7 people, plus you and Mickey. Old Wu has applied many times to add Mickey. After careful discussion, the higher-ups finally agreed. However, you must pay attention to observe Mickey's status and changes. It's not that we don't trust Mickey, but we have learned from the past, and we must take precautions. After the combat power of this Panlong team is formed, it will perform several tasks and obtain some data. If the effect is good, we will expand the Panlong team into a brigade, and several Panlong teams will go out to perform tasks separately. Wu Yi basically talked about the general situation without stopping. Now there are crises everywhere, and no time can be lost. After listening to Wu Yi's story, Shi Hao did not expect the current situation to be so serious. He also felt a sense of urgency, and said, "Old Wu, don't worry, I will give you the results as soon as possible. I won't say anything else. I will go to prepare for the next work. Find someone to take me to the archives room first. I want to see the problems encountered during the mission. I can make targeted plans and reduce unnecessary casualties." Shi Hao stayed in the archives room for a day and a night, read dozens of files, and studied the distribution of forces in those anarchic areas. Collecting intelligence information was a compulsory course for them before going on missions. Knowing yourself and the enemy is the truth that you will never be defeated in 100 battles. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Wu Ruinfa had arranged for the staff to push the 7 people of the Panlong team to the large training room in special wheelchairs. Shi Hao and Miki were already waiting there. No one spoke, but everyone's arrogance could be seen from their eyes. The 7 of them did not speak because they were afraid of revealing their arrogance. Mickey did not speak to pretend to be cool, and Shirhao did not speak to observe. 2 minutes later, Shirhao spoke up. I know you are not speaking clearly now, listen to me. I say you do what I say. My name is Shirhao, I am your captain. Everyone here, including me, has died once. But we cannot be proud of it, but we should take it as a warning and not let such a thing happen again. Orders must be obeyed, and orders must be obeyed. The first and only thing I want to emphasize is discipline. Start training. Shirhao's words were very concise and powerful. Everyone was a veteran, so there was no need to waste words. After Shirhao finished speaking, Mickey stepped forward. He had watched a lot of TV movies about special forces in the past 2 days, and followed suit. He held a pointer in his hand, found a pair of sunglasses, and put them on, cleared his throat and said, I am Mickey, I say you do it, do you hear me? After saying that, seeing that no one responded, he was about to get angry, but suddenly remembered that they were not able to speak well and stuttered. So he stopped and continued, each of you follow my instructions, starting with your fingers. Mickey considered that in order to prevent his orders from being refuted, he put language training at the end. Come on, let's start with the little finger. Lift your little finger, and then put it down to count as 1 time. Start, 1, 2, 3. 5888. 8888. 10,000. Very good, each time you train, unless otherwise specified, it's 10,000 times. Next is the ring finger, 1, 2, 3. How can it be? The flat-headed guy keeps up with the rhythm. As he said that, he tapped the flat-headed guy's fingers. Although he didn't use too much force, the flat-headed guy felt aggrieved, and was tormented by a little kid. Come on, middle finger, 1, 2, 3. Hey, big guy, why are you taking so long to put your finger down? Are you giving me the middle finger? He said, and hit it with a pointer. The big guy got anxious and said I. He stuttered for a long time, and couldn't say anything. When Mickey saw that someone dared to refute, he took the pointer and hit it continuously, saying, What do you mean by you? What do you mean by me? If you don't obey orders, you will be beaten. Mickey was very domineering at this moment. He was still young and didn't think about the possible adverse consequences. Shirhao watched from the side without any expression. In this way, a day of training ended with Mickey's noise. The first day was the same as Shirhao's original. The progress was relatively slow. He practiced fingers and forearms. All 7 people were very tired. Part of the fatigue was due to training, and the other part was due to Mickey. 3 days later, the entire arm and neck area had been trained. Shirhao asked Mickey to give each person a pair of chopsticks and a bag of mung beans. He placed a basin 10 meters in front, and started the mung bean war again. The 7 sweeping robots were busy and happy. Hey, that beauty you. Mickey just said that. The only female among the 7 people glared at him, and Mickey was so scared that he quickly changed his words, and said, You are very good. The beauty smiled when she heard it. As time passed, the accuracy of several people became higher and higher, but there were also differences at this time. A thin young man had the highest accuracy, the beauty was second, and the big man had the lowest accuracy. This is actually related to each person's own quality. Some are good at strength, some are good at precision, and some are good at endurance. Suddenly, a few beans didn't enter the basin and jumped onto Mickey. The other beans also seemed to have a tacit understanding, and started to jump onto Mickey. Mickey tried to hide to the side, but the beans seemed to have eyes, and still jumped onto Mickey. Mickey wanted to run away, but he couldn't save face, so he ran around the room, and the green beans followed him, and ran slowly around the room. Brothers and sisters, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Mickey finally understood that these people were capable, and started to tease him. Thinking about the flying needle training, he trembled all over and quickly apologized and admitted his mistakes. Anyway, he was the youngest, so it was not shameful to call him brother and sister. When the few people heard Mickey begging for mercy, they smiled at each other, and the green beans regained their accuracy, with big and small beads falling on the jade plate, and the sound was endless. 15 meters, 30 meters, changed to bowls, changed to cups, and after 100% accuracy, they started the next item, practicing lower limbs. Shirhao adjusted the flying needle practice to the end. He not only had to practice while sitting, but also had to practice while jumping, rolling, marching, and running. He had to achieve 100% accuracy in any situation. This was the basic skill of the Panlong team. It took another whole day to complete the lower limb practice, and then the 5 senses training, including language. Sure Hao recorded 7 copies of the sound collection compiled by Zhao Qing, one for each person, and sat quietly, spending the whole day in the sounds of insects and birds, wind and rain, guns and cannons, classical music, symphony, jazz, country, rock and roll, etc. The next day, Mickey found 7 language training robots, and the 7 people began to communicate with the robots from a distance. At first, they stuttered, but in the end, they could speak 3 or 4 languages fluently. It only took 1 day. The big guy was a little clumsy, and only learned 2 languages. This is the powerful learning ability of Lingshan level and Taishan level bionic robots. After the language practice, Sure Hao did not communicate too much with them. He first practiced flying needles. After 2 hours of training, he hit the bullseye with every needle. Finally, there was actual combat confrontation and tactical coordination, which took a total of 3 days to train. Because their bodies were upgraded to Lingshan level, many traditional coordination skills were not suitable for them. Sure Hao matched many actual combat coordination skills that ordinary special forces could not accomplish on the spot according to each person's physical condition. For example, there was a 3-meter-high wall, and the situation behind the wall was unknown. 2 people flew over at the same time, one facing forward, and the other rolling backward to subdue the enemy with a gun or a flying needle. They were familiar with various firearms, so they did not practice too much firearms, and only found the aiming habits that suited them through target shooting. After all the subjects were trained, Sure Hao asked everyone, including Mickey, to line up for summary. Chapter 36. My name is Lu Jiahui, I'm a sniper. You can call me Black Feather, because my idol is Carlos, the White Feather. Lu Jiahui is thin, and he was the first to reach 100% accuracy when practicing picking up green beans and flying needles. My name is an iPhone, I'm a deputy shooter and observer. When people call me, they always call me an iPhone, but I hope you usually call me Wu Feng. An iPhone used to be fair and looked like a weak scholar, but he was very accurate in shooting, so he became a sniper. After being transferred to the Panlong squad, he became Lu Jiahui's deputy shooter and observer. My name is Luo Yong, I used to be a machine gunner. People usually call me Big Guy, you can call me that too. Luo Yong, who is shy, has a beard on his face, and is 190 centimeters tall, used to be a machine gunner. Once, when his squad was retreating after completing a decapitation mission, they were chased and killed. He held a machine gun and suppressed more than 30 enemies, allowing his comrades to escape. In the end, he was shot in both legs, one in the abdomen and one in the shoulder. His comrades desperately dragged him back. When he was about to die after 3 days in the intensive care unit, the leader decided to let him join the Panlong squad. At the last moment, Wu Ruinfa's team completely transferred his memory to the bionic brain of the Huangshan level robot. My name is Wang Ping, a scout. Wang Ping said these 2 sentences and shrank his head. He moved his body back slightly and kept silent. This is Wang Ping's habit. He believes that as a scout, he must be as ordinary as possible. It is considered successful only when he is put in a crowd and others can't remember him at all. As for the name, he also likes to be ordinary and doesn't like nicknames. My name is Zhang Changjun, a communication soldier. You can call me Carrier Pigeon. Zhang Changjun is not very old. He looks not much older than Mickey. He doesn't talk much, but he has good business skills. My name is Shiyun Lai, a demolition soldier. I am darker, so people usually call me Old Black. Shiyun Lai is a veteran. When he was on a mission, he encountered a bunker that suddenly appeared. He rushed up with explosives without saying a word. The situation was urgent. In order to reduce casualties, he did not run out of the danger zone. He directly detonated the explosives, and was hit by the rubble in his legs. My name is Xie Shuang. I am good at raids and assassinations. My idol is Laura in the ancient game Tomb Raider, so I hope everyone can call me Laura. A crisp female voice came over. The only female in the team likes to wear a black leather jacket and leather pants like Lara, which provides great convenience for her when performing assassination missions. The first thing to do when lining up is to let everyone introduce themselves, have a full understanding of everyone, and then start the summary of the training in the past few days. Just now everyone introduced the division of labor in the original army, but there will be a change in the Panlong team. When our entire team is in action, we will naturally follow the current division of labor. If it is a single soldier or a small team, everyone needs to be able to stand alone, be able to raid, blast, fight, and assassinate. Things like communication, sniping, and heavy firepower are everyone's foundation, just like the flying needle that each of us has practiced. Now everyone here can easily carry 300 kilograms, so using heavy firearms is no problem. Later we will also train to drive various means of transportation. Your current physical condition is completely capable of being all-round. Do you have confidence? Yes, the 8 people, including Mickey, shouted in unison. Being versatile is one of my requirements. Another requirement is that everyone should practice what they are good at to the extreme. For example, we carry an average of about 300 kilograms, and the big guy should practice to 500 kilograms. Laura, you must be able to defeat everyone here in assassination and fighting. Hey, you and Wu Feng, you must be able to hit the target every time in harsh environments, such as heavy rain and strong wind. Wang Ping, you must master various reconnaissance techniques. Carrier pigeons must keep communication open under any circumstances, make various plans, and even make simple communication equipment by yourself. Lao Hei, you must be able to mix various explosives, and quickly calculate the amount of explosives used in different situations. Mickey, you must learn from everyone here and learn everyone's expertise. Shihao knew the complexity and difficulty of the tasks he would face in the future, so he deeply explored everyone's potential. One more skill and one more proficiency could save the life of a team. Everyone was used to calling each other by nicknames, so Shihao just let it go. Next, we need to equip weapons according to each person's characteristics. We will first discuss each person's needs, and then give those who need them, and those who need them specially made. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. Weapons and equipment are a great help to them. First, the sniper team, Hey Yu and Wu Feng. After discussion, Hey Yu is equipped with a large caliber sniper rifle, Wu Feng is equipped with a medium caliber sniper rifle, and a multifunctional observation instrument is indispensable. All sniper rifles are equipped with the most advanced infrared sights, and also equipped with an intelligent sight that can replace the human eye for aiming. These two sights can be replaced with each other. Bullets include magnetic storm bullets, carbide bullets, and ordinary bullets. Magnetic storm bullets are mainly used to deal with metal structure robots. Carbide bullets have strong penetration, and can easily penetrate armor. In addition, they can also deal with bionic robots like Shihao. Ordinary bullets are mainly used for ordinary humans or animal targets. In addition, he was equipped with a large caliber pistol, carbide magazines and magnetic magazines, a carbide dagger, and 30 alloy flying needles. The big man Luo Yong was equipped with a heavy laser gun, a large caliber pistol, also equipped with carbide magazines and magnetic magazines, and a carbide dagger. Because the big man had large hands, and was not flexible enough, the flying needle was enlarged and improved to make flying cones, 30 pieces. Wang Ping was equipped with a standard laser gun, the same pistol and dagger, as well as climbing ropes, detectors, earpieces, micro-robots, micro-cameras, eavesdropping devices, etc. The pigeon Zhang Chongjun was equipped with a standard laser gun, a pistol, a dagger, 30 flying needles, and a quantum communicator. In addition, he also carried a set of parts that could assemble a quantum communicator. The old black stone was equipped with a standard laser gun, a pistol, a dagger, 30 flying needles, and the rest were various explosives, fuses, detonators, and other related items. Laura and Xie Shuang are equipped with a standard laser gun, a pistol, and 30 flying needles. A 3-edged bayonet and a special dagger are tied on both sides of the calf, which is slightly longer than the daggers of others. The 3-edged bayonet and the dagger have been specially treated, and the appearance is dark and will not reflect light. In addition, they are sprayed with the same nano-coating as the starship, and ordinary tank armor can be pierced. Mickey is as flexible as Laura, so in addition to being equipped with a standard laser gun and a pistol, he is also equipped with a special dagger like Laura. The 3-edged bayonet requires higher skills, so it is not equipped. In addition, there is a bag of steel balls. Shihao is equipped with a heavy laser gun, a pistol, 30 flying needles, 30 flying cones, and a 3-edged bayonet and a special dagger like Laura. Shihao prefers cold weapons, and his configuration is similar to Laura. As a Taishan-level bionic robot, his abilities in all aspects are one level higher than those of the Lingshan level. Shihao is all-round among these people, with the strength of a big man and the flexibility of Laura. In addition to the special flying cone and dagger, other weapons were quickly equipped. Shihao took them to the shooting range to familiarize themselves with and practice the equipment, and practiced various tactical coordination, leaping, jumping high, running fast, rolling and other actions one by one, which took another day. At this point, the combat power of the Panlong team was formed, and Shihao asked Mickey to invite Wu Ruinfa to come. Director Wu, please review the team you built. Sure Hao admired Wu Ruinfa very much. Without Wu Ruinfa, there would be no Panlong team, so it was more appropriate for him to review it. I am very pleased to see you. I have not failed the expectations of the country. At this moment, Wu Ruinfa was already in tears, which was joy and the wash of the past sadness. Thank you, Director Wu, salute, Sure Hao shouted. Thank you, Director Wu. The other 8 people saluted and shouted in unison. Director Wu, I have something else I want to know before I leave. Sure Hao walked up to Wu Ruinfa and said, just tell me if you have anything. Human gene fusion is so successful, I wonder if animals can do the same? I'm not talking about human and animal gene fusion, but pure bionic animals. I haven't done any experiments, but it should be the same. Wu Ruinfa thought for a while and said, in actual investigation, we can now use eavesdropping devices, cameras and micro-robots, but there is still no good way to track smells, and ordinary police dogs can't keep up with our speed. I wonder if we can make a bionic robot dog. Sure Hao kept thinking about this question while they were training. It should be possible in theory. We can integrate the genes of trained police dogs into it, and it may be possible to get the effect you want. I will try it in the next 2 days. I will inform you if it works. Wu Ruinfa is also looking forward to it. If a bionic robot dog like a police dog can be made, it will provide a great help for the military and police to perform their tasks. Mickey and Wu Ruinfa walked to the side of the training room. Wu Ruinfa touched Mickey's head with his hand and said to Mickey softly, Mickey, although you are a purebred bionic robot, you don't have any human memory, and your consciousness is in your body, but I think there is no difference between you and us. You should get along well with General Sure and the comrades of the Panlong team, learn more from them, and ask more questions if you don't know. It was completely an old father's advice, and Mickey just listened quietly. Old bastard, take care of yourself too. Without Mickey to anger you, you should be able to live longer. Eat on time, eat more, and don't stay up late. Mickey's relaxed teasing was mixed with a trace of warmth. Okay, I'm leaving. I come back to see you often. Mickey turned around and waved to Wu Ruinfa with his back to him. Sure Hao and the 7 members of the Panlong team waved to Wu Ruinfa, then went out and got on the flying car to fly to the Yunnan-Duizhou War Zone headquarters. Chapter 37. Wu Yi, wearing field camouflage uniforms, was already waiting at the entrance of the headquarters. There were 3 military off-road vehicles parked nearby. When Sure Hao and his team arrived in their flying cars, he asked them to get off the flying cars and transfer to off-road vehicles. Wu Yi and Sure Hao sat in the first car and drove out of the headquarters compound and headed towards the suburbs. Wu Yi said to Sure Hao in the car, now we are going to the newly built Panlong base. It is a no-fly zone. No flying vehicles can approach unless they are inside the base. Sure Hao asked in surprise, do we need to build a base for just a few of us? Wu Yi looked straight ahead and said, why not? You are now the most powerful special forces team in Yin country. It may be expanded into a brigade next year. In addition, do you think you can be invincible just by going out with just a few of you? The bloody lesson forced us to be cautious. There are more than 100 people serving you in this base. Sure Hao originally thought that it was just a 9-person team, and that they would just do their job after receiving the mission. It seems that he still underestimated the determination of the country. So many people are for 9 people. He couldn't ignore the importance of the people serving him, so he asked, what do these people do specifically? The base will equip you with the most advanced aircraft and various means of transportation, all of which require maintenance. The weapons and equipment development team will develop the most suitable weapons and equipment for you based on your characteristics. There is also a combat command room, which has the authority to call all domestic satellites to serve you, not to mention other authorities. There are also 5 dragon controlling teams, with a total of 45 people stationed here as your backup force, finishing the work, and you don't have to do the relatively simple work yourself. From Wu Yi's simple introduction, we can see how much the country has invested. Sure Hao was shocked after listening to Wu Yi's introduction. He didn't say anything and sat there thinking about the problem. At the beginning, he may have only put in 80% of his efforts to build the Panlong team. Now he is determined to use 120% of his efforts to build it. The extra 20% can be made up by sweat, if they can sweat. The off-road vehicle stopped at the gate of the base. The guard checked the documents and carefully checked the vehicle before letting it go. The commander's visit was no exception. The security work was really in place. The Panlong base covers an area of about 200 acres. There are 2 hangars, a large parking garage, and a comprehensive office building. The combat command center is in this building. There are 2 barracks, 2 indoor training grounds, an outdoor comprehensive training ground, an indoor court, and a gym. When getting off the car in front of the comprehensive building, a medium-sized and thin soldier walked over quickly and saluted. "Hello, Commander. Hello, Captain." When he said the 3 words Captain, his body turned slightly to Shihao. Shihao was confused and looked at Wu Yi. Wu Yi slapped his head and said, "I forgot to tell you. The day before yesterday, the higher-ups decided to let you serve as the captain of Panlong Brigade and Panlong Squad. Originally, they wanted LV Wei to take the position, but he insisted that you be the captain and he be the deputy captain. LV Wei, the man just now, said, 'Captain, we all serve the Panlong Squad. The tasks are mainly for you, and we are just assisting. So you deserve to be the captain, and you can fully coordinate all the work. We are determined to complete all the tasks you have assigned.'" LV Wei admired Shihao very much, and everyone in the Panlong Squad had come back from the line of life and death, so the people in the base respected them from the bottom of their hearts. After entering here, we are all a family, with the same goal, no distinction between the main and auxiliary. At the same time, thank you Captain Liu for your support. Shihao did not act pretentiously. After the Panlong Brigade is established, he has more important things to do. He does not value his position, but being the top leader does bring great convenience to everything, and efficiency is very important to him. After finishing his speech, Shihao turned around and shouted to all members of the Panlong team, "Everyone assemble." The 8 members of the Panlong team lined up in a row, and Shihao continued, "Please let the commander speak." Wu Yi scanned the team and then said, "This will be your home in the future. Your loyalty to the people and the country cannot be questioned, because you have all proved it with blood and life. You are currently the most powerful special forces team in our country, but ability means responsibility. The people need you, and the country needs you. Defend the country and serve the people, defend the country and serve the people, defend the country and serve the people." After listening to Wu Yi's speech, Shihao led the Panlong team to shout slogans, which was also a reflection of his inner heart. The sense of responsibility and mission would make him, and all members of the Panlong team feel that they are still human beings, and the robot body is just their tool. Then everyone visited the base, went to their respective rooms to tidy up, and immediately gathered at the training ground after putting on their training clothes. After discussing with Wu Yi, Shihao extended the training for another 15 days, half a day of theory, and half a day of actual combat. He Yu and Wu Feng taught sniping and camouflage, Liu Yong taught strength training and force techniques, Wang Ping taught reconnaissance techniques, Carrier Pigeon taught communications, Lao He taught blasting, and Laura taught fighting, assassination and concealment techniques. After the morning lectures, actual combat drills were conducted in the afternoon. Shihao himself has good physical fitness, so he naturally served as a sparring partner. During the fight, he required everyone to give their best, but they were all knocked down by him without exception. On the 4th day at the base, Wu Runfa called to say that the project of developing a bionic robot dog had been approved, and asked Shihao and his team for their specific requirements. Because the robot dog was to be used by Wang Ping, Shihao sent Wang Ping to the 2nd Research Institute for docking. The training here continued. Mickey was in contact with these new things for the first time, but he learned quickly. He was the youngest and the most innocent among them, and was very popular with the other 7 people. At first, Mickey dared to tease them, but after suffering a few losses, he learned his lesson and gradually became an errand boy. He didn't care at all and ran happily. On the 10th day, Wu Runfa called to say that the bionic robot dog had been made, and Shihao asked Wang Ping to go and get it. 2 hours later, Wang Ping came back with a slightly ugly scabby dog. The skin on his body was loose and fat, without any heroic appearance of a police dog. It turned out that when Wang Ping first went to discuss the plan with Wu Runfa wanted to make 2 police dogs with heroic appearances, but Wang Ping insisted on making one in the image of a mangy dog, and it couldn't be too handsome. In the end, it was made like this, but the memory and genes of this bionic dog are those of a police dog, and the appearance is the same as Wang Ping's usual style, low-key and inconspicuous. "Brother Wang, can you bring back such an ugly guy?" Mickey's mouth itched again when he saw this dignified dog. Wang Ping made a soft chi-chi sound and pointed his finger at Mickey. The mangy dog jumped up and bit Mickey's arm. Mickey screamed, but his arm couldn't get free no matter how hard he tried. This is the price of being rude. Don't underestimate it. Its original form has made great military achievements and is full of experience, but its lifespan is coming to an end. It is it that made Ahu successful, and Ahu will definitely continue its glory. Wang Ping rarely shows his emotions. The expectation in the eyes of the military dog still appears in his mind, and he strokes Ahu's head. Shirhao agrees with Wang Ping's decision. Ahu's image of a scabby dog is very confusing outside. In the past 2 days, special daggers, flying cones, and other weapons and equipment have also been delivered. Everyone has basically mastered the skills of others. When they are pulled outside, they can be called all-rounders. In the remaining few days, they all start to specialize in their own specialties. Heiyu and Wu Feng asked the base personnel to create heavy rain and strong winds to create various interferences for the target to conduct sniper training. The big guy has been continuously using strength and explosive power. When he hits hard, Shirhao can't resist it. Wang Ping, the pigeon, and Lao He all calmed down to study their respective specialties. Laura practiced fighting with Miki, and the two would often practice with Shirhao at the same time. 15 days passed quickly, and Wui called Shirhao and LV Wei to the headquarters of the Yunanguizhou war zone. They knew that the sword was about to be unsheathed. Wui saw the two of them walk in and said, "I don't ask about the training situation. Everything is tested by actual combat. I called you here today because I have something to do." Shirhao said, "I can be dispatched at any time to ensure the completion of the mission." Wu Yi began to introduce the situation. "This mission is more difficult, and it is not a point, but a long line," Wu Yi said while crossing the inland border line. "There is a parasol on the land of our country. Out of humanitarian spirit, about 30% of the border line extends outward for another 1 kilometer, and we have also covered it. Therefore, the population on the border line in these locations is dense, and many people have frequent trade exchanges with our border residents, but at the same time, the crime rate in this area is high, and many forces are entrenched here, all in a state of anarchy." Wu Yi lit a cigarette, motioned Shirhao and Lu Wei to sit down, and then said, "Our goal this time is not to eliminate all criminal forces, and it is not realistic to eliminate them completely. Our target is the drug trafficking groups. Many drug trafficking groups dig out the underground in the uncovered area 1 kilometer away, build underground factories to make drugs, and then sell them into our country through underground passages. This time we want to completely eliminate these drug dealers, starting from one point and then expanding to the entire inland border line. Drug dealers are very rich, some even have their own troops, and are equipped with many advanced weapons and equipment and some robots. Ordinary soldiers or Tinglong team can't take advantage of them. In order to reduce casualties and achieve the goal, you need to take action. After research, we decided to start from the vicinity of the original Golden Triangle. The Golden Triangle used to be the nest of drug dealers with strong financial strength. They basically built an underground city there. Our first target is their boss Kunjin. Is it the Kunjin from decades ago? He's not dead yet? Shirhao thought of the world-famous drug dealer leader 40 or 50 years ago. You didn't die, he's richer than you. How could he die so easily? Wu Yi directly used Shirhao as an example, not to mention it was quite convincing. We suspect that Kunjin may be in a similar situation to you, also a bionic robot body. As for the specific structure of the body, we don't know. Shirhao tapped the table with his fingers, thought for a while, and said, "This is a hard bone to chew, but we not only have to chew it, but also grind it into powder." Chapter 38. Shirhao tapped the table with his fingers, thought for a while, and said, "This is a tough bone to chew, but we not only have to chew it, but also grind it into powder. We have speculated the general layout of this underground city through rumors and observations of the surface conditions. One area is the planting area. Because the ground is no longer suitable for planting, they use soilless cultivation technology to grow poppies underground. There is also an area for drug processing, which is where drugs are produced and stored. One area is the living area, where the planting workers and their families, and the families of Kunjin's men live. There is also an area for the military area, where Kunjin and his men and his guards live. These areas are connected by passages. Our target is the military area, and the other is to destroy poppies and manufacture drugs. The whole task is relatively arduous. I need you to be prepared and make a plan before sending it out." After Wu Yi introduced the situation, he made a request, which was also for the safety of Shirhao and others. Shirhao and LV Wei stood up, saluted Wu Yi and said, "Be fully prepared to complete the mission." Then, they immediately rushed back to Panlong Base. After returning to Panlong Base, Shirhao summoned all the Panlong team members to the combat command room, explained the mission details to everyone, and then asked LV Wei to contact the ultra-high-resolution satellite to send back real-time monitoring images, and asked everyone to remember the map images in their minds, including where there are mountains, where there are stones, where the terrain is the lowest, etc. Then they began to study each step of the plan. After 7 or 8 hours of discussion, the final plan was determined. Shi Hao reported it to Wu Yi, who called a meeting of staff to evaluate and agreed to implement the plan. In the garage of Panlong Base, everyone stood in front of a circular disc-shaped aircraft, which was thick in the middle and slightly thin at the edge. The disc included a circle of small rotors. The bottom was not fully enclosed, but was grilled to facilitate air circulation. The most critical part of this flying car was an anti-gravity device with a gravity offset rate of 50%, which was 80% higher than the gravity offset rate of the most high-end flying cars on the market. Seeing such a flying car, Shi Hao was not surprised. The fact that our civilian technology is not good enough at present does not mean that the military does not have such technical reserves. With the anti-gravity device, this aircraft is fast, flexible and safe. It is said that traditional missiles cannot catch up at all. It has a diameter of about 20 meters, with a passenger cabin and a cargo cabin in the middle, which can accommodate more than a dozen people. The cargo cabin is already full of weapons and equipment needed for this mission. 3 Yulong teams participated in this operation. Because the number of seats on this aircraft is limited, they have already taken an ordinary military aircraft to the border near the Golden Triangle to prepare. After getting on the disc-shaped aircraft, they arrived at the base camp established by the Yulong team in about 20 minutes. It was on the edge of the country closest to the Golden Triangle. There were no people here. Everyone stayed still during the day, rested and stood by to adjust to the best condition. On a moonless night, it was pitch black. Wang Ping and 3 scouts from the Tinglong team commanded a track multifunctional reconnaissance robot to conduct reconnaissance. The robot had a night vision infrared camera and a tube-shaped detector as thick as a little finger. The head was in the shape of a drill bit, and there was a miniature infrared camera behind the drill bit. This tube was soft when it was coiled up. When it started to drill the ground, it would directly become a straight drill rod without bending due to its own magnetic lock. When not in use, the magnetism would be eliminated and retracted. They first marched side by side, not missing an inch. They found the periscopes used in submarines in several areas, marked them, set up illusions in front of the periscopes, and then slowly drilled holes in the periscope area for detection. The soil thickness from the ground to the underground is about 10 meters, and the bottom layer is a concrete hard soil structure. This is not a problem for the special drill with sufficient hardness and strength. The underground city has also fallen into a deep sleep. Because the entrance is completely closed, there are not many guards at night, leaving only some staff on duty drowsy. All areas of the underground city are not covered by glass umbrellas. The temperature at night is still around 50 degrees Celsius. The ventilation and cooling system of the underground city is maintained by a small nuclear fission reactor. There is no one outside the entrance of the passage. There are multiple cameras for multi-directional monitoring. There is a large entrance and exit in the upper right area for flying cars to park, and then take the elevator down to the underground city. This location is close to the military area. Taking advantage of the night, Shi Hao and his team were not idle. They arranged multiple microcrawler monitoring robots near each passage entrance. The appearance of these robots was sprayed with khaki for camouflage. After 5 or 6 hours of continuous investigation, they figured out the internal structure of the entire underground city and drew a detailed map of the underground city. They carefully dug a hole in the corner of an unused warehouse. When they dug to the concrete layer, they used a special foam material to reinforce the surroundings to prevent soil and ash from falling. Lao He used a silent concrete crusher to make a hole that could pass one person. Wang Ping sneaked in with Ahu and Laura. The personnel above covered the lid that had been prepared in advance, and Wang Ping covered the gap with paint below. Shi Hao and Lu Wei looked at the map and studied the battle plan. The pigeons were guarding the communication equipment and monitoring at all times. Everyone wore wireless invisible earplugs. This wireless earplug is the latest model with strong penetration and clear calls. The pigeons can also set multiple channels. The main channel is for everyone in the Panlong team to communicate, while Wang Ping and Ahu used a separate channel, which was convenient for Wang Ping to give instructions to Ahu and avoid interference. Lao He used robots to dig grooves in the connecting channels of various areas, digging them into a well shape, digging all the soil, filling the concrete with explosives, and when the action started, all the channels were blown up to cut off the connection between the various areas. In addition, a large amount of explosives were placed in the center of the production area and the center of the poppy planting area, because the planting area and the family living area are very close, and in order to avoid hurting children, explosives were not placed on the living area. At that time, they entered the living area through the planting area. There were 3 explosives placed in the military area. One was the garage, one was suspected to be the Kunjin residential area, and the other was the guard residential area. Heiyu and Wu Feng searched for commanding heights on both sides of the underground city, wearing desert camouflage for camouflage. Heiyu was close to the military base, and loaded with carbide armor-piercing bullets. Wu Feng was close to the production area and living area, and loaded with ordinary bullets. The 2 had to lurk there until the end of the operation, and kill the fleeing target if they encountered one. The 2 kept observing the surrounding situation. The big guy and Mickey followed Shihao and Lu Wei, and were on standby at any time. According to the plan, the operation would start in the second late night. Wang Ping and Laura had to further investigate the underground city, determine the specific location of the drug storage, determine the production and living rules of each area during the day, and also better determine the exact location of Kunjin. After Wang Ping and Laura went down to the underground city, they quietly walked out of the idle warehouse. They were wearing positioning devices. The carrier pigeon could see their location through the device, and directed them to the 3rd room next door according to the drawn map. It was a dressing room, about 20 square meters in size. As soon as they opened the door, they heard someone talking inside. Wang Ping and Laura did not speak, but saw the person walking out of a dressing room cursing. The dressing rooms were simply partitioned. As soon as the person walked out, Laura twisted his neck. The person was naked and wearing shorts. The 2 lifted the curtain of the dressing room, and found a naked woman curled up in the corner in fear. It turned out that the man had finally got a woman from his eldest brother, and was about to enjoy her, when he was met by Wang Ping and Laura. In the underground city, there are many women bought or robbed by Kunjin and his men. In the anarchic state, women with a little beauty and no ability to protect themselves have become their playthings or commodities. Please don't kill me, I'm from Yen country, I was caught by them at the border by accident. The woman didn't know who Wang Ping and Laura were, but she kept begging for mercy to save her life. Seeing that she could speak Chinese, Laura asked her many questions, and got a lot of information. They were now in the production area. They saw work clothes and gas masks hanging on the wall of the locker room. Because there were very pungent toxic gases when producing drugs, and the underground ventilation was poor, they needed to wear gas masks when working. The woman said that she was rewarded by Kunjin to the boss of the drug factory. The boss played with her for a while, and gave her to his younger brother. She cried while talking, and said that there were many women like her in the factory, living in the dark. Laura was very angry when she heard it, and Wang Ping's face was the same as usual, with no expression. They also learned that the people in the factory made drugs during the day, drank, played with women, and gambled at night. Staying underground for a long time was like a cage for them, so they tried every means to vent. These scumbags won't last 2 days. Laura gnashed her teeth. Wang Ping looked at his watch and said to Laura, "It's almost dawn, we have to deal with this place, I think it's safer to send her and the body up." Laura had no objection, and the 2 began to act. After explaining to the woman, they tied her hands for the sake of mission safety and taped her mouth, just in case. After asking Shihao for instructions, Wang Ping and Laura sent the woman and the body to the ground through the hole in the idle warehouse. Because of this episode, Wang Ping and Laura might be discovered, so Shihao asked everyone to be on standby and attack at any time if there was an emergency. Wang Ping and Laura camouflaged the hole again, took Ahu back to the locker room, changed into work clothes, put on gas masks, and went to the production area to hide under the poppy pile, ready to wait for others to go to work and blend in with these people. Ahu lay quietly beside him, with his ears pricked up. Chapter 39. 2 hours later, Ahu's ears suddenly moved, and then he rubbed against Wang Ping with his body. Wang Ping knew someone was coming. The opium pile was far away from the production equipment, and occupied a large area. Generally no one would pay attention to this side. Even if they paid attention, it was difficult to find someone inside. People were still coming in one after another. In the end, there were about dozens of people. The leader saw that everyone was almost there, so he ordered to start. As for the roll call, it didn't exist. As mentioned above, people who stayed here for a long time were very empty, and needed various ways to vent. They took drugs, played cards, drank alcohol, gambled, and had sex with women every day. It was common for 1 or 2 people to not get up in the morning. There were also cases where they could not get up from then on, and never appeared again. As long as it was not too outrageous, and did not delay drug production, the boss would not care so much. At this time, Wang Ping and Laura had already mixed into the crowd and followed suit. They went to help wherever they saw help was needed. At the same time, They observed the entry and exit of people and vehicles in the passage. They also took the opportunity to move goods to run to the warehouse, which was full of drugs. Everyone was wearing a gas mask, and it was hard to recognize each other, so there was not much communication. If someone approached them, they would use gestures or pretend not to hear clearly to fool them, and take the opportunity to stay away from the person who approached them. In this way, Wang Ping and Laura stayed in there for more than an hour, and found out the number of people in the production area and the drug storage area. Then, under the pretext of transporting poppies, they got a small truck and drove towards the planting area. The planting area was as bright as day, using lights instead of sunlight to help plants complete photosynthesis. The area of this area was several times that of the production area, and soilless cultivation was carried out in 2 layers, so the yield was not low. After arriving at the planting area, they found a place to park the truck. Wang Ping took out 2 sets of casual clothes from his backpack and handed them to Laura, asking her to change out of her work clothes. After changing clothes, he got off the car and walked quickly to the living area. Ahu jumped off the car and ran away along the wall. One of its eyes was a bionic eye, and the other was a camera. The image was sent directly to the pigeon and shared with everyone in the Panlong team. Wang Ping and Laura had to enter the military area from the passage in the living area. Because the passage between the production area and the military area was mainly used to transport drugs, the defense was relatively tight. It was relatively simple to go around the living area. Ahu didn't care about that. After getting off the truck, he rushed to the military area after receiving Wang Ping's order. He ran over when the guard turned around. Now he has started to wander around the military area. The location of the drug storage has been figured out, and the production area, living area and planting area have all been figured out. This information has also been sent to the pigeon. The military area was the most difficult to deal with. After watching the videos sent back by Ahu, they found that they were wrong, because the passage from the living area to the military area was half as narrow as the passage from the production area to the military area. When the guard stood there, the entrance was almost blocked. They had no choice but to return to the planting area. The truck was still there, so they changed into work clothes, put on gas masks, and pulled a truck of poppies back to the production area. After arriving at the production area, the 2 of them stayed near the warehouse. From time to time, there were trucks pulling goods in the direction of the military area. They each found a truck and got under the truck and clung to it, and that's how they arrived at the military area. After entering the military area, they seized the opportunity and found a darker place to roll out from under the truck. Laura was unlucky. After rolling out, she bumped into a person next to her. She supported herself on the ground with her hands and jumped up. Before the man made a sound, her head had turned 120 degrees. Laura dragged him to the dark, stripped his clothes and changed them, while Wang Ping took the initiative to ambush one of them, stripped his clothes and changed them, and found a hidden place to hide the bodies of the 2. Because it was the last area, it would not have a big impact if they were discovered. The 2 made a rough judgment based on the image sent by Ahu and the direction given by the carrier pigeon, and prepared to find Kuan Jin's residence. Wang Ping asked Ahu to go there for a walk, but there was no special discovery. Kuan Jin felt that his left eye was twitching non-stop when he woke up in the morning. He still felt taboo in his heart after walking too much at night. As he grew older, he became more and more superstitious. After breakfast, he worshipped Guan Gong again and again, but still felt uneasy. He took out the Buddhist beads given by others and chanted Amitabha many times. His left eye finally stopped twitching. He put on his training clothes and started to practice yoga. This set of yoga movements was taught to him by an Indian customer when he visited him. It also became his daily compulsory course. Exercise is one aspect, and the most important thing is to kill time when he is bored. He played with women too much, and his waist was not good enough to play anymore, so he began to pay attention to health preservation. However, no matter how much he worshipped or prayed to Buddha, it was useless. He did too much evil, and there would be a day to pay for it. There were rumors that he already had a robot body, but he couldn't take that step after all, and couldn't get over this hurdle. What he bought at that time was a semi-bionic robot, the same robot body that Shihao had when he explored B-52. Kuan Jin didn't feel the slightest sense of identity when he saw the metal structure of the robot. Later, one of his confidants was seriously injured to protect him, and the semi-bionic robot fulfilled his confidant. At this time, Kuan Jin suddenly heard a loud noise outside. Someone was shouting, "Stop, don't move." Then there was the sound of gunfire. It turned out that when Wang Ping and Laura were walking inside, suddenly someone pointed at him and said something. Before he could figure out what was going on, The man pulled out a gun. No matter how dumb he was, he knew he was exposed, so he started running immediately, pulling out 3 flying needles and throwing them out while running. Laura took the opportunity to pull the man's arm and swept the dagger to his neck. The man fell down after firing a shot. Several people rushed over here quickly, but before they arrived, they heard a few bang, bang, bang sounds, and those people fell to the ground. It turned out that Ahu attacked from behind. Ahu's current strength is at least 3 times that of a military dog, or even more. You can see how powerful he is. The person in the front heard the sound, and just turned around and saw a dog's ugly face getting bigger and bigger and finally stuck to his face, and then nothing happened. Shirhao heard the voice from Wang Ping and the video from Ahu, and immediately shouted, "Everyone move." As soon as he shouted, he heard boom, boom, boom. Lao He detonated all the pre-buried bombs. The big guy led a Tinglong team and went straight to the production area. Shirhao and Mickey each led a Tinglong team and went straight to the military area, where there were 3 holes blown up. Mickey led a team to the garage to destroy the transportation. Shirhao led a team to Wang Ping. The 3 teams rushed forward quickly, and the dust they raised formed 3 straight lines and slowly spread out. There was a big hole in the production area, and the big guy jumped down directly, and then the flying cones were one after another, and people fell down with each cone. When they met someone rushing to their side, they would violently collide with them. The people who were hit would either die or faint. There was no time for these people to get weapons. These people were quickly cleaned up by the Tinglong team that rushed over. Originally, the people below were chasing and intercepting Wang Ping, Laura, and the fierce dog. After the explosion, the roof collapsed with a rumble, knocking many people unconscious. Now it was a mess everywhere, and the passages in various areas had been completely cut off. After Shirhao and Mickey led the people down, they killed all those who raised guns to resist, and all those who surrendered were disarmed and taken away by the Tinglong team. Kunjan's subordinates were all ordinary flesh bodies. Facing Shirhao and them, even facing the Tinglong team, they had no ability to resist, and soon some died and some were captured. Some of them were panicking and climbing the ruins to run to the ground. When they got out, they felt that they were about to die of the heat, but they didn't care about that and saved their lives first. They fell to the ground with a bang after running a few steps, and were killed by He Yu and Wu Feng. Wang Ping interrogated several people, and found the leaders of higher levels along the way. He asked about Kun Jin's whereabouts. They all said that Kun Jin was not at the scene. When they found Kun Jin's residence, it was empty, and the cigar on the table was still smoking. Just as they were about to find clues, the whole house suddenly collapsed with a bang. At this time, they heard a mechanical voice. "Are you looking for me? You dare to destroy my foundation, I will make you die." Along with the voice, a metal structure robot came out. This robot was very large, about the size of 2 Shirhaos, and compared with them, it was a giant. "Everyone pay attention, we run up and lead it up." After hearing this, the people of the Panlong team jumped high and jumped onto the ground. "Hey you, a big guy is coming up soon, change the magnetic storm bullets." Shirhao gave Hey Yu an order. "Got it, I'm almost asleep, the magnetic storm bullets have been replaced." In 2 sentences, Hey Yu changed the magnetic storm magazine. "Don't save it later, shoot at its chest." Generally, the electronic core is in the stomach, and most of them are in the chest. Shirhao continued to command. The metal robot also climbed up to the ground and stepped on Shirhao and the others. The material used for this robot is similar to Shirhao's original one, but the size is twice as large, and the power is still very strong. Shoot! Bang, bang, bang. All the magnetic storm bullets in Hey Yu's magazine hit the robot's chest, but there was no reaction. The robot still moved freely, stepping down with feet and slapping hands. Several people did not dare to use their bodies to test its strength. Shirhao understood a little bit at a glance, thinking that maybe this robot was also semi-bionic, and continued to give orders. "Hey you, change the carbide bullets, aim at the brain, focus on one point to attack, and penetrate his brain armor." "Got it, I guarantee it will bloom," and the bullet change is complete. Hey Yu was not affected by the ineffectiveness of the magnetic storm bullet just now, and he was still confident. Bang bang bang. This time there was no pause, and several shots hit a point in the brain at the same time. Pop, it was penetrated, and another bullet flew into the brain from there, and then the robot stood there motionless, and the body slowly lost balance and hit the ground, shaking the ground. The material of this big guy is pretty good, so Shirhao did not order to use the laser gun at the beginning. Now it is still intact and can be recycled, but a crane is needed, so these will be handed over to the Tinglong team to deal with. A few people from the Panlong team jumped into the underground city again, and at this time only heard Ahu surrounding a person woof 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 barking. Chapter 40. Wang Ping walked over quickly. Ahu sent him a signal that there was something wrong with that man. Shi Hao also walked over. Wang Ping looked at the man, then pulled off his wig, beard, and the bionic skin on his face to change his appearance, revealing his true face. Shi Hao felt that this man looked familiar. He compared the photo in his mind, and found the right one. The photo in his mind was taken 35 years ago by Kuan Jin. During the Special Forces training, they conducted special analysis on these world-famous drug dealers. Although Kuan Jin is old now, his appearance is very similar to that of 35 years ago. You are Kuan Jin, right? It seems that the rumors about you becoming a robot were deliberately spread by you. Shi Hao said to Kuan Jin, then grabbed Kuan Jin's hand that was stretched inside his clothes and took out a grenade from his arms. Wang Ping immediately searched Kuan Jin and found 2 pistols. It turned out that when Kuan Jin was practicing yoga, he heard a noise and was ready to go out to see who had the courage to come here to make trouble. He had built up a business over decades, so how could he be so simple? When he heard the sound of explosives going off one after another, he knew that the situation was over, and that the person coming was someone he couldn't afford to offend. He arranged for his trusted semi-bionic robot to come out to attract Shi Hao's attention, and he quickly put on makeup and blended in with the others. Ahu smelled the smell of the grenade, so he was pulled out, otherwise he might have escaped. The great victory of this operation was inseparable from the careful investigation and planning. This time, dozens of tons of drugs were seized. If all of them flowed into the market, the consequences would be disastrous, especially since this place is so close to Yan country. After the results of the operation were reported, the top leaders instructed that the drugs be destroyed on site, the underground city be blown up and filled, and not a single poppy seed be left behind. The captured people will be guarded by the Tinglong team, and a special person will be sent to receive and deal with them later. Shi Hao and Lu Wei returned to the base camp and held a holographic projection meeting with Wu Yi. The Panlong team had a good start. I didn't expect that Kunjin, such a tough guy, was taken down so quickly. This also gave the country a lot of confidence. The above meant to take the opportunity to expand the results of the war and start clearing out drug factories and destroying the trading chain in several densely populated areas along the inland border. The next target is the border between the former Bhutan and Yan country. Because of the abundant groundwater, there are currently more than 100,000 people living in the border area. The area within 2 or 3 kilometers near the former Bhutan side has also been hollowed out by drug traffickers as a drug production base. Kunjin originally faced global customers and was well known, so many customers came directly to the door. The main target of the drug traffickers in the former Bhutan is Yan country. They have drug transportation channels across the border. Your mission this time is not only to destroy the base, but also to find the drug transfer points in the country. The mission briefing has been sent to the Panlong team's encrypted mailbox. You can take a good look at it. Wu Yi explained the next stage of the task. After Shi Hao and LV Wei studied the mission briefing, LV Wei ordered the 2 dragon controlling teams stationed at the Panlong base to rush to the border between the former Bhutan and Yan country immediately. In order not to alert the enemy, the base camp should be far away from the villages and towns there. Shi Hao gathered the Panlong team together to make a post-war summary. Wang Ping, how were you discovered? Did you find out? Shi Hao asked Wang Ping directly about his identity being exposed. We checked it out. We asked a few people. They said that the person I killed was a team leader here. This team leader had a habit of putting a red handkerchief in the chest pocket of his shirt, saying that it was to ward off evil spirits. Wang Ping didn't pay attention when he changed his clothes, because only the team leader had such a conspicuous red handkerchief, and it was discovered by others. In addition, we didn't pay attention to it. Because the military zone was the last area, we thought it wouldn't be a big problem even if we were discovered, so we ignored some details. I review this. Wang Ping explained the process and reviewed his mistakes. I review it too, and I will never make the same mistake again. Laura also echoed the review. It's good to clarify the matter. All of us should pay attention. Although our physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people, we must maintain awe when we act. If one of us encounters the last robot, it will be difficult to deal with it. I said that we shed blood and played with our lives, but that was not glory but a warning. For safety, Shi Hao continued to knock on everyone. Got it, keep it in mind. The 8 members of the Panlong team shouted in unison. Captain Lu, please communicate with the equipment researchers to see if they can make a few special guns for us, because different targets use different bullets. Can you modify it so that the laser gun can also fire magnetic storm bullets and carbide bullets? It won't be a big problem if the gun is a little heavier. Sure Hao considered that the process of asking Hey You to change bullets just now was indeed very inconvenient. As for the problems that ordinary bullets can solve, their flying needles can solve them. LV Wei took out a notebook and wrote down Sure Hao's request, saying, I will communicate and follow up immediately when I go back, and try to come up with a plan as soon as possible. Everyone open the encrypted mailbox. The new mission brief has been released. Read it carefully and make preparations, and set off in 2 hours. The watch worn by each person can be used as a phone, can project a holographic screen to send and receive emails, and has multiple functions. 2 hours later, the disc-shaped aircraft crossed the sky and soon arrived near the border between the former Bhutan and Yin country. The base camp was 5 kilometers south of the population settlement area. The settlement area is to the east of the Yin country border, and to the west of the former Bhutan border. It is now in a state of anarchy. There used to be a village called Shurtsuan in Yin country. Later, as more and more people gathered, many of them were former Bhutanese, so everyone called this settlement area of tens of thousands of people Danshur town. This mission is much more complicated. The drug processing factories in the former Bhutan are easier to deal with. They are not larger than Kunjin. It is easy to remove them by referring to yesterday's method. The difficult part is to find the drug transportation channels and domestic drug transit stations. This time, the troops were divided into 2 groups. One group went to the underground drug factory at night according to the method of investigating the Kunjin underground city, and the other group went to Danshur town for investigation. Laohe, De Gu, Hey Yu, and Wu Feng went to investigate the underground city, while Wang Ping, Laura, and Mickey took Ahu to investigate Danshur town. The carrier pigeons were still responsible for the communication between the parties, the positioning of each member of the Panlong team, and the image information sent back by Ahu. Because they had to be responsible for 2 groups, Sure Hao transferred a scout from the Yulong team as an assistant. Wang Ping called Mickey and Laura, took out a lot of clothes, makeup, and camouflage supplies, and started to dress up. After a while, Wang Ping was seen wearing a big gold chain, his hair was cut shorter, a large flowered t-shirt on the upper body, silk wide-leg pants on the lower body, a pair of round-mouth cloth shoes, a tattoo sticker on his arm, and a dragon head popping out of his neck. Mickey had his hair dyed yellow by Wang Ping, and wore earrings and a tattoo of a black sword, without any decoration, wearing a black t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Laura had an exaggerated hairpin in her hair, a belly-bearing top, low-waist tights, and a lollipop in her mouth, looking like a little girl, with a dagger tattoo on her calf. Laura looked at the holographic projection image, squinted at Wang Ping and said, looking at this outfit, why do I have the urge to beat someone up? Mickey was excited inside. This is the legendary cosplay, it's so cool. Wang Ping still had no expression on his face, with an unlit cigar in his mouth. He picked up Ahu and walked out the door to get on an ordinary speeding car. Several people parked the car in the center of the town and started to wander around. Wang Ping walked in front with his chest puffed out and his steps splayed out. The word arrogant was only written on his face. He kicked Ahu while walking. Ahu took the opportunity to roll over and hit Mickey, who took the opportunity to push Laura down. People saw these people and kept as far away as possible, for fear of getting into trouble. Wang Ping and several others came to a bar. The space inside was large, and the lights were dim. There was a man in his teens at the bar. He had a cruel face, yellow curly hair, and tattoos on both arms. Wang Ping sat there carelessly and said loudly, "Brother, do you have any good stuff?" The man was stunned. Although they also sold drugs, they were all in the bar inside, and ordinary people could not enter. This owner obviously did not play by the rules. "Brother, what do you want?" "Here is a bottle of good wine that just arrived. Do you think it's suitable?" The man did not respond, but handed a bottle of wine to Wang Ping. "You are so stupid pretending to be ignorant," Wang Ping said as he smashed the wine to the ground. The younger brother next to him saw someone making trouble and was about to take action, but Wang Ping signaled to Laura, who took out a bundle of large denomination yen country currency from her bag and threw it over, which was about 1 million. "Is it enough?" Laura asked the curly-haired man. It's enough, please come in." Curly just took the wine at random, and although it was okay, it was not worth 1 million. He saw that these people were rich and arrogant, and they should be gangsters, so he took them inside to talk. Wang Ping and his friends walked in, and found that there was a big dance floor inside. The people inside were shaking their bodies and heads to the crazy rhythm. It can be seen that some of them had just drunk. There was a private room further inside. Curly went over to tell the boss that there was a big customer. So why did the boss invite Wang Ping and others to sit down? Where are you guys from? Asked the eldest brother. The brothers all called him Brother Gang, and they didn't know his real name. I came from the seaside. I was going to get 700 to 800 kilograms of goods from Old Kun, but when I got there, I saw that they were all military personnel. I heard that you had connections, so I couldn't go back empty-handed, so I came here. I didn't pay my respects to you in advance, so don't mind it, brothers. Wang Ping's words were half true and half false. The news that Kunjan's lair had been destroyed would soon be passed on, so he might as well tell it earlier to gain the other party's trust. Brother, are you telling the truth? Brother Gang was shocked to hear that something happened in Kunjan. Wait a minute, I make a phone call. Brother Gang hurriedly made a phone call to verify the news. Wang Ping saw Brother Gang hang up the phone and said, I heard that Lao Kun offended some big shots and is now surrounded. I heard they are negotiating. Wang Ping continued to set up a maze. The troops blocked the area around the Kunjan underground city. Ordinary people could not enter, and no news could be leaked. After a while, Brother Gang's phone rang. He was worried after listening to the phone call. He was stunned for a while, and realized that he had lost his composure. He hurriedly asked Wang Ping, What's your name, brother? They all call me Brother Ping. Wang Ping pointed at Mickey and Laura. Brother Ping, that place is not far from here. Aren't you afraid that something will happen here too? Brother Gang wondered if something happened in Kunjan, would it affect innocent people? Chapter 41. Wang Ping leaned forward, motioned for Brother Gang to lean over, and whispered, I have someone above me, who is of a very high level. He said that this time, Lao Kun was surrounded because he provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. He is expected to bleed a lot, but he should be able to keep his side. Wang Ping was so mysterious that Brother Gang felt much more at ease. Brother Gang had already accepted Wang Ping from the bottom of his heart. He took out a cigarette, and handed it to Wang Ping to light it. Wang Ping waved his hand, and pretended to hold it in his hand. Brother Gang thought that Wang Ping was afraid that there was something added in it, so he didn't say anything. He lit a cigarette and smoked it, and then said, Brother Ping, the goods you want are not too much, nor too little. We can get them here, but the situation here is more complicated. I tell you so that you can make a decision. Wang Ping saw that the show was about to start, so he patted Brother Gang's arm and said kindly, Brother, just tell me, I see the situation and make a decision. Whether the business is successful or not, I'm determined to be your brother. Brother Gang pressed the cigarette into the ashtray and began to speak seriously. There are 3 suppliers around Danshire town now, and the situation and requirements of each are different. Ahu was lying next to Wang Ping at this time, and it transmitted the sound and image back to the base camp without any error. Shihao and Lu Wei were watching the situation here in real time. When they heard that there were 3 drug factories, Shihao and Lu Wei knew that they had to adjust the task deployment immediately. Brother Gang continued, I think the first one is better. Their products are 20% more expensive than the other 2, but they are good, and they also provide delivery. The second one's products are slightly worse than the first one, but they are 10% cheaper. If they don't deliver, they can be even cheaper by another 10%. The third company has the worst quality, but the price is 30% cheaper, regardless of delivery. This company is made up of 2 brothers, surnamed Xing. They used to sell drugs, but later they started to produce. It is said that they have engaged in illicit activities. I do not recommend Brother Ping to contact them. I can get goods from all 3 companies. If Brother Ping thinks highly of me, I will help you to arrange it, and will definitely give you the lowest price. As for the manufacturer and transportation channels, I am not convenient to tell you. This is the rule of the underworld. You must not disclose it to others for the first time. When this deal is done, I will help you connect. Brother Gang still wants to make this money. As for the polite words, they cannot be taken seriously. He will definitely not introduce the first-hand source of goods to others. The drug transportation channel is built with the lives of his brothers, and it is even more impossible to disclose it. Wang Ping frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, Brother, I didn't expect the situation here to be so complicated. In the past, when I got the goods from Lao Kun, they were delivered directly to the ground, and the price was cheap. I have to think about it. In addition, I have to discuss it with several brothers in my family. After chatting for a while, Wang Ping began to say goodbye. After walking out of the door of the bar for more than 10 meters, a short and thin man stopped them and asked, Do you want goods? If so, we can talk. This man is called Stan Gua. He saw the scene in the bar. He is the subordinate of the 3rd Xing brothers that Brother Gang just mentioned. Wang Ping was worried about how to go down, and someone came to the door. He looked up and down at Stan Gua and said, "How do I know whether what you said is true or false?" Stan Gua pursed his lips and said, "You have been in there for so long, I guess you have heard of the Xing brothers, right? That Gongzi runs a bar, just a second-hand dealer, we are first-hand. If you trust him, go, if you don't trust him, forget it." Wang Ping didn't say anything after hearing this, and directly said to Stan Gua, "Lead the way." At this time, the people in the bar reported Wang Ping's movements to Brother Gang, saying that they followed Stan Gua. Brother Gang smiled coldly and said, "Let them have a fight with the Xing brothers first. If they can come back alive, we will contact them again." Brother Gang knew the background of the Xing brothers. These two people were not as simple as the gangs robbed the gangs. They basically started their business by robbing the gangs. They only had that little stuff in their hands, and I don't know how many people they cheated. At this time, Wang Ping, led by Stan Gua, had already walked to the edge of the area that could be covered by the space glass umbrella. A few steps ahead was the hot and smoking yellow-brown land. From the inside to the outside, it was green, yellow-green, and yellow. There was no vegetation in the yellow area. "Stan Gua, did you see it this time?" There were 5 people standing opposite, holding guns in their hands. The 2 in the middle were one fat and one thin, one tall and one short. These were the Xing brothers. Stan Gua ran behind the 2 Xing brothers and said as he ran, "I saw it. That woman gave out 1 million at once. She was so generous." Wang Ping and the others now understood that the 2 Xing brothers regarded them as fat sheep. They were not in a hurry and said, "You Xing brothers are too cheap. You are a drug dealer who turned robber. I really thought highly of you before I came. Do you have any drugs? If you have, we can talk about the price." Wang Ping still wanted to get more information about the drugs. The thin man of the Xing brothers said, "You can ask the King of Hell for the drugs." After saying that, he was ready to make a gesture to start. Before he raised his hand, he heard a few swishes, and everyone around him fell down. Only the 2 of them were left. Mickey and Laura used flying needles and steel balls respectively, and the effect was the same. All those with guns were shot on the spot. The 2 brothers were not stupid. They knew they had run into a tough opponent, so they turned around and tried to run. Wang Ping chased them and chopped at their carotid arteries with his palm. They fainted on the ground, and then asked Mickey and Laura to carry them back. Others saw that they were carrying the notorious Xing brothers, and knew they couldn't afford to offend them. No one dared to intervene, so they got on the car and left Danshire town. Wang Ping saw that no one was following him, so he drove back to the base camp. Laura said to Wang Ping, "Brother Ping, you can do it. You can act in a play. You act much better than those so-called stars." Wang Ping returned to his nature, laughed and said nothing, and was completely different from before. After arriving at the base camp, Shi Hao and others immediately interrogated the Xing brothers. After interrogation, we learned that the 2 Xing brothers had no drug manufacturing technology at all. They used to be in the drug trafficking business. They got a large amount of drugs by gangsters in other places, and then came to Danshire town to kill several batches of customers who came to buy goods with this batch of goods as bait. Some of them killed and took back the goods after the money was received, and some of them came to buy goods with cash, and they killed and robbed directly, with extremely bad means. It was also learned that there are currently 2 real drug production companies in Danshire town, both of which are in a place 2 kilometers away from the border. Because there is an underground water source there, the 2 companies gradually formed a tacit understanding and did their own business. One of them is large in scale, and it is indeed like what Gang said, helping customers transport goods to the country, and the other one chooses the cooperation method based on the price. As for the transportation channel, the Xing brothers only heard that it was transported to the border through a channel dug underground, or smuggled into the country by drones at night. The use of drones is generally the customer's own means. Shi Hao speculated that there should be 2 underground passages based on the confessions of the 2 Xing brothers, so he let everyone rest and started investigating at night. Late at night, Big Guy, Old Black, Black Feather, and No Wind were divided into 2 groups, each with a scout from the Yulong team to investigate 2 drug dens. Wang Ping, Mickey, and Laura took Ahu to investigate horizontally and vertically in the direction of Danshire town from the 2 dens, and finally found 2 underground passages leading to Danshire town. Wang Ping found a multifunctional robot to start drilling holes to take soil samples from the tunnel, and then asked Ahu to smell the soil carefully. Then he took Ahu to Danshire town. At this time, Danshire town was still brightly lit, and the night air was filled with the smell of corruption. Wang Ping and his friends were still dressed in daytime clothes, and took Ahu to walk through the streets. When they arrived at the target location, Ahu laid down and rubbed Wang Ping. The first house was a 3-story building, and the yard was not big from the outside. The second one is Ping Fong, which has a larger yard. Without exception, the gates are all closed and there are cameras at the door. After marking the target, everyone returns to the base camp. They continue to help others in the wild, investigating, laying explosives, and drawing internal maps, and they are busy until the early morning. After returning to the base camp, Shihao summoned everyone to announce the action plan for the next day, and then everyone began to rest and wait. The next morning, Wang Ping and his friends parked in the center of the town as they did yesterday, and they were still walking arrogantly. Yesterday's incident had spread, and others were more awed by them. Several people went directly to the bar, and the curly-haired guy at the bar enthusiastically led them to meet Brother Gang. "Brother, I've decided. In view of the recent tight situation, in order to ensure that we have continuous supply, we need to double the quantity of yesterday. Do you think we can get it?" When investigating last night, it was found that the goods of the two companies added up to more than 1 ton. In order to facilitate investigation, Wang Ping increased the purchase amount, so that the supply of one company could not satisfy him. When Ganga heard this, he was overjoyed. He thought that if the order was done, he could buy a villa near the mountains and rivers, and get 2 beauties to accompany him in his old age. He hurriedly said, "Brother Ping, wait a moment, I make a phone call." In this way, Ganga made 2 or 3 calls in a row, and then said to Wang Ping, "Brother Ping, I'm sorry, I do have the goods, but the quantity you want is large, so I have to buy from 2 companies. What do you think?" Wang Ping deliberately paused for a few seconds, thinking, and then said, "The quality of the goods is not guaranteed. If there is a problem, I will have a hard time explaining it when I go back." When Ganga heard this, he was afraid that the meat he had got would slip away, so he hurriedly said, "You can arrange for Brother Ping to inspect the goods. Please move to a place not far from here in 2 hours. Yesterday, Wang Ping and his gang acted ruthlessly, and Ganga no longer doubted it. For the sake of money, they didn't care whether the channel was exposed or not. It was difficult to get such a big order. Wang Ping said in embarrassment, "Is it safe?" "Safe, absolutely safe. I can't say about other places, but there is nothing in Dansher town that I, Li Gangzhu, can't afford to offend." This guy was so anxious that he even gave out his real name. It turned out that he thought the name Li Gangzhu was too rustic, so he asked his younger brothers to call him Brother Gang, and he instantly became much more domineering. "Okay, you arrange it. Whether it succeeds today or not, I have to leave tomorrow. The longer the night, the more troubles there are. I can't stay in one place for a long time." Wang Ping continued to stimulate Brother Gang. Chapter 42. Brother Gang asked his confidant to entertain Wang Ping and his men, serving them good wine, cigarettes, snacks, and fruits. He had originally wanted to have 2 beauties, but after seeing Laura, he decided to give up. Wang Ping and his men just sat there without eating or drinking. Brother Gang's younger brothers looked at him with even stronger respect, but they didn't know that Wang Ping secretly complained when he saw the good wine that cost more than 2 million yen Gui yuan per bottle. They also wanted to, but they couldn't eat or drink, so they could only continue to act cool. After an hour and a half, Brother Gang came over and said that he had contacted them and could go to inspect the goods, but he had to go to 2 places. The inspection was guaranteed by Brother Gang's head. Fortune comes in danger. Brother Gang really treated Wang Ping and his men as fat sheep. Brother Gang and a confidant took Wang Ping and his men to the back, opened a lid, and walked down through a hole. In order to avoid suspicion, Wang Ping did not bring Ahu and Mickey, but followed Laura down. This is a tunnel, about 1.6 meters high. The 4 people walked forward for about 100 meters, and came to an iron door. Ganga knocked on the door, making a metal knocking sound. It sounded like knocking once, stopping for 3 seconds, knocking 3 times, stopping for 2 or 3 seconds, and finally knocking twice. With a bang, the door was opened. After going out, turn right, and walk along the passage for dozens of meters. Go up the steps, and Ganga knocked on the lid again, the same secret code. After walking up, they found that the hole was in the corner of the room. Someone took them directly to the warehouse to check the goods, and then Ganga took Wang Ping and several others back the same way without saying anything. Back to the bar, Ganga said, "Brother Ping, this is the first one I mentioned. The boss is my cousin, so my bar has a passage connecting to their warehouse, mainly to provide convenience for customers. This Ganga is hidden deep enough. The other one, you have to go from the street." Brother Gang took Wang Ping and Laura for another walk, but this time they went into a restaurant, and went to the warehouse through an underground passage from a private room in the restaurant, and then returned the same way after inspecting the goods. Brother Ping, what do you think? Brother Gang looked at Wang Ping expectantly. Yes, this is the deposit. I will bring the money and the car to pick up the goods in the evening. In order to stabilize them, Wang Ping asked Laura to take out 10 million yen with currency from her bag and threw it over, then turned around and left. At 3 o'clock in the morning, everyone lined up in the base camp, and Shihao ordered, "Everyone pay attention, everyone arrive at the designated location at 3:50, and start the action at 4 o'clock. Because Danshire town has a rich nightlife, many people go back to sleep at 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, so the arrest time has to be put in the early morning." Wang Ping led a team to the bar, and arrested Brother Gang and all his brothers, handcuffed them, and then went to the bottom of the warehouse through the underground passage and stuck plastic explosives at the entrance. Laura led a team to control the people in the restaurant, and also glued the explosives like Wang Ping. Heiyu and Wufeng still looked for a commanding height to ambush. De Gu and Lao Hei led a few people to the first drug production den, and Shihao and Mickey led a few people to the second production den. At 4 o'clock, there were only a few boom sounds, and the tops of the 2 underground dens were blown up. At the same time, Wang Ping and Laura also blew up the iron plate at the entrance of the cave. The strength of the 2 families here was far inferior to Kunjin. The whole process was not too much of a twist, and both sides were arrested in more than 20 minutes. Wang Ping and Laura came out of the main gate this time, and they were the 2 families that Ahu had detected. Wang Ping came to the bar again. Brother Gang looked at Wang Ping, who walked in military uniform, and said tremblingly, "Ping." Brother Ping. Wang Ping patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, I will tell the higher-ups that you have made meritorious contributions in this operation. Also, think more about valuable things and strive for leniency." Gang Gu almost cried and said, "I will listen to Brother Ping. I have a lot of client lists in my hand. I give them to you. Brother Ping, please save me. They will beat me to death. I don't want to die." Wang Ping turned to the arresting personnel and said, "Don't lock him up with other drug dealers when you go back." Then he turned to Brother Gang and said, "Take care of yourself," and left without looking back. At about 5 o'clock, everyone returned to the base camp. When Shihao was about to line up and give a speech to summarize, he received a call from Wu Yi. Wu Yi said, "Howzy, how are you doing over there? The arrests have been completed here, and there is only the finishing work left." Shihao answered truthfully, "We need the Panlong team to rush to the border between the former Nepal and Yen country. There is a drug trafficking group there that is no less than the Kunjin group. I heard from the informant that they seem to have heard the news and are evacuating. Now only you can catch up with the latest aircraft. There are also 2 Yulong teams and nearby armed forces rushing there. I will send you a map immediately." Wu Yi explained the purpose of the call. Received, the Panlong team will set off immediately. After Shihao hung up the phone, he immediately summoned all the members of the Panlong team to board the saucer-shaped aircraft and rushed to the former Nepal direction at the fastest speed. When the aircraft arrived at the marked position on the map, Shihao found that several flying cars had taken off, and the one taking off was an aerial truck. Shihao began to divide the work according to the situation on the scene, saying, "Big guy, your target is the aerial truck, and Laura's target is the flying car in front of the truck." After that, he asked the pigeon to fly the aircraft quickly to the top of the truck in the air. The big man jumped down, leaving 2 footprints on the top of the truck. Then he came to the top of the cab, grabbed the edge, rolled into the cab through the window, kicked the people inside and fell out. Laura saw that the aircraft was above her target, so she also jumped down, cut the rotor protection cover with a dagger, and then took out the 3-edged military bayonet and stuffed it into the rotor. After hearing a few bangs, the flying car began to fall down. The big man looked at Laura's performance and thought that this woman was too violent. It's better not to mess with her in the future. There were 3 more cars in front. Shihao asked Heiyu, Wufeng, and Wang Ping to jump directly to the ground to prevent the flying cars behind from taking off again. I saw Heiyu and Wufeng took out their sniper rifles, loaded them with carbide bullets, and aimed at a flying car that had just risen into the air. With a bang, a hole was punched in the connection between the rotor and the body. The second and third carbide bullets hit the connection in succession, and then the rotor and the body separated. The second car was also shot down halfway into the air. The people below were stunned, and dared not to take off again. Wang Ping took Ah, who had ran towards the entrance of the base. There were 3 flying cars in the air. Lao Hei and Miki jumped on one respectively, and also attacked the rotor, and soon fell down. The front one was a high-end flying car equipped with an anti-gravity device, with a gravity offset rate of 30%. However, it was not enough in front of the disc-shaped aircraft, with a gravity offset rate of 50%. It was caught up soon. Shirhao jumped on it and directly cut a long hole in the body of the car with a dagger, pried it open with his hands and drilled in, and then the flying car obediently flew back to the entrance of the base. After the flying cars in the air fell, everyone rushed towards the entrance of the base, raising dust behind them. If everyone dragged a big knife or a long sword on the ground, they would definitely be a group of heroes, full of violent beauty. Seeing the bravery of the gods in the past few days, the drug dealers retreated back to the underground city. 30 minutes later, 3 dragon-controlling teams stationed nearby rushed over, guarding the exit, and shouted that they only had 10 minutes to come out and surrender, otherwise they would bear the consequences. Those who came out were handcuffed and detained on a military airbus. 10 minutes later, Lao He detonated several explosives arranged on the ground, and the entire underground city began to collapse. Those who had not come out were either buried alive or captured alive. Those who dared to resist were shot on the spot. After 20 minutes, the scene was cleared, and the finishing work was handed over to the dragon-controlling team. All members of the Panlong team returned to the disc-shaped aircraft. Shirhao reported the situation to Wu Yi using the holographic projection phone. Wu Yi said, "You can go back to Panlong base now." Shirhao asked, "Don't we need to clean up other areas along the border?" Wu Yi smiled and said, "Your 3 consecutive explosions have attracted the attention of other drug trafficking groups. When you were arresting them, other drug trafficking groups also received the news and evacuated. We mobilized nearby troops to rush over. We will destroy all the bases of those who have escaped. The remaining small fish that are not well informed can be dealt with by ordinary troops. This operation can be said to be a great victory. Next, we plan to use Huangshan-level robots to patrol and monitor these areas, especially those with rich groundwater resources. In addition, we will strengthen the public security management of villages and towns near the border and carry out a 1-month crackdown." After about 30 minutes of flying in a disc-shaped aircraft, the Panlong team and Ahu returned to the Panlong base. After returning to their residence to take a shower and rest, they came to the meeting room. After everyone sat down, Shirhao said, "The successful completion of this operation is inseparable from everyone's efforts. Thank you all. But there are still some problems in the operation. We need to summarize it. If you have any opinions, you could raise them." Shirhao said, and glanced around. Seeing that no one spoke, Shirhao continued, "Then I will raise a few points. First, ordinary people are not a threat to us, but if they take out guns or other tools, I see that you are a little passive. You still need to practice more on how to deal with emergencies. In addition, we don't have enough options for dealing with the metal robots we encountered at the end of Kunjin Group. The second point is that we are now wearing traditional military uniforms, which are easily damaged. Every time we complete a mission, everyone looks ragged. After fighting the enemy in a dusty environment, we can almost join the beggars sect." After Shirhao said this, everyone laughed. I didn't pay attention at the time. Thinking about the scene at the time, it was indeed the case. This laugh made the atmosphere a lot more relaxed, and the feelings between the team members quickly sublimated. Lao He said at this time, "Then let me say one thing. Because we often fight with the enemy in close combat, we need more cold weapons, but it is inconvenient to carry a standard laser gun across my body. Also, when I jumped on the flying car and wanted to destroy the opponent's rotor, I felt that the dagger was a bit short and not sharp enough. When the dagger was equipped, it was considered to equip people with good fighting skills with special daggers. I thought that other people would not use it much, but in complex environments, close combat is more common." Shirhao also realized this problem and said, "This time, everyone will be equipped with special daggers and special 3-edge bayonets. We need to communicate more with equipment researchers about the length of the dagger and bayonet to create a knife that suits us best. Daggers are coming." At this time, LV Wei said, "I will study the plan with my colleagues in the equipment room today about the daggers and bayonets, the transformation of laser guns, special clothing and armor, and come up with the actual products as soon as possible." Shirhao thought for a while and said, "As for the problem of carrying guns, my initial idea is to make a special backpack on which laser guns and other equipment can be fixed, and it should be easy to use. Of course, the specific plan still needs to be negotiated by Captain LV and colleagues in the equipment room." After the meeting, LV Wei immediately rushed to the equipment room, and others began to discuss and practice plans and skills, such as how to deal with a more powerful metal semi-bionic robot, and what plans can be used. During the practice, Shirhao remembered something and called LV Wei. "Is the robot that appeared at the end of Kunjin Group still on the other side of the border?" You coordinate and transport the robot to Panlong Base. Chapter 43. The Panlong team members had routine training every day. Shirhao also gave them a task to formulate the training outline of the Panlong team while training. Although the expansion of the Panlong team has not yet begun, these tasks must be done in advance. 2 days later, the semi-bionic robot was transported back. Shirhao called Wu Ruinfa over and asked him to help restore its function. He wanted to let this robot be a sparring partner and named this robot Xiao Kuan. After Wu Ruinfa understood the intention, he installed the bionic brain of the Huangshan-class robot into the brain of Xiao Kuan and implanted the sparring program. This program is dedicated to the Huangshan-class sparring bionic robot of the Second Research Institute. Wu Ruinfa generously gave Panlong Base 5 Huangshan-class sparring bionic robots, so Shirhao's training plan has another option. Xiao Kuan is tall, so he lets him be a sparring partner to help the team members overcome their fear and find a way to knock it down in critical situations. Huangshan-level sparring bionic robots are not good enough in front of Lingshan-level Panlong team members, but they can train fighting skills and methods to defeat enemies. When Xiao Kuan and Huangshan-level sparring robots were in place, everyone began to practice with robots. Everyone had to practice with Xiao Kuan, using various methods to knock him down or defeat him, because Xiao Kuan had no sense of pain. The material used was a very good alloy material, which was not comparable to Shirhao's original semi-bionic robot material. It was very hard, and it was large in size, almost as big as 2 big men, and very heavy, so it was very difficult to defeat it. The big man came on the court first. He could only stand at Xiao Kuan's waist. He pushed hard at first, but Xiao Kuan's body shook, and he stood there motionless. The big man found that brute force didn't work, so he circled Xiao Kuan and turned to his back, jumped high, and wanted to hug Xiao Kuan's neck and knock him down. Xiao Kuan was not on guard, and staggered a few times before standing firm. The big man had to retreat and think of a way. After a while, he retreated more than 10 meters, and began to run towards Xiao Kuan at an accelerated speed. When he was about to hit Xiao Kuan, he slid behind Xiao Kuan and fell down to hit Xiao Kuan's knees. Xiao Kuan's legs began to bend. At this time, the big man began to fall, and his hand suddenly supported the ground and jumped high, hugging Xiao Kuan's neck again. Xiao Kuan fell to the ground with a bang, but the big man was pressed down and grimaced in pain. Although he was pressed, he was still a successful knockout. After getting up, the big man did not practice again. After retreating, he walked and gestured, thinking about the best way to knock Xiao Kuan down. Others went up to practice, but no one could knock Xiao Kuan down. The worst one was the pigeon. He was not good at fighting, and his thinking and consciousness in this area were relatively poor. Although Xiao Kuan was not fast, he could only be beaten. Laura can suppress Xiao Kuan with her fighting skills, but she has not found a way to knock him down. Wang Ping and Lao He will not suffer with their experience and strength. He Yu and Wu Feng are slightly better than the pigeons, but not much better. Mickey did not master the skills at the beginning and was beaten, but after several encounters, he learned from Laura's experience and was able to suppress him slightly. Shirhao relied on his strong physical fitness to go up, and put his arm around Xiao Kuan's calf, and pulled him up. Then Xiao Kuan staggered and fell to the ground on his back. After Xiao Kuan got up again, Shirhao jumped high and kicked Xiao Kuan's head fiercely. The shock made Xiao Kuan dizzy. Then when he came down, he stood back to back with Xiao Kuan, put his hands around his neck, and threw Xiao Kuan to the ground again with a back throw. Several members of the Panlong team stared at Shirhao in amazement. They were the main force in the mission, and Shirhao just easily dealt with a flying car, which they did not see. This was the first time they felt the power of their captain face to face. Looking at the obvious gap, several people mechanically raised their hands and clapped helplessly, while Mickey jumped and cheered, "Long live the captain." This caused a group of people to look at him with contempt. Shirhao said, "Practice more, find weaknesses, I believe you can do it." After saying that, he turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back, whistling, and felt a bit like he was in the Special Forces 35 years ago. Others took the Huangshan-level sparring partner to practice skills, bent, and then challenged Xiao Kuan again, each time better than the last. After 2 or 3 days, Shirhao called Wu Ruinfa over again. The two studied for a long time. Wu Ruinfa called 3 staff members from the Second Research Institute, put Xiao Kuan into a sleeping state, lay on the ground, installed many sensors in various parts of it, and updated the program again. After Xiao Kuan finished tinkering, he tinkered with the Huangshan-level sparring partner again, updated the program again, and did not add anything, because the bionic nerves of the bionic robot can extract data and act as sensors. In half a day, Xiao Kun and the 5 Huangshan-level sparring partners were upgraded. Shi Hao said nothing, and signaled everyone to find a Huangshan-level sparring partner to practice with Xiao Kun again. Unable to figure out the situation, the big guy did not rashly challenge Xiao Kun, and chose the Huangshan-level sparring robot Panlong No. 1. For convenience, Shi Hao numbered the Huangshan-level sparring robots from Panlong No. 1 to Panlong No. 5. Because he had practiced with the Huangshan-level sparring robots several times in the past few days, the big guy still used the same strength as before. The Huangshan-level robot supported the big guy's arm with one side of its body, and did not fall to the ground like before. I only heard Panlong No. 1 say, "Big guy, use all your strength. I am no longer the same as before." Panlong No. 1 challenged the big guy quite proudly. Shi Hao felt that the previous Huangshan-level sparring partner was too weak and not suitable to be a sparring partner for the Panlong team, so he called Wu Ruinfa over to discuss countermeasures. Wu Ruinfa asked the staff to update the Huangshan-level sparring partner's brain program, raising indicators such as reaction speed, flexibility, and strength. He also adjusted the brain's reaction speed to the highest level, enabling him to predict and respond appropriately to the trainee's movements. In order to stimulate combat effectiveness, he also shamelessly added a verbal provocation mode. After installing bionic sensors on various parts of Xiao Kun's body, the damage values of various parts of the body can be collected, so as to more accurately determine the victory or defeat, and Xiao Kun's flexibility has been improved. He will not move slowly like before, and stand there as a target. From this day on, the sounds of fighting and provocation in the training ground were endless. Panlong No. 1 to Panlong No. 5 were beaten more and more mean, and the meaner they were, the more they were beaten. After about a week of training, He Yu, Wu Feng, and Xi and Ge could easily beat Panlong No. 1 to No. 5, and the other 5 people had begun to challenge 2 upgraded Huangshan-level sparring partners at the same time. The big guy relied on strength, Laura and Mickey relied on flexibility, Wang Ping and Lao He relied on experience, and they could use many methods to defeat Xiao Kun, while He Yu, Wu Feng and Xi and Ge could occasionally beat him, but in most cases they were beaten to death by Xiao Kun. After a few more days of training, He Yu, Wu Feng and Xi and Ge could beat Xiao Kun, and with the guidance of several other people, they also had many ways to beat Xiao Kun. During this period, special equipment was also developed. The dagger was lengthened by 1/4 on the original basis. The 3-edged bayonet did not change much, but the materials of the dagger and the bayonet changed a lot. Now Hausher can supply unlimited quantities to military research units, so Hausher is mixed into the materials, not just nano-coating. The newly designed starship also uses such materials. The sharpness, hardness and toughness of the dagger have been greatly improved. In terms of guns, the Equipment Research Institute uses the latest nuclear battery. The volume of the laser gun manufactured in this way has become 1/3 smaller, but the power can be compared with the previous heavy laser gun. A design similar to a grenade gun is also installed below, but the detonation bombs and carbide bombs used are much smaller than grenades. It is designed to be installed with a universal magazine, and there is a button to switch between laser and bullet modes, which is much more convenient. A special sniper rifle was made for He Yu and Wufeng, which has 2 modes, laser and bullet. However, the gun body is longer, more powerful, has a longer range, and is detachable. A special backpack was also made, with a holster to fix the laser gun on it, and a small pocket for spare nuclear batteries and magazines. There is a lot of space inside the backpack. After the straps are adjusted, the entire backpack can fit tightly against the back without shaking, which will not affect running and fighting. Considering the load-bearing capacity of the Panlong team members, the entire backpack uses a special material that can bear a maximum of 500 kilograms. The combat uniform is made of special material, and has a layer of nano-coating on the outside. Ordinary daggers cannot cut it, but special daggers can cut it with force. A headgear is made of this material to protect the head from injury at critical moments, and it can be stored in the backpack when not in use. Colleagues in the equipment research room also improved the flying needles and flying cones they used, and changed the material to the same material as the dagger. The flying needles were thickened and turned into small flying cones, which increased the weight and had stronger penetration. Everyone was equipped with this flying cone. Mickey tried it reluctantly and finally liked it. Each person was equipped with 30 flying cones, which were stored in a special bag. After more than half a month of hard work, everyone's combat effectiveness has increased a lot, and the equipment is basically in place, which also laid the foundation for the expansion of the Panlong Brigade. After all these preparations were ready, Shi Hao came to Wu Yi's office to report on the training and equipment situation. The training outline of the Panlong team was also completed. In addition, it was suggested to build a sparring robot and an intelligent robot training room to set up a training procedure and training intensity that was more in line with the Panlong team members. After listening to Shirhao's report, Wu was very pleased. He did not expect Shirhao to advance so quickly. It was the most difficult to start from scratch, especially the establishment of the entire training system. Now he is ready to report this situation to speed up the expansion of the Panlong Brigade. Actually, if you didn't come to see me today, I would have gone to see you. I have something to tell you. The news from Los Angeles yesterday said that Feng Biao ran away, but don't worry. We have already sent several members of the Tinglong team to secretly protect Xiarui, Su Wucheng and Su Yu on that day. In addition, from the on-site investigation, Feng Biao was rescued, but the purpose of this person was not simply to save Feng Biao. Although Shirhao was a little surprised, he was not anxious. Feng Biao was an ordinary person. If they met him, the Tinglong team could easily take him down. After hearing Wu's words, he asked a little puzzled, I don't understand this. If it's not to save Feng Biao, then what is it for? Chapter 44. Wu always likes to light a cigarette before revealing something, and he did the same today. He took a puff and said, this time, it's not just Feng Biao who was rescued, there are 3 more from different cells. These 4 people are all death row prisoners, and they didn't know each other before. Shirhao understood a little and said, does that mean someone rescued these people for another purpose? Yes, that's what we speculated. There was a passage under the 4 cells that could accommodate 1 person. It didn't look like a machine. The walls of the passage were not as flat as after the machine dug. The whole passage had. It's crooked and not a standard circle, but the amount of work to dig 4 channels in a short period of time is not small, and it was not discovered by the prison staff. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Wu took a puff of cigarette and continued, this excavation feature is very similar to that of a pangolin, so we think it may be done by a modified person after the fusion of human and animal genes. Shirhao felt the seriousness of the matter when he heard this and said, then will these 4 people also undergo human and animal gene fusion after being rescued? Wu put out the cigarette butt and said affirmatively, we think it is indeed the case, and we have a suspect. It may be done by Lu Jiashou. Shirhao said, Lu Jiashou, this name is very strange. This person's surname is Lu. He was originally a university professor and a genetic expert. The country explicitly prohibits human and animal gene fusion, but he still does his own thing. The clues of 2 consecutive student disappearances in the university where he taught pointed to him. When the police found evidence to arrest him, he had already run away and never appeared again. Therefore, he got the nickname Lu Jiashou. Wu said worriedly, he rescued 4 death row prisoners this time. If the human-animal gene fusion is successful, it will cause great harm to society, so the Panlong team must go out. Shirhao said, it is our duty. I will set off after I return. You go back to Director Xie to learn the details. Their investigators have done a lot of work in collecting evidence and finding clues. Wu explained. Shirhao returned to the Panlong base and immediately summoned all personnel to take Wu on a disc-shaped aircraft. An hour later, it landed at a military camp of the Central Plains War Zone headquarters. Director Xie has been waiting here with people. Shirhao said to Director Xie, I want to see the scene. Please tell me the details. Several people got on the flying car and flew to the city's first prison. On the way, Director Xie briefly explained the progress of the case. On that day, we chased along the passage where Feng Biao and his men escaped. The entrance of the cave was in the wilderness. The entrance was deliberately destroyed, the smell was covered, and the police dog could not find the direction they escaped. Considering the seriousness of the matter and the possible harm, informants from all over the city have been mobilized to find clues, and the neighborhood committee and village committee have been mobilized. Any abnormal phenomenon must be reported. At present, 268 clues have been received, and 261 suspects have been eliminated after investigation. The remaining 7 are being investigated as soon as possible. After arriving at the prison, it was found that the prison floor was poured with cement, but it was still dug up. The entrance was opened under the bed. Shirhao and several others crawled in. There were traces of digging with a hoe-like tool on the wall. It was irregular, but very dense. Crawling forward for dozens of meters along the passage, a fork appeared, which was divided into 4 branches, leading to 4 cells respectively. The entire passage extended forward in a snake shape. At the end is a small natural canyon in the suburbs. The soil from the tunnel was dumped into the canyon, filling up 1/3 of the canyon. A few meters outside the cave entrance, there is a small platform with a slight pit, which is obviously for parking the flying car. We checked the central network. The flying car turned off the networking function at that time, so we couldn't find its flight path. Director Sia explained the whereabouts of the flying car. The soil layer here has been turned over, and the smell has been covered with chemical reagents. The police dog can't find any effective clues. Director Sia said helplessly. Shirhao asked Wang Ping to bring Ahu over for a careful search. After a few minutes, a piece of rag was found. After identification, it was the fabric of the prison uniform. When Director Sia saw that there was progress, his eyes lit up immediately. He thought that Shirhao and his gang really had a way. Coupled with their performance in arresting Feng Biao last time, he admired them even more. Ahu himself is an experienced police dog. With the blessing of the bionic brain and body, his sense of smell is much more sensitive than before, and he can smell very subtle differences in smell. Shirhao asked Director Sia to elaborate on the 7 clues that had not yet been ruled out. After careful consideration, they finally locked in 3 clues of abnormal noises underground for key investigation. After the plan was determined, the group immediately got on the car. 2 near the city were quickly ruled out as suspects. 1 was a pipeline leak, and the water company was notified to deal with it. 1 was that the owner dug a basement illegally, and the housing and construction department was notified to come backfill and deal with it. Director Sia also asked the police to control the owner. According to the facts of the crime, he may be prosecuted for endangering public safety. The remaining clue is in a village in the suburbs. According to the villagers, there have been noises underground recently, with muffled dong-dong-dong sounds. When they were almost at the village, Shirhao asked everyone to get off the car, signaled all the police not to go in from the periphery, and asked Ahu to sniff the small piece of cloth again. Wang Ping led Ahu to walk towards the village quietly. When they reached the edge of the village, Ahu rubbed Wang Ping and lay down without moving. Shirhao saw this and signaled Wang Ping to withdraw, and then said to Director Sia, Director Sia, it is almost certain that the suspect is underground. It is daytime now, and we should not alert the enemy. In the evening, you ask the village chief to secretly notify the villagers to evacuate in the name of arranging everyone to go to the city to watch a movie, but do not move the houses near the area just now. The evacuation time must be quick and light to avoid unnecessary casualties. We will cover you when you evacuate. You go and arrange it. Shirhao determined the action plan in a short time, because they were in the village, and Lu Jiaoshuo's gang was very dangerous, so ensuring the safety of the villagers was the first priority. Shirhao asked Wang Ping to continue to monitor the movements on the ground with instruments to determine the exact location. Everyone stayed in the hiding place and waited for the night to come. In the evening, Director Sia began to arrange the car to wait on the other side of the village. The village chief went to notify each household to evacuate. Shirhao and his men had already reached the edge of the village and hid behind the house to cover everyone's evacuation. When evacuating to the last outdoor area, the ground 20 meters outside the edge of the village suddenly cracked. Shirhao heard the sound and rushed to the last house in a few seconds. He quickly rescued a mother and daughter in the house and handed them over to Director Sia's men. The little girl was still excited and shouted, "Wow, whoosh, it flew." Shirhao immediately rushed out of the village. The other members of the Panlong team had already rushed out, and Director Sia ordered all the police to draw their guns and surround the bus. A dozen people came out from the ground. The one standing in the middle and at the back was wearing a white coat. He should be LV Jiaoshuo. The people in front stood around LV Jiaoshuo aggressively. Feng Biao and his 4 companions were among them. In fact, LV Jiaoshuo had already discovered Shirhao and his companions' arrival during the day. The birds on the trees were all genetically modified by him and became his activity monitors. He and Shirhao had the same plan and both wanted to act at night. Even if they couldn't win, they could still escape under the cover of darkness. However, seeing that Shirhao and his companions began to evacuate the villagers in the evening, he could not sit and wait for death, so he took the initiative to come out. LV Jiaoshuo had been busy with the genetic fusion of Feng Biao and his 4 companions these 2 days, and the sound of dong 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 was the sound of Feng Biao and his companions practicing boxing to adapt to their new bodies. Feng Biao merged the genes of wolves, and the genes of the other people were tiger, leopard, and lion. The one who dug the hole, when he went to rescue people, was the fused pangolin gene. In addition to the 4 people who merged the bear, rhino, cobra, and hyena before, if the pangolin is counted, there are already 9 people who have been modified by human-animal genes. Lu Jiaoshuo's ambition is to build a modified human army. As for the consequences, he has never considered it. Feng Biao looked at Shirhao and said, Boy, I was just going to settle accounts with you, but I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself. I didn't expect that I don't have to wait for 20 years, ha. After saying that, he rushed directly to Shihao. Lu Jiaxu risked his life to go to prison to save death row prisoners, because he saw that they were extremely evil, inhumane, and tyrannical by nature. Because after the fusion of human-animal genes, half human and half beast, if the personality is not compatible, because they are timid or afraid to sacrifice themselves, their combat effectiveness will be seriously reduced. Shihao drew out a dagger and said, "Kill these bastards without mercy, and don't let any of them escape." Seeing Feng Biao rushing, Shihao suddenly raised his hand and lifted him up. Feng Biao couldn't stop himself and rolled to the ground. He got up and rubbed his legs. Seeing Shihao, he dared not act rashly. He didn't expect Shihao to be so powerful. At this time, Shihao held 2 flying spikes and shot them at Feng Biao's eyes. Feng Biao hurriedly raised his hands to protect his eyes, and his arms were stabbed. Shihao shot the flying spikes and immediately rushed towards Feng Biao. The dagger pierced his chest. Feng Biao just put his hand down and felt a chill and pain in his chest. He could only breathe out but not breathe in. He stared with his eyes wide open and was unwilling to die. His heart was full of grievances. The others also fought in a group. The big guy found the bear gene-modified person and fought with strength. Lao He and Wang Ping fought against the tiger and lion gene-modified people. Miki and the leopard gene-modified people jumped up and down and fought equally. He Yu found the hyena gene-modified person. Laura fought against the cobra gene-modified person, and Wufeng and the pigeon fought against the rhino gene-modified person together. Soon, Laura used her skills to cut the neck of the cobra gene-modified man. Before the man fell to the ground, Laura rushed to help the somewhat embarrassed He Yu. Shihao moved towards Lu Jiaxu. Lu Jiaxu saw that the situation was not right, and hurriedly opened the switch of an iron cage behind him, and dozens of stray cats ran out of the cage. "Boy, enjoy it slowly." After saying this, the pangolin gene-modified man took Lu Jiaxu into the hole behind and disappeared. Lu Jiaxu didn't expect that 2 modified people would be killed so quickly. For his own safety, he took out his trump card. These stray cats have integrated the genes of tigers and have mutated. They are very aggressive and attack indiscriminately, so Lu Jiaxu quickly left the battlefield after releasing the stray cats. Chapter 45. Shihao was shocked to see the scene. He had already noticed the strangeness of these stray cats. Their claws were long and sharp. Some of them had already run to his side and jumped high. Shihao blocked them with his hands. He felt that the cats were very hard, so he immediately pulled out his dagger and bayonet to hunt them. The cats' eyes were red, and they roared, which made the others' scalps numb. Laura saw the emergency and flew directly. The dagger and bayonet stabbed down at the same time. He Yu attacked the lower body and killed the hyena man. Then He Yu went to help Wu Feng and the pigeon. Laura helped Lao He nearby to quickly solve the target. The big man suddenly exerted force and then jumped up. The dagger followed and stabbed into the head of the bear gene man, who was hit and staggered. Laura used the flying cone to cooperate with Wang Ping and Miki to solve the remaining leopard and tiger gene man. Then everyone waved daggers and bayonets to hunt those mutant stray cats. These stray cats will attack people when they see them. This bloodthirsty nature makes them not to evacuate on their own initiative. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, all these stray cats were finally cleared. Then they chased through the passage, but there was no trace of Lu Jiaxu. Shihao asked all the members of the Panlong team to return to clean up Lu Jiaxu's laboratory. There were 2 people waiting to be fused inside. These 2 people were also big brothers with some status in the underworld of Los Angeles, who were captured by Lu Jiaxu. There were still dozens of stray cats with unfused genes in the cage. Director Xie was very scared when he saw the situation today. These people and cats could easily slaughter a village. After the scene was cleaned up, disinfected and landfilled, Director Xie hurried back to report to the top management. Shihao asked Wang Ping to take Hu to track and search according to the smell left by Lu Jiaxu. When they arrived in the city, Wang Ping changed into casual clothes and walked around with a dog seemingly casually. Finally, Hu stopped in front of a magnificent commercial office building, rubbed Wang Ping, and then laid down. Wang Ping looked up and saw that it was the famous Daxiong Group in Los Angeles, and the building was the Daxiong Building. Wang Ping did not make a fuss, and took Hu back to the barracks slowly, and reported the situation to Shihao. In the absence of direct evidence, they could not go in and search directly. Shihao thought for a while, called Director Xie and said, "Xie Director, we are tracking the whereabouts of Lu Jiaxu, and we have no clues downstairs of Daxiong Building. Director Xie was silent for a moment and said, "Do you suspect that there is something wrong with Daxiong building?" Shihao said, "It's just a suspicion, not sure yet. I want you to help me collect all the information of Daxiong Group." Director Xie was relieved when he saw that he was not going to touch Daxiong Group and said, "No problem. We will collect the information of Daxiong Group for you as soon as possible." Daxiong Group is a major taxpayer in Los Angeles and a listed company. It is not something he can check just because he wants to. Shihao said to Wang Ping, "Come with me." Shihao arranged for the others to rest, and he and Wang Ping went directly to find Wang Guiyong. Wang Guiyong saw Shihao and said, "Haozi, I heard that you killed all the drug dealers on the border? Old one, you are a commander after all. Can you not speak so down to earth?" Shihao sniffed helplessly. "We destroyed 3 companies, arrested those who should be arrested, and killed those who resisted, and then the other drug dealers were scared away. The country took the opportunity to clean up the important border towns, and they will definitely be quiet in the near future." Shihao roughly described the process. "Don't think you say it so easily. I know the process is not easy. Anyway, you have made great contributions this time. Whatever you want, I, Wang Guiyong, will definitely give it to you. Mutual respect is just like this. Don't tell me, I came here today to ask you for help. Please find someone to help me investigate the background of Daxiong Group." Shihao intuitively felt that Daxiong Group was not as simple as it seemed. After making the request, Shihao introduced the whole story of Lu Jiaoshuo's case to Wang Guiyong. Wu Yi likes to smoke, and Wang Guiyong likes to drink tea. After drinking a few sips of tea, Wang Guiyong said, "According to what you said, if this Lu Jiaoshuo is hiding in Daxiong Group, it means that Daxiong Group has a lot of tricks." At this moment, on the 4th floor underground of Daxiong Group, Li Daxiong and Lu Jiaoshuo were sitting on the sofa chatting. This floor was dug out by Daxiong Group chairman Li Daxiong with his confidants, and Lu Jiaoshuo pangolin genetically modified people. The original construction unit of the building and other unrelated people did not know about it. The area is about 1/4 the size of the upper floor. Li Daxiong himself is also afraid that the building will collapse if he digs too hard. Li Daxiong said, "Professor, weren't you still full of ambition the day before yesterday? Why are you hiding here in disgrace today?" Li Daxiong was angry, thinking that this was just a way to divert the blame, so he was not so polite. Lu Jiaoshuo was also angry, and said bluntly, "Li Daxiong, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Aren't you afraid that I will expose you? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be here today?" Hearing what Lu Jiaoshuo said, Li Daxiong smiled awkwardly and said, "Professor, I didn't mean that. What are your plans for the future?" "I will stay here for a while, and I won't go out recently. I will also build a laboratory here. I will make a list of items for you to buy back later," Lu Jiaoshuo said bluntly. Li Daxiong stammered, "Professor, you have been working hard recently. Why don't you take a break for a while?" LV Jiaoshuo interrupted Li Daxiong impatiently and said, "Don't worry, I won't dig your foundation. In addition, I will reinforce the stairs leading to the upper part, so you don't have to worry about safety issues." After saying that, he waved his hand, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. Li Daxiong looked at him, and left helplessly. Li Daxiong is actually over 80 years old. He was already a celebrity more than 50 years ago. At that time, usury was prevalent, which led to a credit crisis in the whole society and piles of bad debts. He opened Daxiong Network Technology Company, Limited, which was nominally high-tech, but actually collected debts for banks, online loan companies, and loan sharks. After 2 or 3 years of hard work, he made a name for himself and prepared to go public in the former Lifeown country, but he encountered social pressure and attracted the attention of relevant departments and failed. He claimed to be civilized in debt collection, legal in debt collection, and not violent. However, for an industry that walks in the gray area, being too civilized is bound to affect performance. So he hired people to register a consulting company overseas, paid the money through a false consulting contract, and then the consulting company distributed it to third-party debt collection companies or personnel. As a result, these people used violence to kill several people. When something happened, he was exposed and sentenced to more than 10 years. After being released, he had some money after a few years of hard work, but he could not be called rich. He was also old and wanted to pursue longevity. He got in touch with LV Jiaoshuo, who was a university professor at the time. After several contacts, he made up his mind to accept the human-animal gene fusion experiment. At that time, he chose to fuse with a fox. The experiment was very successful. His body cells showed reverse growth, and now he looks only 40 years old. When LV Jiaoshuo committed a crime, it was Li Daxiong who took him in. After Li Daxiong merged with the fox gene, He did become smarter and more cunning, and he was also very energetic. He began to rise rapidly, and gradually expanded the Daxiong group, becoming a well-known figure in Luo City. Li Daxiong was resentful, but LV Jiaoshu knew his biggest secret, and he was also envious of LV Jiaoshu's human-animal gene fusion technology, so he could only pretend to be nice, and let his confidants go to other places to buy what LV Jiaoshu needed. Shihao asked Wang Ping to connect with the people arranged by Wang Guiyong, and he returned to his home in Luo City. Su Wuqing and Shi Shirui hadn't gotten off work yet, so he sat quietly in the bedroom, trying hard to recall his past with Zheng Xian, for fear of missing a bit. Shi Shirui didn't come back until after 7 in the evening. As the general manager, there were many things to do, and she also had to set an example. She was very happy to see Shihao back. "Dad, why don't you call me so I can come back earlier?" Shi Shirui held Shihao's hand, less distant than when they first met. Shihao looked at Shi Shirui and found that she had a tired look on her face, but she had a more superior temperament, so he said, "Don't always focus on work, take care of your body." Shihao also thought about letting them undergo the same genetic modification as Su Yin. As long as he proposed it, the country should not refuse, but after thinking about it, it would be better for them to maintain their current life and wait a few years. Shi Shirui washed her face and called Su Wuqing and said, "Come back soon, Dad is back." Su Wuqing was busier than Shi Shirui. He came back most of the time in the past month. The production line had been installed and the prosthetic factory started trial production. Shihao and Shi Shirui chatted and learned that Shi Shirui had now been fully recognized by the second and third sales departments. The entire sales center had a new look and had recruited many experts with strong professional skills. Sales performance was also rising steadily. The customer service satisfaction evaluation score was the highest in Laughing Group, and Wang Yukai had completely delegated power to her. Seeing that she was tired but happy at work, Shihao was relieved. Su Wuqing came back quickly and started to excitedly tell Shihao about Haoshi Bionic Technology Company Limited before he sat down. The day after Shihao and his team had a meeting, Su Wuqing and his team registered the company. Shihao knew that his electronic signature was needed at that time. After the company was registered and the account was opened, Wang Yukai arranged to transfer the money on the same day. Under the coordination of Li Liangwei, Laughing Group directly assigned an idle workshop to Haoshi Bionic Technology and handled the property transfer procedures. Sales centers in various places also responded positively. The exhibition center is currently under renovation, and the first batch will open 10 exhibition centers at the same time. The production line was in place half a month ago, and now trial production has begun. The product quality meets the standards set by Director Wu. The first batch will be installed for free for the disabled soldiers recruited. It is expected that in another half a month, the products can be put on the market one after another. Because the prosthesis needs to be customized, the display products are put on, and the training of sales staff is important. These are all being carried out step by step. After listening to it, Shihao felt that the progress was very fast. He was also an outsider, and could not give too many opinions. He asked, "Prosthesis is only a part. Can bionic pets be made in the near future?" Su Wuqing said, "I asked Director Wu, and he said that we should arrange a few technicians to learn modeling. As for the built-in program of the bionic pet, he can provide development software for us to develop according to demand." Shihao thought of Ahu at this time, and said seriously, "The development of built-in programs must go through multiple audits, and the key is layered and authorized. Unaudited programs must not be built into the bionic pet." Su Wuqing understood what Shihao meant. This was for the personal safety of children and humans. He said. Director Wu also proposed this. He would set up an early warning system in the program. If the programmer wrote threatening code, the alarm would be directly triggered to prevent the emergence of dangerous factors from the basic level. Shihao felt that Director Wu's consideration was very comprehensive and rigorous, and said, "Even so, you must limit the process. This matter can be passed, but it cannot be failed." Shihao and Su Wuqing continued to talk about some details. At this time, Wang Ping called and said, "Captain, I am now in the National Security Bureau. The situation is complicated. Why don't you come over?" When Shihao heard that the National Security Bureau was involved, the Daxiong group was deeply involved. He said hello to Su Wuqing and Shi Shirui and went out immediately. Chapter 46. Shihao came to the National Security Bureau and sat down to listen to the investigators explain the problems of Daxiong Group in detail. First of all, the shareholder structure of Daxiong Group is a problem. Li Daxiong only holds about 8% of the shares, while 3 foreign funds hold a total of 38% of the shares of Daxiong Group, and the remaining shares are all circulated in the secondary market. These 3 funds have sent people to join the board of directors of Daxiong Group, and some executives are also from these 3 funds, indicating that these 3 funds are not simple financial investments. After investigation, the major shareholders behind these 3 funds all point to the Fujino family, one of the 4 major families in Riyadh. Hearing this, Shirhao came to life, or it can be said that the 3 words Riyadh stimulated him. He must return the gift that Riyadh gave him 35 years ago. Now that he has met the Fujino family of Riyadh, it is not too much to collect some interest first. The policy of foreign investment in Yanhua companies has long been liberalized, which is understandable, but Daxiong Group has been making continuous moves in recent years. When the stock market was low, it continued to buy stocks of 2 companies in the secondary market, and after raising the placard, it even exposed its ambition to control the company. The sluggish stock market and the high proportion of pledged stocks of the 2 companies also made it difficult for the 2 companies to protect themselves. The resistance they made was easily suppressed by Daxiong Group, and finally Daxiong Group successfully controlled them. After controlling them, Daxiong Group immediately reorganized the board of directors and replaced the management team. Market economy, market means winners and losers, others can't say anything, but in the past 2 years, the operating conditions of the 2 companies have continued to deteriorate, and their assets have become increasingly scarce, which has attracted the attention of regulatory authorities. These 2 companies, one is a mining company called Linyu Mining, which has its own mines, or dressing plants, smelters, etc., and produces rare earth metal ores. The other is a large entertainment company called Tianming Entertainment, which is involved in film and television, games, animation and derivatives. The key is that it holds the copyrights of several large IPs, and has extremely high market value. Daxiong Group has been pledging the stocks of Linyu Mining and Tianming Entertainment, and has used the funds to carry out several unimaginable mergers and acquisitions, buying a large number of shell companies from overseas, resulting in capital outflow, and transferring the entertainment companies' high-quality IP to unrelated companies at a bargain price, which are found to be related to the Fujino family. These clumsy and bad operations have caused an uproar in the market. Li Daxiong publicly said that it was a problem with his company's management, and that his lack of ability led to wrong decisions, and he wanted to fool around with it. First, the China Banking Regulatory Commission and the Economic Investigation Bureau conducted an investigation, and found that the major shareholder behind it was the Fujino family of Riyadh. Feeling that the matter was not simple, they handed the case over to the National Security Bureau. Shirhao did not expect that Daxiong Group had such a big bomb, and he was rarely furious, mainly because of the Riyadh country behind it. What is the opinion of the higher-ups now? Arrest directly or? Shirhao asked directly. The investigator replied, "It's easy to arrest people, but the losses in our country are too great, involving 3 listed companies. We have to find ways to reduce the losses, ensure that funds no longer flow out, and the company does not collapse. After all, there are so many employees to support." Shirhao sat there and thought for a while and said, "I can find a way to reduce the losses, but it will take 1 or 2 months to plan. You report to the higher-ups first. If it is approved, I will start to act." "Okay, I will report to the higher-ups immediately and notify you as soon as there is news." The investigator and other people involved in the case had a headache about how to move forward, and now they are naturally very happy that there is a solution. Shirhao and Wang Ping returned to the barracks and arranged for Wang Ping and Lao He to collect all the information they could about Daxiong Group. Arrange Heiyu and Wu Feng to rent a house opposite the Daxiong building for round-the-clock surveillance. Carrier pigeons also placed communication equipment in that house to keep everyone's communication open. The big guy stayed in the house on standby and ready to provide mobile support at any time. Laura and Mickey prepared to infiltrate the Daxiong Group to investigate and coordinate. The next morning, the National Security Bureau received news that the higher-ups agreed to let Shirhao intervene, but they had to go over to discuss the plan. Shirhao immediately went over to talk to the higher-ups about his ideas in detail, and received the full support of the leaders. He came back and started to make plans. The National Security Bureau's investigation team responsible for the Daxiong Group also fully cooperated with Shirhao's work. After a day of brainstorming, Laura learned the full process professional knowledge related to the Daxiong Group's business and the summary of past experience, and then was recruited by a human resources specialist inserted by the National Security Bureau to join the Daxiong Group project department. Mickey got a recent graduation certificate from a certain University of Science and Technology in Los Angeles, and was recruited as an intern during the school recruitment. He wore black-rimmed glasses, casual clothes, and sneakers, which was very consistent with his student identity. His graduation certificate said that he majored in business administration, so he was assigned to the corporate management department as an intern. He was not responsible for anything and did all kinds of work. In fact, he was just running errands and doing odd jobs, but this provided him with great convenience. Sister, seeing you, I deeply understand the meaning of the word beautiful. Mickey stood next to the bar, holding his chin, and said to the front desk beauty, and the word beautiful was pronounced very clearly. Sister, you must wear a mask when you get off work later. Why? Otherwise, there will be a traffic accident. Mickey answered seriously to a beauty in the public relations department. Hey, brotherly, are you going on a date? You look so handsome today. Mickey was very sweet when he saw his male colleagues. Then, he would visit various departments whenever he had time, and from time to time, he would take out some snacks from his pocket and give them to this person or that person. In just a few days, everyone in the Daejeong building knew Mickey and was very friendly to him. Laura was very surprised to see Mickey's behavior and achievements. It was the first time she saw that an undercover agent could be so flamboyant. For Mickey, this should be his true color performance. Although he was an undercover, it was his nature. He loved to be lively and make friends. Most of the company employees were good, but they were just empathetic. Shirhao came back from the meeting and arranged things for Laura and Mickey, and asked others to carry out the original plan, and then called Wang Yukai and Su Wuching to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to discuss something. Shirhao called Su Yin, who was already working at the lunar base. Before he could speak, he heard Su Yin say, "Hello, General. I have been informed that the Yanguo Lunar Mining Company, Limited we established on the moon will authorize the Earth Agency of College and Stone to house your Bionic Technology Company Limited." After Su Yin finished speaking, Shirhao had the opportunity to speak. "Xiao Su, I won't say anything more. I will always remember this kindness." Su Yin said, "General, you are too polite." The Yanguo Lunar Mining Company Limited was originally established to prepare for commercial operation. The Agency of College and Stone will be released sooner or later. It is safest to give it to you. As for the Agency of Haoshi and Mingshi, they will be authorized to 2 military enterprises in Yanguo respectively. However, as long as you have demand, they will give you the best price. Originally, it was a bit against the rules to give the agency rights of College and Stone to an individual, but Shirhao needed money to make plans. The country could not give him money directly, so it supported him in a flexible way. The higher-ups also told Shirhao about the power relationship. Su Yan's explanation made him a little embarrassed and said, "Xiao Su, giving me the agency rights of College and Stone is an exception. No more polite words. If you need my help, just tell me." "Okay, General, I really hope you can come to the moon base again. I will take you around then." After Su Yan arrived at the moon base, he increased the intensity of the base construction and promoted the commercialization process. He was planning to build a Yen Country Moon residential area. These houses will be put on the market for sale. This is all later. Shirhao and Su Yan chatted about some recent developments and ended the call, and then began to study the entire plan to deal with Daejeong Group. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the office of the chairman of Laufen Group, Shirhao, Wang Yukai and Su Wuching sat on the sofa to discuss. "Mr. Wang, I get straight to the point," Shirhao said to Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai nodded and said, "Mr. Shir, please go ahead. Mr. Wang should know Daejeong Group, another listed company in Los Angeles, right?" "I know, but our main businesses don't overlap, so I don't know much about Daejeong Group's main business. I've met Li Daejeong twice at other people's banquets, but I feel that this person is not very reliable, so I don't have a deep friendship with him. It is said that he and Daejeong Group have a bad reputation." Wang Yukai directly expressed his impression of Daejeong Group. "It's not very good, it's very bad. Li Daejeong may be a puppet of the Japanese. Daejeong Group is controlled by the Fujino family of Rya country." Shirhao told Wang Yukai what Daejeong Group did. "What I despise most is these people who are disloyal. Most people of my age don't like the kingdom of Rya." Wang Yukai couldn't help but swear after listening to Shirhao's words. People of their level attach great importance to the country and honor. "I'm not satisfied with what you said. I'm going to attack the Daejeong Group. The reason I came here today is to join forces with Mr. Wang. What do you think?" Shirhao stated the purpose of his visit. "No problem. If you need money, I will pay the money. If you need people, I will provide people. If you need me, Wang Yukai, to work, I will do it without hesitation." Wang Yukai was full of pride, when he saw that there was a battle to fight. "Okay, I like to deal with straightforward people like you, Mr. Wang." Sure Hao praised Wang Yukai from the bottom of his heart. "I won't let you suffer any loss, Mr. Wang. If there is any loss, I will let you double your money from Hausher Company. If there is no loss, I will let you make a lot of money from Hausher Company. First of all, I have good news for you. The problem of collagen stone has been solved. The state has given us the right to be the agent of collagen stone on the earth." Sure Hao wanted to give Wang Yukai and Su Wucheng confidence, so he gave them a shot of cardiotonic first. Wang Yukai and Su Wucheng were stunned for a moment, then jumped up. They knew what this meant. This was a treasure pot brought back directly. "You two should sit down first. You have seen a lot of storms. Keep calm," Sure Hao said to them with a smile. In addition, Director Wu also gave me accurate information. The Huangshan level simplified version of the bionic robot can be prepared for production. Sure Hao gave them another shot. The two men stood up again, unable to sit still any longer. Wang Yukai directly opened a bottle of red wine, and poured some for himself and Su Wucheng. Wang Yukai knew that Sure Hao could not eat or drink, so he poured a little less, and placed it on the side, as a token of his regard. Wang Yukai drank the wine in one gulp and said, "Boss Sure, we do whatever you say. I won't even blink an eye if you sacrifice the entire Laufen group to deal with the Daxiong group." Sure Hao and the other two were over their excitement, and after sitting down, they continued, "Now with the support of Boss Wang, most of the funding problems have been solved. We can use collagen stones to find a way to solve the remaining half." Sure Hao then listed the overall plan. First, recruit collagen stone distributors across the country. Because collagen stones are still strategic materials, they must be strictly controlled and cannot flow out of the country. A huge deposit is required for this. The initial plan is to recruit 5 regional distributors, and each region will receive a deposit of 8 billion yen Guiyuan. The distributors are mainly state-owned enterprises. Daxiong Group stocks are currently fully circulated, with a total of 80 million shares. The current price fluctuates around 1,500 yuan. Since Daxiong Group has its own securities management department, it has been secretly manipulating the stock price. The stock price has risen from dozens of yuan to 1,500 yuan in the past few years. It is defined by the market as a high-quality white horse stock. Many stock critics are praising it. The entire market value is about 120 billion, so it is necessary to raise at least 30 billion to 50 billion to initially control the market. The specific amount requires a professional team to operate. Sure Hao calculated that Hausher Company could divert half of the margin, 20 billion, and Wang Yukai would pay 20 billion, so 40 billion would be enough. However, Wang Yukai consulted professionals again, considered it, and prepared to pledge stocks to raise 20 billion more, so that a total of 60 billion funds could be used. After the plan was determined, Su Wucheng immediately went to Li Liangwei to promote the collagen stone investment promotion, and Wang Yukai went to contact the pledged stocks. Sure Hao called Laura and said, "I have a document about recruiting agents for collagen stone. You should try to connect Daxiong Group and Hausher Bionics Company, and ask them to talk to Su Wucheng of Hausher Bionics Company about cooperation." Chapter 47. Laura wrote a report on the future prospects of collagen stone in the name of the project department. It was several thousand words long. Anyway, the point was that if you miss collagen stone now, you will miss the whole world and regret it for the rest of your life. She took the opportunity to accept the dinner invitation of the fat and lustful project manager, and handed him this inflammatory article and the investment documents of Hausher Bionics Company, tempting him, "Once this project is completed, anything is fine." The next morning, the project manager was waiting at the door of Li Daxiong. After reading the article and the investment documents, Li Daxiong immediately contacted Fujino Hanyu, the head of the Fujino family. Fujino Hanyu saw that such a good opportunity must not be missed, and instructed Li Daxiong to get the agency rights at all costs. The country of Ria has been coveting collagen stone for a long time. As for the project manager, who was tricked by Laura into going to the hotel, he used violence to force Fatty to find a lady at his own expense, and then filmed a video. As for the content of the video, it is inconvenient to describe it, omitting 5,000 words. From then on, Fatty saw Laura like a mouse seeing a cat. After Li Daxiong and Fujino Hanyu finished their phone call, he immediately took his secretary to visit Su Wucheng and explained his intentions to Su Wucheng. Su Wucheng had already received Sure Hao's instructions and said, "Mr. Li, it is an honor to come to our small company in your busy schedule." After Su Wucheng was polite on the surface, he said, "You have also seen our investment conditions, which are mainly for state-owned enterprises. You are a private enterprise, and it is estimated that the approval will not be obtained from above. You also know that collagen stone is a strategic material and is strictly controlled. Li Daxiong said, Mr. Su, you see that our two families are neighbors, both companies in Los Angeles, and we will see each other sooner or later. Can you do something convenient? In order to show our sincerity, we can double the deposit. Su Wucheng was very pleased when he heard this, and he didn't need to waste any more words, but he still said with embarrassment, the deposit is only one aspect. We are all sensible people. The reason for the investment in state-owned enterprises is safety. I personally have an idea to tell Mr. Li. If you feel it is inappropriate, forget it. Li Daxiong of course wanted to listen. Su Wucheng continued, we have been paying attention to your company's stock. It has continued to rise in recent years. It is a rare high-quality blue-chip stock. So I think we can exchange stocks and become a family. In this case, can we still have two opinions? Su Wucheng smiled and added, because I think Mr. Li is really sincere, I will say this. If you are interested, I will apply to the leader. Li Daxiong didn't say anything. He sat there thinking, apologized to Su Wucheng, went out to find a deserted place, and called Fujino Hanyu. Stupid, do you even need to think about this? We seem to be at a disadvantage on the surface, but Hausher Bionics Technology has obtained the global agency rights, which has unlimited potential. After we enter, we can slowly divide and nibble away at them. No matter what the cost, we must take them down. Fujino Hanyu wished he could fly over to negotiate in person. As for the background of Hausher Bionics Technology, he did not consider it. According to the background of the Fujino family, taking over an unknown small company is not a drizzle. Li Daxiong felt that it was a bit inappropriate, and it was a bit too casual, but he still went to Su Wucheng and said, we can accept the stock exchange plan. I will send professionals to discuss the specific stock exchange ratio. Su Wucheng waved his hand and said, Mr. Li, don't worry, I will apply to the leader first, and the leader will make the final decision on whether it is possible. After that, Su Wucheng went out and waited for 20 minutes before coming back. Su Wucheng said, our leaders also approved this plan, 10 billion deposit plus stock exchange, but there has been bad news about your company in the market recently. So our leaders said that as long as the average stock price of your company in the last 30 trading days is not less than 1,400 yuan, we can sign the contract. Li Daxiong was relieved when he heard this request. If the cooperation was easily reached, he would be more suspicious of Su Wucheng's ulterior motives. At present, the stock of Daxiong Group is more than 1,500 yuan per share. According to their previous experience, it is not a big problem to maintain it for 30 days, and they did not consider it so much. Sherhao's intention was not to eliminate Li Daxiong's doubts, but to occupy the funds of Daxiong Group, reduce the pressure on Wang Youcai's trading team, and facilitate their overall layout. Wang Youcai hired the top experts in the industry at a high salary to form a professional team to trade. These people are called stock market snipers, and are good at various stock market battles. They first bought the shares of Daxiong Group from several large and small funds in China, accounting for about 15% of the entire plate. They said hello from above, and the purchase process went smoothly. Because the time was too short, the trading team immediately launched a round of attacks after getting the chips, drawing a big negative line, and hitting the stock price around 1,400 yuan. This big negative line was like a guillotine, crossing several moving averages, which is technically called a break. Before Li Daxiong's team could react at the opening of the next day, they began to buy back in large quantities, drawing a medium positive line, and the chips increased instead of decreasing compared to yesterday. The people in Li Daxiong's team had a false alarm. They judged that there was a banker coming in, so they did not pay special attention to the risks. Although the trading of Daxiong Group's securities department was also okay, and it could maintain the continuous rise of Daxiong Group stocks for several years, the level was far behind the stock market snipers who had been fighting in the stock market for a long time, and the reaction was always half a beat slower, not to mention that in the ever-changing stock market, being 1 or 2 seconds slower was fatal. On the third day, the market crashed again, this time breaking the lowest price of the first day, causing panic. A large number of sell orders poured out, and the stock price quickly reached around 1,300 yuan. Li Daxiong's team panicked. In order to hold on to the 1,400 yuan that Li Daxiong ordered to hold on to, they began to buy in a hurry, and the stock price quickly rushed to 1,380 yuan. Wang Youcai's team continued to sell intermittently that day, and each time they suppressed the price, a large wave of panic orders was brought out, causing Li Daxiong's team to consume most of their funds that day. In desperation, Li Daxiong began to contact securities companies and banks to pledge shares for financing that day, and also raised an additional 10 billion as a margin for college and stones. On the morning of the fourth day, Daxiong Group's pledge announcement came out. Before acquiring Lanyu Mining and Tianming Entertainment, Li Daxiong and 3 holding funds had pledged 50% of the shares. Together with the pledged shares yesterday, the proportion has reached 90%. After the opening of the market that day, Wang Youcai's team did not make any moves, while Li Daxiong's team leisurely pushed the stock price back to more than 1,400 yuan, and spent part of the funds again, and continued like this until the closing. The market was calm on the 5th day, but on the evening of the 5th day, a lot of negative news about Daxiong Group suddenly appeared on the internet, accusing Daxiong Group of transferring the assets of the 2 listed companies after acquiring Lanyu Mining and Tianming Entertainment, and hollowing out the 2 listed companies. The words were well-founded and indignant. On the morning of the 6th day, Daxiong Group's stock opened 6 points lower. Wang Youcai's team sold several large orders in a row, luring a large number of follow-up orders. The stock was instantly smashed to the limit, and Li Daxiong's team was still buying a lot. No matter how much they bought, there was always a steady stream of selling. At this time, Li Daxiong's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the conditions proposed by Su Wuqing, and then analyzed the market in the past few days. He understood something, and immediately notified the team members to stop supporting the market, but the funds had already gone 70% to 80%. The 7th and 8th days were 2 consecutive days of limit down. On the 8th day, He Yu and Wu Feng continued to monitor Daxiong Building and made a new discovery. That morning, an aerial truck flew to the rooftop parking lot of Daxiong Building. They immediately notified Mickey of the situation. Mickey was chatting with the young lady at the front desk at this time. After receiving the news, he said goodbye gracefully and turned to walk into the stairs. He stepped on the handrail of the stairs and pushed hard. He jumped up from the middle, 5 floors at a time. After 4 or 5 times of using the force, he came to the roof and hid behind a flying car to observe. He found that several people were carrying wooden boxes out of the truck. Mickey lay down and got under the car next to him. He slowly crawled over from the bottom and saw a special symbol for genetic equipment on the corner of the box. The few people carried the box into the elevator. After Mickey saw the elevator door closed, he stood there and kept looking at the indicator light until he stopped at the -3rd floor. Mickey immediately jumped down from the staircase, grabbing the handrail every 6 floors to slow down his descent. After 3 times, he landed directly on the handrail of the stairs on the 2nd floor below ground. He was worried that the sound of landing would be heard, so he buffered it on the 2nd floor below ground, and then gently jumped to the 3rd floor below ground. Mickey pushed open the security door and walked into the elevator room, only to see several people moving boxes. Mickey had never seen these people before. Seeing this, he quickly walked over and rolled up his sleeves while saying, "Brother, come on, I help you." Several people were a little confused. Where did this person come from? Mickey introduced himself. "I am an intern who just joined the company this month and now works in the corporate management department." They couldn't force Mickey to leave, so they asked him to help carry the box outside the elevator room, and then stopped. The underground 3rd floor was a parking lot, which was empty. A leader took a cigarette and handed it to Mickey, saying, "There are not many young people who are so diligent nowadays. Thank you, little brother, come and have a cigarette." Mickey didn't refuse, took the cigarette and put it between his ears, still boasting, "That's right, I've only been here for a few days, and everyone in our company says I'm diligent." While talking, he walked around the box, touching and knocking here and there, and asked while knocking, "What's in it?" The few people saw that this man was stupid and climbed up the ladder. The leader saw that this was not good, and he had to send him away quickly, so he said, "Brother, this is for decoration. There is an office in the building that needs to be renovated. These are tools. Put them in the management office on the underground 3rd floor first. Then let's go, I help you move it over." Mickey continued to say shamelessly, "No, we've called a forklift and it'd be here soon. You should go to work," the leader said impatiently. Just now, Mickey had stuffed a microcrawler robot into the box while he was walking around. Seeing that it was almost ready, he walked towards the elevator and said, "I'm leaving now. If you need any help in the future, just come to me. Remember, I'm in the business management department." The few people watched Mickey get on the elevator, laughing and shaking their heads. The leader did not look down on Mickey, and called the front desk to verify. The reply from the front desk was that there was indeed such a person, and he was very enthusiastic to everyone. Only then did he feel relieved. Mickey went up to the floor of the business management department and found a remote corner to call a carrier pigeon to let him control the crawler robot. The carrier pigeon woke up the robot, and then found the gap between the items inside and got in. After this group of people transported the genetic testing equipment to the -4th floor and unpacked it, the robot showed its head, and Lu Jiaoshu appeared in the center of the screen. Then the robot went back in and crawled out to the corner when the people were not around. A lizard appeared on the screen, and suddenly, it opened its mouth wide. Then the screen went black, and the reptile robot stopped moving and was swallowed by the lizard. Chapter 48. The carrier pigeon was startled when it saw the big mouth in the image, and then reported the situation to Mickey. Mickey was stunned for a long time when he heard such a bizarre thing, and muttered, "It's so good? Can it be done this way? It's all in vain." Shaking his head helplessly, he appeared on the -3rd floor near noon with yellow warning tape. He crushed the cement floor a few meters away from the management office with his feet, and surrounded it with warning tape. Then he crushed the ground a few more times, and asked the engineering department to repair it. He supervised the work next to him, and the engineering department was busy repairing, and didn't find anything unusual. Mickey also released 3 crawler robots in one breath, one attached to the roof outside the management room door. Because the gap in the door was too small to enter, he hid one in the door frame, and another lying at the door of the elevator room. After Mickey finished, he ran to a remote place to call the pigeon and asked him to activate the 3 crawler robots. He also reported the situation here to Shihao. Shihao heard that LV Jiaoshu was in Daxiong building, so he asked Mickey to find a way to get the big guy in, and make sure to catch LV Jiaoshu. Mickey asked the big guy to get a set of maintenance work clothes from the power company. An hour later, he destroyed the main switch on the -3rd floor. After the engineering department came to check and could not repair it, they called the power company to report the repair. In this way, the big guy successfully entered Daxiong building and reached the -3rd floor. At this time, the person who took the lead in moving the boxes in the morning came down. He saw 2 people on the -3rd floor, and it was still dark. He went up and saw that it was Mickey and an unfamiliar person. Mickey told him that the ground was broken and needed to be repaired, and the main switch was also broken. The man immediately became suspicious. It's no wonder, who asked Mickey to catch a sheep and pluck its wool. The broken ground and damaged electricity were all on the 3rd floor below ground. This person is Li Daxiong's confidant, and his mind is not that simple. He connected the things in the morning with those in the afternoon and felt something was wrong, so he was ready to call the security guard. Seeing this, the big man covered his mouth, tied his hands, taped his mouth, and took him to the door of the management office. He pinched the man's shoulders with his hands. The man couldn't bear the pain and opened the door with the key. After entering, he opened the secret door on the ground and entered the password. The door slowly opened to reveal a staircase. The big man said, "I said it long ago, just do it. Why do you have to plan so much? It's so simple, hee." After that, the big man kicked the man down, and then he and Mickey jumped down quickly. After going down, the big man grabbed the pangolin genetic modified man. After the dagger passed through his neck, the modified man fell softly, and Mickey easily controlled Lu Jiaoshu, who was about to open the iron cage. After tying up Lu Jiaoshu and leaving the big guy to guard him, Mickey returned to the office and informed Shihao of the situation, and then started to work normally, still running around here and there, flattering him constantly, and distributing snacks as usual. Looking at the stock market, on the 9th day, Li Daxiong was anxious again. Now the stock price was about to reach the forced liquidation line of pledged stocks, and he began to protect the market with the remaining funds. At this point, Wang Youcai's team began to fight with Li Daxiong's team, and the center of gravity of the stock price gradually moved down to the liquidation line, eroding the funds of Daxiong Group bit by bit. Li Daxiong had to ask Fujino Hanyu for help, but he didn't dare to tell Fujino Hanyu that the agency Collagen Stone was set up by someone. He first tried to stabilize the market. The 8% of the shares here were his life's work, and Daxiong Group was also the result of the Fujino family's many years of layout. If it was lost, it would be a heavy loss. Fujino Hanyu began to mobilize funds to protect the market. On the 10th day, Wang Youcai's team pushed the stock price down again. When the stock price was about to hit the forced liquidation line, a large number of panic orders were sold. Li Daxiong's team was about to buy, but Wang Youcai's team changed direction and started to buy in large quantities. The K line closed with a long lower shadow and a big positive line on that day. Li Daxiong's team was overjoyed and prepared to pursue the victory the next day. On that day, Wang Youcai's team received a notice from Shur how to sell all the stocks of Daxiong Group within 2 days. Although they were puzzled, they still followed the employer's requirements. On the 11th day, Wang Yotai's team opened high with a large order, and the stock price reached the daily limit at the opening, and then began to sell with small orders. Li Daxiong's team's goal on that day was to close the daily limit and keep the market strong. They did not hesitate to invest funds. The help of the Fujino family did give them a lot of confidence. On the 12th day, Wang Yotai's team still opened high with a large order, and funds from multiple parties poured in, and the daily limit was instantly closed. On that morning, Wang Yotai's team sold out the stocks of Daxiong Group, and Daxiong Group's rescue funds had been used up by 2/3, and the stock price was far away from the forced liquidation line. During the noon break, Li Daxiong's team opened a bottle of red wine to celebrate, but before they finished drinking, a piece of news hit them like a bolt from the blue. During the noon break, a Big V anchor started a live broadcast, which showed the police arresting the notorious Liu Jiaoshu. From the screen, it was clear that Liu Jiaoshu was escorted into a police car from the main entrance of Daxiong Building, and Liu Jiaoshu's laboratory in the basement of Daxiong Building was also shown. Li Daxiong has been staying in the securities department these days, and he didn't want to see Liu Jiaoshu, so he didn't ask much about Liu Jiaoshu. When the items Liu Jiaoshu needed were delivered, his subordinates reported to him, and he asked his subordinates to take full responsibility for handling them. Unexpectedly, the police came to his door and caught him red-handed. Shao's purpose was to create negative news, and he did not arrest Li Daxiong. If Li Daxiong was arrested, Daxiong Group's stocks would definitely be suspended for a long time, which was not what Shao wanted to see. After hearing the news, Li Daxiong immediately announced a temporary suspension of stocks and issued a notice stating that Daxiong Group was also a victim. LV Jiaoshu sneaked into the basement of Daxiong Building at some point and destroyed it. The police replied that everything was under investigation, and it was inconvenient to comment. This ambiguous reply made Daxiong Group feel like it was being roasted on the fire. The regulatory authorities did not agree to Daxiong Group's application to continue to suspend trading the next day. The stock price fell directly to the limit at the opening, and continued to fall to the limit on the second day. When the market improved on the third day, negative reports about Daxiong Group poured out again. The report said that Li Daxiong was a puppet of the Kingdom of Ria, and the major and minor shareholders of the three funds were also announced. The major shareholders were all the Fujino family of the Kingdom of Ria. The stock price fell below the forced liquidation line and went straight to the limit. Below the liquidation line, Wang Yotai's team began to buy continuously with multiple accounts. A few days later, Hausher Bionics Technology Company Limited announced that it controlled Daxiong Group. However, because Hausher Bionics Technology Company Limited was not well known and the market confidence was insufficient, the stock price slowly stabilized a few days later. During this period, Li Daxiong was secretly arrested. Wang Yotai's team transferred all the stocks and all accounts to Hausher Bionics Technology, consolidating the position of Hausher Bionics Technology's controlling shareholder. Then, the board of directors was immediately convened to replace the management. It was also announced that retail investors could appeal, and the losses during this period would be compensated by Daxiong Group. In this way, most of the stocks bought by Daxiong Group during the market protection were compensated to the retail investors, who suffered losses, and the remaining funds were used to redeem the pledged stocks from securities companies and banks. This battle was a great victory. Wang Yukai transferred professional managers and accounting personnel from Laughing Group to reorganize Daxiong Group. The company name was changed to Hausher Bionic Technology Company Limited. Su Wuching proposed to suspend trading and reorganize at the board meeting, and to issue additional shares to Laughing Group. The additional funds were used to build the most advanced bionic robot production line. At the same time, it was announced that Hausher Bionic Technology and Laughing Group would join hands to enter the field of civilian bionic robots and bionic robots for space. In the following days, the stocks of the two companies rose by several times. After being emptied by Daxiong Group, the stocks of Lanyu Mining and Tianming Entertainment were already very cheap. Even so, most of the stocks were still pledged, and Hausher Bionic Company redeemed the stocks at a very low price. Lanyu Mining was sold to a state-owned enterprise at a relatively fair price through Su Yan's matchmaking. This state-owned enterprise was a shareholder of Yanwen Mining Company. Tianming Entertainment was renamed Tianming Entertainment. Shao planned to introduce the Bionic Pet project into Tianming Entertainment and announce it after mass production. So far, Hausher Bionic Technology Company Limited has become a listed company and officially entered the commercial stage. Li Daxiong didn't understand what was going on until he was arrested. Fujino Hanyu even jumped up and down and cursed Li Daxiong as a waste. All the funds mobilized for this time to support the market were gone without return. All the money earned from Lanyu mining and Tianming entertainment was lost, and the Fujino family also lost billions of yen currency. When encountering people from Liao country, Shihao didn't care about insider trading. There was only one word: do it. Later, the remaining stocks were redeemed from securities companies and banks at the original pledge price, and the stocks were compensated to retail investors. After Hausher Bionics Technology deposited all the margin back into the special account, there was still more than 20 billion yen currency in cash. LV Jiaoshu is responsible for many deaths. The evidence is solid. He has been prosecuted, and the death penalty is certain. The 4 characters on the Daxing building were removed and replaced with 6 characters of Hausher Bionic Technology. Shihao asked Su Wuqing to renovate the underground 4th floor, covering the top, bottom, left, right, front and back with 10 centimeters thick carbide plates, and transformed it into a warehouse for storing collagen stones. Now collagen stones are much more valuable than gold and diamonds. Shihao, Su Wuqing, Shirui, and Su Yuan finally gathered at home on this day. The college entrance examination ended more than 20 days ago, and the results of the college entrance examination have come out. Su Yuan was admitted to the Space Economics major of Yanhui University of Science and Technology as she wished. Grandpa, I have been idle at home for more than 20 days. I am going crazy. You and Dad are not seen one by one. Mom goes out early and comes back late every day. I am almost an orphan. Su Yuan started to act like a spoiled child when she saw Shihao. In the following 2 days, Shihao, Su Wuqing and Shirui all took leave to enjoy the hard-earned family happiness. Su Yuan took Shihao to the park, where he rode the roller coaster and swung on the swing. Shihao watched Su Yuan eat ice cream, hamburgers and fried stinky tofu. Family affection filled his mind, bringing him great pleasure and comfort, and he was even more determined to protect his family. Before going to work on the 3rd day, Su Wuqing told Shihao that he was going to see the trial production of Bionic Pets. Shihao also planned to go over and see it. When he walked to the door, he saw Su Yuan standing there with a pouting mouth, looking unhappy, so he took her with him. When Su Yuan heard this, she immediately changed her shoes and rushed out, fearing that they would regret not letting her go. Chapter 49. The 3 of them took a flying car to the Hausher Bionics Technology Laboratory. When they reached the door, they could only hear the laughter and cheers of the staff inside. The staff gradually quieted down when they saw Su Wuqing and several others coming in. They saw a white puppy jumping off the table and getting out of the crowd. It was not tall, with big ears on its round head and big black eyes flickering. What a cute puppy. Su Yuan couldn't help but say, squatting down and stretching out her hands. The puppy ran over happily. Su Yuan gently picked it up and felt that it was soft all over. The white and fine short hair was very smooth. My name is Shiji's sister. What's your name? The puppy made a baby voice. Su Yuan saw that the dog could speak and almost threw it away. She quickly pulled her arm back halfway out of the way, fearing that it would fall. Su Wuqing smiled and said to Su Yuan, "Don't be afraid, this is a new breed we developed, a bionic pet." Su Yuan pulled Xiaoji's ears, rubbed Xiaoji's body, and pinched Xiaoji's round face. Xiaoji was dissatisfied and said, "Sister, although I am not a real dog, I also have self-esteem." After saying that, his eyes rolled up. Su Yuan was almost overwhelmed by Xiaoji's cuteness. The staff said to Su Wuqing, "Mr. Su, Xiaoji is modeled with reference to the body shape of a purebred Chihuahua, including appearance, body softness, hair and other details. Now we have fully mastered the production technology and built-in program development technology of bionic pets, and we can mass-produce them at any time." Shihao also brought Xiaoji over to study it. Xiaoji looked at Shihao and was a little scared, so he didn't dare to speak. After Shihao finished studying it, he returned Xiaoji to Su Yuan. Xiaoji quickly buried his head in Su Yuan's chest and held Su Yuan's clothes tightly with his claws. Shihao asked the staff, "In addition to bionic dogs, can we produce other types of pets?" The staff looked at Su Wuqing, who quickly introduced Shihao to everyone. Everyone knew that this person was the big boss. The staff quickly explained in detail, "There is no problem with the modeling and programming, but the material research and development takes time. The body of the bionic pet can be made with existing bionic materials, but the hair and feathers on the body need to be found elsewhere. There is no very suitable material at present. The one we chose is just a short-haired Chihuahua, which is difficult to produce. Relatively simple." Shihao said to Su Wuqing, "Now we have money, don't save money. Plan to build a large R&D center to develop bionic materials, peripheral materials for bionic pets, new prostheses, and new bionic robots. As for the establishment standards of the laboratory, you can discuss with Director Wu. The scale should be large and can meet our R&D needs for decades, or even hundreds of years. Su Wuqing also knew the importance of R&D and immediately said, I will do it today. Seeing that things were almost done, Shi Hao was ready to leave. But Su Yuan held Xiaoji tightly, and Xiaoji also held Su Yuan tightly. Su Wuqing asked the staff helplessly, Does Xiaoji still need to cooperate with the experiment here? The head of the laboratory said, Xiaoji's data has been collected and can be taken away. He was also helpless when he saw the situation in front of him. Which staff member didn't like Xiaoji? After the head came over, he held Xiaoji and pointed to the position of a small sticker on Xiaoji's neck and said, There is a small button here, which can only be used once. After pressing the button, Xiaoji will recognize the owner through the biological optic nerve scan. After saying that, he tore off the sticker, pointed Xiaoji's head at Su Yuan, and put it on the ground and pressed the button. Xiaoji began to swing his head to scan Su Yuan, and turned around Su Yuan in a circle, 360 degrees without dead angles. After 1 minute, the scan was completed, and the button mark on the sticker disappeared. After the recognition program was completed, it would self-destruct. Bionic pets can only recognize their masters once in their lifetime. After recognizing the master, Xiaoji jumped into Su Yuan's arms and said, Master, you can't abandon me. If you don't want me, I will become a stray dog for the rest of my life. Su Yuan quickly touched its head and said comfortingly, You are so cute, how could I bear to give up you? No one can take you away. Let's go, I will take you home now. Shi Hao and Su Wuqing looked at the happy Su Yuan, and thought that she would definitely not be alone this summer vacation. 2 days ago, Shi Hao had arranged for the Panlong team to return to the Panlong base for daily training. He reported to Wu Yi the results of the handling of the Lu Jiaoshu incident. Wu Yi said that the Robot Training Center and Intelligent Robot Training Center of Panlong Base have been put into use. The current buildings are modularized. The modules are manufactured in the factory and assembled in 1 or 2 days. They are also equipped with 30 Huangshan-level training robots with various functions. Shi Hao asked if there were too many robots, which would waste resources. Wu Yi said, I was just about to tell you that the higher-ups have officially issued an order to expand the Panlong team. This time, the quota will not only be selected from the disabled special forces, but also expanded to the special forces battalions of various military regions. Voluntary registration and admission by merit. You happen to be in the Central Plains Theater, so don't come back yet. The order will be conveyed today. Registration will be completed within 3 days. You have to go to select people. After the selection in the Central Plains Theater, you can go to the Northern Theater to select people. I will be in charge of the Southern Theater, Yunnan Guizhou Theater, and Xinjiang Theater. The preparatory work must be completed within 1 month. It is initially decided to set up 5 teams, each with 9 members. Wu Yi explained the next work plan. Shi Hao replied, Okay, I will go to Lao Wan and ask him to speed up. I will go to Lao Lei after I finish this. Shi Hao heard from Wang Guiyong that his former captain Lei Shiyu is now the commander of the Northern Theater, and this time he can just go to visit him. Central Plains Theater Headquarters, Wang Guiyong's office. Haozi, I originally wanted to recruit you, but now you come to me to recruit people. Wang Guiyong said deliberately with a sullen look on his face. Lao Wan, it's not me who recruits people. You go to Wu Yi. It's all his instructions. Shi Hao betrayed Wu Yi without reservation. Humph, I have to ask him for some interest next time. Wang Guiyong said seriously. Wu Yi, who was far away in Yunnan and Guizhou, felt his eyelids twitching. He was sitting at home, but the pot came from the sky. Shi Hao looked at him and teased, When have you ever succeeded? Wang Guiyong was no longer tense when he heard it. He laughed and said, That's because we are all working for the country, so I don't care about him. Tell me, how do you plan to select people? No matter how outstanding the person is, as long as you like them, you can take them away. Jokes aside, business aside, Wang Guiyong knows the importance of the Panlong Brigade. After the expansion is completed, they will have to be stationed in various war zones across the country like the Tinglong Squadron. Shi Hao thought for a while and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see the registration situation first. Wang Guiyong continued, Registration will be completed within 2 days, and I will gather the people for you. The rest is up to you. Shi Hao and Wang Guiyong discussed the details of the registration. On the same day, Shi Hao called Wang Ping and Laura from the Yunnan Guizhou War Zone and asked them to be responsible for the docking work and the subsequent selection work. He went home to think about the selection method 2 days later. Su Yuan brought Xiao Ji back home and couldn't help calling her good friend and classmate Yang Shui to say that she wanted to go to her to play and show her something good. After the two made an appointment, Su Yuan set off with Xiao Ji. Yang Shui's family lived in an old community that had been there for decades. There was no property management company. The residents in the community built randomly, and many places were in disrepair. Yang Shui's family was originally well off. Her grandfather was also a big shot in Los Angeles. However, Yang Shui's father, Yang Mingyu, was a playboy, idle and addicted to gambling. Yang Shui's mother, Lin Yunshan, graduated from a key university. She was also beautiful and capable. She married Yang Mingyu with the help of Yang Shui's grandfather. Before the marriage, Yang Mingyu concealed it very well, but after the marriage, he began to reveal his true nature. When Yang Shui's grandfather was alive, he could suppress Yang Mingyu. After his death, he squandered the family property and foundation bit by bit. In the end, he lost the textile factory under Lin Yunshan's name without telling Lin Yunshan. Lin Yunshan no longer had any hope for him, and went to work to earn money to support Yang Shui's schooling. Their two families lived very close to each other. Su Yuan walked happily in front, and Xiao Ji ran hopping behind. 10 minutes later, they arrived downstairs of Yang Shui's house. Yang Shui went downstairs to go to the nearby park with Su Yuan. There was no elevator in the building, and the lights were broken. Suddenly, Yang Shui felt someone following her and screamed, "Ah!" Su Yuan heard the scream and ran up quickly. She turned on the lighting function of the holographic projection watch and saw two gangsters dragging Yang Shui upstairs. Su Yuan was a black belt in Taekwondo. She went up and kicked the gangster below. Yang Shui took the opportunity to break free and ran over. The two gangsters drew their daggers and forced her over. Su Yuan was also scared when she saw the dagger, but she did not lose her composure. She quickly called Shi Hao and shouted, "Grandpa, save me." Su Yuan has always admired Shi Hao. Now that Shi Hao is back, she trusts him more than the police. Shi Hao immediately said, "Turn on the location." Then he jumped out of the window. One of the two gangsters didn't take it seriously when he heard that Su Yuan didn't call the police and said, "Girl, it's useless even if you ask your ancestors to come out of the ground." The other said, "The two girls are good-looking, hee," and took a step forward. At this time, Xiaoji jumped into Su Yuan's arms and barked at the two gangsters. As the gangsters got closer and closer, Su Yuan and Yang Shui became more and more nervous and scared. Xiaoji's voice gradually turned into a roar, his body became harder and harder, and his eyes were red. Su Yuan felt that she could not hold him anymore. She loosened her hand, and Xiaoji kicked the ground hard after landing, flying out like a cannonball, hitting a gangster in the stomach. The gangster fell to the ground and rolled around, screaming in pain. Another gangster wanted to stab Xiaoji with a dagger, but Xiaoji bit his wrist, and the dagger fell to the ground. At this time, Shi Hao rushed over and slapped the gangster in the face. For a moment, teeth and blood flew everywhere, and the gangster fainted on the ground. As the two gangsters fell to the ground, Xiaoji sat on the ground and stared at the two gangsters. His eyes gradually turned from red to black, and his body became soft again. Chapter 50. As the two hooligans fell to the ground, Xiaoji sat on the ground and stared at them. His eyes gradually turned from red to black, and his body became soft again. Shi Hao quickly checked if Su Yuan was injured, and was relieved to see that they were fine. Soon the police came, and Shi Hao directly notified Director Xie on the way. After the police came, they asked about the situation. It turned out that the two hooligans came to collect gambling debts from Yang Mingyu. They had been waiting here for 2 hours. When they saw Yang Shui coming out, they wanted to catch her and force Yang Mingyu to pay back the money. More than 10 minutes later, Director Xie, Su Wuqing and Lin Yunshan arrived. There was no parking lot in this community, so Director Xie and Su Wuqing's car could only be parked outside the community. Lin Yunshan was wearing a cleaning uniform. After the textile factory was gone, she could initially rely on her experience to do management work in other companies. But Yang Mingyu's creditors went to her unit every few days to make trouble, and finally no one dared to use her. In the end, she could only do odd jobs to earn hard-earned money. Lin Yunshan apologized to everyone. "We have caused you trouble because of our family," and almost implicated Su Yuan. "I am really sorry." Yang Shui lay on her shoulder and sobbed softly. Although Lin Yunshan was wearing a cleaning uniform, she could not hide her former temperament. She was generous and neither humble nor arrogant. At this time, Su Yuan secretly told Shi Hao about Yang Shui's family situation. Finally, she took Shi Hao's hand and said coquettishly, "Grandpa, can you help Yang Shui?" She was admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University this year. Then we can play together often. Shi Hao heard about Yang Shue's family situation and felt sorry for Yang Shue's efforts, but he didn't say anything. He walked over to Director Xie and said, "Xie Director, if I hadn't arrived in time today, the consequences would be disastrous." Shi Hao didn't say much about the rest. He stopped at that point and didn't mention Xiao Ji's matter. Director Xie was also afraid. If something happened to Su Yuan, it was hard to say whether he could control the situation. Then he said to Shi Hao, "General Shi, it's all because of our poor work. The public security in Los Angeles needs to be thoroughly rectified." After returning from here, Director Xie began to deploy the city's public security rectification work and activated the accountability system. If any place was not rectified effectively, or there was a problem, the first responsible person would be unconditionally dismissed and held accountable. It is said that after vigorous rectification, many underworld gangs were eliminated, and the public security in Los Angeles has taken on a new look, which has added another political achievement for Director Xie. This is a later story. Shi Hao walked over to greet Lin Yunshan and said, "You're too polite. Su Yuan and Yang Shui are good friends. No one wants to encounter such a thing. Besides, they both go to college in the same city and can take care of each other." Lin Yunshan heard Shi Hao's politeness and said, "Well, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. You've seen the situation of our family. It's a problem whether Xiaoxue can go to report. The tuition I worked hard to raise was secretly lost by his father." After saying that, she sighed helplessly. Then she continued, "I'm really sorry. I really can't go home. I want to treat you to a glass of water." After saying that, she turned her head slightly embarrassedly, holding back the tears that were about to fall. Shi Hao heard this and said, "My name is Shi Hao. I'm Su Yuan's grandfather. I'm older than you and Wu Cheng." After a pause, he continued, "For the sake of the child, I want to give you a suggestion. I wonder if you have heard of Haoshi Bionics Technology. I have shares in that company. You can go there to work if you want." Lin Yunshan was a little surprised to hear Shi Hao say that he was Su Yuan's grandfather, but now there are many long-lived people, so she didn't feel strange, but she didn't expect that Haoshi Bionics Technology, which recently made a big splash to merge with Daxiong Group, was Shi Hao's company. She felt a little embarrassed, but thinking of Yang Shue's situation, she bit her lip and said, "Boss Shi, I really need a better job now, but I used to work in the textile industry, which has nothing to do with technology. But if I don't do well in your company, you can fire me at any time." In addition, his father owes a lot of gambling debts outside. The creditors will come to my company and make trouble. I am afraid that it will affect the company. Lin Yunshan expressed her concerns. Before Shi Hao could speak, Director Xie took out a business card and handed it to her, saying, "Let me introduce myself. I am Xie Guangyun, the director of the Los Angeles Public Security Bureau. This is my phone number. If anyone makes trouble, you can call me at any time." Lin Yunshan didn't expect that the person next to her was so powerful, so she quickly thanked him. At this time, Su Wuqing took over and said, "Mother Yang Shui, we are also acquaintances. Don't worry, if anyone dares to make trouble at Haoshi Bionics Technology, I guarantee that he will never come back." Lin Yunshan's heart was completely relieved, and she quickly thanked them, thinking that Haoshi Bionics Technology must work hard to repay them. Su Wuqing continued, "You said you have been working in the textile industry? How much do you know about the textile industry?" Yang Shui saw that her mother had a new job, and was afraid that her mother would be modest for the sake of face, so she continued, "Lu Shiyun Textile Factory was founded by my mother, but it was lost by my father." Su Wuqing was overjoyed when he heard it, thinking that it was really easy to get it. He held Xiaoji and said, "Mom Yang Shui, touch the fur of this dog and see." Lin Yunshan reached out and touched it in confusion, feeling soft and smooth, and said, "This dog is good, although I don't know much, but I think the fur color is good." Su Wuqing said, "This dog is fake, it's a bionic dog. Its fur is a new material that we found after searching all over the country. However, the price over there is too high, so we want to develop it ourselves. I wonder how much you know about this." At this time, Shi Hao and Director Xie saw that they were chatting enthusiastically, so they went to the side to talk for a few words. After the conversation, Director Xie took the people away. After listening to Su Wuqing, Lin Yunshan took Xiaoji over and studied it carefully. After a few minutes, she said, "If I am not mistaken, it should be made of a special material processed into very fine silk. We can first test the ingredients inside, and then solve the problems of softness and simulation from the process." Su Wuqing was having a headache about how to advance this matter in the company, but he didn't expect to see hope here. Experts can easily see the essence of things. Things are so wonderful. Misfortunes are often accompanied by blessings, and blessings are often accompanied by misfortunes. Su Wuching said, "How long will it take to deal with the family affairs?" "You can report at any time. I will arrange it for the HR department." Lin Yunshan was very happy to see that she was really useful in Hausher Bionics technology, so she said, "I will report there early tomorrow morning." Sure Hao, Su Wuching, Su Yuan and others said goodbye and left. On the way, Su Wuching asked Sure Hao for his opinion on how to arrange Lin Yunshan. Sure Hao said, "The change from a corporate boss to a cleaner is unacceptable to most people. She is willing to compromise for the sake of her family, and has not divorced Yang Mingyu, which shows that she is a person who values love. As long as she has good character, I don't mind helping her." After thinking for a while, he said, "Although we have annexed the Daxiong group, our team is too thin, and we need to recruit available people. If Lin Yunshan can really stand on her own, we can give her a part of the shares, but the prerequisite is that her husband's affairs must be properly handled. If the shares fall into the hands of irrelevant people, it will always be a threat to us." Sure Hao said these 2 points, and let Su Wuching handle the rest. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot something important. What happened to Xiuji? How could such a small person hurt 2 thugs holding daggers?" Sure Hao was a little confused about Xiuji's performance today. Su Wuching hurriedly explained, "I forgot to mention this at the time. When we designed the bionic pet, we considered whether to add the owner protection function, but we were afraid that customers would let the pet hurt people after buying it, so we designed a hidden function, which is passively triggered. If the pet owner is threatened, screaming, afraid, nervous, etc., the pet's owner protection function will gradually be triggered. When the other party holds a gun, dagger, knife, and other weapons, the pet's aggressiveness will be triggered. At this time, the pet's whole body will become hard, the strength will increase, and the agility will increase. When the threat is eliminated, the bionic pet will slowly return to its original state. This function will not be triggered actively. If the bionic pet owner wants the pet to actively attack others, the pet will ignore it. We are still testing this function. I didn't expect that Yuan encountered danger today, and Xiaoji triggered the hidden function." Su Wuching introduced this function in detail. After listening to Su Wuching's explanation, Sure Hao looked at Xiaoji lying in Su Yuan's arms, like a good baby, and agreed with this setting. He said, "This function is very good, but you should test it more to avoid any accidents. Also, this function should be tested and registered with the relevant departments, and don't wait until something happens to become passive." Su Wuching hurriedly wrote down the registration. If Sure Hao hadn't reminded them, they would have neglected this. Yang Mingyu wandered outside all day, and didn't dare to go home until it was completely dark. The 2 gangsters had been blocking him there for 2 days. Today, he ran out when they weren't paying attention. He lost all his money, and had no money to eat. He was hungry. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lin Yunshan sitting in the living room with a gloomy face. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to say much. He wanted to sneak into the kitchen to find something to eat, but was stopped by Lin Yunshan. Lin Yunshan said, "Sit down, I have something to tell you." Lin Yunshan, who used to treat him coldly every day, felt something was wrong today, so she sat down uncomfortably on the chair. Seeing this, Lin Yunshan said, "No matter how you gambled before, your creditors found me, and I didn't care about you for the sake of our father, but today they almost hurt Xiaoxue, which I absolutely don't allow." Yang Mingyu panicked when he heard this. Lin Yunshan regarded Yang Shui as her own lifeline, stammered, Xiaoxue is okay." Lin Yunshan said coldly, "When did you care about Xiaoxue? Stop pretending. I'm going to move out with Xiaoxue. She will report in more than a month. I don't want to cause trouble." Yang Mingyu was a little dumbfounded. Lin Yunshan didn't like him anymore, and she left some cold rice for him every day. If she left, he wouldn't even have anything to eat. He didn't know what to do for a while, so he just sat there in a daze. Lin Yunshan ignored him, and went back to the house. After packing up at night, Lin Yunshan took Yang Shui to a hotel not far from the Hausher Bionic Technology building, which was the original Daxiong building, the next morning and asked Yang Shui to stay and wait for her. She went to report first, and then went to find a house at noon. Lin Yunshan went to the front desk and explained her purpose directly. The front desk said that Mr. Su had already explained everything, so she took her to Su Wuching's office. When Su Wuching saw Lin Yunshan coming, he immediately called the head of the Human Resources Department to handle the on-the-job training, and at the same time called the head of the R&D Center to discuss the solution of the fabric used for bionic pets on the spot. The 3 people discussed for a whole morning. Lin Yunshan used her past experience to propose a constructive solution. Su Wuching was very happy, and asked the secretary to prepare lunch. At this time, Lin Yunshan said, "Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I want to go out for a while at noon and find a house. Because of what happened yesterday, I am worried about Shishua's safety, so I want to move out." Su Wuqing himself was forced into debt, and knowing Lin Yunshan's difficulties, he said, "Why are you still looking for a house? There are some empty houses in this building. You can live there first. When all the assets of Daxiong Group are sorted out, I will arrange a house for you to live in." Lin Yunshan couldn't stop crying after listening to Su Wuqing. When life was difficult to sustain, someone came to help her in times of need. This kindness was great. She stood up, bowed to Su Wuqing and said, "Mr. Su, I will remember this favor. I will research the materials for bionic pets as soon as possible." Lin Yunshan and Yang Shui lived in the Haoshar Bionic Technology building. Su Wuqing would bring Su Yuan with him when he went to work. 10 days later, Yang Shui also had her own bionic pet. Because what happened that day made her feel insecure, she chose a German Shepherd and named it Oyster. Lin Yunshan worked until 12 o'clock every night, and really tried her best to fight for Shuhao's kindness and Su Wuqing's timely help. It only took 15 days to solve the problem of hair materials for bionic pets.